I almost got swept away by the waves I summoned while trying to escape. If it weren't for Lucilian, things could have gone a lot worse. Still, these won't do. Even though I wrapped them tightly in cloth, they're completely soaked. It's okay. At least the letters I brought from Selim's quarters are intact. The documents revealed that Hatar is connected to the Beastfolk Kingdom and that Selim had a secret deal with the High Priest. But this isn't enough. I need more solid evidence. I need something undeniable, like their signatures on an official document. To get that, I'll have to trust Tarim to handle it. The master instructed me to keep it a secret. I'm sorry, my lord, but I must carry out this mission myself. He flashes a bright, reassuring smile, trying to put his worries at ease. For us, the master's commands are our highest priority. Above all, it's an extremely dangerous mission. For your safety, my lord, it's better that I take care of it myself. So, the masked agent stands in tense silence, sweat dripping down his face. A quiet, solemn atmosphere hangs over the grand hall of the cathedral, with its soaring pillars and statues of angels bathed in light. With heavy, echoing footsteps, a figure in high priest vestments walks down the long, carpeted corridor. Greetings, High Priest. May the blessings of Arma be with you today. Out of my way, the High Priest snaps, ignoring the greeting and rushing through the doors. Damn it, he roars, violently throwing his headpiece onto the floor in a fit of rage. What the hell is going on here? The basement is flooded and Selim has disappeared without a trace. And the reports don't make any sense. The beast folk who were caught up in the same mess are perfectly fine, but all the guards are down with strange symptoms, like some kind of flu? He clenches his fist tightly against the desk, trembling with anger. And they're telling me Hatar is 80% unusable now? What kind of cursed coincidence is this? Do they even realize how much we invested in securing Hatar this time? I poured everything into this deal, even went into debt for it. They said it would multiply our initial investment several times over. The High Priest stands in front of his window, staring outside in tense silence. Let's wait a few more days. Selim might be a bit unhinged, but he's not irresponsible enough to just vanish like this. Suddenly, his eyes widen slightly as he spots something out of place. Huh? Wait a second. Was that quill always placed like this? Suspicion creeping in, he turns his head sharply to scan the room. He stands perfectly still before his desk, feeling a heavy weight in the air. The room feels different from usual. Has it always been like this? Something about the air feels off. Maybe I'm just imagining things because I'm on edge, he mutters, rubbing the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. With a heavy sigh, he begins to walk away from his desk to clear his head. The moment his back is turned, a sudden rattle breaks the silence as the empty desk chair moves. A cloaked figure slowly materializes out of thin air, standing silently in the corner of the room. So he was telling the truth after all. Selim, huh? He worked with the High Priest on this Hatar scheme, didn't he? I always knew he was a no-good scoundrel, but I didn't think he'd go this far. He reaches into a drawer and pulls out a bound black book with a cross medallion. If this proves Eileen can see me as a more reliable father, that would be enough for me. He removes his white mask, revealing his warm smile. I swore I'd do whatever it takes for my daughter. A pile of scroll cases, letters, and the black ledger are dumped onto the table with a clatter. The details were too much to explain in a letter, so I came in person. We've identified the true culprit behind the Hatar incident. While you weren't paying attention, it was our daughter who did it herself. Take a look at this. He looks on with calm confidence, waiting for the shocking revelation to sink in. With a signed contract by both the High Priest and Selim serving as undeniable evidence, the truth is finally brought to light. The Emperor was furious. Within days, by imperial decree, sweeping raids were conducted across the capital. Members of the upper ranks were arrested one after another. What's the meaning of this at the Imperial Palace of all places? Hatar? I don't know anything about it. I swear I don't. Please, wait a moment. Bound tightly with heavy ropes, those involved were forced into submission. Of course, the High Priest was the first to be taken into custody. This is absurd. I spread Hatar? The High Priest protests wildly as guards drag him away. I don't even know what Hatar is. Save it for the court. Cardinal Kruno was cleared of suspicion thanks to Erno's testimony. Although he was spared from major consequences, aside from being a witness in the case, the incident was bound to deeply shake him. After all, the temple was his entire life. The temple was thrown into chaos overnight, and the beast folk were left trembling in extreme anxiety as the fallout began. There's still so much to do. We may have captured the High Priest, but the real work is just beginning. Pink-haired Eileen stands determinedly as she says, "We need to find Selim." Selim looks in utter shock and despair at his empty golden jewelry box, gasping, No. Panicking, Salim frantically searches around piles of books on the floor, crying out, I'm sure I put it here. Where did it go? Sweating and shivering with dread, Salim realizes the gravity of his situation, thinking, it can't be. There's no way it's gone, as he recalls the day he lost Aileen in the temple basement. Now that Salim has lost all the evidence that could prove his crimes, and with the noble family's dragon knowing his face and identity, it is only a matter of time before he is caught. Seeking to escape, Salim decides to slip away quietly, saying, First, I need to flee to the Beast Kingdom. I'll lay low there for a while. Feeling the pressure of being hunted, Salim mutters to himself that the dragon is bound to spill everything. Meanwhile, outside, a flock of crows flies over the roofs of the city under a dim evening sky. Salim sits anxiously at his desk, his shadow stretching across the wood, thinking, the Imperial Palace will probably make their move soon. Salim drops to his knees in his hideout, staring blankly at the empty red and gold jewelry box, completely defeated. Gritting his teeth in raw frustration and anger, Salim clenches his jaw as his world begins to fall apart. The heavy, rhythmic footsteps of Imperial soldiers echo down the path as they march in tight formation. With a sudden, explosive kick, the leading knight bursts through Salim's door, slamming it open with a loud crash. Salim turns his head sharply in sheer panic and disbelief at the sudden intrusion. Amidst the sea of armed knights stands a young man with light pink hair and glasses, wearing a calm and pleasant smile, prompting Salim to gasp, You! The knights immediately surround Salim, aiming their spears directly at him as they announce, Don't move, Salim. You're under arrest for violating the National Security Act and conspiring to commit treason. Cornered against his desk, Salim remains silent as the commander barks, Drop what you're holding, keep your hands where I can see them, and get up. In a desperate bid to escape, Salim hurls a glowing yellow orb into the air, creating a sudden explosion of thick smoke that catches the knights completely off guard. The knights are left coughing uncontrollably in the dense, choking smoke as Salim uses the distraction to make his move. Seeing Salim flee, one of the knights shouts, He's escaped through the top window! After him now! We can't let him get away! Watching Salim struggle, the pink-haired man looks on indifferently, thinking that no matter how hard Salim tries to squirm, it won't change anything now that the temple is already implicated. Smoke continues to billow from the open window of the cabin as Salim desperately tries to claw his way out of his impending doom. In a quiet cathedral room, Cardinal Kruno carefully handles a wrapped parcel and a leather-bound diary that had been brought to him. The priest holds a beautiful brown book adorned with a gold crescent moon and stars, tracing the mysterious script on its cover. A close-up reveals Krono's eyes widening slightly in deep emotion as he looks at the book. A voice explains the origin of the diary. This belonged to Ans. I found it in the high priest's desk drawer. Aileen holds the wrapped parcel out with a look of concern and sincerity, saying, I just really wanted to give it to you. Looking down with sad eyes, Aileen apologizes softly, saying, I'm sorry. I know it probably brings back bad memories. I know I don't have the right to face you like this, but smiling gently to reassure her, the cardinal acknowledges, I know she was someone you really cared about. Sitting alone at his desk under the warm glow of candlelight, Chrono opens the diary to the first entry, 0 month, 0 day. In a flashback, a young Ans meets a young Kruno holding a black cat in the forest, writing, Yesterday I met an interesting boy. He's always got this dark look on his face, and he's a little prickly, but hoping to become friends, young Ans waves happily at Kruno, writing, Since I like animals too, I thought we could bond over that while talking. But when I tried, the young, defensive Kruno holds his cat close, scowling deeply as he snaps, Who are you? Don't talk to me. Young Ans is left standing there with a nervous, sweat-dropped smile, taken aback by his cold response. Ans writes down her thoughts on the boy, hoping to get closer to him. Maybe he's just really shy around new people. That's okay. I'll try again tomorrow. Back in the present, Kruno reads her sweet, innocent words, and a faint, bittersweet smile touches his lips. The diary details how they bonded over their love for creatures, has the ability to tame monsters. Today, I also met Kruno's monster, Chris. A bright day is recorded in the diary as young Kruno, Ans, and Chris play happily in a field of tall grass. The memory shifts to Ans being warned by an elder in a kitchen, saying you never know when monsters might go berserk. Kruno's hand trembles slightly as he holds the pages of the diary, the painful memories of the past washing over him. Anne's diary entry notes that she wanted to bring Chris along for their next trip, but something about the creature seemed off and lethargic that day. The next page of the diary reads, 0 month, 00 day. I finally finished making Kruno's birthday present. There's still some time until his birthday. Priest Kruno sits in silence at his desk, staring ahead as he absorbs the final thoughts of the girl he lost. The diary concludes with Anne's wishes to fill their lives with happy memories so that they will never have to feel sad again. A flashback shows Anne's resting her chin on her hand, lost in thoughtful contemplation. Anne smiles brightly amidst a field of white flowers, her kind words echoing, "You're a better person than you think you are." In the bustling streets of Casat, citizens gossip excitedly as they read the morning news, saying, "Did you see that? It was in this morning's newspaper. Of course I saw it. The whole empire's in an uproar over it." The front page of the paper features a large drawing of Aileen waving, with people gossiping. The person who reported it is a distant relative of the Etam family who's a 10-year-old kid. The emperor tried to cover up the incident as much as possible, fearing the negative repercussions that might spread throughout the empire. However, just 2 days later, a huge photo of Aileen and the high priest was published in the empire's only morning newspaper. Citizens discussed the scandal in absolute disbelief, saying, "In the Arma Temple of all places?" as the shocking truth of the incident takes the empire by storm. However, perhaps because most of the victims were from the lower class and beastmen, the citizens' interest shifted much quicker than expected. With people already moving on to casual lunch conversations and expressing a simple fear of visiting the temple, it is clear that most people don't really care unless an issue directly affects their daily lives or a war breaks out. However, it is true that the people's trust in the temple has significantly decreased, and some have even started doubting the palace's administrative capabilities. Seeing the public sentiment grow colder, the palace ultimately had the emperor step in personally to manage the situation. Due to the disappearance of many high-ranking officials, a heavy silence hangs over the imperial palace as a leadership crisis begins to brew. The priest pleads during the meeting, saying that there is no talent more suitable than Lucilian, and despite his arrogance, his undeniable abilities make him the perfect candidate. Slamming his hand onto the table in anger, a priest protests furiously, arguing that putting a kid who went crazy over a dragon and stole the sacred stone into a higher position is absurd, especially since he is far too young. The priest continues his heated rant, declaring that because the boy doesn't cooperate with temple affairs, he cannot allow such a blasphemous kid to sit in a position of power for even a single day. With an empty chair at the head of the table, the priests are left in a difficult dilemma, wondering what on earth they should do since there are simply no other suitable candidates. A sudden presence enters the room with heavy footsteps, catching the disputing priests completely off guard as they stare in surprise. The priests gasp in surprise as Cardinal Kruno stands before them, his expression calm and solemn. Whispers echo through the room as the priests tentatively call out his name in sheer disbelief. Addressing the shocked assembly, Cardinal Kruno solemnly declares that the recent downfall and chaos are entirely his own fault. Taking full responsibility, Kruno states that as a cardinal, he should have paid closer attention to the temple's affairs, and merely claiming ignorance will not absolve him of his duty. A heavy silence fills the chamber as Kruno stands before the council, ready to deliver his final decision regarding his position. With a gaze full of resolve, Cardinal Kruno announces his decision to take on the position of the Arma Temple's representative to restore order. A maid at the Etam estate holds her broom in surprise as she hears frantic shouts from reporters outside begging for just a single interview with Lady Aileen. A crowd of eager journalists clamor outside, desperately shouting questions about how the Hatar warehouse was discovered inside the temple and what the high priest's motives were. The reporters continue to press for answers, asking if the rumors about a dragon being born in the family are true, when the cure will be distributed, and if there is any knowledge about the accomplice. Inside the peaceful mansion, voices comment on how unusually lively and crowded the Etam estate has been lately, with so many unexpected guests. Looking at the morning paper, the tutor warmly remarks that he never expected to see her featured so prominently, while a modest Aileen shyly replies that she didn't really do much. Aileen beams with gratitude, stating that everything was only possible thanks to the constant support of her family and her teacher's kind help. Aileen sincerely thanks her teacher, expressing her deep relief that her addiction symptoms have completely disappeared, while her tutor replies that it was truly an honor to help her. While the teacher cheerfully celebrates raising her favorability in his mind, Aileen can't help but look at his overly enthusiastic reaction with a hint of suspicion. Curious, Aileen turns to her teacher and asks how he managed to obtain the formula for the cure in the first place. Aileen points out that she heard the components of Hatar hadn't even been precisely identified yet, causing her teacher to laugh nervously as he tries to find an answer. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile, the teacher prepares to explain his secret with playful confidence. The tutor cryptically explains that being a tutor allows him to hear and see many secrets, leaving the details of his information source a playful mystery. Eileen happily shares that although it's a secret, someone she knows formulated the cure incredibly fast, and she was surprised to hear they plan to distribute it for free very soon. Folding up his newspaper, the teacher mutters to himself with a subtle, knowing grin that it is finally about time to make his next move. Meanwhile, a lively and bustling atmosphere returns to the Oread Empire's capital square. Recently, the temple's grand festivities were forced to end early due to the arrest of those involved in the scandal, leaving many disappointed. To help the numerous merchants left with unsold stock, a special market was opened for a few days under the emperor's direct permission to stimulate trade. Eileen explores the bustling market, realizing that merchants are selling their goods at incredibly low clearance prices, which explains the massive turnout of eager shoppers. Eileen happily walks through the lively square, having come out for a casual stroll without realizing a massive discount market was taking place. Her guard expresses concern about the thick crowds and suggests moving to a quieter area, but a delighted Eileen replies that she is having far too much fun exploring and wants to look around just a bit longer. Suddenly, a merchant's loud voice rings through the crowd, announcing a shocking 10-minute discount on a luxury collection from a famous boutique, instantly catching Eileen's attention. The enthusiastic merchant showcases an array of beautiful dresses on mannequins, urging the crowd to hurry because of the limited half-price sale. As soon as Eileen registers the words half price, she turns around only to see a terrifying stampede of eager shoppers charging straight toward the boutique. Desperate shoppers push and shove past each other, screaming that the dresses are theirs, while a helpless Eileen is swept up in the middle of the chaotic frenzy. Her green-haired guard frantically calls out for Lady Eileen, struggling to push through the overwhelming wave of excited shoppers to reach her side. In the absolute chaos, customers aggressively demand more stock and suggest auctions, while a completely overwhelmed Eileen can only squeeze her eyes shut and pray to get out safely. Realizing the crowd is only growing larger and more dangerous, Eileen panics, knowing she needs to find a way to escape before she gets completely crushed. Suddenly, amidst the pushing and shoving, Eileen loses her footing and trips backward. Eileen lets out a gasp of fright as she begins to fall, completely helpless against the momentum of the crowd. Just before she hits the ground, a strong hand reaches out from the crowd and firmly grabs her wrist. A mysterious cloaked figure in a black hood stands tall, having caught Eileen just in time to prevent a dangerous fall. Looking up with immense relief and gratitude, Eileen brightly thanks the mysterious stranger for saving her from being trampled. The silent savior remains shrouded in mystery, his face completely hidden in deep shadow beneath his hood as he stands before her. As she goes to speak, Eileen's eyes widen in sudden surprise as she notices a very strong, distinct scent lingering on the mysterious cloaked figure. Gazing up in confusion with wide golden eyes, Eileen suddenly feels a deep sense of familiarity, realizing that this situation feels exactly like the incident with Mila. As a mysterious cloaked figure stands over her, Eileen desperately struggles to remain conscious, repeating to herself that she cannot afford to collapse there. Determined to stay awake, Eileen tries to resist, but she feels her strength fading away as she panics at the thought of losing consciousness. Sinking into darkness, Eileen loses her footing entirely and collapses onto the ground as her vision completely fades to black. In a quiet alleyway, a voice reports over a transmission that they have successfully captured the unconscious dragon hatchling and will return immediately. Holding a glittering magical communicator, the accomplice receives praise and is warned to avoid being caught by any nearby guards as they make their escape. Hiding inside a wooden shipping crate, a beastman with a fluffy green tail wonders how he ended up in this desperate situation, but resolves not to get caught. Grit-toothed and determined, the green-haired beastman tells himself that he absolutely cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity. Seated amongst dark flowers, Salim Hines mutters Iron Etom's name in resentment, declaring that he will claim the dragon hatchling for himself. Breathing heavily, Salim and his hooded accomplices sprint desperately through a quiet graveyard during the sunset to evade their pursuers. Feeling a sense of relief despite the messy process, Salim catches his breath, glad that his most critical objective has finally been achieved. Salim plans their escape route, noting that the bribed boatman should be waiting at the shore to secretly smuggle them into the Beastman Kingdom. Salim contemplates his future, knowing that if he can somehow find a way to eliminate Erno Etom, his path forward will be clear. Filled with deep ambition, Salim envisions reaching the absolute pinnacle of the world once again. The fugitives arrive at the rocky beach at sunset, where a small wooden boat is waiting on the glistening water. Salim climbs onto the boat, urgently informing the boatman that they are being actively tailed by pursuers. Pressing the boatman to set sail immediately, Salim is stopped cold when the silent, hooded boatman demands that they pay the fare first. Annoyed by the delay, Salim furiously protests that he already paid several times the regular rate in advance, asking if the boatman is playing dumb. The boatman remains unmoved, coldly repeating that the fare must be paid before departure, driving a frustrated Salim to call him a bastard. Grabbing the boatman's cloak in a rage, Salim demands to know why he is playing such ridiculous games when they are actively being hunted. Pulling back his hood, the boatman reveals himself to be Erno Itam, yellow eyes flashing as he ominously states that Salim has not yet paid the fare to cross over to the afterlife. Scurrying backward in absolute horror, Salim stammers in disbelief as he recognizes the terrifying presence of Erno Itam standing right before him. On the rocky shore, a sudden strike echoes as Salim demands to know how Erno managed to find them there. A memory flashes in Salim's mind of the majestic Beastman King, who praised his intelligence and drive, but coldly told him he could never compare to Hashat. Recalling his youth, a young and isolated Salim stands in a spotlight, remembering the harsh judgment of his father. Suddenly, a massive wave of magic water crashes down upon Salim, cutting off his memories as he screams in pain. Salim finds himself completely tied up with heavy ropes, a water magic circle hovering directly over his head as Erno dryly remarks on how long he kept them waiting. Erno sits comfortably on a wooden crate at the sunset shore, holding a small pink dragon in his arms, and asks Salim if playing the back alley boss was fun. Salim Hines sweats nervously as Erno explains that while Salim's drug trafficking was none of his business, he crossed a line by touching his daughter twice. Looking at Salim with a cold, piercing gaze, Erno states that Salim dared to harm the child he cherishes more than his own life. Sitting with the pink dragon, Erno casually notes that Salim would have no right to complain even if he decided to take his life right then and there. In a chibi-style moment, Erno reassuringly whispers to the panicked pink dragon in his arms that he won't actually kill Salim, as it is just a threat. Erno reveals that he ran a thorough background check on Salim, mocking him by noting that his family home turned out to be far more luxurious than expected. Erno lists Salim's royal identity as the second child of the Hines family, the royalty of the Beastman Kingdom, who even targeted his older brother, Hashat, for the throne. The pink dragon glares angrily as Erno continues his lecture, telling Salim that he should blame his own lack of ability rather than taking it out on others. Standing over Salim, Erno warns him that he will pay dearly for kidnapping his daughter and asks if he is fully prepared for the consequences. Staring back in silence, Salim Hines' expression suddenly shifts into a chilling, confident grin. Salim begins to laugh hysterically, mockingly looking up at Erno and the pink dragon as his manic laughter echoes across the beach. Glancing at the small dragon, Salim remarks that she is truly a dragona, being capable of resisting an imprint, leaving her confused by his words. Grinning widely, Salim admits that while his head and personality may be bad, even someone like him never travels without being fully prepared. Salim reveals a glowing magical visualization of his body, declaring that he has a self-destruction orb inside him, representing the culmination of all his magical knowledge. Highlighting the brilliant yellow orb, Salim boasts that the device will explode on his command even without being removed from his body. With a triumphant look, Salim warns that if the orb detonates, they will all disappear from this world without leaving a single trace. Salim shouts that it is already too late, laughing that waking him up was Erno's ultimate mistake as Erno and the dragon look on with complete calm. With a look of manic resolve, Salim Hines screams out the command for the orb to explode. A monumental column of water explodes violently out in the sea, completely away from the shore, creating a massive splash. A beautiful rainbow shines over the beach, where Erno and the pink dragon stand completely unharmed, while Salim sits tied up in utter bewilderment. Looking around with giant question marks, Salim Hines mutters in absolute shock, wondering why on earth the explosion occurred in the sea instead of destroying them. Erno explains calmly, patting the pink dragon, that he had already obtained information in advance about Salim spitting out various magical orbs when in danger. In a flashback, a young pink-haired Erin excitedly warns Erno about Salim's hidden self-destruction orb, revealing she discovered the secret from reading research documents. Erno proudly explains how he tortured Salim, forced him to spit out every single magical orb hidden inside his body, and then threw them all straight into the sea. Holding a small white dragon on his shoulder, Erno looks down at his prisoner and mockingly admits that the firepower of Salim's self-destruction orb was surprisingly decent for being made by someone so stupid. Looking down coldly at Salim, Erno remarks that since they are doing this, they might as well do it thoroughly, noting that he has no idea what other dangerous items might still be hidden inside his body. With a cheerful, terrifying smile, Erno cracks his knuckles and warns that he is perfectly willing to squeeze out all of Selim's internal organs until he vomits up every single thing. Placidly telling the little white dragon to close her eyes tightly, Erno terrifies Selim, who desperately sweats and begins to plead for his life. Screaming in panic, Selim begs Duke Erno to spare his life, but fortunately, thanks to Aaron's timely intervention, the ordeal ends with the prisoner merely fainting. Later that same day at the Imperial Palace, officials anxiously wonder if Duke Erno has finally managed to capture Selim's accomplices, and whether all of his subordinates came along as well. A blonde-haired noble in red royal attire sighs in frustration, wishing Erno had requested support from the palace instead of handling it alone, as it makes them look bad when the palace should be gathering public sentiment. Smiling to himself, the blonde noble contemplates Erno's service to the country, noting that he deserves a proper reward this time. Looking toward a horse carriage under the night sky, the noble decides to send formal royal invitations to Erno Etam and Aaron Etam. The emperor resolves to grant them whatever they desire, while Erno rests peacefully with the small white dragon, who quietly clutches a beautifully glowing purple seasonal stone. Looking closely at the magnificent gem in her small paws, Aaron recognizes it as the legendary seasonal stone. She remembers from the original work that this seasonal stone is the most precious stone in the entire Beastman kingdom, holding the mystical power to control and change the seasons. Recalling the book Adoption Hall that she read in her past life, Aaron is amazed that she was able to recognize the legendary seasonal stone at a single glance among the many orbs. Aaron ponders about Selim's identity in the original story, wondering if he was truly the main culprit behind the devastating Hathar incident. Holding the radiant gemstone, Aaron reflects that while she remembers the existence of the Beastman Kingdom and the seasonal stone, this is the very first time she has ever heard of a character named Selim. She wonders about his rare appearance as a watercolored fox, recalling that she had only ever seen such a character in a children's fairy tale book she read as a child. Aaron's golden dragon eyes widen in deep thought as she desperately tries to piece together her memories of the fairy tale. Staring at the cover of the fairy tale book about the greedy Fox King, she questions if this is truly the same story she remembers from her childhood. A memory of her past life flashes, showing her as a young human girl coloring sketchbooks on the floor, surrounded by art supplies in the very same fairy tale book. Coming back to reality, the small dragon looks up nervously with a sweat drop as a reassuring hand gently pats her head while she holds the seasonal stone tightly. At the Imperial Palace, a beautifully decorated glass of sweet pudding with fresh strawberries, blueberries, cream, and a golden spoon is served. Taking a big bite of the delicious dessert, a pink-haired girl chews happily as the sweet flavors burst in her mouth. Now in her cute pink-haired human form, Aaron beams with an adorable, blissful smile, declaring that the Imperial Palace's pudding is absolutely delicious and truly something special. Sitting beside her on the couch, Erno warmly asks if it is really that good, to which Aaron eagerly explains that while the pudding at their house is delicious, this one has a strong vanilla flavor that gives it a unique, wonderful taste. Giggling happily, Aaron brightly says that she would love to kidnap the Imperial Palace's chefs and take them back home with them. Erno smiles warmly, holding onto a heavy rope, and mischievously thinks to himself that instead of kidnapping the chefs, they could simply visit the Imperial Palace more often. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Aaron looks up and thoughtfully asks if it is really all right for them to meet the King of Samian first, especially since state affairs are so important. In a Chibi-style moment, Erno proudly explains that normally state affairs would come first, but this time they are here to commend Aaron's great achievements, noting with a smirk that the palace gave them negotiation rights first because they feared Erno's sleep deprivation could lead to sudden death. Erno calmly remarks that it's a relief that the king isn't someone who lacks the ability to learn, while a sweating Aaron sits quietly beside him, with cute little chibi birds indicating her innocence. Suddenly, a knock is heard at the door, and an attendant announces that Heinz XI, His Majesty the King, is entering the room. Feathers float gently in the air as a royal boot steps into the room with a firm, heavy stride. Looking toward the entrance, Erno and Aaron maintain a polite and serious composure as the king steps forward to greet them at Adamga. Dressed in magnificent red and white robes lined with luxurious black fur, the king sits down heavily on the couch opposite them. Introducing himself with a stern, imposing gaze, the tall, orange-haired beastman announces that he is Heinz XI, Hashat Heinz, the ruler of the Hydran Kingdom. Getting straight to the point, King Hashat bows deeply from his seat, offering his sincerest and deepest apologies to Erno and Aaron for the terrible incident. Hashot grimly states that they bear full responsibility for failing to monitor Salim properly, promising to cooperate to the absolute fullest with their compensation demands. Suddenly, Hashot stops mid-sentence and trails off, sensing a strange, unsettling energy emanating from right across the table. An aura of intense flames erupts around King Hashot as he glares with wide, trembling eyes at Iron, who looks back with a confused expression. In a sudden, dramatic motion, King Hashot slams his forehead onto the floor in a deep, respectful kowtow, completely shocking Aaron while Erno watches on without a care. Proudly smiling in his thoughts, Erno notices how Hashot is internally trembling with absolute awe, realizing that the powerful energy he felt belongs to the legendary guardian dragon. In a comical chibi moment, Hashot furiously curses Salim for daring to harm such a sacred esteemed figure, while a panicked Iron frantically waves her hands, telling him to calm down and raise his head. Resuming his story, Hashot explains that Salim was exceptionally brilliant from a young age, leading all their relatives to believe he was a strong candidate for the throne. However, as Salim grew older, fatal flaws emerged. He was incredibly impatient, mercilessly trampling on his own kind. Despite his cruelty, the family turned a blind eye until Salim's plan to poison Hashot right before his coming-of-age ceremony was finally discovered. The entire royal family was thrown into chaos, and that very same day, Salim was immediately stripped of his rights to the throne and exiled from the castle. Hashot theorizes that Salim's plots to spread Hathor, throw the empire into chaos, and target Lady Iron's dragon mark were all part of his plan to exploit the country's weakness and seize power. Erno sits in silent contemplation, his expression completely calm and unreadable as he listens to the king's explanation. Offering another sincere apology on behalf of the Hydran Kingdom, Hashot promises to compensate them as best as he can, but sheepishly admits that their national treasury is currently in a very poor state. As Hashot warns that they might need to compromise on the financial details, a sweet, smiling Iron waves her hand dismissively, telling him not to worry since they have already prepared a reasonable compensation plan that works for both sides. Erno looks at Aaron with a warm, encouraging smile and nods in agreement. Iron presents a glowing purple jewel in a beautifully crafted wooden box, saying, "I got it from Salim. I'd like to present it to your majesty." Looking at the stone in disbelief, King Hashot exclaims in shock, "A season stone? Wait, how do you know its name? These have never circulated outside the Hydran nation." Believing it is due to her legendary heritage, King Hashot smiles in awe and says, "Oh, I see now. It must be the dragon's insight. They say the wisdom of dragons knows no bounds." Iron sweat drops and nervously laughs, agreeing, yes, that's right, the dragon's insight. That's it." In a brief chibi moment, King Hashot suggests, "Well then, shall we start the negotiations? I hope we can proceed with smiling faces." Erno smiles and replies, "Very well, let's do that." Next to a framed photograph of a happy family holding a small winged horse, Iron's voice explains, "So starting tomorrow, we'll sequentially proceed with the forced dismissal of the temple's demi-human workers." Iron holds up a hand-painted banner decorated with cute animals that says, "Demi-Human Liberation Project, Free the Beastman." She enthusiastically says, "This is the first step of the so-called, since Uncle is currently the High Priest, I kindly ask for your cooperation." Her uncle, the High Priest, looks incredibly stressed and breaks into a cold sweat as Iron presents her ambitious plan. Sitting at his desk, her uncle holds his forehead in a sigh and says, "Let's summarize again." Uncle continues reviewing the events, asking, "So you went to negotiate at the Imperial Palace? You negotiated with the Emperor and the King of the Hydran Kingdom?" In chibi thought bubbles, Hashot happily holds up 2 thumbs up, giving a perfect score, while the blonde prince looks thoroughly drained. Over a cartoon drawing of various animal beastmen holding hands, Uncle's voice recaps, "To abolish slavery, freeing their people, and open trade routes with the Hydran Kingdom." Next, he reviews another detail over an illustration of a glittering orange gemstone, while also promising to support the production of specialty goods. Looking incredibly bright and cheerful, Aaron smiles widely and confirms yes. Stressed by the lack of clear personal gain, Uncle holds his head in his hands and groans, "Then what benefits do we gain?" With a beaming, blissfully happy smile, Aaron responds cheerfully, "Almost none." Losing his temper completely, Uncle stands up and screams at her, "Are you out of your mind right now? As the head of the family, you've not only ruined our name, but also dragged the entire nation into chaos." Iron's sweat drops, thinking, "I think I already know what you're going to say, Uncle." Massaging his temples in defeat, Uncle listens as Iron gently reasons, "But still, isn't it true that the people of the Hydran Kingdom have been persecuted all this time? Someone had to do this eventually. For now, I'm trying to expand their options so they can stand on their own. Surrounded by lovely roses, Aaron smiles cutely and playfully remarks, "Of course, I'll only listen and not actually do anything about it." Holding a glass of red wine on the couch, Erno thinks mischievously to himself, "Yeah, if you have something to say, you should say it. Are you done? Now get lost." A caption notes that a childish murmur comes to mind. Giving a deep, exhausted sigh, Uncle finally yields. "Ugh, fine, do as you please. Neither your father nor you ever listen to anyone anyway." Erin pumps her fists in victory and asks, "So you're saying you'll cooperate with me, right?" Irene is absolutely delighted, exclaiming, "I'm so happy that Uncle has opened his heart. I'll do my best to repay you, Uncle." Uncle rests his chin on his hand, looking completely defeated, and responds, "Who said I opened my heart? I've just given up." Looking up at a tall grandfather clock, Uncle's voice remarks, "And besides, I'll be retiring from the position of high priest soon. Let me say it again. I have absolutely no intentions of continuing. When the time comes, I'll pass the position on to someone else." A chibi image of a smiling young boy wearing priestly robes appears as Uncle comments, "If it's Lucilian, it should be fine. If you tell him, he'll take it without much fuss." Iron looks on in realization. Pointing toward the courtyard where a horse carriage is waiting, Uncle instructs, "Anyway, there's a carriage waiting outside, right? Just finish the simple paperwork and read a book while you wait." Iron cheerfully replies, "Yes." Sorting through a stack of papers at his desk, Uncle suddenly remembers something and says, "Come to think of it." Standing in the grand library, Iron reaches for a book on a high shelf as Uncle's voice warns, "Today must be the day your grandmother is visiting." Startled on her stepladder, Erin turns around and asks, "Grandmother? You mean my father's mother?" Uncle looks up from his paperwork and confirms, "Yes." Looking closely at Iron, Uncle explains, "It was a sudden decision made yesterday, so of course you haven't heard about it. You must have had mixed feelings." Iron looks taken aback. In a cute chibi illustration, Uncle tells her gently, "If you don't want to meet her, you don't have to." Iron sweats and hesitates. "No, it's not that I don't want to. Resting his chin in his hand with a serious expression, Uncle listens as Iron asks, "What kind of person is my grandmother? It's my first time meeting her, so I was wondering what kind of person she is." Looking out at the lush green trees against a bright sky, Uncle's voice replies, "Seeing it for yourself will be better than speaking 100 words." As the horse carriage comes to a halt outside a beautiful garden, Uncle continues, "However, if I were to give you one piece of advice, it would be this. We've arrived." A foot clad in a black boot steps elegantly out of the carriage. Standing before the grand metal gates of the estate, the long-haired woman stands tall as the advice echoes, "Prepare yourself thoroughly." A close-up reveals an elderly woman wearing dark sunglasses, a luxurious dark outfit, and an elegant white cravat with a sparkling jewel. She mutters, "Well." The woman slowly removes her dark sunglasses with a white-gloved hand. Glaring ahead with a stern and thoroughly displeased expression, the elegant old woman holds her sunglasses and coldly remarks, "A widower's home will surely stink up in no time." A decorative scroll shows the top part of the Etam family tree, starting with Mirol and Nevane, who are the parents of Charniel, Villia, and Heal. The next section of the family tree displays Cruno and Acre, along with Charniel's mother, whose face is silhouetted, and her child Charnay. The final section of the family tree shows Erno and Dahlia, the parents of Callan, Cillian, and Aaron. Irene experiences a painful flashback of her past life, where a harsh elderly woman pointedly scolded her mother, saying, "What were you thinking, having such an unlucky child first? Just look at her. She looks cursed. Why don't you just get rid of her somewhere?" The memory continues, showing the grandmother happily presenting toys to two young boys while ignoring her. The text explains, "Grandmother was a firm believer in the idea of male superiority. She adored my brothers simply because they were boys." Showing a young girl standing lonely in a dark kitchen doing chores, the text reflects, "And she hated me for the sole reason that I was a girl." Every year as the holidays approached, the thought of seeing her would leave me sleepless for days. Viewing high-rise apartment buildings in the distance, the text continues, "As soon as the suffocating journey to her house ended and I saw her house in the distance, my heart would start pounding wildly." The grandmother is shown walking up the stairs holding the hands of the two boys, completely leaving the young girl behind. The text reads, "The moment I had to face her directly." Looking down at the back of the lonely young girl's head, the text concludes, "I felt like I was nothing more than specks of dust in this world." Back in the reality of the carriage, Erin sits quietly in her elegant dress, looking deeply contemplative and nervous. Sitting across from her, Uncle notices her quiet demeanor and asks, "You don't look well. Are you nervous about meeting her?" Erin looks up and softly replies, Yes, a little. It's my first time meeting her, so I'm a bit anxious. Uncle smiles reassuringly and comforts her. There's no need to worry. Mother has a soft spot for anything adorable. And as her youngest granddaughter? In a comical chibi illustration, Uncle warns Iron that her grandmother might literally uproot the entire house just to give her a gift. Iron's sweat drops in disbelief, wondering, seriously? Uncle explains that while their mother originally lived in the mansion with their father, they have been living apart for several years now due to various reasons. He adds that she has kept in touch with her children regardless and decided to visit the moment she heard about Ariel. As the carriage rolls along, Uncle tries to recall a phrase his mother used to repeat to him constantly when he was young.
Uncle remembers the phrase, "Children should be childlike and adults should be mature." Aaron repeats it in deep contemplation.
Suddenly, a loud, angry voice screams from outside, "Mariel Adam, you crazy old man!" sending a jolt of shock through Aaron. The carriage rumbles violently as the furious voice continues to scream, telling Uncle that he is stupid and belongs in a coffin, while Uncle covers his ears in distress. As the yelling voice outside threatens to find Uncle a grave today, Uncle calmly explains to a sweating Iron that his mother's words meant she strongly disliked burdening children with responsibilities beyond their years. When the voice outside screams for Erno Atam to come out too, Aaron looks out the window in shock, nervously muttering, "Dad." A desperate cry echoes from the mansion entrance as someone whines, "I don't want to go inside." Walking through the hallway, Iron asks Uncle if the reason her grandmother suddenly visited is to discuss a certain matter. Uncle confirms this, recalling that she mentioned a bond in their letter exchange and must have traveled all this way to deliver crucial information. Uncle asks Iron if she knows about the dragon's bond, and she softly confirms that she does. While the bond is powerful, it is also a double-edged sword that can bring complete destruction to the world. The bond is a profound connection linking their very souls, explaining why dragons go to extreme lengths to protect their parent. However, if a dragon's mind becomes unstable, their loyalty can manifest in dangerous ways, leading to a perilous outcome. This dangerous corruption of the bond turns them into what is known as a fallen dragon. A dragon suffering from a distorted body or mind can transform into a terrifying fallen dragon at any given moment. Once they fully embrace the darkness, they turn against the entire world and refuse to listen even to their parents' words, rendering any command completely useless. Uncle admits that it is a frightening thought, but reassures Aaron that since it has only happened once in history, there is no need to worry. More importantly, he notes that she is in a highly stable state and asks if she has been consuming the sacred stones lately. Aaron sheepishly admits that although Lucilian gave her plenty of stones, she didn't know how to eat them and found it to be a hassle, causing Uncle to gasp in absolute shock. Shocked to his core, Uncle asks if she hasn't eaten a single one, and Aaron innocently asks what would happen if she didn't. As Uncle frantically explains she was supposed to eat them, loud crashes and furious shouting erupt from the main room. Uncle sighs and tells Iron that it shouldn't cause immediate problems for now, but urges her to go inside quickly. Frightened by the loud crashing noises, Aaron asks Uncle to go with her, but Uncle refuses, explaining he will be of no help and that their mother will be more receptive to a child. Uncle firmly reminds Iron that she is the head of the Etam family now and urges her to go in. Looking back at her uncle standing safely at a distance, Aaron realizes he is completely useless as he desperately shouts for her to save her father and grandfather. A newspaper article lying amidst broken glass shards on the floor details how Eileen Etam miraculously escaped a kidnapping, apprehended the culprits, and captured the accomplices. Looking highly stressed, grandfather mutters that making Aaron the head of the family is absurd enough and angrily questions how the guards could have been so careless. Buried under a massive pile of books, grandfather scolds Erno Etam for having the audacity to sneak into the temple and raid the high priest's chambers. The cane slams violently onto the floor as the grandmother's voice warns Erno that it is a good thing he wasn't caught, or it would have brought generations of disgrace to the Etam family. Brandishing her cane in a furious rage, the elegant grandmother screams, asking if it is acceptable for a duke to be reduced to stealing. Looking remarkably calm, Erno listens as his mother sternly lectures him about living more cautiously now that he is bonded with the dragon, reminding him that his safety directly affects the dragon's mental state. Erno visibly flinches as his mother pointedly asks if he wants his daughter to lose her sanity and turn into a fallen dragon because of his reckless actions. Stepping into the room, Aaron contemplates the terrifying words she just overheard about a fallen dragon. Irene nervously steps forward, addressing her grandmother and apologizing for the interruption. Aaron earnestly pleads with her grandmother to stop hitting her father, pointing out that his face is bleeding. The grandmother's stern expression instantly melts into a warm, prideful smile as she looks at Aaron, recognizing her as the family's pride and joy, the dragon, and the head of the household. Laughing off the accusation, grandmother playfully taps Erno's head with her cane, insisting she is merely disciplining him and that his skin is simply too delicate. Fidgeting with her fingers nervously, Aaron softly asks if this is going too far, suggesting it would be fair to hear his side of the story instead of scolding him one-sidedly. Impressed by Aaron's loyalty, grandmother remarks on her rare filial piety and asks if her father dotes on her just as much, to which Aaron warmly confirms, yes. Grandmother boasts that Erno comes to her room every single morning to check on her, adding that such care is only natural for a parent to show. Erno remains silent as grandmother notes that anyone would wait decades if it meant bonding with a dragon, since such a bond is equivalent to gaining the entire world. Irene nervously speaks up, mentioning that her father even gave her the position of the head of the family. Grandmother smiles mockingly, calling it the most ridiculous thing she has ever heard, and explaining that the family simply conspired to dump all their work onto her. Irene quickly defends them, explaining that they assured her she wouldn't have to do any work at all. Grandmother's smile turns sharp and mocking as she points out that this only means Aaron is nothing more than a puppet. In a painful memory of her past, young Irene is called pathetic as she stands isolated while her grandmother dotes on her brothers. The memories of her past life flood back as her grandmother harshly scolded her for crying and blamed her for being foolish, questioning how someone like her could come from an elite family. Back in the present, Erin's mouth trembles as the painful trauma of her past emotional abuse resurfaces. Breaking down in tears, Erin clenches her fists and fiercely screams back, asserting that her father declared she is family and that she truly belongs here. Surrounded by a fierce, blazing golden aura, Erin stands tall and resolute, shocking both her father and grandmother with her sudden, overwhelming surge of power. The grandmother looks on in sheer disbelief as she senses the intense energy, wondering, this energy, could it be? Irene glares ahead with fierce determination, her golden eyes blazing as a powerful, fiery aura envelops her. Gripping her cane, the grandmother stares in complete shock, unable to believe what she is witnessing. A golden decorative butterfly ornament sparkles brilliantly against a warm, glowing background as the powerful energy resonates. Her fists clenched and her expression dead serious, Erin stands her ground as the golden flames of her draconic power flare up intensely. The legendary transformation of a fallen, evil dragon comes to mind as the terrifying power begins to unfold. As Erno calls out her name in concern, Irene's dark thoughts echo her deep resentment, wishing that those who hurt and bully her father would simply disappear from this world. A loud crash echoes through the room as the grandfather is buried under a collapsing pile of books, prompting a shocked cry of "Honey!" from the grandmother. Grandfather frantically grabs the grandmother, urgently shouting to Erno, "What are you doing, Erno? Hurry and stop Erin, quick!" Placing a reassuring hand near her, Erno gently coaxes her. "Irene, calm down. Are you angry because Grandma hurt Dad?" Irene confirms with a tremble, explaining that her grandmother spoke as if they weren't family and kept trying to bully her father. Erno listens carefully and gently tells her, "I see. Still, I believe my daughter shouldn't hurt Grandma," prompting a confused "why?" from Irene. Smiling warmly amidst a beautiful background of blue roses, Erno reasons, "If you get rid of Grandma and go to jail, Dad won't ever be able to see you, right?" While the grandmother stands in deadpan shock at the absurd logic, grandfather frantically adds, "So let's forgive Grandma, our good daughter." Amidst the chaotic bickering of her grandparents accusing each other, Erin remains completely silent, her mind drifting to dark thoughts of wishing they would just disappear. Her golden eyes narrow with intense focus and deep-seated trauma as she struggles to process her overflowing emotions. The grandmother stands frozen in shock as the heavy, magical pressure in the room slowly begins to subside. A white-gloved hand is raised as someone calmly announces, "I'm back." Having exhausted all her energy, Irene's eyes close as she suddenly collapses into her father's arms. A tense silence falls over the room as Erno cradles his sleeping daughter, while the grandfather frantically checks on his wife, asking why she did something so unnecessary. Erno gazes down protectively at his sleeping daughter, his expression hardening as someone calls out his name. The uncle anxiously adjusts his glasses, suggesting that they leave Erin in safe hands so they can discuss an urgent matter. As Erin rests peacefully, framed by delicate white flowers, the family members exchange worried whispers that the child still seems far too dangerous for them. In her dream, a painful memory of her past life resurfaces, depicting her struggling helplessly against the turbulent waves of a dark blue ocean, feeling like she was going to drown. Drowning in the cold water, the young girl desperately gasps for air, crying out for her grandmother. Reaching her hand out from the crashing waves, she begs her grandmother for help, but the elder woman remains standing cold and motionless on the shore, completely ignoring her cries. The grandmother slowly turns around with a chilling, shadowed expression, watching the young girl sink into the dark depths with absolute indifference. Erin jolts awake in her bed with a sudden, terrified gasp, her golden eyes wide with residual fear from the nightmare. Clutching her head in her hands, Erin sits quietly in her spacious bed, deeply unsettled by the vivid nightmare about her grandmother. Lauren, the green-haired maid, enters carrying a tray and apologizes for waking her, but Erin reassures her that she simply woke up from a dream. Erin asks Lauren if she knows what happened after she met her grandmother yesterday, noting she has no memory of it, which makes Lauren react with nervous uncertainty. Stiffening up with sweat drops on her face, Lauren nervously claims she hasn't heard anything from Lord Erno, prompting Erin to wonder if something is wrong. Lauren suddenly remembers and informs Erin that a guest is waiting in the reception room, having requested to be notified the moment she woke up. A pile of glowing, crystalline sacred stones, beautifully engraved with cross symbols, sparkles brilliantly on the table. Smiling warmly with his hands clasped, Lucilian happily announces that he brought as many sacred stones as possible to last her for several months. Lucienne explains that since the previous high priest is gone, the supply of sacred stones has become much smoother and easier to secure. Erin thanks Lucilian but admits she still has no idea how to consume the stones, to which Lucilian gently replies that he has already heard about her dilemma. Lucilian explains that during her 5-year sleep, she unconsciously absorbed the stones, but without other dragons to guide her now, learning how to eat them is quite difficult. Lucilian shares his research, noting that historical records suggest dragons either swallowed the sacred stones completely whole or simply chewed on them. Following his instructions, a small glittering piece of the sacred stone is placed onto a golden spoon. Lucilian coaxes her to take a bite, but the moment Erin tries to chew, the incredibly hard stone makes her teeth crack and grind painfully. Erin instantly passes out as her cartoonish tooth sole escapes her mouth, leaving a panicked Lucilian desperately apologizing for suggesting such a reckless idea. Suddenly jolting upright with a brilliant idea, Erin suggests brewing the sacred stone into tea, pointing out there is no rule saying she must chew or swallow it. Hot water is poured into a teacup to brew the stone, creating a magical concoction they decide to call sacred stone tea. Erin takes a careful sip of the freshly brewed tea as Lucilian watches her with high anticipation, eagerly asking how it tastes. With a completely blank face and a bit of drool escaping her mouth, Erin bluntly declares that it is entirely tasteless, much to Lucilian's disappointment. Feeling utterly defeated, Erin slumps face down on the table, lamenting that chewing is too hard and brewing it tastes terrible. Lucilian raises his finger in a sudden realization, reminding Erin of her special ability and suggesting she try turning the sacred stone into delicious food. Erin's eyes light up with hope as she remembers her unique ability, deciding to give it a try and see if her wish will manifest. With her eyes closed, Erin concentrates deeply, her pink hair shimmering in a warm, sparkling light as she prepares to manifest her special magic. Sitting across from Lucilian at the tea table, Erin releases her power, causing a brilliant flash of golden light to erupt with a loud crackle. To Lucilian's utter shock, the hard, sacred stones instantly transform into a variety of stunning, delicious-looking desserts, prompting Erin to exclaim with joy that they really turned into sweets. Grabbing a fork, Erin happily lifts a shimmering, pale blue macaron and eagerly suggests they taste it right away, while Lucilian watches with high anticipation, wondering how it will taste. Erin takes a big bite, puffing out her cheeks as she happily chews on the magical dessert. In a soft, dreamlike pink background, the dessert is incredibly soft and sweet, reminding her of a tiny, adorable dragon blissfully chewing on a sweet cookie. Shaking with delight, Erin is amazed that despite being made from magic, the treat is incredibly soft and sweet, feeling her draconic energy instantly being replenished. Erin warmly encourages Lucilian to try it too, since it is incredibly delicious, but Lucilian panics, saying he cannot possibly eat his master's sacred stones. Erin playfully holds out a piece, insisting that eating just one is fine, and offering to feed it to him herself so he doesn't have to be so polite. Laughing happily, Erin feeds the macaron to Lucilian, who bashfully accepts the sweet treat from his master. Lucilian's eyes sparkle with pure delight as he takes a bite and experiences the incredible taste. Lucilian is deeply impressed, declaring it the sweetest and most delicious snack he has ever tasted, while Erin happily tries to give him another one despite his polite protests. As evening falls, Lucilian bids her farewell, thanking her for the wonderful time and expressing his hope to visit more often, to which Iron warmly welcomes him anytime. Turning back under the warm sunset glow, Lucilian apologizes with deep sincerity regarding the recent chaotic events at the temple. Remembering the corrupt high priest being arrested and led away by knights, Lucilian notes how chaotic the temple has become and admits he never expected the high priest to be involved with Hatar. Iron gazes at him, noting that the temple was a sanctuary he had been a part of since childhood, but Lucilian gently reassures her that the cleansing was actually quite refreshing. With a gentle gaze, Lucilian expresses his deepest gratitude to his master for cleansing the temple. Clutching his book tightly against a beautiful, radiant background of white flowers, Lucilian smiles warmly and declares that his true sanctuary is his master's presence. A gloved hand raises a sparkling glass of champagne as the narrator explains that a major 5-day annual event is about to take place at the Imperial Palace. The Grand Imperial Hall is filled with elegant nobles, making the palace banquet the most famous venue for achieving the ultimate goals of high society. Iron stands tall in a magnificent, elaborate dark gown and a cape, waving cheerfully as she reflects that her official announcement as the head of the family will be made later, while her title and identity as a dragon remain a secret for now. Overlooking the bustling, scenic town under a clear blue sky, Erin notes that with only 2 weeks left until the palace banquet, her family is extremely busy preparing. Outside the family's busy boutique, passionate shouts echo as they fiercely argue over which outfit would be the best. A brunette maid eagerly presents a beautiful blue and pink laced gown with ribbons, arguing that it's perfect for enhancing Iron's graceful figure on the last day. A blonde male relative strongly disagrees, pointing to a magnificent black and gold gown and insisting that sophistication and the grandeur of the family should be the priority. Sitting on the sofa, Erno crosses his legs and harshly criticizes the orange dress Erin is wearing, calling it completely awful and accusing them of merely throwing on random decorations. As the two designers glare and growl fiercely at each other, asserting that their respective dress is prettier, Chibi Iron sweat drops and sheepishly suggests that both options are beautiful. Pulling back a curtain to reveal a dark, elegant dress, a voice speaks up, politely presenting another option for the final day of the banquet. Tarnell steps forward with a gentle smile, presenting a gorgeous gothic black dress, though Erin silently worries that a banquet dress should probably be a bit brighter than this. Smiling confidently, Charniel prepares to show another dress he handpicked, hoping to display a design that perfectly suits their lovely lady. He proudly presents a bright, pastel yellow dress covered in adorable little chick prints. The other family members instantly scream in outrage, calling the chick design childish and declaring that the banquet is not a snack party for kids. As a dejected Charniel sulks in a dark corner, Iron quickly comforts him, reassuring her uncle that the dress is actually very cute and pretty. Erno sighs and apologizes to Erin for his immature siblings, while they continue to frantically throw dresses and bicker in the background, though Erin finds their lively energy heartwarming. Iron wonders about Uncle Kruno, and Erno dismisses him, explaining that Kruno claimed to be too busy with work at the shrine to attend, proving useless when it matters most. Looking up at her father with a serious expression, Erin quietly asks Erno if she truly didn't cause any trouble during her meeting with her grandmother. Looking down with a pensive expression, Erin asks if she simply fell asleep suddenly, and Erno gently confirms that she did. Erno leans down to reassure her, telling Iron not to worry at all because her grandmother really likes her, and she has done absolutely nothing wrong. Smiling warmly, but with a menacing undertone, Erno tells her to come to her grandmother if she ever bothers her, promising to show her what it means to betray humanity, leaving Iron sweating nervously. Though Erin feels a bit uneasy about her father's intense protective streak, she takes comfort in knowing that most of her worries have been safely resolved. She reflects on her accomplishments. Enoshi's illness has been cured, the spread of Hathor has been stopped, corrupt priests have been imprisoned, and the Beastmen are being liberated to restore their sovereignty. Looking at Lucilian's gentle smile in her mind, Erin still feels that something is slightly off, sensing that there are too many unresolved questions. Reflecting on her family's overwhelming affection, Iron wonders why everyone is treating her so well, questioning how everything turned out so perfectly when she was supposed to be a mere extra. A vivid memory of her past life flashes before her eyes, showing a modern girl lying in a dark room, staring at her smartphone screen. She remembers holding her phone in her hand, reading the web novel Adoption Contract just before she fell asleep. Her golden eyes widen in sudden realization as a chilling thought crosses her mind, suggesting that something isn't right. Suddenly, a sharp black static of pain pierces through Erin's head, causing her to wince and groan in sudden agony. A terrifying, blurry vision of bright truck headlights on a rainy street flashes through her mind alongside a loud crashing sound. Amidst the ticking of dark, ominous gears, a flood of new, unfamiliar memories begins to surface, making her wonder if there is a past she completely forgot before arriving here. The rhythmic tapping of elegant black boots echoes as someone dressed in a lovely purple gown slowly descends the stairs. Irene's sweat drops in exhaustion as her relatives' fierce debate continues. "Oh my, you little worms," a sudden voice echoes through the boutique. "You've been renting out the dress shop for days, but you still can't decide on an outfit?" Duchess Devon Edom enters confidently with her cane, declaring, if it's a finale costume, it should be at least this good. I've prepared a custom dress that fits the head of the family perfectly." She reveals a breathtaking, sparkling white and purple gown, making Erin's eyes widen in awe as she exclaims, "Wow!" while Devon smiles and asks, "With this, everyone should be satisfied, right?" The other family members look displeased by the sudden intrusion. A brunette relative protests, "Oh, Mother, that's unfair. There are still so many outfits we haven't seen, but you suddenly showed up like this." Devon's booming voice immediately shuts them up, yelling, "You came to select a dress for the head of the family, not to go shopping. Stop talking and hurry up and get ready," as the rest of the family covers their ears in terror. Turning back to Erin, Devon asks gently, "Okay, head of the family, do you like this dress?" To which Erin quickly and politely replies, "Ah, yes, I like this one too." Devon looks at her warmly and offers her sincere thoughts. "It's an apology for the last incident. I'm sorry. You must have been very surprised back then. It's a bit late for an introduction, but..." Smiling with immense grace, she officially introduces herself. "I am Devon Edom, the wife of the Duke Muriel Edom, the Duchess. I showed behavior that was unworthy of the Edom family to you." Extending her gloved hand, she adds, "I will make efforts to ensure this doesn't happen again. Please accept my apology, will you?" Leaving Erin speechless. Erin stares at the extended hand, feeling nervous yet deeply touched by her grandmother's sincere gesture. She gently places her small hand into her grandmother's gloved hand, completing the warm reconciliation. Smiling brightly, Erin responds, "I am Irene Etam. As you've heard, I am the head of the Etam family," and Devane leans in with a clever, knowing smile, whispering, "A dragon, right? I can tell at a glance. There's a strong energy flowing around you." Erin's eyes widen in absolute shock as her gold draconic eyes shine like bright flames, realizing her grandmother knows her secret. Devon chuckles proudly, saying, "Indeed, you are definitely the child of Dahlia and my youngest son." Softening her expression, she taps her cane and suggests, "Aren't you hungry? Let's head to the restaurant." Devon stands proudly, giving her a reassuring smile and saying, "You can look forward to it." As she walks, a close-up reveals her holding her dark wooden cane, which has an adorable pink cat keychain dangling from the handle. Erin stares at the keychain, sweat dropping as she wonders, "Is that me? Oh, no way." Anyway, watching her grandmother walk away, Erin feels a wave of relief, thinking that her grandmother is actually a much nicer person than she had originally expected. Meanwhile, at another grand mansion under a bright blue sky, the servants gossip, whispering, "Did you know? Our young master had a fiancé," with another replying, "What?" Walking down the sunlit corridors, they continue discussing, "Yes, the doll he carried around every day. That's said to be his fiancé's beast form. Is she a beast man?" Descending the stairs, they note, "Yes, soon he's going to bring her here. He's been holed up in his room for days without going to the magic tower." Inside the room, paint jars and brushes sit on a desk next to an upside-down flyer with Erin's face on it as a servant knocks on the door saying, "Excuse me, young master, I brought the ingredients you mentioned." The servant opens the door carrying a wooden tray of colorful paint bottles, gasping, "Wow." She is completely amazed by the transformation, exclaiming, "The room has really changed beyond recognition. I can't believe this empty storage room could look so beautiful," as Anoshi paints a magnificent floral mural in the background. The servant smiles warmly and asks, "By the way, I heard your fiancée is coming soon. May I ask when she will be arriving?" Smiling softly, the purple-haired young master replies, "You should be able to see her in around 2 weeks." The servant happily encourages him, saying, "Actually, we servants are also waiting for the day your fiancé arrives. Everyone is already excited and looking forward to it." Master turns around, a gentle look in his eyes as he asks, "They're all in a frenzy wanting to see her? Really?" Looking back at his beautiful floral painting, he thinks to himself, "You're all looking forward to it too? I feel the same way." Smiling with anticipation, he paints with immense delight, whispering, "It's been a long time since I've seen her. Every day feels so exciting that I could die." As night falls, a quiet and heavy silence descends over a secluded, dark back alley in the busy imperial capital. Ominous footsteps echo through the cobblestone alley as a figure stumbles blindly through the dark, muttering, "Damn it." A man wearing a hooded cloak emerges, clutching a bottle of alcohol and looking completely disheveled. "Shit, what the hell is this? Hick, what kind of mess am I in?" He glares at a newspaper clipping showing a potion bottle, complaining bitterly, "That arrogant bastard thought he was something just for throwing me a few coins, and now he gets caught just because of some little brat?" Squeezing the newspaper tightly in his hand, he snarls, "By my own daughter, Aileen, of all people?" He kicks the ground in frustration, shouting, "Ah, you useless fool! My source of money! Gone in an instant." Stumbling forward, he grumbles about getting Aileen back to start over, but a voice suddenly calls out from the shadows, saying, "There you are, Mr. Ifavis." A mysterious cloaked man with wavy pinkish-purple hair and a sinister smile steps out, taunting, "I had a feeling you might be near the casino. You never change. You never fail to disappoint me." He chuckles wickedly, saying, "Well, I suppose people like you are what keep this underworld running. I don't know if someone as worthless as me should be saying this, but..." Terrified, Ifravis demands, Who are you?" As the stranger calmly reassures him, "Relax. No need to be alarmed. I came to make you an offer." The mysterious stranger smiles, declaring, "I never expected Salim's plan to succeed anyway, as if a pampered prince could ever bring down an entire nation. What a ridiculous thought." Looking down at Ifavis, he gestures smoothly, saying, "Anyway, this isn't the time for you to be sitting around here. I'm giving you another chance." His eyes gleam with malice against a backdrop of dark thorns as he offers, "If you succeed in this job, I'll give you more money than you could ever spend in a lifetime, so much that you won't even think about gambling again." Meanwhile, Irene diligently prepares for the big event, rehearsing her speech and memorizing noble families with her maid's cheerful support as the long preparations finally come to an end. The grand day arrives as Erno and Aaron arrive at the magnificent imperial palace under a brilliant blue sky ready for the banquet. Dressed in a gorgeous blue gown, Aaron feels exhausted but reminds herself, "I'm so tired, though I have to make sure I present myself properly as a member of House Edom." Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out to her, saying, "It is you, Eileen. You got here earlier than I expected. When did you grow up so much? I almost didn't recognize you at first," causing Erin to turn around in surprise. Her friends smile warmly at her, waving happily as they exclaim, "Sharn!" Sharn hugs Iron tightly from behind, exclaiming with joy, "You've grown so much, but you're still as adorable as ever," while Iron squeaks in surprise, "Goohoo!" As Sharn happily swings Irene around in her arms, her red-haired brother calls out, "Wow, I swear, you shot up in height since I last saw you. At this rate, you'll be as tall as us in no time," while thinking to himself that Aileen is always absolutely cute. Looking warmly at Aaron, the dark-haired young man with golden eyes says, "I barely got to see you while you were at the dormitory. When I heard you'd be at the banquet, I was so excited to finally meet you again. But more importantly, are you all right, Aileen?" The red-haired brother yells out with extreme worry and shock, "If something that serious happened, you should have told us sooner. Do you have any idea how shocked we were to read about you in the papers?" Aaron's sweat drops in exhaustion as Sharn worries over her, replying sheepishly, "Oh, but you guys in Sharn were busy with your studies. I didn't want to worry you for no reason. I'm sorry," while her red-haired brother sighs, thinking she is too kind for her own good. Strolling onto the Grand Palace grounds under a clear blue sky, Aaron notes that they have arrived a bit too early since the banquet hasn't started yet and there are very few guests around. Her red-haired brother suggests, "Then how about we take a walk in the Imperial Garden while we wait? It's as big and beautiful as a nature park," prompting Aaron to exclaim with sparkling eyes, "The garden? Yes, yes, let's go." The dark-haired young man says, "You two go ahead. Sharn and I need to see father first," leaving Aaron and her red-haired brother whining that they don't want to part ways so soon after meeting. Sharn's expression darkens ominously as she whispers, "You know what? Maybe we should just get rid of father altogether," causing her brother to sweat drop and think that she is sounding more and more like their bloodthirsty father. The dark-haired brother waves goodbye, saying, "Anyway, let's meet again at the banquet later. We'll have plenty of time to talk then. See you at the palace, Aileen," while Sharn tearfully waves farewell. Iron's cheerful inner thoughts suggest heading straight to the garden to walk around a few times, hoping the timing before the banquet hall opens will work out perfectly. Irene is absolutely mesmerized as she steps into the lush, sunlit Imperial Garden, whispering in awe, "Wow, so this is the Imperial Garden I've only heard about?" Looking around at the beautiful surroundings where a noble couple is relaxing peacefully on the grass by a pond, Erin thinks to herself, "The air is so fresh and the sunlight is so warm. It's the perfect weather for a stroll." Gazing around the grand garden, Erin wistfully remarks, "It would have been even better if my brother and sister came along too," while her red-haired companion agrees. Her red-haired companion smiles deviously, revealing his secret intentions. "I actually planned everything today so I could have you all to myself, Eileen. With no distractions, we can take our time and fully enjoy this moment." Erin gives him a deadpan look, replying lightheartedly, "Aha, you make it sound like we're easy to deal with." Suddenly, Erin's golden eyes widen as she hears a strange commotion nearby and quickly runs toward it, leaving her companion calling after her in confusion. "Eileen, what's wrong?" In a secluded corner of the garden, a wet and dripping boy sits dejectedly in the shallow pond as harsh, mocking laughter echoes around him, shouting, "Serves you right, you idiot!" A trio of arrogant young nobles stand at the edge of the pond, sneering and bullying the wet boy. One of them snarls, "Seriously, a country bumpkin like you should know your place. How dare you crawl all the way into the imperial banquet?" while ordering the others to search his bag. Before they can touch the boy's bag, Iron's commanding voice rings out through the garden, shouting, "Hold it right there. What exactly do you think you're doing?" Erin stands tall with her arms crossed, glaring at the bullies with her shining golden draconic eyes and demanding, "Bullying someone like this in the sacred imperial palace? Are you all out of your minds?" The arrogant bullies turn around in absolute surprise and confusion, with one asking, "Huh? Who the hell are you?" while another begins to recognize her from her distinctive appearance. The bullies realize her identity with a shock, whispering, "The one who caught the high priest? What? You mean the girl from House Etam?" Paying no attention to the bullies, Erin crouches down at the edge of the water to check on the wet boy, asking gently, "Are you all right?" To which he nervously replies, "Yes." The red-jacketed bully, Stuart, coughs nervously and tries to make an excuse. "Lady Etam, I think there's been a misunderstanding. This guy's just some nobody from the countryside. I'm not saying we handled it perfectly, but..." Stuart continues to look down on the victim, sneering, "A lowly sparrow should know better than to flock with storks. A guy like him showing up at the banquet would only be a nuisance to everyone around him." Watching from behind the bushes, the guard whispers, "Shall I step in now?" But Erin's red-haired brother smirks, whispering back, "Huh? No, let's just watch for now." Iron challenges the bully's twisted logic, asking, "So you're fine with him being humiliated?" But Stuart arrogantly replies, "We're not humiliating him. We're simply teaching him his place." Stuart grins smugly, saying, "It's not like we've committed a crime, have we? So, Lady Etam, why don't you move along? Taking the side of a shabby baron like him won't bring you any benefits, you know?" Erin stares at Stuart calmly, her expression turning cool as she responds, "Shabby, huh? Now that I think about it, 5 years ago, I met a group of people just like you." Erin raises her gloved finger as powerful golden magic begins to swirl around her hand, asking coldly, "Do you know what I told them?" Stuart and his companion look up in absolute bewilderment as sticky golden syrup droplets begin to rain down upon them from above. With a massive splash, a giant pillar of golden syrup erupts directly onto Stuart's head, soaking him completely in a sticky mess. Standing proudly with glowing golden angel wings and beautiful flowers surrounding her, Erin declares triumphantly, "Are fools like you people so heartless they can't even spare a shred of kindness?" The bullies scream in absolute horror and despair as they realize their expensive outfits are ruined, with one crying, "This is the suit I spent 5 years saving up for," and the other wailing, "Ah, that was my brother's vest." The arrogant bullies flee in tears, crying out for their parents, while Erin watches them run, muttering with a satisfied smirk, "Trash like you have no business acting all high and mighty." Turning back to the soaked boy, Erin apologizes with a warm smile. "Oh, sorry for jumping in so suddenly. I was just taking a walk when I heard all this noise. Are you all right?" Erin kindly offers to help dry him off, saying, "Your clothes are soaked. Let me take care of that for you. Let's see." A long, silent pause falls over the two as Erin concentrates, trying to activate her magic to dry his clothes. Realizing her magic produced nothing but a clean handkerchief instead, Erin awkwardly hands it over, laughing, "Oh, I had a handkerchief right here. You can use this to wipe off, haha," while internally cursing her ridiculous luck-based ability. The wet boy holds the handkerchief with deep gratitude, blushing as he murmurs, thank you for helping me. I don't know how I could ever repay this kindness. To which Iron replies, oh, don't worry about that. Aaron smiles brightly at him, adding, I was just doing what anyone should do. As the wet boy smiles back softly with sparkling green eyes, Aaron stares at him, suddenly thinking to herself, he looks really familiar. A vivid memory of a smiling, brown-haired boy wearing round glasses and clutching a large book flashes through her mind as she wonders, Hill Rosemont? Iron recalls her past conversation with Hill Rosemont, remembering that he had mentioned having a younger sibling who was 5 years younger than him. Looking at the boy's facial features, Iron wonders what Hill's sibling is doing here. Just as the boy blushes and introduces himself, I'm Phil Rosemont from Baron Rosemont's family. Phil clutches the handkerchief close to his chest and smiles with heartfelt sincerity, saying, once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart, Lady Etam. Phil's eyes sparkle with pure admiration as he looks up at Aaron, repeating his sincere gratitude to her. A gentle breeze blows through the garden, rustling the green leaves around Aaron as she stands in quiet realization. In a flashback, the brown-haired boy Elliot explains his family details to Aaron, saying, as I mentioned earlier, my name is Elliot. I am 14 years old and I have a 9-year-old younger brother named Phil Rosemont. Phil sneezes loudly into his handkerchief with a sudden achoo, startling Aaron, who looks on with a sweat drop. Iron looks at him with concern and asks, are you okay? Your clothes are wet, so it must be pretty cold. But Phil politely assures her, yes, I'm fine. I didn't fall in too deep. Phil smiles brightly and adds, so I won't be wet for long, while Aaron's sweat drops slightly and says, you should be careful. Pointing behind her, Phil asks, but aren't those people part of your group? They've been waiting over there for a while, prompting a startled, what? From Aaron. Behind the bushes, Aaron's red-haired brother peeks out happily, waving and exclaiming, yo, hello, while his deadpan companion looks on. Phil apologizes politely, saying, I'm sorry, Brother Ionia, I got distracted, as Aaron realizes everyone is waiting and nervously thinks, what should I do? I think I need to go on ahead, while Phil worries that he has taken up her precious time. Phil picks up his bag and says, I will definitely return the handkerchief later. If it's all right with you, let's meet again at the banquet hall. Walking away with his bag over his shoulder, Phil turns back to smile and says, excuse me first. Aaron's red-haired brother runs up to her, shouting her name, Aaron, with Iona walking right behind him. Grinning widely, her brother praises her, saying, wow, you are amazing. Those guys have a reputation for being really ill-tempered. You really gave them a proper lesson. Her red-haired brother smiles warmly and says, good job, you did something nice today. You'll definitely be rewarded for it someday. Irene stares thoughtfully with her golden eyes, repeating her brother's words in her head. A reward. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Aaron thinks to herself, I wonder if meeting Phil Rosemont, Hill's younger brother, is really a good thing. Phil walks happily under the bright blue sky, smiling warmly as gentle green leaves rustle around him. In the grand banquet hall where the opening ceremony is underway, a narration box notes, a few hours later in the Imperial Palace banquet hall where the opening ceremony was in full swing. The majestic banquet hall is filled with noble guests dressed in fine attire, mingling and enjoying drinks under brilliant crystal chandeliers. Wearing her beautiful navy and white gown, Erin walks gracefully into the grand hall alongside her elegant dark-haired father. Iron and her father offer a polite and formal bow of respect to the Emperor and the second prince standing before them. Welcoming them with a warm smile, the Emperor says, welcome, Lord Etam and Lady Etam. I sincerely thank you for attending this banquet as well. The Emperor adds with a strained grin, I am also truly grateful for your reply after the fourth invitation was sent, prompting her father to apologize sheepishly. I apologize, Your Majesty. Addressing the entire gathering, the Emperor declares, esteemed guests, please listen. This banquet is a celebration of the safe growth of the princess of the Etam family, who have taken great care of my son. Erin looks up in surprise as the Emperor continues, to personally express my gratitude to Lady Etam. Bowing his head slightly, the Emperor says to Iron, you have my sincerest gratitude for saving Prince Enish's life and for protecting the citizens of the Orient Empire. Thank you so much. Erin stands completely stunned and wide-eyed, shocked by the Emperor's sudden display of humility and gratitude. Close up on Erin's astonished expression as enthusiastic clapping begins to erupt all around her in the grand hall. Her red-haired brother cheers excitedly with dual thumbs up, while her older sister and other guests clap happily in celebration. A soft, pleased smile graces Erin's face as she stands proudly amidst the warm applause and cheers of the crowd. What? You just woke up one day and found that you had grown that much? The second prince asks in utter disbelief, does that even make sense? While Erin explains cheerily, really? I was surprised as well. As her sister notes with a smile, it truly is magical. The prince folds his arms, remarking, well, this big doe is quite nice in its own way. While the red-haired Lady Lillian smiles and says, now you have truly become the head of the Etam family. Lillian's expression suddenly turns dark and menacing as she declares, a lady recognized by father, causing the second prince to sweat drop and quickly correct himself. Ah, no, you have become a proper member. The emperor suggests heading upstairs, saying, anyway, everyone is waiting for you in the guest room. There's a lot to discuss, so let's hurry up to the second floor. To which a voice replies, yes, your majesty. Holding the heavy folds of her dress, Erin carefully climbs the wide stairs behind Lady Lillian. Erin's heel suddenly slips on the step, causing her ankle to painfully twist as she gasps in shock and pain. Noting a painful blister forming on her heel, Erin thinks in despair, the stairs are too high. I really can't walk like this. Erin stops and calls out to her companions, Your Highness the Second Prince, Lady Lillian, I'm really sorry, but... Making an excuse, Erin turns around on the steps and says, I suddenly remembered something urgent. I'll join you after I take care of it, leaving Lillian calling after her in shock. What? Running down the stairs as tears of pain well in her eyes, Erin cries, I'm sorry, I'll be back soon, while her companions call out in confusion, what urgent matter all of a sudden, Lady Etam? Erin laments to herself as she runs, thinking, wearing these new shoes that fit my feet was a mistake. From a high angle, Erin is seen rushing past tables and guests in her heavy dress, desperately trying to find a quiet place to escape. A waiter carrying a tray of drinks walks nearby as Erin's inner thoughts note, I felt uneasy since the walk earlier. Looking anxious and distressed, Erin thinks to herself, it doesn't come true when I really need it. Thinking that she needs to find a quiet spot to take off her painful shoes, Erin accidentally collides right into someone's back with a loud, ouch. Erin rubs her head in pain and apologizes. I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention, and as the person she bumped into stumbles backward. To her dismay, the waiter loses his balance as his tray of filled glasses begins to tilt and slip from his grasp. Erin looks up in shock as the falling glasses and liquid hover in the air right before her eyes, muttering, huh? Suddenly, a mysterious hand glows with a vibrant purple aura, casting a spell represented by floating glowing runes to stop the fall. The falling glasses and spilling wine freeze completely in midair, defying gravity as time seems to halt. Close-up of Erin's eye as a calm, mysterious voice nearby speaks, no, Bam Bam. As Erin stares in shock, the voice advises her, you always need to be aware of your surroundings. Colin looks down at Erin with a quiet smirk and remarks, how can you walk around so clumsily after declaring your independence without telling me? Erin stares back in complete shock, sweating as she stammers, Leah? No. Standing elegantly in his white and blue attire, the purple-haired youth is introduced as young Master Colin. Colin reaches out his hand towards her and says, it's been 5 years, Lady Erin Etam. In a magical display of power, the falling waiter and his tray of drinks freeze completely in midair, surrounded by a pinkish aura. Irene looks startled as the waiter hovers precariously behind her, with Colin asking, how has life in the Etam family been during this time? Colin stands before Erin and asks, to the point of forgetting the promise we made to become one family? Did you have that much fun? Irene looks extremely panicked and nervous, frantically replying, Leah, no, Prince Colin, that's... Irene feels completely cornered as she worries to herself, what should I do? I couldn't bring myself to contact you because I wanted you to follow the original story, but I can't say that. Colin wears a subtle, amused smile on his face while Erin's sweat drops, nervously thinking, what should I say? Colin suddenly breaks his serious composure, covering his eyes and bursting into laughter. Colin laughs cheerily and asks, this is really funny. Why are you looking at me with such an expression? You still make that silly face every time you're flustered, just like you used to, while guests whisper in the background. Looking closely at Erin, Colin asks, is it because of the shoes? You were moving so weirdly earlier. Colin extends his hand to her with a warm, gentle smile and says, come with me. I have things to talk about with you too. Golden sunlight streams through a grand palace window, casting beautiful rays across the elegant corridor. Colin casts a spell to wrap Iren's shoe in a purple magical glow, smiling as he says, all right, that's it. I've softened the leather of the shoes. Now they should be comfortable to wear. Colin kneels down on the floor to help Erin, saying, "A lady can't put on her own shoes, can she? Give them here, quickly." Erin blushes and looks away awkwardly, mumbling, I could do it myself, but Colin gently slides the softened white shoe onto Erin's foot, asking, "How is it? Does it feel better?" Erin smiles with absolute delight, exclaiming, "Wow, they're so much more comfortable than before. Thank you, Richard," while noting that she was worried about walking in them. Sitting side by side on a sofa, Erin expresses her gratitude, mentioning she didn't expect to see him at the banquet. Colin replies, "It's a palace banquet, so I had to come at least once. I've become the successor to the master of the magic tower. Haven't you heard?" Erin happily clasps her hands together and congratulates him, saying, "Magic tower? Congratulations! That's amazing!" While Colin silently notes that it was about time. Colin looks at her with a soft, affectionate gaze, thinking to himself, "I'm really glad. Both you and we're doing well like this." Erin looks down with a sad, apologetic expression and says, "And I'm sorry for not contacting you all this time." Colin smiles warmly and leans in closer, reassuring her, "Well, even so, you're safe and doing well. That's enough for me." On a table next to a spilled teacup, a newspaper features a picture of Erin as Colin's voice notes, "I never imagined I'd hear about you through the newspaper." Colin looks at Erin with a gentle smile and asks, "But anyway, you must have wanted to see me too, right?" Prompting a surprised, "Huh?" from her. A flashback shows the two of them as children with the text, "When we were little, we had nothing. The only thing we could rely on was each other." Colin rests his chin on his hand, smiling playfully as he asks, "So there must have been a reason why you made me wait like this, right?" Erin looks away, sweat dropping, completely speechless and unable to answer him. Colin looks down with a gentle, forgiving smile and thinks, "Yeah, it wasn't for no reason. I'm sorry." Colin stands up and tells her warmly, "You don't have to apologize anymore. I wasn't trying to blame you or anything. I'm just happy I got to see you today." Erin watches him as he admits, but places like this really aren't my thing. It's loud, dull, and all I do is smile at strangers before leaving. It's killing me." Colin smiles brightly and conjures a glowing magical snowflake, saying, "There's a place I want to show you. It'll be way more fun than here." A quiet, elegant hallway in the palace stands empty next to a large, lush green plant. A mysterious silver-haired youth walks down the long corridor, his back turned to the screen. A close-up shows a hand snapping fingers amidst sparkling blue magical light. Erin looks around in complete shock as a swirling purple vortex transports her, with Colin's voice saying, "You can go to the forest." The scenery shifts instantly, leaving Erin standing in the middle of a warm, sunny desert filled with blooming flowers and cacti. Suddenly, Erin is tossed high up into the blue sky alongside a flying dove, screaming in surprise as Colin's voice adds, "Or even soar high into the sky." A close-up of a hand firmly grabbing onto the dark sash of Erin's dress. Colin catches Erin safely in his arms as they float in a winter wonderland, saying, "A truly great magician is the closest being to a god. They can control all things in the world as they please." A pair of boots steps gracefully onto the fresh, crisp snow of a quiet forest. Colin lands safely on the snowy ground while holding Erin, as a tiny magical toy soldier bows politely in front of them, holding a small white flower. Back in the palace hallway, a beautiful framed painting of a snowy forest and lake hangs on the wall. The silver-haired young man stands before the painting, looking at it thoughtfully while muttering, Looking at the magical painting, the young man smiles and remarks, "So this is the place. Even if you are the heir to the master of the magic tower, is it really acceptable to pull such tricks within the imperial palace?" The handsome silver-haired young man with brilliant blue eyes is revealed in full, addressing his companion. "Yes, Lord Arma." Looking at the snow-covered landscape inside the painting, he says, "Just as you foretold, his fate has already been decided." Standing in the middle of the actual snow-covered forest, Erin looks up in pure delight at the falling snow and exclaims, "It's really snowing." "This is amazing, Richard. Is all of this your magic?" asks Erin with wide, sparkling eyes and a cute chibi style. "Of course. It's a kind of illusion magic, but," Richard replies with a confident smirk, standing in a magical snowy landscape. Irene holds a beautiful, glowing magical rose, asking with a bright smile, "Is this for me? Thank you." A charming little toy soldier in a blue uniform and a tall black hat stands in the snow and salutes politely. "Did you see that, Richard? The little toy soldier gave me a rose. It's absolutely adorable," Erin exclaims happily, standing beside Richard in the snowy forest. What do you think? Amazing, right? Richard asks with a gentle smile, as Erin replies joyfully, Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. It's incredible. You know, if you stay with me, I can show you things even more exciting than this. I heard you've been stuck at home studying all the time, Richard says softly, looking at her with an affectionate gaze. Richard looks at her and asks, Isn't that exhausting? If you're with me, you won't have to worry about things like studying. You can play as much as you want, whenever you want. Smiling warmly amidst a beautiful background of blooming blue flowers, Richard says, Let's have fun together. For today, you're spending the entire day with me. Irene asks with a surprised look, The entire day? To which Richard leans in closer and replies, Yeah, tomorrow? The day after that too. Richard's expression falters as Erin stops him, saying, Not today. My friends are waiting for me. Friends? Who? Richard asks, looking slightly jealous, while Erin looks down nervously and stammers, Well, the quiet, snow-covered forest stands still as the small toy soldier remains standing between Erin and Richard. The toy soldier speaks up, saying, They're both expecting you. It's time to go, master. The toy soldier is talking? That thing has a will of its own? Erin shrieks in utter shock, while Richard remains silent with a serious expression. I was wondering who had wandered in here, and of course it's you, Richard mutters with a dark, fanged grin, sensing an intruder. A swirling vortex of snow and ice appears, and a mysterious figure remarks, It's been a while. The white-haired boy, Lucilian, is revealed in elegant attire as he smiles and says, His Highness, the second prince, has been looking for you. Everyone's been worried. Richard pulls Irene close and asserts, I already brought Eileen with me first. Eileen, tell him we're in the middle of an important conversation. To which Lucilian dryly retorts, An important conversation, huh? Funny. No one outside could find the room you were in, even though I could sense your presence, Lucilian remarks with a knowing smile. Back in the palace hallway, snowflakes drift out from the magical landscape painting hanging above the console table. Huh? I didn't hide anything. You just couldn't find it because your magic skills are lacking, Richard replies defensively, crossing his arms. You really haven't changed at all. Same smug attitude, same reckless behavior. Still flaunting that sloppy magic of yours, Lucilian says with a provocative smirk. Richard's veins pop with irritation as he sneers, and you're still all talk as always, acting like a servant while following Aileen around like a lost dog. Go ahead then, take her if you can, Richard says defiantly as he tightly wraps his arm around Irene, who looks up in surprise. Hugging Aileen tightly from behind, Richard says possessively, But Aileen already promised. She's spending the whole day with me. In a variation of the same scene, Richard holds her close and declares, Bam Bam already promised to spend the whole day with me. I never agreed to that. I told him no. Was he even listening? Chibi Irene screams in absolute panic as she spins in a dizzy vortex. Still, considering how much I've been avoiding Richard, he must have felt really hurt, Erin thinks to herself remorsefully before deciding, I'm sorry, Enosh, but right now I need to be with Richard. Turning to Lucilian, Erin says apologetically, Sorry, Lucilian, I need to talk to Richard. Please send my deepest apologies to His Highness. Richard hugs Irene even tighter, smugly shouting to Lucilian, Ha! Did you see that? I'm Bam Bam's favorite. Now get lost. Understood. I'll follow my master's wishes. I'll explain the situation to the second prince in your stead, Lucilian says calmly, beginning to fade away in a swirl of blue magic. With a peaceful smile, Lucilian bids farewell, saying, Well then, see you later, as his body completely dissolves into glowing snowflakes. What an annoying guy. I hope he just disappears for good, Richard grumbles, still holding on to Erin. All right, let's go, Bam Bam, Richard says, casting a spell that causes Irene's feet to lift off the ground, prompting a startled, Huh? Where? From her. Richard gently takes Erin's gloved hand, securing their bond as they prepare to teleport. Floating gracefully in the sky, surrounded by white roses, Richard smiles warmly down at her and says, You'll see when we get there. The scenery shifts to reveal a stunningly luxurious pink-toned bedroom filled with grand furniture, elegant decor, and cute cat plushies. Erin lands softly on her feet in the center of the magnificent room, looking around with a stunned expression. Looking at the lavish setup, Erin's sweat drops nervously and thinks, Don't tell me he set all this up just for me. Bam Bam, come here. There's something I really want to show you, Richard says, pointing ahead, while Erin replies hesitantly, For me? As her chibi form cries out in stress, this is too much pressure. Erin gasps in complete astonishment as her eyes widen at what lies ahead. Richard proudly gestures to a massive, beautifully decorated painting on the wall depicting a cute winged white cat holding a bouquet of flowers, asking, "Well, pretty nice, right?" Wow, is this me? Thank you so much. And the room, it's decorated so beautifully. Irene exclaims in delight, while Richard scratches his head in embarrassment, muttering, "This is nothing." Richard looks at her tenderly and shares, "I spent years drawing it while waiting for you. I only just finished it recently." Irene looks back at him with soft, emotional eyes as Richard's thoughts conclude, "All worth it." "Bam Bam, I waited for you for so long," Richard whispers softly, looking down at her with a gentle, slightly sad expression. In a touching flashback, young Richard is shown waiting anxiously by a rainy window holding his cat plushie, thinking, "I kept wondering if you'd send a letter, or maybe, just maybe, you'd suddenly show up in front of me. Even when I felt like a fool, I kept waiting for you," Richard says softly as he stands before Erin in the beautifully decorated bedroom. "And then I heard you collapsed," Richard continues in a quiet voice, adding, "There were even rumors that you were a dragon." With tears building up in his eyes, Richard looks at her and asks, "You said you'd become my family. Was that all a lie?" While Erin gasps, struggling to find her words. Young Richard holds on to those sweet memories, thinking, no matter what anyone says, Licht and I are family, always. He remembers the moment she declared, "From now on, your name is Bam Bam." Young Richard stands alone, looking down at a letter with a gentle, hopeful smile as he waits for her. Young Richard kneels down holding a small pink bird, remembering how he said, "If you try to run away, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and lock you away." Erin sadly reflects that 5 years have already passed since she left him. Irene feels a deep ache in her heart, realizing that for 5 years he waited for a letter that would never come, wondering how painful and lonely it must have been for him all this time. Richard gently but firmly takes her gloved hand in his, pleading, "Don't go anywhere anymore. Stay with me, Bam Bam." "I'll give you anything you want," Richard promises, showing her the grand dresser lined with cute cat plushies and a table covered in delicious puddings and cakes. Richard looks at her with an incredibly desperate, tearful face, saying, "I'll even get rid of anyone who bothers you, so just stay with me. You are my first family." "You were precious to me too," Erin thinks to herself, her hand tightly gripping the fabric of her dress in distress. But she looks up at him with a heavy, conflicted expression, wishing she could explain her feelings. Looking at Richard's sorrowful face, Erin realizes that having a family must have meant absolutely everything to him. Looking at her tears, Richard's expression softens, and a gentle, slightly teasing smile spreads across his face. Richard pulls her close, burying his face in her pink hair as he embraces her back tightly. You really are such an idiot," Richard whispers softly as they hold each other in the center of the lavish bedroom. Irene smiles brightly and suggests, "Okay, then let's be friends instead," only for Richard to immediately retort, "I'd rather not." Looking slightly embarrassed, Richard covers his mouth and mumbles, "Instead, marriage?" "Don't make me laugh." A powerful, threatening voice booms through the dust, causing Richard and Erin to look up in shock. A hand clad in a dark glove rises, channeling a terrifying, swirling blue magical flame. Duke Etham stands in a powerful pose, surrounded by dark roses and brilliant blue fire, declaring, "If you want to do something that ridiculous, go ahead and do it alone in the afterlife, Richard Cullen." The scene transitions as the tension reaches its absolute peak with the arrival of Erin's protective father. "That's the kind of thing you should do alone in the afterlife, Richard Cullen," Duke Etham repeats coldly, ready to strike down the young magician. Sitting on the shattered floor amidst the smoke, Erin gasps, "Dad?" while Richard looks on in dread, murmuring, "Lord Etham." Looking at the wall, Richard shrieks in absolute horror as he sees his giant cat painting ruined with a massive hole blown through it, crying, "My mural!" Ignoring the danger, Richard frantically dashes past the Duke, sobbing, "Erin, my Erin," as he runs to save his beloved artwork. Duke Etham kneels down to check on his daughter, asking, "That bastard was right. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" To which Irene replies, "I'm fine, but how did you know to find this place?" "I heard from your subordinate. Arrogant, but surprisingly useful," Duke Etham says, as Richard weeps in the background holding a fragment of the painting. Erin quickly defends Lucilian, yelling, "He's not my subordinate, he's my friend, and his name is Lucilian," while her father promises to personally deal with the kid. Duke Etham asserts with a chilling glare, Kidnapping and attempted murder? This calls for an immediate judgment, leaving Aaron utterly baffled as she asks, "Huh? Attempted murder? If you cried too much, you could have become dehydrated. It could have been dangerous. That's more than enough to count as attempted murder," the overprotective Duke rationalizes, making Aaron's sweat drop in shock as she exclaims, "Just for crying a little?" "I'll deal with him right now," Duke Etham says, conjuring a large blue magical sphere, while Aaron desperately grabs his arm, pleading, "What? No, you can't. At least listen to what I have to say." A close-up shows the powerful blue sphere of ice and magical energy starting to crack and shatter inside Duke Etham's gloved hand. Duke Etham looks down in surprise at his hand, muttering a startled blank as his magic completely dissipates. Duke Colin smiles faintly as he comments that things had been quiet for a while before Duke Etham had to arrive and cause trouble. Charging a swirling ball of blue magical energy in his hand, Duke Colin declares with a fierce glare that while he has overlooked plenty of the Duke's thuggish behavior before, he absolutely cannot forgive him this time. Duke Etham shields his daughter Iron, declaring that Duke Colin laid a hand on his daughter, while Duke Colin angrily prepares to strike, yelling about Duke Etham laying a hand on his son. As smoke clears from the ruined room, Duke Colin remarks that it has been a long time since they last met, noting sarcastically that Duke Etham's dramatic love for his child is as overbearing as ever. Duke Etham coldly points out that Duke Colin's son kidnapped his daughter and even attempted murder, forcing him to rescue her himself, which Duke Colin immediately rejects as a baseless accusation against his innocent son. Duke Colin glares with pure resentment, accusing Duke Etham of being unfit to be a parent since he dared to use magic in front of his own child. Duke Etham smiles smugly and asserts that a true parent would do absolutely anything to protect their child. Duke Colin points a furious finger at him, shouting that Duke Etham invaded another noble house, stole the adoption papers, and even went as far as threatening His Majesty. Duke Etham casually shrugs off the accusations as mere suspicion and injustice, while Aaron stands beside him looking completely bewildered by the sudden mention of stolen adoption papers and threats. Duke Etham begins to channel a powerful purple magical flame, remarks how typical it is for the Cullen family to prioritize emotions over logic, and blames them for trying to kidnap his sweet daughter as Iron desperately tries to stop him. Summoning a barrage of razor-sharp blue ice crystals, Duke Colin retorts that his own son is far cuter and more delicate, while Iron sweat drops in panic and begs them both to calm down. A massive clash of magical forces erupts as Duke Etham's purple flame slams violently into Duke Colin's blue ice crystals. Amidst the chaotic duel, Aaron watches in sheer distress, tightly clenching her hands against her dress. The shockwave from the magical explosion blows past the room's luxurious dresser, sending stuffed animals flying through the air. Seeing his beloved pink cat doll flying, Richard frantically dashes forward to catch it, while Aaron sweat drops in chibi form, realizing that the doll actually depicted her in her cat form. Richard kneels on the floor, frantically searching for the doll's missing left arm, as Duke Etham bellows in rage about him proposing to his 10-year-old daughter, prompting Iron to realize she has to stop them. Overwhelmed by the escalating madness and the destruction of the bedroom, Aaron squeezes her eyes shut in sheer frustration. Unleashing a massive burst of brilliant golden magic, Aaron screams at the top of her lungs for them to stop fighting. The powerful golden light forces both Duke Etham and Duke Colin to halt their attacks as they look back at her in absolute shock. Taking a firm stand, Iron looks directly at Duke Colin and clarifies that while she said she would consider the adoption, she never actually agreed to it. Aaron points out that this long-standing conflict only started because Duke Colin tried to adopt her without her consent, leaving Richard looking back in stunned realization. Turning to his father, Richard questions him in disbelief about why he lied and said Iron liked the adoption too, leaving Duke Colin sweating in guilty silence. Irene turns to her own father and explains that she wasn't kidnapped, nor was she in any danger of crying herself to death. She had simply agreed to spend the day with Richard. Standing before Duke Etham as he kneels down to her level, Irene gently tells him that she knows he was only looking out for her, but she doesn't want them to fight anymore. Aaron reflects that now everyone has found their rightful place, with Richard finally having his own family and becoming the heir to the Tower Master. Surrounded by beautiful white roses, Irene looks up with sincere, pleading eyes, asking if they can finally acknowledge their mistakes and try to get along. Duke Etham's expression softens into a slight smile as he agrees that they should handle things like adults if they want to set a good example. Looking warmly at his daughter, Duke Etham asks her what she would like to do next. Aaron points directly ahead and declares that she wants to return to the banquet hall with Richard, causing Duke Colin to flinch in surprise. Aaron walks over to where Richard is kneeling on the floor, holding his pink cat plushie. Erin gently extends her black-gloved hand toward Richard. Smiling brightly at him, Aaron asks Richard if he would like to come along and play together. Looking up at her in stunned silence, Richard's purple eyes fill with hope as he blushes at her warm invitation. Caught off guard by his own racing emotions, Richard suddenly leaps to his feet, dropping the fragments of his ruined artwork. Embarrassed, Richard turns around and bolts out of the room as fast as he can, leaving Aaron blinking in surprise as she calls out his name. Duke Etham sighs in disbelief, muttering that Richard is still just a kid and questioning how he was raised, while a chibi Duke Colin glares back at him. Duke Etham casts a magical spell around Aaron, telling her to head back to the banquet first while he has a serious talk with Duke Colin. The moment Aaron is out of sight, Duke Etham's smile turns menacing as he channels purple flames, declaring that he will destroy this creepy room once and for all. Ready to settle things today, Duke Colin counters with his own magic, while Aaron cries out in panic as she is teleported away amidst flying plushies. Aaron's desperate plea for them not to fight echoes as she disappears. Meanwhile, back in the grand, brilliantly lit banquet hall, the host on stage excitedly announces that the moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. Standing beside a massive 3-tiered pink cake decorated with butterflies, the host counts to 3, promising an amazing surprise at the top of the cake. The guests in the audience watch eagerly as the host prepares to reveal the grand surprise. With a burst of confetti and magic, Aaron suddenly materializes, sitting on the very top of the giant pink cake. Confused and covered in colorful ribbons, Aaron blinks in complete shock, utterly speechless at her bizarre entrance. Watching from the crowd, Aaron's older siblings look incredibly embarrassed, immediately realizing that this ridiculous setup must be the work of their overprotective father. Stranded on top of the giant cake, a red-faced Aaron fidgets awkwardly and stammers, trying to figure out what to say. Forcing a bright, polite smile, she introduces herself to the crowd, waving and announcing that she is Aaron Etham. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the grand hall, asking if the guest of honor, who is also his niece, has finally arrived yet. Hearing the voice, a handsome man with yellow eyes and a brown-haired woman look back in surprise. Under a shower of roses and comedic announcements labeling her as the cake lady who brightened up the banquet hall, Aaron walks into the room looking quite flustered. Aaron squeezes her eyes shut and pouts, reflecting on how exhausting her visit to Richard's house yesterday was and how she had to rest all day. While Aaron remembers being reprimanded herself, she reveals that her father was also placed under house arrest for the day for the chaos he caused. Clenching her small fists in determination, Aaron vows to display the perfect, elegant image of a proper noble lady at the banquet today. Suddenly, a gentleman's voice calls out to introduce himself as Baron Barton, catching Aaron off guard. Aaron politely tries to introduce herself in return to Baron Barton when another voice suddenly calls out the Baron's name. A noblewoman in a red dress suddenly interrupts, addressing Baron Barton and mentioning that her husband wishes to speak with him regarding an urgent business matter. The lady forcefully drags Baron Barton away, despite his weak protests that he was in the middle of talking to Lady Etam. The noblewoman looks back over her shoulder and gives Aaron a knowing wink with a warm smile, showing she did it on purpose to help her. Aaron stands alone, blinking in confusion at whether their business was really that urgent, completely unaware that this protection is only the beginning. After that, many other nobles try to approach Aaron, with another young nobleman stepping forward to introduce himself. Just like before, a relative of Aaron's immediately steps in to drag the newcomer away under a false pretense, running defense for her one by one. Aaron stands completely baffled, sweat dropping as she wonders why all these bizarre interruptions keep happening. Aaron reflects that once rumors spread about her being a dragon, countless nobles tried to approach her to exploit her connections. Clenching her gloved hands together over her dress, Aaron feels deeply grateful, realizing how tough it would have been if she had to face them alone. Aaron smiles gently, realizing for the first time how wonderful it feels to be protected by a loving family. Looking around at the crowded room, Aaron thinks to herself that it might be best to slip away and hide for a little while. As Aaron turns to find a quiet spot, a familiar voice calls out to her, saying, "Master." Lucilian appears amidst a beautiful background of white roses, smiling warmly and looking exceptionally handsome. Lucilian gracefully lowers himself onto one knee, preparing to show his deep devotion. Kneeling before Aaron, Lucilian gently takes her gloved hand in his, looking up at her with a gentle smile and greeting her. Aaron sweat drops and points out that they literally saw each other yesterday, to which Lucilian dramatically responds that a single day apart feels like a whole month. In the background, other guests whisper in shock, wondering why a prominent priest like Lucilian would publicly kneel before the daughter of the Etam family. Aaron frantically whispers for Lucilian to get up, and he immediately complies with a bright, pleasant smile. Feeling the heavy stares of the whispering crowd, Erin sighs softly and realizes she needs to find a quick escape route. Suddenly, Richard appears in front of her looking somewhat somber, prompting Aaron to call out his name in surprise. Richard looks down, playing with his purple hair as he softly apologizes for the abrupt way he sent her off the day before. Richard extends his hand to present a beautiful, translucent pink cat gemstone figurine as a gift. Aaron beams happily as she holds the lovely pink cat figurine, then asks Richard if his house is okay after yesterday's magical duel. While Aaron asks about his house, Richard remembers the chaotic wreckage of his room, sweat dropping as he says he'll just have his father pay for all the damages. Richard flashes a subtle, slightly mischievous smirk, showing his sharp little fangs as he says it is completely fine. Richard casually remarks that there's no need for his father-in-law to overexert himself, causing a sweat-dropping Aaron to gasp in confusion, while Lucilian looks on with a dark, suspicious expression. Prince Christian suddenly walks up in his formal red military uniform, commenting that they seem to be having plenty of fun without him. Prince demands to know why Lucilian hasn't greeted him yet, to which Lucilian breezily responds that he didn't even notice him, prompting the irritated prince to call him an ungrateful brat. Aaron overhears more gossip from the crowd, with nobles whispering about how everyone seems completely obsessed and enamored with the dragon. The dark rumors grow creepier as Aaron hears them whispering about whether consuming a dragon's blood and scales can grant immortality, making her look incredibly uneasy. Sensing her distress, Prince Christian stands silently beside Aaron, his expression turning cold and protective. Turning to Aaron, Christian calls her by his nickname, Doughface, and kindly suggests they escape the noisy crowd to go have some quiet tea. Christian lifts his hand to show off the sparkling gem accessory Aaron gave him, adding that Lillian is waiting for them too, which immediately brightens Aaron's face. Lucilian and Richard immediately pipe up, demanding to join them, leaving Christian to sigh as a rather chaotic little gathering begins to form. Seeing her close friends and companions bickering so warmly around her, Aaron's eyes sparkle with happiness. Aaron lets out a brilliant, radiant smile, her heart filled with joy to be surrounded by the people who cherish her. A beautiful transition shot of a serene, sparkling forest lake with white butterflies fluttering over the water under the sunlight. Aaron walks happily through the grassy fields outside the banquet hall, thinking about how fun it was to gather together and how she completely lost track of time. Aaron stops at the edge of the sparkling lake, blinking in surprise as she finds the lakeside view strangely familiar. The scene reveals Phil Rosemont, Hill's biological younger brother, walking near the lake. Phil Rosemont smiles warmly and clutches a white handkerchief in his hands, looking gentle and kind. Looking at her own reflection in the clear lake water, Aaron wonders why she didn't see Phil at the banquet hall today and if he chose not to attend. Suddenly, Phil's cheerful face pops into view right next to Aaron's reflection, smiling brightly as he greets her. Aaron gasps in surprise, calling him Baron Rosemont, while Phil bows politely and expresses how honored he is to see her again. Aaron notes that she didn't see Phil at the banquet, and he admits that he just couldn't bring himself to step inside the banquet hall. Phil holds out a beautiful patterned handkerchief, prompting Aaron to realize she had completely forgotten about it and thank him. Aaron asks Phil if he has been waiting by the lake this entire time, and he sheepishly admits he was hesitating to enter. Phil looks down and nervously tells Aaron that he was waiting there because he wanted to talk to her about something privately. Standing by the scenic lake, Phil asks Aaron if he can keep his explanation brief, and she gently agrees. Phil explains his lonely background, stating that he is a lowly rural noble with no family other than his older brother. Phil adds that his older brother went missing when they were young, leaving him completely alone, while Aaron listens quietly. Phil looks up at Aaron and mentions the widespread rumors that she is actually a dragon. Aaron stands amidst beautiful flowers as Phil mentions the rumor that dragons possess the magical power to grant wishes. Green leaves flutter in the wind against the blue sky as Phil pleads that he has a special favor to ask if she truly is a dragon. Phil looks down with a saddened, hopeful expression, asking Aaron if she could help find his missing brother. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise as she asks him if his brother's name happens to be a certain someone. An image of a sinister, smiling young man with light wavy hair surrounded by blue roses is revealed as his name is confirmed to be Hill Rosment. Phil repeats his desperate request, asking Aaron to help find his older brother if she truly is a dragon with wish-granting powers. Aaron, sweating slightly, asks him if he knows his older brother's name, and he prepares to tell her. A dramatic panel reveals the sinister Hill Rosemont smiling wickedly amidst glowing blue flowers and sharp thorns. Aaron looks utterly stunned and nervous as she suddenly remembers the original story of the Rosemont brothers. Irene recalls the tragic backstory of a mysterious fire that consumed the Rosemont estate, killing the Baron and Baroness and leaving their 2 young sons behind. Erin remembers that the eldest brother, Hill, was actually the mastermind behind the fire, and that he later took down the leader of the Bright Moon Guild. Hill seized power for himself to become a notorious villain, while his innocent younger brother, Phil, had a completely different fate. Phil stands alone and small in a shadow, described in the original story as being painfully average compared to his brilliant older brother. Erin remembers how Phil's parents locked away his potential and constantly made him feel inadequate and unloved. Phil's abusive parents starved and mistreated him until the fire killed them, leaving Phil free but entirely alone after his brother vanished. To make matters worse, Phil was left penniless after his greedy relatives snatched away his meager inheritance. Erin looks at Phil's clenching hands and realizes that as a fallen noble, there is no way he could have received an official invite to this royal banquet. Phil stands before her with a melancholic, gentle expression, waiting anxiously for her response. Erin wonders in silence why Phil would desperately search for the very brother who abandoned him to such a cruel fate. Phil quickly apologizes for his sudden request, admitting that asking to find someone like Hill Rosemont might be asking far too much. Erin surprises Phil by gently declaring that she will help him. As Phil reacts with shock and hope, Erin adds a surprising caveat, clarifying that she is not going to physically search for his brother for him. With a determined look and a raised finger, Erin reassures Phil that she will help him in her own unique way. A young Irene in her nightgown stares in absolute astonishment at a room filled with towering piles of colorful gift boxes. Erin's maid presents the massive hoard of gifts, explaining that even the noble families who couldn't attend the banquet sent presents for her. Erin reflects on the overwhelming flood of attention she has been receiving, which has left her entire family busy greeting guests or tied up in meetings. A beautiful shot of a crystal chandelier hanging from a grand ceiling sets the stage for Erin's next burning question. Erin sits on a red sofa next to a handsome, dark-haired man in a high-collared blue and white uniform, questioning why her uncle is her assigned escort today. Her uncle scowls with his arms crossed, grumpily asking her if she honestly thinks he wanted to be there either. In a chibi-style panel, her uncle complains about how busy he is because of her, while Erin suggests he should have just asked Lucilion to take over. As they sit on the couch, Erin's uncle mutters that the situation is getting ridiculous while watching Lucilion peek at them from behind a massive pillar. Erin points out that despite his complaining, Lucilion always returns immediately and asks what her uncle says to make the other guests flee so quickly, to which he replies that he simply discusses theology. Erin sweat drops in disbelief, realizing her uncle is a massive theology nerd and understanding why the other nobles run away from his dry lectures. Her uncle asks Erin if she plans to stay there forever, and she casually dismisses him, saying she gets it. Erin looks down at her elegant white shoes with jeweled hearts, deciding that she cannot keep hiding behind her family's protection and needs a place to lay low. Erin pumps her fist and flashes a confident, determined smirk, ready to execute her secret plan. Erin arrives in a grand, empty library, musing that nobody in their right mind would visit a library during a lively royal banquet. Seeing that the massive library is completely empty, Erin leaps into the air with joy, celebrating her perfect hiding spot. Walking down the quiet, book-lined aisles, Erin thinks to herself that she was actually curious about something anyway. Erin's face lights up with a cheerful grin as she spots the exact book she was looking for on a desk. Erin picks up a thick, elegantly bound book titled The Noble Lineage of the Oread Empire, which glows with a golden aura. Holding the lineage book open, Irene smiles determinedly, hoping to dig up crucial information on House Rosemont and Phil's greedy relatives. Looking down at the thick family lineage book in Aileen's hands, she gasps in utter shock, her golden eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaims, "Wait, what?" Flipping through the pages, Aileen's heart sinks as she discovers that the crucial records she was looking for have been completely torn out. Sweating nervously, she clutches the open book and wonders with absolute frustration who could have possibly ripped those pages out. Suddenly, a shadow falls over Aileen as her quirky professor stands right behind her, casually asking who could have done such a thing, causing her to leap in the air with a startled shriek. Clutching her racing heart, Aileen stammers to ask what brings him to the library, to which he replies that he received a personal invitation from his former workplace. He cheerfully explains that events like these aren't really his style, so he decided to sneak away, though Aileen looks at his breezy attitude with deep suspicion, mentally calling him a liar. Looking at the book in her hands, Aileen wonders if this is some sort of test, but quickly realizes it might actually present a golden opportunity. Smiling brightly amidst a backdrop of elegant roses, Aileen asks if he has a younger brother under his care and if he came with him today, adding that she just saw someone who looked remarkably like him. The professor stops smiling as his expression turns deadpan, and Aileen asks if his brother's name happens to be Phil Rosemont. She remarks that it's strange they don't share the same last name despite looking so alike, adding that Phil seemed to be desperately searching for his missing brother. A heavy silence fills the quiet library as Aileen ponders the situation. Looking up at the professor, Aileen softly questions how anyone could walk away and leave such a young sibling behind. The professor smiles faintly, commenting that it sounds like the two of them had quite an extensive conversation. Peering closely through his glasses, his green eyes glint as he suggests that Phil must have heard the rumors and came looking for help because he had nowhere else to turn, though he questions if Phil can really blame the brother who vanished. Aileen gently points out that despite everything, Phil still wishes to see his brother as family, admitting that she can't help but feel deeply for his sad story. She looks up with a knowing smile, mentioning that Phil even shared his brother's actual name with her. Slowly removing his glasses, the professor's polite facade completely crumbles as a chilling, sinister smile spreads across his face, calling her his lady. Looking down at Aileen with a dark, threatening aura amidst blooming red flowers, the leader of the Bright Moon Guild asks her if they should finally drop the act. A vibrant transition card featuring a charming purple-haired chibi character surrounded by beautiful pink roses. Removing his glasses entirely, the sinister professor smiles mockingly, asking Aileen if they should drop the act now. Leaning over her with a menacing gaze, he coldly asks her if she truly knows who he is. Looking incredibly smug, he asks her if she would care to say his identity out loud. Aileen glares back at him with absolute determination, calling his bluff and declaring that he is the notorious leader of the Bright Moon Guild. His green eyes narrow in surprise, letting out a soft laugh as he wonders if this is one of those famous dragon instincts at play. Leaning in uncomfortably close, he muses that perhaps he should have kidnapped her from the very start, wishing that he had been the one to form a bond with her. Turning away slightly, Aileen cuts through the unpleasant talk and demands to know if he knew all along that his brother was searching for him. He shrugs nonchalantly, claiming that even if he did know, it has absolutely nothing to do with her anymore. Frustrated by his dismissive attitude, Aileen calls him a liar as he reaches out his gloved hand. Holding the lineage book wide open, Aileen firmly states that if he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have gone to such extreme lengths to erase his family ties. She points directly to the torn page in the family tree, declaring that ripping out pages is clear proof he has something he desperately wants to hide. Closing the book with a quiet snap, Aileen thinks to herself that despite his cold words, she truly wants to help Phil because she knows exactly what it feels like to have no one in your corner. The professor tightly clenches his gloved fist, his voice dropping as he mutters her name. Walking away into the shadows of the library, he quietly tells her that she is incredibly blessed. He glances back over his shoulder one last time, coldly warning her never to forget that. A beautiful transition shot of the grand, sunlit palace balcony framed by elegant white pillars and delicate rose gold foliage. Aileen walks alone through the quiet, empty palace corridor, muttering to herself about how strange the interaction was. She reflects on how she was merely fishing for answers when he suddenly dropped his polite act and looked completely furious. Thinking back to the Rosemont brothers, Aileen understands why he hid his identity, but wonders why he reacted with such personal hostility toward her, questioning if there's a hidden truth the original story never revealed. Crossing her arms with a pout, she decides that perhaps he simply possesses a naturally terrible attitude. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through her thoughts, calling out that they have finally found her. A disheveled blonde man in elegant clothes stumbles angrily into the grand hall, shouting Aileen's name. Surprised by the sudden intrusion, Aileen wonders who the strange man is as a protective hand reaches out to shield her. Lucilian steps forward in his pristine white priest uniform, standing tall and blocking the intruder from getting any closer. The blonde man points an angry, accusing finger at Lucilian, demanding to know if some young brat thinks he can stop him, and asking if Lucilian even knows who he is, to which Lucilian calmly replies no. Lucilian firmly holds his ground as the blonde man prepares to dramatically announce his identity. The blonde man shouts at the top of his lungs that he's Aileen's father, his voice echoing comically throughout the entire hall. Aileen looks utterly dumbfounded as she sweat drops in disbelief, while a confused chibi Lucilian asks if it's true, which she immediately and flatly denies. The blonde man clicks his tongue in annoyance, but is suddenly interrupted when a powerful kick slams directly into his back. The intruder crashes face first onto the polished floor as Aileen's real father stands over him in his majestic military uniform, glaring down coldly and demanding how a troublemaker like him dares to come after his daughter. Crouching down beside the fallen man, her father asks where the guards are, to which Aileen sheepishly replies that they are currently busy holding back the massive crowd outside. In a chibi-style panel, Aileen's father grumbles about everyone being useless, while Aileen sweat drops and reminds him that he is actually the youngest sibling among them. The blonde man pinned under Duke Etam's foot screams in pain, shouting Aileen's name in anger as the surrounding crowd looks on. Aileen asks her father if he knows who the strange intruder is, and Duke Etam begins to reply. A loud, commanding voice suddenly rings out through the grand banquet hall, asking what is going on. An elegant blonde man dressed in a majestic imperial white and red uniform with a long red cape walks forward. The emperor asks Duke Etam if he has caused yet another scene, but the duke calmly explains that a lowlife tried to latch onto his daughter, claiming he will handle the family matter. Frustrated by the chaos, the emperor rubs his eyes and demands an explanation, pointing out that this disruption is taking place at his banquet. The blonde man pinned to the floor pleads desperately to the emperor, crying out that the situation is completely unfair. Duke Etam looks down with a cold, terrifying glare, immediately silencing any further protests with his intense gaze. The blonde man screams that he only came to retrieve his daughter, accusing the Etam family of stealing her away by force. He bursts into exaggerated tears, weeping dramatically on the polished floor in a desperate attempt to gain sympathy. As the crowd whispers about kidnapping and the lack of physical resemblance, Aileen clutches her aching head, completely baffled by the man's claims. A mysterious memory suddenly flashes in Aileen's mind, recalling a voice saying that the child must grow up without dragons to truly be happy. In her vision of the past, she sees the same blonde man holding her as a newborn baby, being told that the child is now his. Aileen's eyes widen in absolute shock as she wonders if this flashback is a real childhood memory, questioning if this reckless man could actually be her father. The emperor mentions he approved the adoption because the duke wanted it, but was never told she had a living father, prompting Duke Etam to angrily reply that the fool could never be her real father. The blonde man clenches his fist and screams that the child is his, claiming he went through hell to bring her into this world. The emperor calmly suggests they resolve the entire dispute immediately right here and now with a paternity test. Duke Etam readily agrees to the test, while the blonde man on the floor suddenly falls silent and sweats nervously. The emperor says they should begin right away since they conveniently have a priest on hand to conduct the test. Lucilian approaches Aileen with a sweet, reassuring smile, asking for her hand so he can perform the test. Aileen squeezes her eyes shut and winces slightly as Lucilian gently pricks her finger with a needle. Looking at the drop of blood on her finger, Aileen wonders how the test works while finding the blood testing process rather unsettling. Duke Etam gruffly points down at the blonde intruder, stating that they shouldn't be testing him, but rather the man on the floor. The emperor insists that, just to be absolutely sure, they will test all three of them at the exact same time. Duke Etam narrows his eyes in annoyance, questioning why there is any need to test him just in case. Aileen grins confidently to herself, certain there is absolutely no way an adopted kid like her could turn out to be Duke Etam's biological daughter. Lucilian gazes down with a calm, mysterious look as he prepares the magic for the ritual. With a serene smile, Lucilian thinks to himself that the gods have commanded him to uncover the absolute truth. A stunning view of the grand hall and massive sparkling chandeliers sets a dramatic stage for the unfolding test. Smiling brightly, Lucilian draws a small ceremonial dagger and prepares to begin the test. Duke Etam calmly extends his hand, while the chibi blonde man on the floor panics comically as his hand is pricked. Lucilian begins to channel his radiant holy magic, causing sacred glowing letters and blue light to swirl around his hand. Aileen looks on in awe as her drop of blood floats off her finger, surrounded by a magical blue aura. Lucilian hums thoughtfully as he guides the floating droplets of blood through the air. Lucilian decides to start the test with the blonde man, who screams in panic, complaining that the priest is taking way too much of his blood. When Aileen and the blonde man's blood droplets are brought together, they clash violently and repel each other with dark, crackling energy. Lucilian explains that since the blood rejected each other, the blonde man is definitely not her real father, noting that a blood match would have glowed gold. In denial, the blonde man screams that they must be lying, shouting that he was the one who brought Aileen to the Duke. Aileen flatly tells him that the test says otherwise, but the man continues to desperately scream that he is her father. Aileen sassily replies that even if he were her biological father, her mother was the one who actually made her, prompting the man to complain that the woman told him the baby was his. The blonde man on the floor suddenly freezes as heavy, menacing footsteps approach, filling him with dread. The Emperor stands over the trembling man, enveloped in a terrifyingly dark aura, as he asks if the man seriously dared to attempt a scam right in front of him. The Emperor coldly orders his guards to throw the liar into the dungeon, while the blonde man screams that there has been some kind of mistake. Dragged away by the palace guards, the blonde man desperately pleads that he was simply told the girl was his daughter and knew nothing else. As he is dragged away kicking and screaming about being the dragon's father, Aileen watches his pathetic display and mentally labels him as completely pathetic. Looking down thoughtfully, Aileen wonders to herself if there is actually a way to truly own or bond with a dragon. Lucilian gazes quietly at Aileen, his calm blue eyes filled with an unspoken depth as he senses her quiet contemplation. Turning back to the test, Duke Etam calmly suggests they continue on his side, offering his own blood for the next phase. Lucilian begins to channel his magic once more, gently floating Duke Etam's drop of blood in preparation to compare it with Aileen's. A brilliant burst of holy magic swirls in a bright flash, combining glowing blue energy and golden sparks. Lucilian channels his sacred magic, his eyes glowing intensely as radiant holy light envelops him. Watching the magic unfold, Aileen gasps in surprise, wondering if that is a golden glow. Duke Etam looks on with a serious expression as Aileen thinks to herself that Cillian and Callan are the only children her father could have had, leaving her completely baffled. In a close-up, Duke Etam's eye suddenly widens and glows with a sharp yellow light as a dark crackle of energy manifests. The magical energies clashing together erupt into a brilliant white and blue flash. As the spell dissipates, Lucilian calmly looks at his hands and notes that the results of the test seem pretty clear. The entire banquet hall murmurs in curiosity as Lucilian declares that the test is concluded. The Emperor crosses his arms, announcing that they cannot keep the banquet going after such an event and will end things early. Framed by white lilies, the Emperor orders Duke Etam, Aileen, and Lucilian to follow him. The scene transitions to a quiet, elegant corridor illuminated by glowing glass lanterns. Sitting in a private reception room around a tea table, Lucilian speaks up, stating there is something important he must say before they discuss the test results. Looking solemn, Lucilian confesses that he is able to hear the voice of God. In a memory flashback of sitting under a bright full moon, Lucilian reflects on how he receives answers when he prays to know how long someone has left to live, though he can rarely do anything about it. Clasping his hands in prayer, Lucilian notes that there is a heavy price to pay if he speaks carelessly about what he has learned. Turning to Aileen, Lucilian reveals that when it comes to her, he receives absolutely nothing no matter how many times he prays. Aileen looks up in absolute astonishment as Lucilian explains that it is as if even the gods cannot interfere when it comes to her. Sitting back with a serious look, the Emperor brings the conversation back to the main question of whether Aileen is truly the Duke's biological daughter. Duke Etam sits beside Aileen, looking down thoughtfully as they wait for the final answer. Lucilian explains that while the physical data confirms she is indeed the Duke's daughter, the reaction that followed looked exactly like a magical rejection. Aileen looks deeply concerned, wondering if Lucilian is implying that something else doesn't line up. Lucilian clarifies that while God hasn't told him anything directly about Aileen, he was able to make educated guesses based on the people around her. He recalls how he helped the prince survive several crises and realized that if the prince's life could only be saved through Dragonia, Aileen had to be the one to awaken its power, confirming she is a dragon. A beautiful flashback shows young Aileen clutching a heavily decorated flower-patterned book. Lucilian explains that bonding with a dragon typically involves both physical and spiritual connections. Displaying spiritual portraits of Duke Etam and Aileen, Lucilian points out that while the two are blood relatives, the lady's soul is currently unstable. A single glowing bubble states that, in other words, the bond that should have properly formed remains incomplete. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the Emperor deduces that although they are related by blood, Aileen's soul is already bonded to someone else, meaning only the physical bond took place. Duke Etam reacts with shock, questioning if such a thing is even possible and asking if it implies she has two sets of parents. Taking a sip of tea, Lucilian explains that her ties from a past life still haven't been fully severed. Aileen's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she absorbs the shocking revelation about her soul. Duke Etam admits with a heavy heart that while she is indeed his biological daughter, he did once have a third child. Looking deeply sorrowful, the Duke reveals that the baby supposedly died before they could even be born. Holding Aileen close, Duke Etam declares his deep care for her, but admits that Lucilian's explanation still makes no sense to him. Smiling serenely, Lucilian suggests that there are far more strange and miraculous things in this world than they might think. Standing up and reaching out his hand, Duke Etam tenderly tells Aileen that it is time for them to go home. Framed by elegant blue and white flowers, Aileen wonders to herself if all of this is because she possessed this body. The screen fades to dark, marking a dramatic shift in the atmosphere as the story transitions to a new setting. A sudden downpour of rain begins to fall over a beautiful, secluded mansion surrounded by lush green trees. Outside, Albion tries to gather the laundry quickly in the pouring rain, grumbling about how it started pouring right after he hung it out. Suddenly, a cloaked figure lunges at Albion from behind the wet sheets, causing him to gasp in shock. Albion reacts instantly, drawing a dagger and expertly blocking the intruder's swift blade. Realizing the intruder is actually Taram, Albion sighs in relief, asking if Aileen sent him because he scared him half to death. Taram extends a gloved hand, delivering a letter sealed with a golden rose wax stamp and explaining that the lady of the house asked him to deliver it. Standing in the rain, Albion opens the letter, wondering what could be so important that she had to deliver it in such a secretive manner. Reading the letter, Albion sees a memory of Aileen explaining that she met someone at the recent royal banquet. Aileen's letter explains that the person is in a very tough situation, and she desperately wants to help him if she can. The letter continues, describing how the young boy lost his family in an accident, has been alone ever since, and is desperately trying to find his older brother. The letter asks if Albion knows anything about the House of Rosemont, noting she couldn't find any relatives in the records and asking him to contact her through Taram if he has any information. In absolute shock, Albion's eyes widen as he reads the final name written in the letter, Phil Rosemont. Looking down in deep thought, Albion touches his chin, his expression troubled and silent as he reads the letter. In the pouring rain, Albion tells Taram that he is Phil's uncle and that it is his responsibility, but when Taram questions what he means, Albion urgently instructs him to deliver the letter to Aileen immediately. Inside a quiet, sunlit room, young Phil Rosemont sits diligently at his desk, focused on writing a letter. Phil carefully writes down his name in the letter, addressing it to his uncle Albion. Suddenly, a polite knock on the door interrupts Phil's writing as someone calls out to him, letting him know he has a visitor. Phil stands up quickly from his desk, cheerfully replying that he'll be right there. Opening the door with a warm smile, Phil apologizes for keeping his guest waiting. A stylish gentleman wearing round glasses, a wide-brimmed black hat, and an elegant cloak stands framed by blue flowers, announcing himself as Phil's sponsor. Smiling warmly, the mysterious sponsor greets Phil, expressing how wonderful it is to finally meet him in person. As they walk together through a tranquil forest path, the sponsor softly apologizes for not coming to see him sooner. The sponsor explains that he has a long history with the Rosemont family, which is why he started supporting Phil from afar once he heard the boy had been orphaned. He adds that since the rest of Phil's family had seized the family estate, providing an official sponsorship wasn't possible, leaving Phil to quietly absorb the revelation. Remembering his childhood, Phil realizes this explains why he used to receive anonymous envelopes of cash with no return address. The sponsor sheepishly admits that it wasn't easy to show his face under those circumstances, while Phil reassures him that it is completely fine and asks what brought him there today. Looking off thoughtfully, Phil confesses that he had always secretly hoped his anonymous sponsor was actually his lost older brother. When the sponsor asks why he wasn't angry at his brother, Phil softly replies that his brother is not a bad person. Smiling gently behind his glasses, the sponsor reveals that he already knew, as Phil begins to recall their past after their family home burned down. In a poignant flashback, Phil remembers how his brother would work secret late-night shifts and return at dawn, all to make sure Phil was fed and could stay in school, prompting Phil to pray to Alma every day for his return. Phil remembers a burning fire and his brother once asking him what he would want if they could erase their painful past and start completely over. Framed by soft, blooming flowers, Phil fondly pictures a beautiful memory of his older brother hugging him tightly as they both laughed happily. Curious, the sponsor asks why Phil's brother would go to such extreme lengths for his sake. With a bright, affectionate smile, Phil simply replies that it is because he is his brother, leaving the sponsor momentarily speechless. Looking closely at Phil, the sponsor's eyes soften behind his glasses as he affectionately labels Phil a complete fool for being so trusting. A painful memory flashes back, showing a shattering plate and an abusive father screaming that Phil is hopeless and should be grateful just to have a roof over his head. The abusive father violently shoves young Phil's brother to the floor, telling the boys to get out of his sight as Phil desperately begs him to stop. In the chaos, a burning candle falls to the floor, quickly igniting a terrifying fire that surrounds a frightened young Phil. As the flames rage around him, Phil's older brother sits on the floor near a spilled bottle, looking back with a fierce, protective determination in his eyes. The roaring fire completely consumes the scene, crackling with dangerous and destructive energy. Under a clear sky, the quiet exterior of a medieval building stands as a transition to a safer, peaceful time. In a cozy, warm dining room, Phil excitedly digs into a hot meal, happily exclaiming at how delicious the food looks. Watching his little brother eat, the older brother warmly tells him to eat as much as he likes, thinking to himself that he didn't mind getting his hands dirty if it meant keeping Phil safe. However, a bittersweet smile crosses the older brother's soot-stained face as he admits to himself that he eventually realized a harsh truth. Looking down at the innocent child, the older brother realized that a sinner like him shouldn't be anywhere near Phil. Back in the present, the sponsor gently suggests that Phil's brother likely distanced himself because he didn't want his own darkness to rub off on Phil. He reassures Phil that his brother probably just wanted him to grow up safe, whole, and happy. Flustered and confused by the sponsor's suddenly emotional words, Phil comically stammers in surprise. Suddenly, a close-up of sophisticated leather shoes on the grass reveals a silent observer who quietly thinks to himself that he shouldn't have come. Sensing a presence nearby, the sponsor alerts Phil that someone else is in the forest with them. Wondering who it could be, Phil looks around, while the sponsor bids him farewell and tells him to take care of himself. Phil stands alone on the forest path, looking up in confusion as leaves swirl around him. From a distance, a tall, cloaked figure quietly approaches the path where Phil is standing. The scene shifts back to the elegant palace reception room, where soft light filters through the grand purple drapes. Sitting across a tea table, a sassy Aileen flatly asks the young man if he is finally done hiding secrets from her. Sitting elegantly with documents in his hand, Hill Rosemont smiles and replies that he has no choice, since she is a dragon who sees right through everything anyway. Aileen asks him if he plans on returning to his brother, but Hill looks down sadly, replying that it is already far too late for that. In a warm flashback, Albion stands before a young Phil in the woods, looking down with a gentle, loving smile. Remembering his brother's smiling face, Hill reflects on how his little brother is going to be completely fine without him. Taking a sip of tea, Hill Rosemont explains everything that happened to Aileen after finally revealing his true identity. Hill describes how he desperately tried to become Aileen's tutor and even contemplated kidnapping her while she slept, though Erno's tight security blocked him, prompting Aileen to reply with a flat, humorous lack of interest. In a dramatic final sequence, Aileen reflects on how Hill initially approached her to obtain the dragon's eternal power, but after learning of his deep sacrifices, she finally understands the true depth of his feelings. Under the delicate gaze of the mysterious leader of the Moonlight sect, Aileen reflects on how his dark rumors were merely a shield to protect his notoriety, realizing the truth of the fire was far different from what she had once believed. Even though his intentions seem different now, Aileen remains vigilant, firmly warning him that she will keep a close eye on him and blow his cover instantly if she senses anything suspicious, regardless of his changed identity. With a mischievous yet determined smile, Aileen warns him that from now on, there will be absolutely no more bad deeds. Glaring intently, Aileen demands to know if he understands, to which the tutor playfully agrees, noting that his only job is to help her with whatever she needs. Happily confirming his response, Aileen reflects to herself that his true identity will remain her secret alone for now, before they casually return to their lessons. A grand and magnificent white palace stands majestically under a bright blue sky, with spectacular horse fountains gracing its sprawling courtyards. A young lady with long brown hair and bright, excited yellow eyes gasps in sheer delight, clasping her hands together in front of her heart. Wearing a beautiful lavender and white ball gown adorned with delicate lace, young Irene smiles warmly, looking incredibly elegant. Irene shyly mentions that her grandmother picked out the dress and asks if it looks all right, prompting her companion to embrace her tightly and declare that she looks absolutely adorable. Embraced in a warm hug, Erin reflects on how awkward she initially felt attending such a grand banquet for the first time, but realizes she is finally beginning to get used to it. Looking around the bustling banquet hall, Erin happily feels like a true duke's daughter when sudden murmurs in the crowd reveal that a highly anticipated guest has arrived. Guests whisper amongst themselves, wondering what could have brought a legendary figure back to society after he vanished following the war. Hearing the guests talk about a legendary holy knight, a confused Irene peeks over her friend's shoulder, realizing she only knows one person who fits that description. Framed by beautiful white lilies, the handsome holy knight Albion stands tall and noble in his elegant white and gold uniform. Spotting him in the ballroom, Erin excitedly runs over to greet him as her headmaster, while Albion admits he hadn't planned on attending either. Suddenly, a young boy with curly hair and bright green eyes shyly peeks out from behind Albion, prompting Erin to recognize him instantly as young Lord Rosemont. Blushing shyly, young Phil Rosemont expresses his relief and notes that it is a great honor to meet Irene again, explaining that he was able to attend officially thanks to his uncle. Irene cheerfully asks if this means he will be living with the headmaster's family now, causing Phil to stammer in mild embarrassment that it isn't quite settled yet. Albion explains that because Irene has been helping the orphanage all this time, the Etam family has officially agreed to support it, though he has no intention of completely stepping away from his duties. Looking down with a gentle, loving smile, Albion apologizes for not telling him sooner and warmly promises that he will be Phil's official guardian and family from now on. Irene smiles brightly at Phil, reassuring him that even though he couldn't find his biological brother, he has found a wonderful and reliable new family in Albion. Overwhelmed by their kindness and warmth, young Phil's voice trembles with deep emotion as he looks down, struggling to find the words to thank Erin. Tears of pure happiness stream down Phil's face as he breaks into a brilliant, radiant smile, completely overcome with joy. Phil sheepishly apologizes for crying, prompting a playful tease about him being a crybaby as Albion and Erin watch him with warm affection. Albion reaches out a gloved hand and gently pats Phil's head, comforting the young boy with a reassuring touch. With a warm and protective gesture, Albion wraps his arm around Phil's shoulder, guiding him forward with a bright smile. From high up on the palace balcony, Phil Rosemont looks down at his little brother Phil, finding comfort in seeing him surrounded by people who love and protect him. Satisfied that his little brother is in safe hands, Phil Rosemont turns away from the railing with a peaceful, gentle smile on his face. The golden rays of the setting sun wash over the elegant palace facade, casting a warm and tranquil glow across the entire estate. Riding in the carriage, Duke Etam admits his surprise, noting he had no idea Albion had a nephew or that the headmaster was connected to the Rosemont family. Looking across at his daughter, Duke Etam softly reflects that perhaps all of these strange connections were indeed guided by fate. Duke Etam's expressive eyes soften with deep contemplation as he quietly looks down in the dim light of the carriage. Framed by soft yellow flowers, Duke Etam gazes at her with immense affection, gently confessing how truly grateful he is that Erin is his daughter. Irene's golden eyes widen in surprise before she beams with joy, her heart swelling as she prepares to respond to her father's touching words. Clasping her hands together with a radiant smile, Erin happily tells Duke Etam that she is incredibly happy to have him as her father. A hand holds up a beautifully drawn portrait of a young, wide-eyed Irene wearing an adorable, oversized bow in her hair. Lying quietly on his large canopy bed surrounded by deep purple drapes, Duke Adam stares thoughtfully at the small portrait in his hand. A close-up of Duke Etam's amber eyes reveals a mixture of profound sorrow and lingering disbelief as he lies in the quiet room. A single drop of crimson blood falls into a clear, swirling liquid, dispersing into a vibrant red cloud with magical energy. Surrounded by a brilliant, sparkling white light, a young boy with pure white hair and captivating blue eyes stands in awe. Looking out from the ornate balcony into the starry night sky, the Duke realizes with absolute certainty that there is no possible way the evidence was forged. Staring at the paper in his hands, Duke Etam struggles to process the unbelievable truth that Irene is indeed his biological daughter, a fact he found too miraculous to believe at first. Looking toward the quiet graves at sunset, the Duke wonders in disbelief if the child they believed was buried with Dahlia had somehow miraculously survived. Duke Etam sadly recalls how his beloved wife Dahlia's health steadily declined after she became pregnant, which they initially feared was an incurable, mysterious illness. Remembering his despair when no doctor could find a cure, the Duke recalls how he desperately tried to reassure Dahlia that a physician was on the way and she would be fine. Looking incredibly pale and weak on her pillow, Dahlia quietly whispered that she only wished she were a little stronger for the baby's sake. Terrified for her life, the Duke desperately begged her to stop the pregnancy, unable to bear watching her body deteriorate any further. With quiet but unwavering determination, Dahlia softly but firmly refused to give up on their unborn child. Looking at her husband with a peaceful and radiant smile, Dahlia declared with absolute certainty that their beloved child would be born. Holding her hand tightly against his forehead, Duke Edom wept silently, promising to do everything in his power to protect her and ensure their child's safety. "You once promised you'd stay with me forever. The only one who can lie to me? Liar." A gentle tear drops onto their clasped hands, reflecting the deep sorrow of the moment. She left this world believing the child would be born. In a warm and peaceful memory, Duke Etam holds a young, laughing Iron as she happily clutches her stuffed tiger toy. Under a brilliant starry night sky, Duke Etam carries a sleepy Aaron gently in his arms. "Dad!" It defies reason. "Dahlia, just like you said, our daughter was born. I'm sorry for calling you a liar. Am I dreaming? This is strange. It feels like something heavy is pressing down on me. My body feels so heavy. Where am I? I need to get home quickly. Someone's there? A little child? What are they doing? Excuse me. Wait, just a second. I just want to ask something. I said wait. Below, that's me? I'm alive? Should I touch? As Erin cautiously reaches out toward her other self lying in the hospital bed, a warm golden light begins to glow around the body. The golden light gathers into a brilliant sphere of energy before bursting into a sudden, blinding flash. The scene transitions to a bleak, gray sky as heavy rain pours down over towering city apartment buildings. "Hey, sister, hurry up already. Are you a slug or what? That's why Grandma hates you." A memory from a street that isn't unfamiliar. "Sorry, I'm not feeling well. Go ahead." Always pretending to be sick. "This was the day we visited Grandma's house." Leave her be. It's not the first time she's acted like that. Another miserable day. Nothing unusual. But why on that day especially? Was I so much angrier, so much more irritated, so much more exhausted? The broken fragments of my memory have started to piece together. I didn't just fall asleep and wake up in this world. In the heavy downpour, the girl smiles tiredly as bright headlights suddenly illuminate her in the middle of the road. A shattered smartphone lies abandoned on the wet pavement as blood pools around it in the pouring rain. That day, warm, gentle morning light streams through a grand curtained window, casting a peaceful glow across the elegant bedroom. Duke Edom and Iron enjoy a peaceful, quiet moment together as they ride in a boat across the crystal clear lake. "How do you like it, sweetheart?" "I love it. I didn't know there was such a beautiful lake nearby. Wow, I'm glad you like it." "But why the sudden boat ride?" "This is the place Daddy used to bring you often, back before you started getting sick. He said whenever he looked at the calm lake, all his worries and fears seemed to disappear." "How about you, sweetheart?" "Daddy, how did you know I was worried about something?" "How could I not know? I'm your father. You look down since this morning. You even ate one plate less than usual, so of course I noticed. I was worried it might affect your health. Even if I eat a lot, missing one plate isn't a big deal. Wait, you were counting every meal all this time?" "The truth is, I've been hiding a secret from you, Daddy. I kept wondering if I should tell you and if you'd believe me, but now I think it's time to say it. I have memories from a previous life, from another world." "Another world?" "Yes, in that world, I was already an adult. But somehow, I ended up here, in the body of a child. That my soul hasn't fully merged with Aaron's body because my ties to my past life aren't completely severed. I think it's because my other self is still alive over there." Duke Eaton looks down silently in deep contemplation, his expression heavy with a mixture of sorrow and disbelief. Chibi Duke Edom rests his chin on his hand as he thoughtfully remarks, "So that's why you're so smart," leaving Chibi Iron looking up in mild confusion. Duke Etam smiles softly, gazing at Iron with immense warmth and a newfound sense of understanding. Surrounded by beautiful yellow flowers and fresh strawberries, Erin's golden eyes widen in surprise as her father gently admits, "I feel like I truly understand you a little more now. Erin, come here, hug Daddy." Feeling a sudden wave of emotion, Erin shyly reaches out and gently places her small hand in her father's. Duke Edom wraps his arms around Erin in a warm, comforting hug, whispering, "It's all right. You don't have to be so anxious. It's complicated, sure, but someday everything will turn out okay." Looking at her with a gentle, loving smile, Duke Etam warmly declares, "No matter what, Erin, you're my precious daughter." Snuggling happily against her father's chest, Erin beams with a radiant smile as she thinks to herself, "Daddy, the reason my past life's memories weren't fully intact? A cluster of beautiful pink roses blooms elegantly, casting a warm and tranquil glow over the quiet moment. As the gentle breeze ripples across the sparkling green lake at sunset, she reflects, and how to resolve this situation, even though I still don't know the right answer yet, Daddy's words made me feel like all my fears melted into this lake. The next day, a carriage arrives outside the grand, elegant mansion under a clear blue sky as someone cheerfully calls out Iron. Callan and Charn envelop Aaron in a tight, joyful hug, shouting, "Charn, Callan!" as Callan adds, "I missed you." Cillian asks, "Nothing bad happened after the banquet, right?" While Callan and Charn bicker about who got to hug Iron first, prompting Iron to ask if they went back to the academy dorms. Charnay excitedly announces, "The night of the waning moon is coming soon," while Callan chimes in, "You wouldn't know because you always slept through it, Aaron." Chibi Cillian explains, "Because of the Etam family's traits, we're allowed to come back home during this period," while Chibi Iren's sweat drops in surprise, admitting she didn't know. Callan groans, "Not that it's all good, though. They double our homework," while Charnay tightly hugs Iron and sweet talks, "But if it means spending time with you, Iron, it's worth it." The night of the waning moon. That's the day all the direct and collateral members of the Etam family get weaker, right? A sinister maid with glowing green eyes smiles mockingly in the dark courtyard, recalling, "That's the day I was kicked out of Etam because of Mylar's scheme." Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the garden, calling out, "Sister, Callan!" Charn, Callan, and Cillian turn around with startled expressions as Aaron rushes toward them in a frantic hurry. Gripping her chest with a look of absolute panic, Erin gasps, "I'm in big trouble." Sitting together in the drawing room, Cillian comments, "The night of waning moon was Dad's birthday," while Callan nods and admits, "I totally forgot too," leaving Aaron to nod along in surprise. Iron recalls a fond memory of Duke Etam smiling gently as he holds out a piece of food to feed a tiny, adorable white dragon. Looking thoughtful, Aaron wonders, "But why does it feel like no one really cares? Have you guys never celebrated it before?" Cillian admits, "No idea. What about you, Cillian?" While Callan states, "I just found out today that my uncle even had a birthday," leaving Chibi Iron sweat dropping in disbelief. Iron crosses her arms thoughtfully, reflecting, "Now that I think about it, back then, it definitely didn't feel like a birthday celebration. I thought it was just because of that incident." Cillian smiles and reassures her. Still, if Aileen says she wants to celebrate it, I bet he'd be really happy, making Aaron beam with excitement. Overjoyed with the plan, the kids pile their hands together in agreement. Chibi Aaron happily asks, "You're helping too, right, sis?" prompting Charn to raise her hand and ask, "Yeah, but can I ask something?" Charnay looks around the room and asks, "Is there really a reason we're hiding like this to talk?" as the group stands closely together in the massive hall. "It's supposed to be a surprise, and it's kind of fun." A handwritten sign on the double doors reads, "Emergency meeting in progress. Authorized personnel only." The group splits into the gift shopping team consisting of Charnay and Iron, while the party setup team of Cillian and Callan watches them leave from the balcony in disappointment after losing rock, paper, scissors. A guard asks, "Miss, did you say you're headed to the capital market?" And Iron cheerfully replies, "Yes." Smiling brightly, Iron gushes, well, Dad." Aaron's smile suddenly freezes as sweat pours down her face, panicking as she thinks to herself, That voice? My daughter." Dressed in an elegant cape and surrounded by beautiful blooming flowers, Duke Etam approaches with a radiant smile and asks, "Going somewhere fun?" Aaron laughs nervously, sweat dropping as she stammers, "Yeah, I'm heading out to shop with Charn." Charn tightly grips Iron's hand and declares with an intense, protective smile, "That's right, it's just me and Eileen, the two of us, shopping together." Extending his hand, Duke Etam suggests, "My daughter, should I come along too? You've had some close calls lately. It'll be safer if I go with you." Horrified at the thought of their surprise party being ruined, Aaron flails in absolute panic, mentally screaming, "No, we can't. We're going to buy your birthday present, and if you come with us..." Sweat pouring down her face, Aaron struggles desperately to find the right words to stop him. In a burst of pure, dramatic desperation, Aaron screams out, "I don't want you to!" Aaron bows deeply and dramatically as she shouts her refusal to a completely stunned Duke Etam. Hearing his daughter's blunt rejection, Duke Etam stands completely frozen in absolute shock and heartbreak. Chibi Iron firmly insists, "You can't come," while Chibi Charn happily adds, "Exactly, Uncle. Sisters need sister time, you know? So don't even think about secretly following us or sending someone to spy on us. Got it?" Charn tightly grips Iron's hand to emphasize her warning. All right, then. We'll be back later. Let's go, Eileen, Charn says as she leads Iron toward the carriage, while a guard reassures Duke Etam, leave their safety to me, Your Grace.
With a steady clatter, the grand carriage wheels roll down the stone pathway as the girls set off on their secret shopping trip.
Ugh, was I too harsh on Dad? But still, I really wanted to surprise him. Iron looks down in contemplation, feeling a bit guilty about her dramatic rejection. I've got to pick something amazing. Erin carefully examines the glittering accessories, determined to find the perfect birthday present for her father. Erin recalls her father's gentle smile and how he used to present her with cute stuffed animal toys just to see her happy. Eileen, check this out, Charn calls out enthusiastically, while Iron looks up in curiosity, asking, huh? Knew it! I had a feeling this would look great on you. Charnay beams as she places a red bow headband with cute animal ears on Iron, while the maids admire her, saying, seriously, it's like these were made just for you. And perfect choice, miss. Ah, and that bag over there would totally suit you too. And that hair tie? Charn keeps browsing enthusiastically while the maid asks, what about this headband? And Iron's sweat drops, sighing, sis, buy Dad a birthday present. You didn't forget, right? Iron whispers, prompting a startled Charn to admit, right, totally slipped my mind. But I have no idea what to get him, Charn ponders, as Aaron watches her and thinks, how did things get so distant between Dad and Charn anyway? I could have sworn in the original they actually cared about each other. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through Erin's head as static-filled images of a smartphone and a smiling woman flash across her mind, causing her to gasp, ugh. This is exactly what I saw in my dream last night. Erin finds herself back in the mysterious void with floating papers and massive gears. In her dreamscape, a mysterious short-haired girl turns to her, and a voice whispers through the static, Eileen, we're out of time. The girl slowly fades away as her voice warns, he's coming for us. Suddenly, Amren's eyes snap wide open in shock as she hears someone calling out her name. Eileen. Eileen, are you okay? Does something hurt? Charn asks in a panic, while the guard adds, Miss, are you all right? As Iron slowly blinks in confusion, asking, huh? You just collapsed out of nowhere. We were all so scared. I didn't even realize you were sick. I was acting like a complete idiot, Charnay says tearfully, feeling incredibly guilty. No, sis, I'm totally fine. I think my legs just gave out because I was hungry, Erin insists, flustered as she tries to reassure everyone. As if on cue, Erin's stomach lets out a loud growl and she sheepishly smiles, admitting, yeah, for real. You fainted from hunger? All right, I'm taking you somewhere with amazing food and giant portions. Let's go, Charn declares as she flings the doors open, and Iron happily replies, okay. We'll buy the gift later, after we eat and relax a bit. Eileen, what do you feel like eating? Charn suggests as they walk, and Iron answers cheerfully, bread and pudding? Erin walks quietly beside her sister, her expression growing heavy with worry as she remains deep in thought. The evening sun sets over the grand estate, casting a warm golden glow across the beautiful gardens. Will Dad even like this gift? I'm getting nervous, Erin confesses as they walk back, but Charm warmly reassures her. Come on, it's from you. Of course he'll love it. Man, I'm jealous of Uncle He's. Got Aileen throwing him a birthday party and everything, Charn remarks with a playful pout and a chibi thought bubble. I'll throw you one too when it's your birthday, Erin promises warmly, making Charn beam with excitement as she gasps, for real? Yeah, and for Callan and for Cillian and for Charn too. Everyone's getting birthday parties because you're all my precious family. Iron beams happily, clutching her gift close to her chest. How many invitations do we need again? Charn asks, and Iron replies, no clue, we've never actually celebrated Dad's birthday before suddenly stopping and saying, oh, that's the guys' voices. From inside the room, Callan and Cillian can be heard discussing, I don't even know how big this party should be. Prompting Erin to wonder, are they talking about the party? Erin pauses outside the library door, her golden eyes widening as she hesitates to enter. Is that actually true? Cillian asks as he holds up a large piece of white fabric, both boys turning around with startled looks. Why didn't you tell me? And I didn't even know. I pointlessly. Iron says softly, looking deeply saddened as she steps into the room. No, Aileen, we really meant it when we said he'd be happy if you celebrated it, Callan says quickly as he rushes forward, while Cillian reassures her, yeah, don't worry. Well, we don't know the full story either, but from what Auntie told us, Callan explains, sharing what little information they have about the situation. Something bad happened on his birthday, Callan reveals, leaving Aaron in shock as she repeats, "Something bad? No way." Aaron gazes at her late mother's portrait, wondering to herself in grief, could it be the day Mom passed away? Night falls over the grand estate as the quiet mansion is bathed in the peaceful blue moonlight. I did think it was weird. I mean, it's the Duke's birthday and no one's celebrating? Irene reflects gloomily while lying awake in her bed. But that's just cliché web novel nonsense. I can't believe I missed something like this after all the romance fantasy novels I've devoured. Irene groans, kicking her blanket before sighing. Sure, I don't remember anything in the original story mentioning Dad's birthday. The people around me aren't just characters made of words and backstories. They're real people living every day of their lives in this world. Irene reflects, watching her cousins cheerfully prepare the party decorations. I don't want to treat Dad's pain like it's something simple, Erin resolves as she runs her fingers over the beautifully wrapped birthday present. I want to make sure his birthday doesn't stay a day filled with nothing but hurt. Let's make it a happy memory instead, Erin vows, cradling the gift tightly to her chest. All right, the party food and the venue are just about ready, Cillian announces cheerfully from above the grand glass conservatory. The invitations are done too, Callan reports happily, prompting Sharn to ask, so now I just need to hand them out? You guys can rest. See you soon. Erin waves cheerfully to her cousins as she runs off to deliver the invitations. Thank goodness. Aileen seemed down yesterday, but she looks like she's bounced back today, Sharni observes. And Cillian sighs in relief. Yeah, I'm glad too. I hope his birthday ends up being fun for Eileen's sake, she thinks to herself as she runs through the field, suddenly gasping, as she spots someone. Grandfather smiles warmly as he spots her approaching, calling out, "My little fluff ball, you're here?" While grandmother sips tea nearby. What else? Can't you see we're tending the garden? Grandfather remarks as Irene runs over to them in the meadow. Because I don't like how they do it, that's why. Better I handle it myself than leave it to someone else. Besides, I'm not that busy these days anyway. Grandfather grumbles with a click of his tongue. What kind of geezer thinks his stamina's still up to working a whole garden? Let's see how long this foolishness lasts when he can't even do it properly, Grandmother says mockingly. Grandfather snaps back, "Hey now, who are you calling a geezer? I'll have you know I'm the former head of House Edom." Grandmother retorts smoothly, "Exactly, former head. That's just another way of saying you're old. Why brag about it?" Chibi Iron's sweat drops as she watches her grandparents bicker, thinking to herself, no one can ever beat Grandma. Erin holds up her bag of envelopes and says cheerfully, "I was on my way to pass out invitations. I've got yours too, Grandma, Grandpa." Grandmother looks up in surprise, asking, "Invitations?" To which Iron brightly replies, "Yes, we're throwing a birthday party for Dad tonight." Holding the envelope, Grandmother looks at it thoughtfully and murmurs to herself, "A birthday party for Erno? Grandma?" Erin asks as Grandmother suddenly stands up and declares, "Right, since it's a party you've put together, we'll be sure to attend. I'll head in first." Grandmother walks away briskly with her cane, leaving a sweat-dropping Erin to sigh, "Here we go again." Grandfather bends back down to work on the garden, reassuring her, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing. It's not like you did anything wrong, Fluffball. All right then, I'll clean up and head inside too." Erin walks down the grand white corridor, deep in thought as she wonders, what did she mean by "here we go again"? Could Grandma be part of Dad's trauma too? She continues walking, lost in her thoughts. I really want to ask, but asking someone else about something that personal? When Dad hasn't told me himself? Yeah, that's probably not right, Erin concludes, clutching the letters close to her chest. She runs down the hall with renewed energy, deciding, okay, once the party's over and everything goes well, then I'll talk to Dad. Erin bursts out with a bright smile, striking a pose. "Hello, special delivery from Aileen today. Invitation service at your door." Erin hands the invitations over to Aunt Akria and Aunt Nelia in the House Etam tea room, pleading, "Please come." Next, she delivers the invitations to Uncle Charniel in the stables and Uncle Heel in the basement study, both of whom react with complete shock and disbelief at the mention of a birthday party. Walking down the hallway, Erin ponders, why does it feel like my uncles are the only ones weirdly avoiding the party? Anyway, once I give it to Uncle Cruno, I'm done. Good thing everyone's at the main house because of the night of the waning moon. It's already well past noon. Erin knocks gently on the door of the study, calling out, "Uncle Cruno." Finding the room empty, Iron looks around in confusion and asks the passing maids, "Have you seen Uncle Cruno?" One of whom replies, I'm not sure." Erin peers out of a large glass window, searching the grounds and wondering, where did he go? Suddenly, she spots a figure crouching far off in the garden and mutters, "Uncle?
Uncle Kruno, dressed in dark attire, is crouched down in front of a tiny kitten in the garden, feeding it with a small spoon. "No's gonna take it from you, so take your time," he murmurs softly. The adorable little kitten happily licks milk from a saucer as Kruno watches over it warmly. Yeah, there you go. All done?" "Was it yummy?" Kruno starts to ask, only to freeze when Irene gasps in awe right behind him. "Uncle Kruno."
Kruno jumps back in absolute panic. Aileen, eat 'em? What are you doing here without any notice?" Irene squeals with delight. "Oh, this is adorable! So you do like animals, huh? Where's this one from? Are you going to keep it?"
"How do you know I like animals? That's not it," Kruno stammers defensively, cradling the kitten. Erin thinks to herself, "You're literally doting on it right now," before saying aloud, "Just a hunch?" while secretly remembering she read Anzu's diary. Irene beams, "You're really kind, Uncle Kruno." Blushing furiously, Kruno replies, "Kind? Don't say nonsense like that. Why are you here anyway?" Irene holds up the pink envelope. "This, an invitation to Dad's birthday party. It's tonight, so you have to come. But it's a surprise, so don't tell him." Kruno looks at the letter and asks, "You're throwing a party for him?" Irene smiles warmly. "Yeps, I just want us all to make some good memories together." Kruno looks away and mutters, "Fine, got it." Irene waves cheerfully as she runs off, shouting, "And let me know if you name that little guy." Kruno stands alone in the garden at sunset, holding the kitten in one hand and the invitation in the other. Peeking through the cracked door of her father's study, Erin asks, "Dad, are you busy?" Erno looks up from his desk and smiles gently. "Of course not. Aileen, come here. What were you doing?" As Irene approaches, Erno places his hand near a small card on his desk and asks, "Looking at this picture of your mother, Dahlia, would you like to see?" Irene looks sadly at the beautiful photograph of her late mother, Dahlia, realizing, so it really is today's mom's. She quickly shakes off her sadness and cheerfully invites him. "Dad, have dinner with me. I got everything ready in the greenhouse. Come on, let's go." "You did?" Erno asks, surprised as Erin grabs his hand and pulls him out of the room, shouting, "Yes, you're going to be surprised. Come on." Erno steps into the greenhouse as confetti suddenly explodes around him. "Happy birthday, Dad." Irene, Sharn, Callan, and Cillian shout together as Irene presents him with a delicious chocolate cake covered in whipped cream and cherries. Erno stands completely dumbfounded as he murmurs, "You really did surprise me. I didn't expect a party, not at all." Irene smiles sheepishly. "I'm sorry for tricking you." Irene looks down at the beautifully decorated cake, admitting softly, "I wasn't sure if throwing a party was a good idea. But, still, I thought maybe if today became the happiest birthday you've ever had." Erin explains. Irene continues, "So me and my siblings worked really hard to put this together, so please don't hate it." She reflects on how she used to be afraid and uncomfortable around family in her past life, but has come to realize how precious her new family is. She vows to create happy memories to ease her father's deep pain. Erno listens in silence, looking down at his daughter with a tender, softened gaze. Erno kneels down to accept the present from Erin when suddenly a creaking sound comes from the greenhouse doors. "Oh my, has it already started? How disappointing. Starting without everyone here yet." A voice speaks from the doorway. Hearing the voice, Erno's expression instantly hardens with a look of pure displeasure and dread. "Must you always be this way, Mother?" Erno says coldly, glaring at Grandmother who stands there with a sly, knowing grin. Irene stands completely frozen, sweat dropping as she looks back and forth between them, utterly confused by the sudden icy tension. A dramatic transition panel filled with blooming red roses sets the stage for a shocking revelation about Erno's past. In a flashback, a seething Erno is shown dressed in a gorgeous, elaborate crimson gown. Grandmother beams, "Told you, looks great on you." Erno snaps back irritably, "I didn't wear this for your enjoyment, so zip it." Aunt Nelia bursts into the room and coos, "Oh my, the baby of the family's already dressed? That figure's still the same as ever. I brought a set as a gift, too." Erno coldly orders, "Stop," and vaporizes the dress with a blast of magic, leaving Nelia to scream, "Ah, that was our guild's pride and joy!" Erno points out that a gift is ultimately up to the recipient, while Irene defends herself, saying she put a lot of love and effort into it. Meanwhile, Grandfather notes that Erno's reaction is still better than when he used to throw tantrums. Erin sweat drops in embarrassment, asking, "Grandpa, why did Grandma give Dad a dress?" before admitting in her thoughts that it actually looked surprisingly good on him. Grandfather bluntly responds, "That's your grandma's hobby," leaving Erin completely dumbfounded as she gasps, "Huh? Grandfather explains that Grandma's hobby of taking cute birthday photos and pretty dresses was a tradition all the siblings went through, which only stopped when Erno's rebellion worsened and they stopped celebrating birthdays altogether. In the carriage, Uncle Hyel explains that their mother simply has a weakness for anything cute, leaving Erin surprised as she realizes what the dress was all about. Iron asks if Erno hated his birthday because of the jokes, and Erno admits he just disliked the old folks laughing at him, prompting Aunt Nelia and Aunt Acrea to yell in anger at being called old. Erno kneels before Erin, asking, "Aileen, did you misunderstand something when you heard I hated birthdays?" as she stammers back nervously. Looking at her mother Dahlia's photo, Aileen scratches her cheek and confesses that she assumed her mother had passed away on his birthday. Erno looks at her gently and explains he was just feeling sentimental, thinking she might have hit puberty, leaving a baffled Erin to wonder, puberty? Erno reaches out and tenderly cradles Iron's small hands in his, reassuring her, "Don't worry." Cillian, Callan, and Sharn watch the touching scene with warm smiles, with Sharn declaring, "Of course." Beaming with an adorable wide smile, Erin thinks to herself, "Thank goodness." Erin leaps happily into her father's arms to wish him a happy birthday as they prepare to enjoy the cherry chocolate cake and wrapped presents. The siblings happily propose raising a toast, but Uncle Heel and Aunt Acrea quickly shut them down since there are children present, prompting Callan to suggest soda instead. Grandfather stands up with his glass to say a few words to the gathered family, which Cillian enthusiastically supports. Clinking their glasses together, Grandfather casually announces, "We're retiring," sending Erno, Iron, and the siblings into absolute shock. Grandma and Grandpa bicker comically as she calls him a dense old geezer, while the narrative notes that the birthday party ended abruptly with their retirement announcement. Alone in his bedroom late at night, Erno opens a beautifully decorated gift box and gasps in surprise. "A pendant?" Erno picks up the delicate gold pendant, looking at the thoughtful gift with soft wonder. Opening the locket, Erno finds a lovely portrait of Iron holding a stuffed animal and flowers, accompanied by a sweet message hoping they can celebrate his birthday together happily for a long time. Erno smiles warmly at the locket, touched by the final words of the message, "Thank you always, Dad." A beautiful scene of the bright blue sky transitions the narrative to a few days later. A wide shot shows the grand and elegant white mansions of House Eatham standing under a clear, sunny sky. In the study, the tutor closes her textbook and announces, "That's it for today's class," as Erin happily replies, "Okay." Pack up her things, the tutor mentions that she heard Erno and the others are getting along well. Iron asks, "You're not going to visit him in person?" To which the tutor hesitantly replies that news and info usually find their way to her anyway. Looking away with a somber expression, the tutor quietly reflects that it is probably better not to see him. The tutor recalls a happy memory of walking through a flower field with her companion, thinking that as long as he is doing well, that is enough for her. Shaking off her thoughts, the tutor asks if Erin is still running her shady guild, to which she playfully replies that she still has bills to pay. Sweat-dropping, Chibi Iron comments that running the guild is way beyond just paying bills. Walking outside the mansion, Erin politely greets a passing maid, reflecting on how peacefully quiet her life has become lately. Erin fondly recalls saying goodbye to her siblings in the carriage as they urged her to write to them if anything happened. Erin remembers how busy Grandma and Grandpa have been bickering over finding a new home as Grandma angrily pinches Grandpa's cheek. Standing in the sun-dappled garden, Erin reflects on how quiet things have gotten since the banquet, making everything feel like a dream as she remembers waking up 5 years ago. A portrait showcases Erin's remarkable growth and achievements over the years, including her role in resolving the Hatar incident. Iron looks back on her memories, visualizing Erno and the High Priest walking forward into the brilliant light. Erin smiles gently, thinking to herself, it really has been a whirlwind. Against a backdrop of spinning wooden gears, Erin reflects on the lingering, uneasy questions that still remain in her mind. A warm illustration shows Erno patting Erin's head as she hugs him, finding comfort in his words that everything will be okay and answers will come in time. Pumping her fist with determination, Erin reminds herself that even Koreans need time to relax before things get hectic again. A maid approaches Erin on the lawn with a silver tray, announcing that another letter has arrived from young Master Richard. Laurent hands over an incredibly long, folded scroll of parchment, causing Erin to sweat drop in disbelief as the maid marvels at how much he wrote. A lovely illustration depicts a purple-haired young man writing a letter, as Erin notes that she tries to reply regularly but can't keep up with his pace. Walking back across the lawn with Laurent, Erin's thoughts shift to Lucillian. Iron reflects on how she hasn't seen Lucillian once since their last meeting, shown in a memory of him sitting across from her and Erno.
In a quiet, majestic cathedral, Lucilion kneels in deep prayer before the altar, whispering, "O Lord Arma." Folding his hands tightly, Lucilion looks forward with intense, glowing blue eyes as he prays that the fate of the world rests in his hands. Back in the mansion late at night, Iron peeks into Erno's bedroom holding a pillow, asking, "Dad, can I sleep with you again tonight?" To which Erno warmly replies, "Of course, come here." Snuggling on the bed, Iron thinks happily about soaking up as much dad time as possible before puberty hits, while Erno welcomes her warmly. Erno looks down at his daughter and asks, "Did something happen?" as she admits that being alone lately has been making her feel a little uneasy. Snuggling on the bed, Erin looks up at her father Erno and sleepily confesses, "Lately, I've been having weird dreams." Iron explains that she keeps seeing a familiar-looking little kid in her dreams, but right before she can reach her, the dream ends. Looking down at his daughter, Erno gently whispers her name, realizing she has already drifted off to sleep. Erno gazes at Iron in silence, deeply contemplating her words about dreaming of another child. Erno's eyes widen as he suddenly senses an unfamiliar presence in the room, wondering if there is an intruder. A brilliant light suddenly flashes in the room, revealing a mysterious angelic figure with white wings and a golden halo. The mysterious winged entity greets Erno warmly, saying, "Hey, we finally meet." The childlike figure smiles and holds out a hand, telling Erno that there is something they want to show him. The entity extends its hand further, repeating, "There is something I wish to show you." Erno looks at the angelic visitor with caution, asking, "Something you want to show me?" The winged child smiles knowingly and asks if Erno is curious about his daughter's other imprint. Erno's eyes widen in absolute shock as he hears the words "other imprint." The entity explains that there is no time to explain everything, and that it is better for him to see it with his own eyes as a swirl of light begins to form. Erno shields his eyes as a massive vortex of light engulfs the room, transporting them away. Erno finds himself in the bed floating in a dark, empty space filled with giant, ancient turning wooden gears, wondering where they are. Arma floats beside him and explains that they are in the void, a space that connects one dimension to another. Erno points out that her form has changed, and Arma explains that she cannot reveal her true self in his world, but can project this visible avatar in the void. Introducing herself, the angelic figure says, "I am Arma. I don't intend to harm you, so there's no need to be on guard." Arma invites Erno to follow her, reassuring him that his daughter is safe and currently with her other imprint while she sleeps. Arma guides Erno forward, pointing out a golden frame appearing in the void and announcing, "That is your daughter's true form." Through the light, Erno witnesses a young woman with long dark hair lying unconscious in a modern hospital bed, slowly opening her eyes. Waking up to the cold ceiling of a hospital, Cha Miso is filled with despair as she wonders why she is back in her past life. Nearby, her grandmother harshly yells at Miso's mother, telling her to pull herself together and stop clinging to a body that has been dead for months. The grandmother continues to scold her, asking what about her real children and calling her a foolish girl. Sitting on the couch, one of Miso's brothers suddenly looks up in shock as he notices movement from the bed. The brother shouts that she is awake as Miso shakily pulls out her IV tubes and stands up from the bed. The grandmother approaches Miso coldly, calling her a greedy little thing and mocking her for finally deciding to live. Aggressively poking Miso in the chest, the grandmother angrily demands that she repay all the hospital bills and the labor the family spent on her. When the grandmother demands to know why she isn't answering, Miso suddenly reaches out and grabs her hand. Clenching her grandmother's wrist, Miso quietly begs her to stop, prompting the older woman to scream in outrage. Overwhelmed by anger and despair, Miso commands with chilling intensity, "I said stop." Shaking with rage, the grandmother yells that Miso is talking back after all the trouble they went through to save her. Just then, the door slams open and Miso's father bursts into the hospital room shouting for his mother. The father violently grabs Miso and demands that she apologize to her grandmother immediately for paying her hospital bills. Looking down with her face hidden by her hair, Miso quietly asks, "Did I ask her to?" Miso points out that they are only going to make her pay it all back anyway, so there is no reason for her to grovel and thank them. As her brother looks on, Miso's father screams that she is disrespecting her elders, to which she quietly mutters, "You should have just let me die." Infuriated, her father slaps her hard across the face, while Erno watches the shocking scene from the void with rising anger. In the void, Erno clenches his fist in fury as Miso's father yells at her, accusing her of not realizing what she has done to the family. Clutching her bruised cheek, Miso looks coldly at her father and declares, "People like you are no family of mine." Miso looks at her gathered family, admitting she foolishly believed that they would regret how they treated her if she died. With tears streaming down her face, Miso smiles bitterly, realizing how foolish she was to ever hope for their love.
Crying out that they never cared whether she lived or died, Miso turns and runs out of the room as they yell after her. Miso runs barefoot down the sterile hospital hallway as a nurse watches in shock and her family yells for her to get back. Sobbing uncontrollably as she runs, Miso desperately cries out for her father, "Dad!" Erno stands in the hallway and panics as Miso collapses right in front of him, crying out her name, Iron. Erno tries to catch her, but his hands pass right through her ghostly form as she falls to the floor. Erno watches helplessly as hospital staff run past him to assist the collapsed girl. Back in the void, a small hand gently takes hold of Erno's hand, pleading, "No, please." Iron, in her young child form, holds Erno's hand and looks up at him sadly, saying, "Don't look anymore. I don't want you to see that." Erno kneels in front of the young, dark-haired child and asks, "This child? Dear, why are you here alone?" Erno gently holds her hand and asks with a kind expression, "If it's all right, would you come with me?" Erno asks if she can go with him, but the child sadly responds, "I still have something I must do here. Until then, I can't go." As a glowing vortex of white papers begins to swirl around her, the child smiles and says, "So, I'll see you next time." Erno suddenly wakes up in his bed late at night, letting out a quiet as he gazes at Aaron sleeping soundly next to him. Erno looks down with a solemn, emotional expression, deeply contemplating his daughter's mysterious dreams. Erno gently brushes Aaron's pink hair and whispers, "Aaron." The morning sun shines warmly through a large, grand window, illuminating the curtains of Aaron's bedroom. Sitting up in bed, Aaron rubs her eyes and mutters, "Ugh, my head hurts. I think I had another long, tangled dream." Lauren, the maid, bursts through the bedroom doors, crying with relief, "You finally awakened," to which Aaron asks in confusion, "Lauren, what's going on? Did something happen?" Lauren explains that she was unconscious for 3 whole days, causing Aaron to exclaim in absolute shock. 3 days? Aaron thinks to herself, "Now that I think about it, I fell asleep next to Dad." Aaron looks in astonishment at a massive, sparkling pile of colorful gift boxes in her bedroom and gasps, "This is my room? What is all this?" Lauren explains, "When word spread that you wouldn't wake, the young master from the academy and your direct relatives all sent gifts," while Aaron sweat drops and thinks, "Isn't this a bit much?" Lauren continues, "Not only them, His Highness the Prince, Lord Colin, the young heir of House Rosemont, many people sent medicine and offerings. A beautifully decorated gift tag carries the warm message, all hoping Aaron would regain her strength." Lauren looks over at the sofa and adds, "And Lord Head of House himself stayed at your side the entire time." Irene quietly approaches the couch where her father is fast asleep, wondering to herself, "Why is it?" Aaron gazes at her father with a warm, affectionate expression as she quietly whispers, "Dad." Sensing his daughter's presence, Erno's amber eyes suddenly blink open. Erno immediately sits up and pulls Iron into a sudden protective embrace. Iron is startled by the tight embrace and asks, "Dad? What's wrong?" as Erno holds her close, thinking with deep sorrow about her past life. "It must have been so hard." Holding her tightly, Erno whispers, "I'm so sorry," while Aaron silently rests in his arms. Iron closes her eyes and warmly snuggles against her father's shoulder. Suddenly, Richard floats in through the window, calling out, "Bam Bam, are you okay?" Floating in with a beautiful bouquet, Richard teases, "Wait, no, you're a dragon now, so should I call you Draggy instead of Bam Bam?" As Iron responds in shock, "Richard, what are you doing barging in here?" Richard explains, "I heard you were out cold for days. I got worried. Are you all right?" To which Iron replies, "I'm fine. More importantly, how'd you get here? Isn't the heir to the tower supposed to stay put?" Richard proudly explains, "You were sick. I ditched my lessons and ran the moment I heard," while Aaron sweat drops, noticing a comical chibi of the Tower Master fuming and shouting, "Of course not," in the background. Richard boasts, "If the old man doesn't like it, he can kick me out, not like it'd do him any good," prompting Aaron to laugh and think, "You're probably the only person in the world who calls the Tower Master that old man." Richard hand-delivers the flowers, softly saying, "Still, I'm glad," leaving Aaron surprised. Richard gently holds Aaron's hand and looks down with a somber look as he confesses, "I thought I might not see you again for a long time." Aaron looks up at Richard with a gentle, reassuring smile and calls his name, Richard. A beautiful display of white lilies and purple lavender conveys her silent gratitude. "Thanks for worrying about me." Lauren suddenly enters the room and announces, "Pardon me, miss, there's a guest waiting in the parlor," leaving Richard startled as he wonders, "Huh? When did she come in?" Richard decides to leave, saying, "Well, I've seen your face, so I'll get going now." "Yeah, the later I go back, the louder that old man'll be." As Aaron asks, "Huh, you're leaving already?" Richard looks back with a handsome, playful smile and waves goodbye to Iron. Teleporting away in a shower of pink magic and feathers, Richard says, "So let's spend some real time together then," leaving Aaron standing in her room holding the flowers. Iron looks down at the gorgeous bouquet and thinks, Richard's changed a bit since the banquet. It's like there's something calming about him. Aaron hands the bouquet to Laurent and says, "Laurent, I'm heading to the parlor. Can you put these where they're visible?" As Laurent notes, "The scent of flowers is nice. Did someone gift them to you?" "Yeah, smells good, right?" Laurent looks at the flowers with a puzzled expression and wonders, "Oh, that flower doesn't even bloom in this season. How did he get his hands on it?" Walking down the grand staircase, Aaron realizes, now that I think about it, I never asked who the guest actually was. Aaron reaches out to open the door, wondering, who came to see me? Iron opens the parlor door and gasps, "Huh?" Sitting elegantly at the parlor table, the high priest Lucilian welcomes her, saying, "I've been waiting, my lady." Lucilian expresses his relief, saying, "I heard you hadn't woken up for days. Are you feeling all right now?" To which Erin walks to her seat and replies, "Ah, yes, that's a relief." Irene glances at Lucilian, sensing something unusual as she thinks, why does he feel different today? His expression's colder than usual. Lucilian speaks solemnly about having to discuss something important, things I couldn't speak of before. Lucilian reveals, while you were asleep, Duke Etam came to see me, causing Aaron to gasp, "Dad met with you?" Irene is visibly startled when Lucilian explains, "The Duke? He said he came after seeing your other marking," reminding her of Erno witnessing her past life in the void. Lucilian looks at her with a serious expression and declares, "As I've told you before, my lady, you're someone even the gods can't interfere with. But that's not just because you're a dragon." Looking intensely into Iron's eyes, the speaker declares, "You don't belong to this world," leaving the pink-haired young girl sitting in absolute, breathless shock. Iron is filled with deep anxiety, wondering how far she can go and if she can even tell Lucilian that this world is actually from a novel before she hesitantly tries to speak, saying, "Lucilian, the truth is," but is interrupted as he calls her name. Lucilian sits calmly across the parlor table, explaining to Aaron that Lord Arma said she is overlooking something very important. Aaron looks on in surprise as Lucilian advises her to think carefully about what lies ahead. Lucilian looks down with a solemn, piercing expression and asks Aaron to consider the truth. Looking down at the parlor table from above, Lucilian poses a stunning question to Aaron. "Who do you think created this world we live in?" Aaron's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock as the realization begins to sink in. Staring into the darkness, Aaron is haunted by the echoing question of who actually created this world. Suddenly, Iron finds herself falling through a void of massive, grinding metallic gears, crying out in panic for Lucilian. Simple gray shoes walk softly into the dark void as a voice gently calls out, "Aileen." Aaron stands face to face with a young, dark-haired girl in a school uniform who reaches out her hand and says, "Take my hand, Aileen." Hesitantly reaching out to meet her own past hand, Aaron gasps, "Your hand?" To which the child replies, "Yes," as a bright golden light bursts around them, promising to show her everything she has forgotten. Under the warm afternoon light, a beautiful open sketchbook sits on a school desk, displaying a lovely hand-drawn illustration of a girl and a deer. Reading a fairy tale book in her classroom, young Miso sighs wistfully, wishing she could be a fairy tale princess who is always loved. Floating as a ghost beside her past self, Iron watches in surprise as young Miso smiles and decides to draw and copy her ideal fairy tale princess. A mysterious man in a dark trench coat and fedora walks up quietly to the desk where young Miso is sketching. The mysterious man holds up her sketches of dragons and fairies, warmly saying, "Hi there, kid. Did you draw this? It's amazing." Clutching her sketchbook defensively, young Miso looks up suspiciously and asks who he is, while the man playfully reassures her that he isn't a creepy stranger. Aaron watches in wonder as the man looks over Miso's drawings and asks if she likes stories like these, to which the young girl quietly replies, "Yeah." Hugging her sketchbook close, Miso explains that she envies princesses and fairy tales because they are loved by everyone and always find happiness in the end. Standing over her desk, the man gently asks why she envies it, and Miso sadly replies that it is because she could never have such a life. With his eyes obscured by his hat, the man grins mysteriously and asks, "What if you could?" Startled, young Miso looks up and asks how that could ever be possible, as the man suggests she could be the princess of her own fairy tale.
The man explains that she can live in a world of her own design by creating the version of herself she wants to be, along with the family and friends she desires. Holding out a glowing, starry cosmos in his hand, the man reassures her that she will be able to live inside the very world she creates. Placing his white-gloved hand gently on her forehead, the man urges her to keep wishing and creating in this cruel, lonely world. Suddenly, the man vanishes, leaving young Miso standing alone and confused in the quiet sunset glow of the empty classroom. Looking at the classroom clock showing 7, young Miso panics as she realizes she is late and is going to get scolded. Young Miso rushes out of the classroom as fast as she can, while Irene's ghostly form stands behind, watching her run home. Irene looks down at the drawings left on the desk in absolute shock, unable to believe what she is seeing. Floating amidst swirling pages of her sketches of Erno, Lucilian, Richard, and Charnado, Erin despairs, wondering if this entire world was just a story she made up. A radiant, white-winged angel appears, smiling gently as he confirms, "That's right, it's a world you created." Erin watches in awe as the angel-like child spreads his wings and flies gracefully into the starry void. Smiling warmly, the angel declares that Erin is the one closest to being a god in this world, Eileen, or rather, Cha Miso. The winged angel takes flight into the dark void, leaving Erin watching in astonishment as glowing feathers drift around her. The white-winged angel floats gracefully, promising to explain everything from now on to Eileen, also known as Cha Miso, who is the closest thing to a god in this other world. Shocked, Erin looks at the angel and asks, "Do you know who I am?" as the figure playfully flies around her, prompting her to utter, "Arma?" Arma claps his hands happily, praising her sharpness and saying they will get along fine, while Erin wonders what it means to be someone close to a god. Looking down at a vast, glowing city below, Arma confirms that since she created this world, she is indeed close to being a god, leaving Erin in quiet disbelief. Arma clarifies that although she is Cha Miso, she is also not Cha Miso, and points down toward a giant glowing golden gear in the void. Walking toward the massive mechanism, Arma explains that the gear is not ordinary, but is actually the soul of Cha Miso itself. Erin hesitantly reaches out her hand to touch the hum of the glowing golden gear, causing a brilliant light to flash. A warm vision of a smiling, braid-haired young girl holding a letter appears, surrounded by white flowers. The braid-haired girl sits happily on a bed, sharing a warm moment with a kind-looking woman. Clasping her chest in confusion, Erin feels unknown, nostalgic memories of people she doesn't recognize flowing into her mind. Arma explains that those memories are from her past life, laughing as he explains that humans cannot normally remember their previous lives before snapping his fingers to show her more. Arma summons visions of her various past lives, showing how she was a princess in one world and a simple village girl with a basket in another. Arma explains that these massive gears are records of all the previous lives Cha Miso's soul has experienced. Flying alongside her, Arma reveals that all of those past lives also took place in worlds created by Cha Miso. Arma concludes that all of those past lives were born from her creations, just like the world she currently lives in, leaving Irene standing in silent reflection before the spinning gears of her soul. Staring in absolute confusion at the massive brass gears of her soul turning in the dark void, Erin mutters, "I don't understand. How is that possible?" Irene watches in silent contemplation as the memory of her past self, young Cha Miso, clutches her sketchbook tightly and whispers, "The Star Keeper." The mysterious man in the dark trench coat and fedora grins from the shadows of Erin's memories as Arma confirms, "Yes, that's right. Eileen, the person you just saw in your memory, is called a Star Keeper." Floating gracefully in the starry space, Arma explains the cosmic order to Irene, saying, "Star Keeper? Among stars and dimensions, movement occurs quiet, unseen. Purpose lies behind every motion." In the starry void, the silhouette of the Starkeeper stands amidst glowing constellations as Arma narrates. A search continues for children who carry the spark to forge worlds and make new worlds across countless dimensions. Arma's voice explains that this creative power is born from a desolate life of misfortune, where a child secretly longs for an ideal fantasy world, just like Cha Miso. Young Cha Miso looks up wistfully at the starry sparkles in the sunset light, her heart filled with longing for a warmer, happier world. Explaining the dark side of this power, Arma reveals, and those children become sacrifices for the Starkeepers, endlessly feeding their souls to create worlds. Arma details how the past lives Irene witnessed were actually just clones made from fragmented pieces of Cha Miso's soul to fuel these incomplete worlds. A chibi-like clone of Cha Miso stands on a floating white star, as Arma adds, and those clone-created worlds are usually incomplete.
As a clone fades to ash and her world crumbles into darkness, Arma explains when the clone living in that world dies, the world loses its power and disappears. Then the Starkeeper absorbs the star energy that's released when the world collapses. Arma continues with a chilling grin, explaining how this endless cycle of creation and destruction tears a child's soul apart until it is eventually broken, concluding, "So the important thing here is this." Looking at the schoolgirl form of Chamiso, Arma reveals, "Eileen, you too are a clone torn from Chamiso's soul," causing Iron to gasp in horror. "You're saying I'm not the original?" Arma cruelly confirms the truth, saying, "Right, you're just a part of Chamiso," leaving Erin trembling as her sense of self begins to waver. Clutching her gown in deep distress, Iron looks down anxiously and asks, "Then the world I live in, will it also eventually disappear like the broken ones?" Iron tightly grips her skirt as she trembles, wondering if her world and all the people she loves are just like the lives inside that gear, all just fodder for the Starkeeper. Irma quickly reassures her, saying that's not the case. The worlds Chamiso's soul has been through were incomplete because they didn't have a god. Holding a glowing starry core in his hands, Arma explains, Chamiso is the creator, but a god is still needed to govern the world. Spreading his white wings majestically amidst blooming white roses, Arma smiles and declares, and in your world, that god is me, Arma. Arma explains the hope this world possesses, saying, in a world where a god exists, even if the protagonist dies, others can continue leading the world forward. Holding the glowing star of hope close to her chest, Erin smiles with deep relief, tears of gratitude pooling in her eyes as she whispers, thank goodness. Arma stands beside Erin and Chamiso, detailing how Chamiso's soul was already too broken to create new worlds, and the Starkeeper was simply waiting for her life to end. In a dark, spiky void of despair, a mysterious narration declares, but then something happened that even the Starkeeper didn't foresee. High above, Chamiso stands in the rain before collapsing, her soul split in half to escape her predetermined fate, miraculously creating one last world. Looking down at the glowing light in her hands, Iron listens as Arma explains, that is the world of Eileen. Among all the countless worlds Chamiso created, it consumed the largest part of her soul, thus creating the largest world. Looking over the grand medieval fantasy city below, Arma explains, and that's how a god could exist. Arma looks serious as he warns, maybe it was possible because it was the story she loved the most out of all the ones she wrote, but there's still one major issue left, Eileen. Iron's eyes worsen in alarm as the crystal in her hands begins to crack, prompting her to gasp, while this world has a god, it's still not complete. Why not? Iron stands next to a vision of Chamiso in hospital pajamas as Arma points out, because you, Eileen, are still tangled up with Chamiso's soul and haven't completely separated from it, leaving Iron to wonder, me? With the massive gears turning behind them, Arma explains, this world was created around you, so it can only function properly if you are complete, causing Iron to ask, then what should I do? Iron looks at the cracking black fragments in her hands and thinks of her loved ones, crying out, I want this world to continue, the world where the people I love live. I don't want it to disappear. Arma shrugs playfully and says, there is a way. To get straight to the point, this world can continue, asking if she is ready to do whatever it takes to protect it. Determinedly nodding, Iron steals her resolve and replies, yes, I'll do anything, prompting Arma to grin, haha, good, I'll tell you. The way to keep this world going, that is, with a bright, chilling smile, Arma points his finger directly at her and declares, Eileen, you have to die. Arma continues with a wicked smirk, saying, haha, fine, I'll tell you. The way to bring this world to a halt? That's right. Suddenly, a sharp burst of lightning rips through the space, catching Erin completely off guard as she gasps in shock. A crackle of dark energy slices through the air, separating them as a voice remarks, no need to barge in looking so full of life, is there? Duke Erno Edom appears surrounded by blazing blue flames, roaring, you'd better explain the nonsense you spouted to my daughter first, as Iron cries out in relief, Dad! Erno Edom glares with intense fury, warning, whether you're a god or whatever, if you try anything foolish with my daughter? Arma easily restrains Erno with beams of light, coldly saying, Erno Edom, I'm only letting this slide because I need your cooperation too. A mere human daring to defy a god? Glaring defiantly at Arma despite being restrained by light, Erno challenges, did you really think that would scare me? As Arma warns him not to overstep his bounds. Iren runs forward to shield her father, screaming, no, don't, as Erno cries out her name in panic.
Squeezing her eyes shut, Erin bravely shields her father and yells, "Don't hurt my dad! Arma, you need my help to protect this world too, right?" Threatening to withdraw her cooperation completely, Iron forces Arma to back down as he smiles innocently and says, "I was only giving a warning." Erno rushes to check on his daughter, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" To which Iron replies, "I'm fine," while Arma remarks, "It seems I misspoke. I apologize for that." Arme clarifies the grim reality, saying, "It means you have to return to Chamaseo's body and die," which shocks Iron as a peaceful voice suddenly declares, "That is correct, Master." Iron's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as a majestic, multi-winged angel descends from the heavens in a burst of light. Staring in awe at the radiant figure descending with massive white wings, Aaron whispers, "Lucilian?" Smiling gently, Lucilian places his hand over his chest and answers devotedly, "Yes, Master." Confused by his divine appearance, Iron asks, "That form, what happened?" To which Lucilian explains with a shy smile, "In this subspace, my divine power is enhanced, so I look a little different. Is it unfamiliar?" Feeling surprised, Aaron realizes Lucilian is no regular pleading puppy when Arma reveals he is a special messenger handpicked by him who is on a whole other level. Seeing Arma proudly call him Pretty One, Aaron mutters to herself that being a god doesn't automatically mean having a good naming sense. Bowing deeply, Lucilian explains that since this matter is something the Duke must also be informed of, he has brought him here and apologizes for not telling either of them sooner. Looking solemn, Lucilian explains that because he couldn't reveal the divine secrets, he was unable to speak until now, and only recently heard the truth from Arma. Pointing towards a memory of young Chamiso, Lucilian explains that it is all because of that child, prompting Aaron to repeat her name in confusion. Lucilian explains that Chamiso has been hiding everything in the void all this time, waiting for the right moment, which is why he also needed time to figure it all out, leaving Aaron to wonder why she would go to such lengths without Lord Arma knowing. In a memory, young Chamiso whispers that Eileen is better off not knowing. Lucilian explains that if Aaron were to know all the memories and the truth, she wouldn't be able to live happily as Eileen. Staring in shock, Aaron wonders if the reason Chamiso's memories felt broken and incomplete was also because of that. Recalling her past, Aaron remembers reading the novel and how she couldn't remember it well, wondering if Chamiso shattered and locked away those memories for her sake. Arma gently holds the projection of Chamiso and tells Aaron that this child loves the world she lives in too, explaining that if she hadn't hidden the truth, Aaron probably wouldn't have made it this far. Arma asks if they should finish the story they started earlier, and Lucilian agrees to explain, stating that Aaron's soul is currently split in two, each bound to a different imprint. Pointing to a vision of Chamiso lying on a hospital bed, Lucilian explains that the soul forming the foundation of her being is no longer functioning properly and is still holding on to the thread that connects to her soul. Lucilian continues his explanation, stating that Aaron's soul is entangled and unable to separate from the two bodies in the imprint, meaning she must enter her original body herself and sever the life force from within. Trembling with shock and fear, Aaron gasps, "I have to sever my own life?" Pointing to a cracked hourglass, Lucilian explains that there was a set date for Chamiso's death ordained by the Starkeeper, but she forcibly escaped that fate. And in the end, that disruption twisted destiny and created this complicated situation. Lucilian explains that the Starkeeper tried to force Eileen's soul to settle into Chamiso's body so that Chamiso would return to her original fate. Pointing to a memory of Ryu, Lucilian mentions that Aaron might have had a dream about returning to Chamiso's body, which Aaron confirms, as Lucilian explains that no matter how many times the Starkeeper tried, they ultimately failed. Standing with the projection of young Chamiso, Lucilian explains that they failed because of this child and Eileen's sense of self, as this child shattered Chamiso's memories and scattered them like puzzle pieces to protect her. Showing memories of Aaron with her loved ones, Lucilian explains that by accepting a new family in this world, Aaron strengthened her identity even more, allowing her to return as Eileen again, even after going back to Chamiso's body. Floating peacefully in a starry sky, Aaron hears the gentle confirmation that she was indeed able to come back as Eileen again. Standing amidst the gears of her soul, Lucilian warns her that there isn't much time left to keep holding on this way. Looking at Chamiso asleep in her hospital bed, Lucilian warns that once the soul remaining in that body completely fades and disappears, Aaron will no longer be able to return as Eileen, and everything will go exactly as the Starkeeper intended. Looking serious, Lucilian tells Eileen that she must return to Cha Miso's body first and break fate once more, though she remains worried about what it means to sever life with her own hands.
Sensing her distress, Erno Etam gently takes his daughter's hand, prompting her to look up at him in surprise. Gazing at her with absolute love and support, Erno reassures Irene, saying, "Whoever it is, whatever happens, no one can force you. Do as you wish." Feeling a swell of emotion, Erin notices that her father's voice is trembling. Irene tightly grips her dress, determined to find a way to protect the world and her family as she contemplates what she truly wishes for. Erin asks what exactly she needs to do, and Lucilian grins, explaining that she must return to Cha Miso's body and resolve all the lingering Han in that world before she dies. As Erin repeats the word in confusion, Lucilian explains that Han refers to Cha Miso's sense of lack and heavy, knotted emotions, which Erin must completely release. Lucilian explains that all the elements of happiness in the world Cha Miso created were actually things she wished existed in her own reality, so Erin must let go of everything she longed for, and once there is nothing left she wishes for, the Starkeeper will give up. Lucilian warns that it won't be easy, as the Starkeeper will use whatever means necessary to make her want to stay in that world, but if her love for this world is real. Glowing with brilliant divine light, Lucilian declares that there's a chance she'll succeed, before telling her, "Now it's your turn to answer." With a serious expression, Lucilian asks, "Can you do it, Eileen?" To which she bravely prepares her final answer. Waking up in her bedroom, Erin is greeted by her maid Loring, who says, "Oh my lady, you're already up?" And Erin replies with a smile, "Yeah, Loring, good morning." Irene peeks into her father's study, spotting him standing by the door with a briefcase. Irene runs up to her father, wishing him a good morning, and Erno smiles gently, replying, "Good morning to you too, sweetheart." Sitting down at the dining table, Erno mentions that things are probably going to be hectic for the next few days, and Irene replies that she figured, asking if he needs anything in particular. Irene finishes her breakfast and bids her father goodbye, but Erno calls out, "Eileen, could you come here a moment?" Irene turns back to her father, who sits at the table looking at her. Erno gently pats Irene's head and tells her to promise to let him know if she ever needs anything, and Irene happily agrees, saying, "Okay, Dad." Erin steps out of the room as her father wishes her to take care out there. Left alone in the room, Erno looks down somberly as a glass clinks in his hand. Erno looks at a pocket watch containing a picture of young Irene, murmuring in sadness, "To think that all I can give you is just a few parting words like that." Outside, Lucilian greets Irene with a bright smile, saying, "Good morning, my lady," as she calls out his name happily. Lucilian asks if she's heading out and if he can come along, noting that she has been very busy lately too. Lucilian smiles brightly, his aura so radiant that it blinds Erin, who laughs and thinks that Lucilian really never changes. The carriage travels down a grassy road, carrying them to their destination. Inside the carriage, Erin looks out the window in deep, silent contemplation. Lucilian asks Erin if he may hold her hand, catching her by surprise as she replies, "Huh? I mean, I don't mind," but Lucilian gently takes her hand, holding it tight as Erin wonders to herself, why all of a sudden? A beautiful floral frame surrounds a speech bubble containing Lucilian's promise, "While you fight against fate, I'll stay by your side like this." Holding Erin's hands gently, Lucilian reassures her, saying, "With Arma's power, I'll always protect you, so don't worry too much. You can do this, my lady." Looking up at him with bright, golden eyes, Erin smiles softly and replies, "Yes." As Irene resolves to return to reality to end Cha Miso's life, Lucilian informs her of a crucial detail. Once she returns, her body in this world will fall into a deep sleep for a very long time due to the difference in how time flows between the two worlds. Lucilian warns that even if she returns safely, several years might have passed in this world. Hearing this, Irene turns to Lord Arma and requests to be given just a few days before she departs. The carriage travels down a scenic dirt road as Irene narrates her decision to say goodbye to everyone before returning to Cha Miso's body. Staring down at her teacup, Erin gasps in surprise as she sees her own reflection rippling in the liquid. During a pleasant tea party in the garden pavilion with her friends, the prince complains about his hectic crown prince training, and Irene sympathetically responds that it must be tough. The prince dramatically complains about Erin's lackluster reaction, pointing out that he made time despite his packed schedule, only for her to look like she's at a funeral, which catches her completely off guard. When the prince teasingly compares her to over-kneaded dough, Irene heatedly denies it, prompting their red-haired companion to sigh and scold the prince for acting so childishly. While the prince quietly sips his tea, the red-haired lady gently reassures Aaron not to take his teasing to heart, explaining that he is only acting that way because he is genuinely worried about her. The lady asks Iron if she is still feeling unwell, causing Iron to hesitate as she tries to think of how to respond. Making up an excuse, Aaron explains that she is going through a dragon growth phase, and since she won't be around for a while, she wanted to say her goodbyes today. The prince somberly asks if she is entering another long sleep like the last time, and Iron quietly confirms it with a soft nod. The prince sighs, grumbling about how complicated dragon growth cycles are since she only recently woke up. But the red-haired lady notes that they cannot complain if it is necessary for Aaron to grow up healthy. A warm, reassuring voice echoes through the beautiful glass greenhouse, saying, "Don't worry." Lucilian closes his eyes with a peaceful, gentle smile as the atmosphere in the room softens. Smiling brightly, Lucilian tells the prince and the lady that the best thing they can do is to cheer Iron on with all their hearts. Flashing a radiant, happy smile, Aaron enthusiastically agrees with Lucilian and asks her friends to cheer her on while she is asleep. The red-haired lady giggles, imagining that Iron will have grown much taller by the time they meet again, making Iron laugh nervously in response. The prince playfully gestures to show how tall she should grow, teasingly asking how a tiny dragon is supposed to act like a real one, which prompts Aaron to fire back that he had better be a full-fledged crown prince by the time she wakes up. The prince confidently boasts about his capabilities, but Aaron huffs in playful defiance, leading the red-haired lady to chide him once more for being childish as Lucilian laughs at their friendly banter. As their carriage continues its journey, Aaron thanks Lucilian for accompanying her, to which he sweetly replies that he is only doing what he always does by staying by her side. Looking out the carriage window, Aaron silently reflects on how guilty she felt lying to her friends who were so worried about her. But she finds comfort in knowing that Lucilian's presence has helped her more than she expected. Sensing her heavy heart, Lucilian turns to her with a comforting smile and assures her that she isn't lying, as she is truly heading into a trial. Lucilian explains that when she returns from this trial, her soul will have matured, making this journey a genuine part of her growth. Smiling softly to herself, Aaron finds comfort in his words, whispering that it really is just a part of growing up. Later that evening, under a bright full moon, Iron visits her grandparents, and her grandfather joyfully welcomes his fuzzball back, asking if she came because of the growth phase. Surprised, Aaron asks if her father already informed them, and her grandfather confirms that they were just discussing the matter. Her grandfather complains about having to leave the household affairs to that guy during her absence, muttering that he doesn't trust him and is seriously considering postponing his retirement. Holding her grandfather's hand, Aaron pleads with him not to postpone his retirement and promises to speak with her father, urging him to rest well and stay healthy until she wakes up. Overwhelmed by how adorable and admirable his granddaughter is, the grandfather is suddenly bonked on the head with a cane, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Rubbing his head in pain, the grandfather angrily demands to know why she smacked him, but the grandmother crossly replies that she couldn't stand listening to a child act like a grown-up when the adults should be the ones worrying. The grandmother points her cane and sternly orders Iron to come over as well, leaving Iron trembling in fear and thinking that she is dead meat. Approaching Iron, the grandmother somberly explains that dragons take an incredibly long time to reach full maturity, and the process is never easy. Gently holding Iron's arm, the grandmother tells her that she will be facing a difficult trial on her own, so she must stop worrying about everyone else or viewing it as a burden, as a child's only job is to grow well. Smiling warmly at her granddaughter, the grandmother declares with determination that she will have to stick around for a while longer too. Tears welling in her eyes, Iron throws her arms around her grandmother, pleading with her to promise that she will stay healthy until she wakes up. Her grandmother laughs warmly and promises she will, while her grandfather playfully asks if he gets any sweet words, prompting Aaron to smile and wish him good health until they meet again. A few days later, a heavy downpour of rain washes over the grand mansion under a dark, gloomy sky. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Aaron sits at the head of a long table, addressing the gathered members of House Edom and thanking them for meeting on such short notice. Standing tall with her father by her side, Aaron gazes at the solemn faces of the family members who compose House Edom. Dressed in a beautiful magenta gown, Aaron announces with a serious expression that there is something of great importance she absolutely must tell them. Through the large rain-streaked windows, Aaron and her father can be seen standing together before the silent assembly as she prepares to deliver her announcement. Looking solemn, Aaron begins her speech by offering her sincerest apologies to everyone in the room, which sends a wave of surprise through her family members.
Bowing her head deeply before the council, Erin shocks her family members, who murmur in confusion at the sight of their family head bowing to them. Erin explains that she will soon enter a long slumber and expresses her regret that she must leave so soon after succeeding as the family head, before she could fully earn their recognition. As Erin deeply apologizes for having to step away, her father gently places a hand on her shoulder and softly tells her that she has nothing to apologize for, urging her to raise her head. Looking down, Erin recalls her grandmother's advice that she shouldn't feel guilty for the things that happen as she grows older, but she still cannot help but feel a lingering sense of guilt. Looking up at her father with determined eyes, Irene softly declines and explains that she feels a deep sense of responsibility as the family head, and as a family leading this household together, she sincerely asks for their understanding. As Irene bows deeply, Uncle Kruno breaks the silence, asking when they ever said they didn't acknowledge her as the family head. Kruno steps forward to explain that choosing the next family head is entirely within the former head's rights, and Erin was personally chosen by Erno Itam. Kruno continues, noting that everyone at the banquet has already confirmed Irene is a direct descendant of Itam, meaning her qualifications are beyond sufficient. With a serious gaze, Kruno looks at the council table and asks if there is anyone present who still opposes or refuses to acknowledge Erin as the current family head. One of the council members smiles and nods, agreeing with Kruno and stating that there are absolutely no objections after the lineage test. Another female family member adds that since the rest of the world still believes the youngest son is the family head, her temporary absence won't cause any issues for the stable household. The family members unite in their support, reassuring Irene that as direct descendants of Etam, they are here to assist her and are the people she should rely on in times of need. A male council member smiles warmly and salutes Erin, telling her to leave everything to them without any worry. Deeply touched, Erin flashes a radiant, happy smile and thanks them, saying she gladly entrusts House Etam to them all. After the meeting, Erin follows Uncle Kruno down the hallway, calling out to him. Smiling warmly, Erin stands before her uncle and sincerely thanks him for his support during the council meeting. She teasingly points out that he stepped forward on purpose, even though he was always the one who acknowledged her the least in the past. Kruno coughs awkwardly and claims he was simply stating the facts, prompting Erin to giggle and tease him for being so shy. Extremely flustered, Kruno heatedly asks who she is calling shy and threatens to leave if she has nothing else to say. As he begins to walk away, Kruno suddenly stops in his tracks. Without turning around, he awkwardly tells her that since he has named the cat for her, she must come by and see it himself next time. Irene gasps in surprise as she recalls a memory of her uncle secretly crouched down in the garden, feeding and playing with a small kitten. With a bright and joyful smile, Irene waves goodbye to her uncle, shouting that she will definitely come visit. Back inside her room on a rainy day, Erin prepares letters and requests her maid Lauren to send them to the academy. Lauren looks concerned and asks if she is sure about this instead of delivering them personally, but Erin gently explains that everyone is too busy and she doesn't want to trouble them. Lauren bows respectfully and promises to deliver it safely, while Irene smiles and tells her she is counting on her. Staring out the rain-streaked window, Irene contemplates how much Charn, Callan, and Cillian will worry about her. She also thinks of another special friend, Richard, hoping he is doing well. Lucilian opens the door, informing Erin that the carriage is ready and asking if this is her final schedule. Erin quietly confirms it and heads out into the rainy day. Arriving at the Colin Duchy under a heavy downpour, Erin notes that she can't enter the Mage Tower directly without pre-authorization, but she wanted to visit anyway. An attendant greets her on the stairs with an umbrella, guiding her to the reception room. Suddenly, a desperate voice calls out her name, catching her completely by surprise. Erin turns around to find Richard standing in the pouring rain, drenched and looking at her with wide eyes. Lucilian steps forward and explains that he delivered the message beforehand because he knew Richard would want to say goodbye. Richard somberly looks at Erin, asking if it's true that they won't be able to meet for a long time. With tears streaming down his face, Richard desperately asks how long he must wait and if there is really nothing he can do to help her. Heartbroken, Erin gently takes his hand, apologizing that she doesn't know when she will awaken. She hands him a letter and reassures him, promising that she will definitely greet him with a smile when she wakes up. With tears in her own eyes, Erin smiles softly and promises him that she will return. Richard pulls her into a tight, emotional hug under the rain as Irene silently reflects on how she couldn't tell her loved ones the whole truth. Even so, she feels comforted knowing she sincerely conveyed her feelings to everyone before embarking on her trial. Later that evening, Irene walks through a quiet, grassy field with her father, who gently asks if she is really all right.
Looking down sadly, Irene admits that she is honestly frightened of how cruel her family in the other world might treat her. She envisions a warm memory of her current loving family who have always showered her with affection and support. As they walk side by side, Erin continues her silent contemplation. Looking up at her father with a brave smile, Irene declares that thinking of the happy life awaiting her with the ones she loves gives her the courage to overcome this trial. Her father looks down at her with an incredibly proud and tender smile, marveling at how strong his daughter truly is. He then presents her with a glowing, beautiful purple orb, leaving Erin in shock as she recognizes it as the legendary Dragonstone. Irene hesitantly asks if it is all right for her to take such a precious family heirloom, but her father reassures her that the artifact chose her anyway. He jokingly calls it an old toy marble that no one would miss, causing Erin to sweat nervously at his casual description of a wish-granting artifact. Holding the glowing stone, Erin smiles brightly and promises to return safely, to which her father tenderly replies that he will be waiting. Later in her bedroom, the Dragonstone sits on Irene's bed, glowing with a brilliant, iridescent light. Irene sits cross-legged on her bed, recalling that the Dragonstone has its own consciousness and doesn't always grant wishes straightforwardly, but she decides to make a wish just in case. Holding the stone close to her chest with closed eyes, Erin sincerely prays that she will successfully overcome the difficult trials that lie ahead. Lucilian stands before Irene in her dimly lit bedroom, gently extending his hand to guide her. She gazes up at him with quiet trust as he softly tells her to hold his hand and close her eyes, to which she replies that she is ready. Looking down at Irene with a gentle yet solemn expression, Lucilian explains that he will now relay Arma's final message, instructing her that when she opens her eyes, she will wake up in Sha Miso's world. Gazing directly at Irene with his striking blue eyes, Lucilian delivers a final, crucial piece of advice, telling her that she must not be misled by what she encounters. As a flurry of beautiful flowers and sparkling light surrounds them, Lucilian tenderly holds Irene's hand and wishes her good luck as she embarks on her transition to the other world. In a quiet hospital room, a brown-haired girl named Cha Miso slowly opens her eyes, looking around in complete confusion and disorientation as she returns to her original reality. A colorful chibi illustration marks the completion of Season 2, depicting Irene, Lucilian, and their companions dressed up as characters from Alice in Wonderland while sharing a tea party. Sitting up in her hospital bed surrounded by soft floral borders, Cha Miso touches her forehead in bewilderment, contemplating how she felt like she was dreaming a very happy long dream. Trying to grasp the fading memories of her dream, Miso visualizes a warm, blurry image of her loving fantasy family hugging her, though she is frustrated that she cannot remember it clearly. A sudden voice breaks the silence of the hospital room, prompting Miso to look over in surprise as she hears her mother softly call out her name. Standing at the doorway, Miso's mother trembles with tears of joy at the sight of her daughter awake, prompting Miso to whisper, "Parsing Mom," in disbelief. Overwhelmed with relief, Miso's mother rushes forward and wraps her arms tightly around Miso in a tearful embrace, catching her completely off guard. Crying tears of pure joy, Miso's mother smiles warmly and confesses just how deeply worried they all were during her long slumber. Gently cradling Miso's face, her mother tearfully admits that she truly believed she was going to lose her, leaving Miso feeling incredibly flustered and confused by the sudden display of affection. The sliding door opens once again, revealing Miso's father and grandmother standing in shock as her mother urgently gestures for them to enter. Miso flinches in surprise at the sight of her grandmother, softly gasping as she recognizes her. Walking up to the bedside, Miso's grandmother gently places her hand over Miso's in a quiet, uncharacteristic gesture of warmth and reassurance. With tears in her eyes, Miso's grandmother remorsefully apologizes to her, admitting that she feels she has been far too harsh on Miso all this time. To Miso's utter astonishment, her father bows deeply before her bed and apologizes as well, prompting a panicked Miso to wave her hands and plead with them to stop acting so strangely. Looking solemn and remorseful, her father explains that almost losing her made them realize how terribly wrong they had been in the past, while her grandmother looks on in silent agreement. Miso is left completely speechless, staring wide-eyed at her family as she struggles to comprehend their dramatic change in attitude. As the warm colors of sunset paint the sky above the hospital building, Miso silently contemplates her confusing situation, wondering if her foggy thoughts are simply due to how long she was asleep. Pushing her IV stand, Miso takes a slow walk along the quiet hospital pathway, reflecting on how her head feels full of mist and how she cannot recall her previous brief awakenings.
Miso looks down with a complicated expression, admitting to herself that while she always wanted her family to be kind to her, their sudden warmth feels deeply unsettling. She recalls a memory of her family crying tearfully over her bedside, noting that normally they would never act like this. Walking slowly in her hospital slippers, Miso contemplates the irony of her situation, realizing that the very words of apology she always wanted to hear do not bring her any happiness. Staring straight ahead, Miso struggles with a lingering sense of awkwardness, noting that what feels most bizarre is how artificial her family's sudden warmth feels compared to the dream. She envisions a radiant, golden memory of her fantasy world family holding her hand with genuine, deep affection, making her realize that her real family's sudden kindness feels like they are merely pretending. Shaking her head vigorously to dismiss her doubts, Miso resolves to stay positive, telling herself that she shouldn't think that way and must view this as a chance to repair her relationship with her family. Still walking outside, Miso sighs softly and hopes that her uneasy feelings will fade with time if she just keeps trying, as a dark-haired young man walks past her in the opposite direction. As the young man passes by, Miso notices a silver chain necklace slip out of his pocket and drop quietly onto the pavement. Miso stops and picks up the necklace, calling out to the young man to let him know that he dropped his item. As the young man turns around to thank her, Miso gasps and blushes deeply, completely captivated by his striking appearance. Surrounded by a beautiful, sparkling rose background, the incredibly handsome young man gently smiles at her and thanks her, telling her she is very kind. Noticing her dazed stare, the young man tilts his head with an amused smile and asks if he has something on his face. Comically flustered, Miso waves her arms in a panic and nervously laughs, explaining that she was just surprised and got a bit flustered when he thanked her. Miso sheepishly apologizes for staring too long, but the young man simply chuckles and reassures her that it is perfectly fine. A quiet clatter echoes through the courtyard as a blue soda can drops from a nearby vending machine. The young man hands the cold drink to Miso with a gentle smile, telling her to consider it fate when she insists he didn't need to buy her anything. Sitting together on a hospital bench under the sunset, Miso awkwardly tries to make small talk, asking if he is visiting someone since he doesn't look like a patient himself. The young man takes a sip of his drink and politely replies that someone he knows is admitted there, but they will likely be discharged soon. Miso smiles warmly and breathes a sigh of relief, asking if the patient is someone very important to him. Looking down with a tender, nostalgic smile, the young man quietly confirms that they mean a great deal to him. Glimmering under the evening sky, the young man gazes ahead and softly adds that this special person is the one who completely changed his life. Looking at his gentle profile, Miso is deeply touched by his sincere words, thinking to herself how soothing his voice is. Feeling a warm sense of comfort from his presence, Miso smiles and expresses her hope that his special person recovers and gets well soon. Standing up to make his departure, the young man politely thanks Miso once more for her kindness today. Bowing his head slightly, the young man offers her a radiant, charming smile and congratulates her in advance on her upcoming discharge. As the young man walks away into the golden sunset, Miso stands frozen by the bench, holding her soda can and staring after him in absolute awe. Clutching the drink close to her chest, Miso marvels at the encounter, wondering how someone so perfect could even exist outside of a dream. Miso takes a step forward in her slippers before suddenly freezing in her tracks as a startling realization begins to dawn on her. Looking down in deep contemplation, Miso freezes in her tracks, suddenly questioning whether she had even mentioned her upcoming discharge date to the handsome stranger she just met. In the busy hospital lobby, Miso's mother asks her to wait for a moment while she goes to take care of the billing. Pointing a gentle finger, Miso's mother tells her to call if she needs anything, to which Miso politely replies, "Okay, Mom." As her mother walks away, Miso sweats nervously and reflects on how unsettlingly nice her mother has been acting lately, almost as if she were talking to a toddler. Sitting alone on the waiting room bench, Miso notes that her mother is taking quite a while and decides to search through her handbag. Pulling out her old phone, Miso sighs at how badly cracked the screen is, wondering if the device will even turn on. To her pleasant surprise, the screen lights up brightly, showing a fully working display and a decent battery level. Smiling warmly, Miso decides to pass the time by reading a web novel, excited to catch up on the chapters she has missed during her long slumber. Navigating to her phone's web novel app, she comes across the romance fantasy novel titled Adoption Route. Looking closer at the app, Miso feels a sudden wave of confusion, wondering if Adoption Route was always illustrated with a white-haired protagonist and dark-haired supporting characters.
As Miso visualizes the title's cover, she is hit with a jarring sense of discrepancy, realizing that the characters and the protagonist, Eileen, look completely different from the fantasy family she faintly remembers. Shaking with a growing sense of unease, Miso sits stiffly on the bench, staring at the screen and desperately trying to understand what is happening. Suddenly, a hand reaches in and snatches the phone directly out of her grasp, causing a startled Miso to flinch in pure shock. Looking up in horror, Miso whispers, "Mom?" as her mother stands over her with a terrifying, pitch-black shadow cast over her face. Staring down at her daughter with a cold, hollow gaze and wide, lifeless eyes, the mother remains completely silent. In an instant, the dark atmosphere vanishes as her mother sweetly taps her cheek, cheerfully explaining that she had completely forgotten she was supposed to buy Miso a new phone. Panicking, Miso waves her hands and insists she is fine using her cracked phone, all while sweating nervously and wondering if she had just imagined her mother's terrifying expression. Gently taking Miso's hand and leading her away, her mother playfully calls her silly and insists on buying her a brand new phone to celebrate her discharge from the hospital. Walking outside the hospital building under a bright blue sky, Miso hesitantly calls out to her mother. Stopping in the middle of the parking lot, Miso asks her mother if there is something wrong with her old phone. Standing still in her elegant high heels, her mother hesitates before turning to address her daughter, stating that she has a confession to make. Looking away with a deeply sorrowful expression, her mother explains that Miso's terrible accident happened because of that phone, admitting that seeing it only brings back painful, haunting memories. Miso stares blankly as a memory of dropping her phone in the pouring rain flashes before her eyes, though she can't shake the persistent feeling that there is a far more critical memory still missing. Suddenly, her mother steps forward and pulls Miso into a tight, emotional embrace, softly whispering her name. Hugging her tightly, her mother pleads for Miso to understand that her actions are driven purely by deep worry and maternal love. Feeling a lingering sense of discomfort, Miso forces a weak smile and quietly agrees that she understands her mother's feelings. An aerial view shows a white car driving down the quiet city road as Miso and her mother make their way home. Looking out the window from the passenger seat, Miso contemplates her situation, wondering why her mother's genuine worry only fills her with a deep, inexplicable sense of dread. As Miso struggles with a heavy knot in her chest, her mother glances over from the driver's seat with warm concern, asking if she is feeling sick or needs to take a break. Assuring her mother that she is fine, Miso resolves to put her doubts aside and make an effort to get along with her family, even as complex clockwork gears turn in the background of her mind, symbolizing her inner turmoil. The warm colors of sunset fade into a starry twilight sky over a modern apartment building. Holding her brand new phone, Miso looks at her selfie on the screen, reflecting on how she ended up with a replacement after all. Lying in her bed, Miso stares at the ceiling and wonders why her family went out of their way to move all of her belongings back home, admitting that sleeping in her old room feels incredibly bizarre. A sudden knock at the door breaks the silence as her father asks if she is awake, prompting a surprised Miso to quickly reply that she is. Standing outside the closed bedroom door, her father tenderly expresses his happiness at having her home, softly wishing her a good night and telling her that he loves her. Sitting up in the dark, Miso stares silently at her closed bedroom door, left completely speechless by her father's uncharacteristically sweet words. Letting out a soft sigh, Miso rests her chin on her hand, feeling deeply overwhelmed by the sudden warmth from her family. As she falls asleep, Miso experiences a vivid dream of floating in a dark, starry void, reaching her hands out toward a faint, warm light. Transforming into her pink-haired fantasy persona, Erin floats gracefully in a sparkling pink abyss, feeling a gentle warmth wrap around her entire body. She visualizes a joyous memory of her fantasy father lifting her high into the air with a proud, loving smile as she laughs happily in his arms. Surrounded by beautiful pink hair, Miso's dream self listens to a warm and deeply familiar voice, desperately trying to recall where she has heard it before. The morning sun shines brightly into her room, and as her alarm clock shows 7:25 a.m., Miso groans softly from a lingering headache. Sitting up in bed and clutching her head, Miso laments that she had the exact same dream again, frustrated that she still cannot remember any of the details upon waking. Touching her face, Miso feels a sense of emptiness, noting that all of her precious memories from the dream are completely shrouded in a thick fog. Her mother's cheerful knock on the door interrupts her thoughts to announce that breakfast is ready, and Miso quickly calls back that she is on her way. Stepping out of bed, Miso reflects on how her body has completely recovered and how nice it feels to be back home after her long, grueling stay at the hospital. Miso joins her parents and brothers at the dining table, observing the peaceful and harmonious family breakfast that she has missed for so long.
Waving a cheerful goodbye to her family as they head out for the day, Miso wishes them all a wonderful day ahead. Standing alone by the closed front door, Miso sighs and thinks to herself that this new, comfortable life is starting to make her a bit too lazy. Sometime later, Miso casually announces to her parents that she has successfully found a job, leaving both of them shouting in complete and utter disbelief. Raising her hands in surprise, Miso desperately tries to reason with her family, arguing that she cannot stay at home forever, and explaining that she even found an apartment close to her workplace. Her family immediately erupts in protest, with her mother questioning how she could make such a major decision without consulting them, while her sibling worries about what would happen if she were to faint alone with no one around to help. Shaking her head in mild exasperation, Miso tells them they are all overreacting and asks them to simply accept her decision, emphasizing that she is moving out because it is what she truly wants. Carefully folding a dark green jacket and packing it away inside a cardboard box, Miso prepares to leave as someone quietly asks her if she is truly going through with the move. Her mother stands by her bedroom door, looking downcast and pleading with Miso to commute from home instead, even offering to drive her to work every day. But Miso gently insists that she is no longer a child and will be fine on her own. As she continues packing her belongings, Miso reflects on how uncomfortable she has felt at home lately, politely declining any help from her family but promising to ask if she needs it. Recalling her mother's warm smile and gentle words urging her to relax because they are family, Miso notes how unsettlingly fast her family changed overnight, admitting that she thought she would eventually get used to it but never did. Sitting on her knees in her bedroom, Miso feels a heavy wave of guilt and unease wash over her, lamenting how incredibly kind everyone has been to her lately and admitting to herself that she simply cannot stand it. Resolving that a little distance might help her feelings calm down, Miso tapes up the final box of her belongings and lets out a soft sigh of relief. Just as she finished packing, Miso notices a dusty old wooden box tucked away in a corner of her room and wonders what could possibly be inside. Holding the wooden notebook, Miso tries to recall what she kept in it, when a mover suddenly knocks on the door and politely asks if they just need to transport the packed boxes. Miso confirms with a polite smile, thanking the mover for his help as he carries out her cardboard boxes. Deciding that the mysterious old wooden notebook might be important, Miso slips it into her personal bag to keep it separate from the rest of her packed luggage. Under a glowing sunset sky, Miso arrives at her new apartment building, reassuring her family that she has lived on her own before and will be perfectly fine. Waving a warm goodbye to Ito and Ihyun on the quiet street, Miso thanks them for helping her move, while they playfully reply that of course they would help and tell her to keep in touch. Standing outside her new home under the evening sky, Miso takes a deep breath and happily tells herself that she is finally alone and can begin unpacking. Suddenly, she turns around and gasps in shock as the handsome young man from the hospital appears right in front of her, offering a radiant smile and marveling at the incredible coincidence of meeting here again. Flustered and blushing, Miso's chibi self waves her hands and loudly confirms that she remembers him, thinking to herself that there is absolutely no way she could ever forget a face as perfect as his. The young man happily asks if she lives in the building too, and Miso beams, commenting on what an incredibly small world it is. As they chat outside, Miso hesitantly asks if his friend from the hospital was discharged safely, to which the young man replies that they did, though they haven't been able to see much of each other since. Gazing ahead with a gentle, nostalgic expression, the young man softly mentions that he hopes they will be able to see each other more often in the future. Listening to his words, Miso feels a sudden wave of confusion and sweat drops, wondering why it feels so intensely like he is talking about her. The young man waves goodbye under the beautiful sunset, promising to treat her to coffee next time, to which Miso happily agrees before bidding him farewell. Stepping inside her new apartment, Miso locks the door behind her and suddenly facepalms, realizing she forgot to ask him for his name. Sifting through her bags, Miso resolves to make sure she asks for his name the next time they run into each other. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out the old wooden notebook and wonders what she could have possibly written in something she shoved away so carelessly. Miso's eyes widen in sheer horror and shock as she opens the wooden notebook. Inside the book, she finds childish crayon drawings of a dragon, a magical sword, a princess, and various messy scribbles. Miso flinches in intense embarrassment as she realizes that the book contains the draft of a romance fantasy novel she wrote as a child, pouring all her wild imagination into it. She drops the notebook to the floor in absolute disbelief, whispering a faint "why?" Collapsing to her knees in pure cringe, Miso covers her face and desperately wonders why on earth she didn't throw away her embarrassing dark past instead of keeping it tucked away in her room all this time.
Staring blankly at the fallen notebook, Miso's embarrassment suddenly turns into confusion as a startling thought begins to dawn on her. She reaches out a trembling hand and slowly flips open the notebook to inspect the drawings once more. Clutching the old notebook to her chest, Miso is hit with a wave of realization, noting that the plot and contents of the childhood story are exactly the same as the adoption route web novel she remembers. Looking at her phone, Miso recalls how she was deeply bothered by the sudden changes in the web novel adoption route 3 years ago. She remembers sitting on her bed in her pajamas, reading the story again from start to finish to figure out why it felt so unfamiliar. While the illustrated characters on the screen look different, Miso notes that the story's actual contents were still something she had read before. Believing that she must have simply mistaken another novel's title for adoption route, she remembers searching endlessly on her laptop for the specific fantasy family story she kept dreaming of. Yet, no matter how hard she searched, she could never find any trace of the warm fantasy family in the story she remembered. Staring down at her childhood drawings of a young girl and her family, Miso realizes that the reason she couldn't find the story online was because it only existed inside her own private diary. Close-up of Miso's focused eyes as a critical realization begins to take shape in her mind. She visualizes a childhood memory of herself drawing at her desk under a warm light, remembering how desperately she wanted her real family to love her and how she had wished with all her heart that her fantasy world were real. Sitting alone in her room, Miso feels a bitter irony, realizing that she has actually run away and left her home because her real family's sudden love and affection felt so deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, her phone begins to vibrate and ring loudly in her pocket, snapping her out of her deep thoughts. Pulling out her phone, she answers a call from her mother, who anxiously asks if everything is all right, to which Miso assures her that she is fine since they saw each other just a short while ago. Her mother hesitates before softly admitting that she called simply because she missed her, leaving Miso to quietly ponder her mother's words with a heavy heart. On the other end of the line, a dark, chilling shadow falls over her mother's smiling face as she sweetly warns Miso not to push herself too hard and reminds her that she can always rely on her family. As heavy, ancient-looking clockwork gears turn in the background of her mind, her mother's voice echoes with a sweet but unsettling, "I love you." Hearing those words, Miso freezes in absolute terror as the wooden notebook slips from her hand and crashes to the floor, her eyes wide with fear as she weakly replies, "Yeah, Mom, me too." Walking down a quiet city street at night, Miso wanders barefoot in her socks along a yellow line, her face completely blank as she mutters to herself that her family loves her now. Holding the old wooden box in her hand, Miso tells herself that she should throw it away because her childhood delusion is finally over. Standing by the railing of a bridge at night, Miso resolves that her reality is here now, raising her arm to throw the wooden box into the dark river below. Just as she is about to throw the box, a hand suddenly grabs her wrist to stop her, prompting someone to yell, "Wait a second!" The wooden box slips from her grasp and clatters to the ground, opening up to reveal the mysterious old notebook inside. Shocked and wide-eyed, Miso gasps as she turns around under the sparkly night sky to see who stopped her. The handsome young man from the hospital stands before her, politely apologizing for startling her, and explaining that it looked so dangerous that he acted before he realized what he was doing. Miso starts to recognize him, but suddenly staggers and groans in pain, clutching her head as the young man quickly reaches out to support her and asks if she is all right. Clutching her forehead as a sharp pain strikes her head, Miso apologizes and says she suddenly got dizzy, before looking down in complete confusion. Looking down at her stocking feet on the cold street, Miso wonders why on earth she is outside barefoot, noting that her memory became blurry right after her phone call with her mother as if she were possessed by something. Looking down at the beige shoes the young man gave her, Miso apologizes for taking his shoes and making him walk her all the way home, but he gently replies that he is doing this because he wants to. As they walk together through the city street at night, the young man tells her not to worry about it and asks why she was standing in a place like that, to which Miso hesitantly replies that she doesn't really know and was already standing there when she came to. Miso mentions that she thinks she was about to throw something away, and the young man lifts up her wooden box, asking if it is what she was trying to discard, which she confirms. In a cute chibi fantasy, the young man beams as he hugs her childhood notebook, saying it is too well written and good to throw away, and asking her to give it to him instead, leaving Miso blushing and screaming in shock that he already read it. Chibi Miso fumes, asking why he read her private book without permission, but the young man playfully replies that he wants it even more now that he knows she wrote it, while she desperately protests that it is a part of her embarrassing dark past. Snapping back to reality, Miso aggressively snatches the notebook and cardboard box back from his hands, loudly demanding that he hand them over.
As Miso walks away rapidly in embarrassment, the young man follows closely behind her, teasingly asking if she is going to throw it away again and requesting that she give it to him instead if she does. Turning back to him with a flustered, blushing face, Miso loudly insists that she is not giving it to him. Suddenly, the blinding headlights of a massive oncoming truck illuminate the crosswalk, and Miso freezes in absolute terror as a loud horn blares right in front of her. The young man pulls Miso to safety as they both tumble onto the pavement, and as the truck speeds away, he frantically asks if she is okay and blames himself, while a trembling Miso assures him she is fine, but notes to herself that she almost got hit by a car again. Extending his hand, the young man gently holds out the brown childhood notebook to return it to her. Miso hesitantly asks if he doesn't want it anymore, and he smiles gently, saying that since she said no, he cannot help it, but pleads with her not to throw the notebook away. Looking down at the book in her hands, Miso asks why he cares so much, explaining that as he can see, it is just a silly, childish story she wrote when she was a little kid. Staring at the closed wooden box, Miso quietly reflects on how she had forgotten all about it, and notes that it isn't even anything important. The young man gazes at her with deep affection, softly telling her that he is not so sure about that because it didn't feel childish to him at all. Under a beautiful dreamlike backdrop of floating papers and crayons, the young man explains that to him, her childhood story looked like a beautiful dream filled with a child's deepest wishes. Sitting on their knees together under a warm, glowing light, they share a quiet, intimate moment as they hold her childhood belongings. Looking at him with soft, touched eyes, Miso blushes slightly and gently agrees, whispering a soft, "Okay." Close-up of Miso's hands as she holds the brown notebook close, cherishing it instead of throwing it away. Under the starry night sky outside her apartment building, Miso speaks up to thank him for saving her life earlier and starts to say something else. Looking at the young man, Miso confesses that she doesn't know why, but she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to throw away everything inside that wooden box right away. Beaming with a radiant and relieved smile surrounded by sparkly flowers, Miso happily notes that even though it is embarrassing and cringy now, she must have had a very good reason for secretly keeping it safe all this time. Miso expresses her relief that she didn't throw it away, and the young man smiles warmly, telling her that it is a relief and asking her to please keep it safe. Looking at his watch, the young man notes that he should probably head home now, prompting Miso to hesitate and shyly ask if she could perhaps get his name or phone number. Miso looks at him warmly, explaining that she really wants to thank him properly the next time they meet. Leaning in surprisingly close to her ear, the young man softly whispers a mysterious message that leaves Miso completely frozen in surprise. Pulling back with a playful wink and placing a finger to his lips, he offers a radiant smile and whispers a soft, "wrinkled," as a signal to keep it a secret. Lying in her bed at night while holding the glowing purple toy marble, Miso reflects on how she asked him for his name, but he suddenly started talking about something completely different. Recalling how he whispered that the other items in the box didn't seem like simple toys either, Miso suddenly sits up in shock, wondering if he just changed the subject because he didn't want to give her his contact information. Looking closely at the glowing purple marble in her hand, Miso notes that it really doesn't seem like a simple toy, realizing she was so focused on the notebook before that she didn't notice how incredibly at ease she feels just by looking at it. Clutching the sparkling purple marble to her chest as she drifts off to sleep amidst pink roses, Miso wonders to herself who it was that originally gave her this mysterious marble. In her dream, a handsome young man with glowing yellow eyes, wearing ornate ancient clothes and blue earrings, smiles as he holds out the glowing purple marble and asks if it is just a toy collecting dust in the corner. Close-up of the ancient youth's larger hand tenderly clasping a young girl's small hand. A young pink-haired girl in a beautiful dress laughs with pure delight, holding the glowing purple marble close to her chest. Waking up in her bed the next morning, Miso stretches her arms with a yawn, pleasantly surprised to find that she has absolutely no headache today and feels far more refreshed than usual. Looking down at the mysterious purple marble resting on the bed beside her hand, she wonders if her sudden recovery is all thanks to this magical stone. When her doorbell suddenly rings, Miso sits up in bed wondering who could possibly be visiting this early in the morning, immediately hoping with a blush that it might be the handsome young man from yesterday. Hurrying to the front door, Miso opens it with a click and starts to ask who is there. Miso gasps in shock to find her mother standing at the doorway, who smiles sweetly and says she was just worried, asking if anything happened after their phone call yesterday. Quickly hiding the glowing purple marble behind her back, Miso awkwardly smiles and lies that nothing happened, thinking to herself that for some inexplicable reason, she shouldn't tell her mother the truth. Suddenly, her mother's face turns chillingly dark and intense as she leans in uncomfortably close to ask, "Really?" leaving Miso sweating in fear as she desperately tries to laugh it off and assure her that nothing could have possibly happened overnight. Suddenly, Miso's mother grabs her wrist tightly as Miso holds the glowing purple marble, demanding to know what it is. Her mother insists that Miso should throw something like the marble away immediately, prompting a shocked Miso to ask what she means by something like this. Her mother's face turns terrifyingly dark as she commands Miso to hand over the marble, promising to buy her a new one while Miso desperately clings to it, wondering why her mother is suddenly acting this way over a simple marble. Without another word, Miso turns and bolts out the front door, leaving her mother shouting after her in anger. Miso runs down the corridor as fast as her legs can carry her, her mind racing with questions about why her mother reacted so violently to the marble. Suddenly, the handsome young man from before pops out from around a corner, calling her name and urging her to follow him. Without hesitation, Miso takes his hand as they run together down the corridor toward the emergency exit doors. Her mother's frantic shouts echo from the building as they successfully escape outside into the daylight. Crouching behind a wall to hide, Miso breathlessly asks the young man why he keeps following her and popping up out of nowhere. The young man suggests finding another place to hide, while Miso realizes with a shock that even though she followed him blindly, he definitely knows her name. As the young man crouches to help her put on her shoes, Miso is overwhelmed by doubts, wondering why this stranger is helping her and if she can truly trust him. Looking down at him, Miso begins to ask a question, but she is suddenly cut off. Before she can finish her sentence, the young man suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace, catching her completely off guard. He softly whispers an apology in her ear, asking her to please hold on and stay still for just a moment as she freezes in his arms. As a glowing blue barrier wraps around them to hide their presence, Miso is stunned to see her brothers, Lee Do and Lee Hyun, walking past, blankly searching for her and calling out for her to throw the marble away. Once the sound of her brother's footsteps fades away, Miso whispers to ask if they are gone, and the young man softly calls her name to reassure her. Looking back at her apartment building under the darkening sky, Miso can't shake the deep feeling of unease that has settled over her. Recalling her mother's terrifying glare and her brother's empty, dark eyes, she realizes that they all seemed like puppets being controlled by some mysterious force.
Following the young man up a dark staircase in what appears to be an abandoned building, Miso's mind is filled with doubts about the safe place he mentioned and who he really is.
As they ascend, the young man warns her to watch her step, prompting Miso to finally ask how he always knows where she is, how he knows her name, and if he has been secretly watching her. The young man beams with a cute, innocent smile and playfully admits that he is indeed always watching her, leaving Miso blushing and flustered as she complains that his reply sounds incredibly weird. When Miso points out that he still hasn't told her his name, the young man's face turns serious as he apologizes and explains that he must hide his identity to prevent that one from finding him. Holding the glowing purple marble, Miso looks at him in confusion, wondering what or who he means by that one. The young man stops and creaks open a heavy door, announcing that they have finally arrived at their destination. Shielding her eyes from a sudden, brilliant light, Miso looks ahead in pure astonishment. Stepping forward, Miso is completely spellbound by the breathtaking, vibrant sunset spreading across the sky before her. Standing on the rooftop alongside the young man under the warm, golden rays of the setting sun, Miso is suddenly hit with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. In her mind, she gets a fleeting mental flash of a young man wearing elegant, ancient garments adorned with a blue knot at his chest. She looks at the young man standing beside her, feeling deeply in her heart that she was definitely with this person somewhere before in the distant past. Reassuring her that her family won't find her here, the young man gently drapes his jacket over her shoulders to keep her warm, which she softly thanks him for. Wrapping the jacket tightly around herself, Miso awkwardly admits that her family is acting strange, noting that they have never gone to such extremes to find her, and suspecting the marble is the cause. When the young man asks if her family's sudden, strange behavior makes her feel uncomfortable, Miso pauses before hesitantly admitting that it does. Miso explains that she never had a good relationship with her family before her hospitalization, but after she woke up from her long coma, they suddenly apologized for all their past harshness. She recalls her mother and brother bowing their heads and crying by her hospital bed, showering her with care and sweet words of love. As the young man listens quietly, Miso confesses that having a loving family was her greatest childhood dream, yet she couldn't fully rejoice even when it finally came true. She sadly admits that the affection her family showed her felt fake, cold, and entirely empty of genuine warmth.
In her mind, a warm memory of a handsome youth gently lifting a laughing, pink-haired girl high in the air flashes by, making her realize that her family's affection felt like a cheap imitation of someone else's love. Miso laughs self-deprecatingly and calls her feeling strange, but the young man gently corrects her, telling her that it is not strange at all and that there must be a valid reason for her feelings. Touched by his words, Miso looks up at him with soft, hopeful eyes and shares that ever since she woke up in the hospital, things have been different. Under the glowing pink and purple sky, Miso explains that she has been having frequent dreams, but always forgets them immediately upon waking up. Looking down at the city streets bathed in the golden sunset, she confesses that the only thing left behind from those lost dreams is a deep, unexplainable sense of longing. Clutching the railing tightly, she explains that she feels as though she has left something incredibly precious and irreplaceable far behind in another place. Tears well up in Miso's eyes as she voices her painful frustration of not knowing what she is longing for, desperately wishing she could remember. Stepping closer, the young man gently clasps her hand around the purple marble and softly tells her that if she truly wants to remember, she should close her eyes and make a wish. The purple marble in her hands begins to shine with a brilliant, magical light as he assures her that she has the power to do it. Holding the glowing marble close to her chest, Miso closes her eyes and focuses all her thoughts on the memory she desperately wants to reclaim. A warm golden light erupts from the marble, enveloping Miso in a beautiful, sparkly aura of flowers and magic as she makes her heartfelt wish. The young man stands quietly by her side, watching over her as she stands enveloped in the magical glow of the sunset. Looking down at the glowing stone cradled in her palms, Miso reflects on how she once dismissed this powerful artifact as just a simple, childish toy marble. Glancing at the young man, Miso realizes that the marble holds the key to her forgotten past, feeling a powerful, undeniable connection to both the magical stone and the mysterious stranger standing beside her. Like this person said, I feel as though this marble could somehow make my wish come true. It doesn't feel unfamiliar at all. It feels as if I have once held this marble before. That is, the marble. It's glowing. It feels like it is pulling me in so strongly. Miso, don't be afraid. Just take your time and think about what you truly wish for. But it's okay, Miso. You can do this. You have wanted to regain something precious, haven't you? That's right. I do want to get it back. I want to remember what I've forgotten and what I've been longing for. This person is my father. Miso recalls a tender memory from her past life, sleeping peacefully in her father's protective embrace. I think I have come to see you as my own child. I can't believe Eileen has grown so much in just 5 years. You should consider it an honor. Instead, let's get married. In this world, there are far more miraculous things in this universe than you might think. Remember that, Eileen. You mustn't be deceived. This isn't a dream. I remember everything now. Miso, are you all right? Could it be? The sun is setting faster than expected. No way. Miso, watch out. I think he has noticed. Wait, Lucille, he's gone. Those gears. Is this place the void? Why am I here? It has been a long time. I never thought you'd actually bring an object with that kind of power into this world. I let my guard down too much because I erased your memories. Starkeeper, is there really any need to be so wary of me? It's not as if I have ever wronged you. How can you say that? You tampered with someone else's memories as you pleased. All I did was grant you the reality you had wished for since childhood. I gave you a better world, so what is there to complain about? That world was fake. That is not what I wished for. I don't understand you. Aren't the people inside the stories you created yourself the actual fake ones here? Compared to the affection from those imaginary beings, the love from a real family is far closer to the truth, don't you think? No. The lives and feelings of the people within that world still belong to them. But the reality you manipulated is different. The emotions those people feel toward me are not real, and they are not truly theirs. Real or fake? Does that really matter? In the end, I gave you the world you wished for, didn't I? So now, shouldn't you pay the price for it? What is it that you want from me? What do you expect me to do? Accept your fate, not as Eileen, but as Cha Miso. You're telling me to abandon Eileen's identity? That's right. All you have to do is accept that you are Cha Miso. And why should I have to do that? The Starkeeper absorbs the energy released when a world collapses. It is for the restoration of the star's energy. And with that energy, a new world is born once again. I already heard from Armo what your true reason is for trying to bind me to this reality. You've been feeding on my soul all this time just to gain more power. And now you want me to throw the world where my family and friends live to you as food again? I want that world to continue and everyone living there, regardless of my existence. I want them to keep living their own lives. No matter what tricks you try, my resolve won't change. I'll make that world into something real, something that will never disappear. It seems there is something you don't understand. We don't merely absorb energy. The energy we take in is used again to create a new world. And through that process, the souls that were reclaimed are reborn in that new world to live entirely different lives once more. Right now, you're trying to take away the chance for countless souls to walk a new path. Even if they're reborn, that world will only collapse again soon enough. Trying to make me feel guilty won't work on me. You really don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Then I'll show you exactly what the result of your choice will be. My family, even my friends. What are you doing to them? Souls that aren't reclaimed can never be reborn. One day, they'll become nothing more than dust, drifting through dimensions in the vast universe. They'll sink into an endless sleep, never to awaken again. Those who meet such an end, do you really think they could be happy? Miso recalls waking up in her hospital bed, seeing her mother and brother weeping with relief while her father looked on in silent worry. My family treated me with utmost sincerity. Miso stands surrounded by her family, who comfort her, yet she feels a strange emotional distance from them. Not even for a single day did I ever feel comfortable around my family. I kept wondering why that was, but I could never find a clear answer. All that grew was the suspicion that maybe it was just my own heart that had gone crooked. Now that I've recalled my memories, I finally understand the answer. Whether their love was sincere or not, I cannot love Chamiso's family. I didn't want to live in a world where I'm the only one being loved. I wanted to live dreaming of a future with people I can truly give my love to. No matter what words you use to threaten me, it won't work. Even if it ends in a terrible outcome, I won't give in. Because I'm not Chamiso. I'm Eileen Eatum. How arrogant. Are you going to let the souls of the family and friends you love so much suffer? Just for your own happiness? Eileen clenches her fist in silent resolve. The answer to that question was decided long ago. No one and nothing has the right to force you to do anything. Do as you wish. Standing her ground, Eileen playfully sticks her tongue out at her adversary, refusing to be intimidated. I can't even tell if what you're saying is true or not, so there's no way I'm going to give in to your will. I'm going back to my original world. If only I'd held out a little longer, I might have succeeded. It's not the way I wanted things to go, but there's no helping it now. Suddenly, dark, malevolent smoke erupts and wraps tightly around Eileen, binding her. Yeah, if you can't be persuaded with words, then I'll just force your soul to stay bound to Chamiso's body. Once I strip away your consciousness, you'll even forget what kind of happiness you longed for. All you'll be able to do is wait for death inside that body. No, I don't want it to end like this. I have to go back. I have to return to my world. No way. I didn't think you'd be able to use your power in this space. Could it be the dragon's orb? Eileen lands on the ground with a thud, realizing the dark entity has vanished. He's gone. What just happened? She hears a familiar voice from above. That voice. Irma. Eileen. It's been a while. I was just fighting the Starkeeper. When you said you did it, did you mean? Yes. You fulfilled the condition I told you about. That being can no longer interfere with you. The condition? You mean returning to Chamiso's body and resolving all the lingering regrets left in that world before dying? Chamiso's body has already reached its limit. A glowing figure walks forward, revealing, I used your power, Arma, to secretly enter Misa's world and stay by her side without the Starkeeper noticing. Spreading his magnificent white wings, the fully grown Lucilian says, that was my job. Eileen gasps in pure emotion, looking at him. Lucilian, so it was you, Lucilian. Arma explains, Eileen, you've realized what it is you truly desired, and you've severed the stubborn bond that tied your soul to theirs. Feeling a sudden warmth, Eileen clutches her chest as she realizes she has finally succeeded. Her heart beats rapidly in her chest as the magical transition begins to take hold.
The void has begun to collapse. It seems Chamiso's entire life has broken free from the fate the Starkeeper created. Eileen hesitatingly says, Arma?
The souls of that world might someday be doomed to wander the dimensions forever. I made my choice, but if that really happens, Arma responds, well, maybe things will turn out the way that bastard said. But it's still better than choosing something that would make everyone disappear right now, isn't it? And besides, it'll take a very long time before it ever comes to that. We'll have plenty of time to find a solution before then.
And from here on, this is the domain of the gods, so it's not something you need to worry about. You may be close to divine, but even so, I am good enough to be the administrator." "Is that so?" Lucilian smiles warmly and replies, "Yes, my lady. You've already done more than enough, just by overcoming this trial." Arma flies over to tease her. "Don't make such a gloomy face. I don't really like seeing a pretty girl looking all downcast." What? Eileen stammers. "Aren't you happy? You've finally gotten the chance to go back." Eileen blushes and replies happily, I'm happy. That's better, right? Now then, here's a final gift for you." Eileen looks at the glowing orb in wonder. "What is this?" "It's the last remaining fragment of Cha Miso's soul that was left in the void." "The last one? Does that mean—" "Yes, there's no longer a Cha Miso. Before being erased completely in the void, she expressed her wish to become one with your soul, rather than simply vanish away." Arma adds softly, "She said she wants you to be happy, unlike herself. Her feelings of encouragement are seeping into me, along with a warm light." "Yes, I'll make sure of it," Eileen promises with a beautiful smile. "Then it's truly time for you to go back. Follow this path straight ahead." Lucilian extends his hand, offering his guidance. "My lady, I'll guide you. Please take my hand." "Thank you, Lucy," Eileen says gratefully. Several years must have passed. So this is what Lucilian looks like, all grown up? Seeing her stare, Lucilian asks, "My lady, is something wrong?" "No, it's just seeing you like this still feels kind of unfamiliar," she replies awkwardly. "It's bringing back memories of Uncle Kruno's trauma. Don't tell me I still look like a 10-year-old, she worries internally. Arma waves happily as they depart. "Eileen, farewell. We'll meet again next time. Although the path seems endless, I can feel that I'm almost there. Once I leave this place," Eileen thinks to herself as she gazes upwards with wide, sparkling golden eyes filled with anticipation. The grand and imposing main estate of the Duchy of Etam stands tall under a cloudy sky, surrounded by lush leaves and a quiet ambiance. A maid diligently sweeps the grounds of the estate with a broom, sighing, "Even though I clean this hard every day, there's not a single guest that ever visits this mansion." With immense wealth and the powerful strength of its members, the legendary dragon family of the Duchy of Etam was regarded as having the greatest influence both inside and outside the Orient Empire. Among them, the one who received the most attention from the public was the rumored dragon and the current Duke Etam's biological child, Irin Etam. However, Erin Etam cut off all ties with high society several years ago and vanished. Countless rumors swirled around her disappearance, with people whispering that Erno Etam hid her away to monopolize the dragon's power, or that the rumor about her being a dragon was a lie from the start to profit the family. However, those rumors were quickly silenced. Crashing into high society, Duke Erno Etam furiously grabs a noble by the collar, declaring, "You all must be running out of things to talk about, using my precious daughter as fodder for conversation?" With a terrifying glare and blue magical flames swirling around him, the Duke growls, "If those incompetent tongues know nothing but spouting nonsense, I will burn those tongues off and toss them in the trash myself." Fortunately, the situation was resolved through the mediation of the direct Etam bloodline present at the scene. But after that, it became taboo to speak the name Erin Etam in high society, and the Duke locked the gates to the main Etam estate, forbidding even the servants access and draining the mansion of its vitality. Only the Duke and his direct bloodline could come and go. The only other person permitted was Senior Laurent, Erin Etam's personal maid. As the maid sweeps the grounds, she thinks, "I heard that the Duke became extremely sensitive at the same time Erin Etam vanished from high society. They said he used to be known for always smiling. But the Duke I've seen, far from smiling, always wore an expression full of deep worry." She reflects, watching the Duke walk by with a pocket watch in hand, looking solemn and preoccupied. Looking up at the massive mansion, the maid thinks to herself, "I've worked here for a year and haven't seen her even once. That young lady they call a dragon?" Suddenly, Laurent, the personal maid, bursts through the doors in a panic, crying out, "Your Grace, we have a problem." Sitting at his desk and writing, Duke Erno Etam looks up calmly and asks, "What is it?" The young lady?" Laurent stammers, causing the Duke's golden eyes to widen in sudden shock. Duke rushes down the hallway with Laurent close behind, throwing open a large door in great haste. They step inside to find a beautifully decorated bedroom completely empty. Looking at the unmade bed, Laurent says in disbelief, "She's gone." "I confirmed that she was in her bed just a little while ago," Laurent worries, looking distressed. "I looked all over the room, but she's nowhere to be found. Surely nothing bad has happened to the young lady."
I can feel her, Erno murmurs, his heart pounding as he senses his daughter's presence nearby. With a sudden burst of movement, Erno dashes out of the room, leaving a startled Laurent to cry out, "Your Grace?" Erno throws open another door, his eyes wide with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Erno looks forward, his face softening as a warm, tender smile spreads across his lips. On the floor, a single red apple rolls gently away from a basket, coming to a stop near the hem of a white dress. A beautiful young girl with long pink hair and golden eyes sits on the floor, surrounded by bread and apples, happily chewing on a piece of food. Surprised by the sudden intrusion, the young girl hastily gulps down her food with a nervous expression. Erno kneels down before her, smiling warmly with tearful eyes as he says softly, "It's really you." A magnificent feast of roast chicken, pasta, steak, bread, and eggs is spread out across a long dining table, gleaming under the warm light. Taking a bite of the delicious food, Irene happily cradles her cheek and squeals, This is so good." Watching them from afar, the newly hired maid is in utter shock, thinking, in the flesh, the young lady is missing. The Duke is smiling too. Meanwhile, the Duke smiles brightly at his daughter and says, "Erin, is there anything else you want to eat? Just say the word and I'll bring you anything you desire."
"Oh, Dad, I'm telling you I'm fine now," Erin explains, a bit embarrassed. "I was just hungry because it's been so long since I woke up." Laurent then happily brings in a sweet pudding, saying, "This is the dessert the young lady was especially fond of."
Resting his chin on his hand, Erno gazes at his daughter with deep affection and says, "It feels as if I am dreaming. How long has it been since I've seen you speak, smile, and move like this?"
Irene scratches her cheek nervously and asks, "But Dad, I have something I want to ask you. Isn't the mansion a bit quieter than usual? It seems like there aren't many servants either." With a cheerful smile, the Duke responds, "That's because I dismissed them all." Hearing this, Erin can only offer a blank, polite smile. "Ah, I see." Erno calmly explains with a gentle smile against a background of blazing flames, "There were some fools spreading stories about you, so I took the opportunity to get rid of them all. I didn't know when you would wake up, and it would be irritating if I missed even the slightest sign of you stirring because those useless fools were being loud, would it not?" "Still, you can't just fire all of them," Irene protests. Laurent chuckles and adds, "The other direct members of the Tom family protested just as you did, young lady, so we're hiring new staff again. Though it'll be a considerably smaller amount compared to the era you remember," Laurent mentions. Erin chuckles. "Lauren, if you say it like that, it sounds like I was asleep for like 10 years. "It wasn't quite 10 years, but you truly were asleep for a long time," Laurent reveals. "It's already been 7 years, you know." Hearing this, Irene freezes in sheer shock. Erin's voice echoes loudly across the grand estate as she screams in disbelief, "7 years?" Suddenly, 3 familiar faces run toward the mansion under a beautiful sunset sky, waving and shouting, "Erin!" Covering her eyes from the dazzling light, Irene is stunned to see her siblings, who cry out, "Goodness, you've gotten so big, I hardly recognize you." Irene sputters in response, "That's what I should be saying. All 3 of you have become adults?" They gather around to embrace her tightly. "Well, we graduated from the academy in the meantime," they explain happily. "We came straight to the main house as soon as we heard from Father that you'd woken up." Irene asks, "You all graduated, but you're living outside instead of staying at the main house?" The eldest sister proudly explains that she went on to a specialized alchemy academy, while the red-haired brother shares that he is doing joint research near the magic tower. The younger brother adds, "And I'm training to be a knight alongside my uncle." With a serious look, her brother confesses, "After we received the letter you wrote before you fell asleep, the 3 of us thought about it a lot." They recall crying together over her letter, realizing, "We figured the reason Erin never wanted to burden us with her worries was because we weren't yet as reliable as Father. So we all promised to train hard in our respective fields and show Erin a reliable side that she could depend on when she woke up. We made a bet on who would become a more proper person, so we've been living much more diligently than when we were preparing to graduate from the academy," they share with warm smiles. Touched by their devotion, Irene smiles softly and thinks, "I see. I didn't want to burden you, but I didn't know you'd all think that way." They wrap her in a tight, affectionate hug once more, beaming as they say, "So from now on, you can just rely on us a ton. That's right. We've worked hard because we wanted to be a dependable family for you too." "Okay, I will," Erin agrees happily, noticing, "It somehow feels like you 3 have gotten a lot closer in that time." Her sister replies, "That's all thanks to you, Erin, and a lot of time has passed after all."
But more importantly, the person who's changed the most out of all of us is you, isn't it, Irene? To think you've gotten this big, her brother says. Irene twirls her beautiful mint green and white dress with a sweet smile, giggling, hee hee, you think so? Nodding her head, a cute chibi version of Erin crosses her arms and reflects. I was surprised this time too. I thought I'd be in the same state as I was before I woke up. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror in utter disbelief, the young girl mutters, "This is me?" as the words escape her lips almost involuntarily. As she rests peacefully, she feels it intuitively. The magical imprint shared with her father has grown significantly stronger. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, a warm and tender smile spreads across her face as she cherishes the bond with her family. Leaping forward to wrap her siblings in a sudden tight embrace, she happily exclaims, "It's just I love my family so much," leaving them surprised as they ask what's wrong. With joyful steps, they make their way back toward the mansion together, eager to go and consult their father. Looking up at the majestic estate glowing under the warm sunset, she thinks of it as the place where the people she loves reside, her truly precious home. Running happily ahead of her siblings with a bright smile, she calls out warmly, "I'm home." As a heavy rainstorm pours outside, a tense silence inside the dark study is suddenly broken by the sharp, jarring sound of a glass object falling and shattering on the floor. Groaning in pain as a sudden, excruciating headache strikes, the Duke clutches his head while his physician examines him and reports that there seem to be no visible abnormalities in his body. Frustrated, the Duke asks if the cause of his headache truly cannot be determined, prompting his long-serving personal physician to offer a careful conjecture. The physician notes that the headaches began right around the time Lady Eileen regained consciousness, asking if the Duke has noticed any bodily changes since she awoke, leaving the Duke startled and confused. The physician recalls the dark history of House Etam, explaining that the family's first head suffered from a terrifying berserk state as standard side effect of contracting with the Black Dragon. Holding his pocket watch tightly, the Duke listens as the physician warns that his headaches might be connected to the mysterious dragon mark, murmuring his daughter Eileen's name with deep worry. Clutching his head in agony as dark magical remnants swirl around him, the Duke desperately tries to deny the terrifying truth, whispering, "No, that can't be. This is." Time passes, and a beautiful sunny day illuminates the grand estate, carrying with it the realization that many things have indeed changed. Faced with a massive tower of books summarizing the past 7 years, Eileen finds herself completely overwhelmed and too busy to leave the mansion, despite her deep curiosity about Lucilian and her friends. Weighted down by a metaphorical boulder representing her 7-year absence, a distressed chibi Eileen cries out that she simply hasn't had a single moment to visit anyone. During her lessons on current affairs, her instructor reveals that Lucilian is currently recuperating in a private room at the temple, leaving Eileen highly concerned. When a worried Eileen asks if Lucilian is sick, her instructor reassures her that he is not physically ill, but rather completely exhausted from overusing his divine power. The instructor explains that ever since Eileen fell asleep, Lucilian shut himself in a training chamber and constantly requested sacred stones to be sent to Etam for her sake. Hearing that Lucilian is highly skilled and will likely recover soon, Eileen quietly reflects on the news with a thoughtful expression. A beautiful vision of Lucilian's kind, angelic smile and warm, gentle gaze fills Eileen's mind. Realizing that she had been silently receiving Lucilian's constant support and sacred stones all this time, Eileen holds her book close, promising herself to thank him properly the next time they meet. Turning her attention back to her lesson, Eileen tentatively calls out to her uncle, Uncle Kruno?" To which he calmly responds, "What is it?" With a hesitant and nervous look in her golden eyes, Eileen admits that she has been thinking about something for quite some time. Staring in disbelief at the massive, chunky cat resting on Krono's shoulder, Eileen asks if it's the same tiny kitten from 7 years ago, shocked to learn that it has grown incredibly huge. Krono shares that the cat, named May, had so many kittens that the temple is now practically a cat shelter, making an excited Eileen declare that she absolutely must visit them next time. To her great delight, a beautiful invitation to the imperial banquet arrives addressed to her, offering her a long-awaited chance to hear news of her friends. The maid explains that the banquet is a gathering of young nobles and heirs representing the Oriad Empire, meant to strengthen their ties and friendships. Eileen's eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought that her dear friends Enosh and Lillian will surely be attending the palace banquet. Filled with anticipation, Eileen happily instructs her maid, "Lorong, send a reply saying that I'll attend the banquet." Exclaiming that she needs a brand new dress, her excited siblings point out how much taller she has grown and eagerly volunteer to help her pick out new outfits for her day out in the city. While riding in the carriage, Eileen points out that they were supposed to be too busy for the banquet, but her siblings insist they will always make time to go shopping with her. Her brother eagerly chimes in, saying that since her uncle and aunt picked her dresses in the past, he wants the honor of picking one out for her this time. As her siblings bicker playfully over who has better fashion sense to style her, Eileen sweetly diffuses the argument by suggesting they can each pick out an outfit for her. As their carriages travel along the cobblestone street, her brother wonders why their father is riding separately, to which their sister replies that he wanted to rest, assuming he must be tired. Though her siblings tell her not to worry and that a bit of rest will help, Eileen feels a lingering anxiety, knowing the dragon mark has grown stronger despite being told her father had fully recovered. Stepping out into the vibrant streets, Eileen is amazed by how much the cityscape has transformed since she was last awake. Observing the diverse crowd, Eileen notes how many more beastkin are openly walking the streets now, just as her sister guides her toward her favorite dress shop. Eileen readily agrees to the shopping trip, but suddenly pauses as she senses something unusual in the air. Sensing someone watching her, Eileen looks back at the bustling crowd, wondering if it was just her imagination or simply because their prominent group naturally draws attention. From a short distance away, a group of young beastkin stand together, staring intently at her with wide, curious eyes. The young beastkin begin to whisper excitedly amongst themselves, recognizing her and trying to confirm her identity. Sensing the movement behind them, Cillian's father calls out, "Cillian," to which Cillian alertly responds, "Yes, father." Quickly stepping forward to protect his sister, Cillian draws his sword defensively and demands to know who they are and why they are following them. The startled beastkin wave their hands in panic, stammering that they only wanted to say hello, causing Eileen to recognize one of them and quickly tells Cillian to wait. Smiling warmly, the rabbit-eared beastkin addresses her with deep gratitude, identifying her as the young lady who blessed them at the temple and apologizing for startling them. Remembering how gaunt and dirty the beastkin boy looked when they first met, Eileen marvels at his healthy transformation and happily remarks on how much he has changed. With a bright, joyful smile, the beastkin boy credits her for freeing their kind, deeply touched that she still remembers him from their brief meeting. He explains that because of the steady relations maintained between the Etam ducal house and the Beastkin nation, social perceptions have completely shifted, allowing many Beastkin to live peaceful, ordinary lives. As Beastkin children play joyfully in the town square, the memory of her brother's words lingers, thanking her for giving them a chance at a new life, as she reflects, "If I hadn't returned to this world?" Gazing at the happy children with a warm, gentle smile, she thinks, "Seeing their faces in person like this, it makes me truly glad that I came back to this world." Under a clear blue sky, the grand tower and rooftops of the bustling city sparkle beautifully in the warm sunlight. Dressed in his crisp black Imperial Guard uniform, Cillian stands tall and asks her warmly, "Eileen, are you ready?" Eileen walks toward the carriage in her beautiful pink dress, happily exclaiming, "Cillian, you came to escort me?" To which he replies that he wanted to walk her to the entrance and got their uncle's permission. The sweet, chibi version of Cillian beams brightly as he tells her, "That new dress really suits you," making him glad he came. Twirling elegantly to show off her stunning gown, Eileen smiles and admits, "I was a little worried since it's been so long since the last time I wore a banquet dress. I'm glad it looks okay." As the carriage travels along the path, Eileen thinks, "In the end, I'm wearing the dress father picked to the banquet. Next time, I'll wear the dress you choose." Cillian happily responds, "Really? Then I'll have to make sure to attend the next one with you." As Eileen looks at him thoughtfully and says, "You know, I've been thinking." Eileen looks at her brother in wonder and points out, "Cillian, since you've grown, your face is starting to look more and more like father's, like a kinder version of him." Cillian tilts his head in confusion, repeating, "A kinder version?" Cillian chuckles and mentions, "Callan and Sharn said I take after father for having a nasty streak in my personality." Eileen quickly reassures him, "That's not true. You are much kinder. Of course, I also like the less nice parts of father's personality." Cillian gently assists Eileen as she steps down from the carriage, while she notes that it is her first time attending a banquet alone, making her feel extra nervous. Looking up at the majestic imperial palace, Cillian calls out, "Go and enjoy yourself, Eileen," and she replies enthusiastically, "I will." Walking into the grand building, Eileen's expression turns solemn as she thinks, "I wanted to clear up why it feels like he's been avoiding me since I woke up, if there's been some kind of misunderstanding." Sitting alone at a beautifully set banquet table, Eileen stares down sadly, reflecting, "But these days, it's hard to even see his face." A loud announcement echoes through the luxurious hall, presenting Lady Eileen Eatham, causing the gathered nobles to look over and murmur in surprise. With graceful steps, Eileen walks down the stairs, drawing the immediate attention of everyone in the grand hall. Feeling the heavy gazes of the crowd, Eileen looks down slightly, thinking, I still can't get used to being in the spotlight like this. She takes another step forward, feeling a sudden, chilling tension in the air. Nearby nobles whisper mockingly behind their fans, saying, how can someone walk in with such a shameless expression? Surrounded by dark, thorny roses, Eileen looks startled as she overhears them sneering. It's like the disgrace of a noble who doesn't even know what shame is. The whispering continues in the crowd, with another noble asking maliciously, how can she walk in here so shamelessly? Eileen stands frozen in disbelief as the biting insults reach her ears, truly the disgrace of nobles who know no shame. Startled and deeply hurt by the cruel gossip, Eileen quickly turns her head to confront the whisperers. Looking at the sneering crowd, a cold sweat breaks out on her face as she realizes something feels off. Staring at the hostile faces of the nobles around her, she wonders in distress, why is everyone looking at me like that? Stealing her resolve, Eileen glares back and thinks, I may have been away from society for 7 years, but there's no reason for them to gossip about me. I carry the Etam name. I must not shrink back. Walking confidently toward the group whispering about her, Eileen declares, I was invited just as properly as anyone else. Excuse me. Framed by elegant yellow roses, Eileen demands firmly, if you have something to say to me, I would appreciate it if you said it to my face rather than behind my back. At such a gracious event that His Highness has prepared, isn't it proper etiquette to avoid causing each other embarrassment? Smiling mockingly behind her fan, a noble lady sneers, oh my, Lady Etam. Looking down at Eileen with utter contempt, the lady coldly replies, I have nothing to say to someone like you, so would you please refrain from speaking to us again? I would find it unpleasant to be considered on the same level as you. Trembling with frustration, Eileen clenches her fist tightly, thinking in shock, this attitude? Don't tell me? The low, ominous murmuring of the crowd fills the dark, vaulted halls of the palace as everyone turns away from her. Clutching her chest as her heart races, Eileen suddenly recognizes a familiar sensation, thinking, that ominous energy, I've definitely felt it before. As dark, thorny silhouettes swirl in her mind, she thinks in disbelief, but there's no way I should be sensing it here, because that was... Her eyes widen in realization as the terrifying truth hits her, the energy of a star keeper. Unaware of her distress, a couple of young nobles continue to whisper and snicker near her. A noble man with a smirk on his face walks past Eileen, a strange, dark purple energy swirling ominously around him. Suddenly, the nobleman maliciously throws his drink directly at Eileen, muttering, take this, leaving her gasping in shock. Eileen closes her eyes tightly and braces for the impact, but suddenly notices the surroundings went quiet in an instant. Opening her eyes, she is stunned to see time has completely frozen, suspending the splashed drink in midair as a glowing angel descends and calls out, Eileen! She gasps, Lord Arma! Floating gently before her, the winged deity asks, I didn't expect we would meet again like this. Are you all right? Eileen quickly replies, Lord Arma, something's wrong. Eileen points urgently around the room, explaining, the people in this banquet hall, they're surrounded by a strange energy, just like the Star Keepers. Crossing his arms with a serious expression, Arma states, yes, with what just happened, I'm certain now. A giant dark shadow with a glowing blue eye looms behind Eileen as Arma reveals a Star Keeper is hiding in this world, shocking her to her core. Eileen looks back in confusion, asking, but weren't the Star Keepers supposed to have disappeared? You told me they wouldn't be able to interfere with me anymore. Standing before a massive, cracking hourglass, Arma explains, of course, you've broken free from the destiny set by the Star Keepers, but that doesn't mean the Star Keepers themselves cease to exist. As dark energy swirls around an image of Eileen from the past, Arma continues, the Star Keeper seems to have been hiding somewhere in this world, watching you ever since the moment you returned here. Images of Eileen's dragon power and Cha Miso's soul appear as Arma warns, the power of a dragon's wish that you possess, and the world-creating power bestowed upon Cha Miso's soul, it wants to steal them both. Looking at Arma in alarm, Eileen asks, "The Starkeeper covets my power?" And Arma explains that it is likely trying to replace the energy it failed to reclaim with the strong power she now holds. Floating in the air, Lord Arma points up and warns Eileen, "Judging from what just happened, it seems the Starkeeper intends to use your love for the people of this world as your weakness." Lord Arma explains further, "As you experienced in Cha Miso's world, the Starkeeper can manipulate people's hearts and bend them to its will, so making the people of this world harbor hostility toward you is well within its power." Looking down at the frozen scene in the banquet hall, Lord Arma solemnly declares, "This is only the beginning." Eileen looks back at the suspended splash of drink in confusion and asks, "How would doing something like this let the Starkeeper steal my power?" To which Arma replies, "Eileen, you must already have some idea." As his eyes narrow in deep thought, Arma continues, "It will start by making you abandon your attachment to this world, and eventually..." Showing a vision of Eileen trapped in chains, Arma warns, "It will drive you to give up your life in this world." Clenching her fists, Eileen thinks in anger, "Unforgivable. I finally returned to this world, and yet it dares to try to steal my life from me." Looking up at the winged deity, Eileen declares with fierce determination, "Lord Arma, I don't intend to sit still and let the Starkeeper do as it pleases. My family, my friends, and my life, I won't let that thing tear them apart as it likes. I will get rid of the Starkeeper." A warm and knowing smile spreads across Arma's face as he replies, "I've been waiting for you to say those words." Floating gracefully, Arma adds, "To think it would roam around and wreak havoc in my world without my permission, leaving that creature alone does not sit well with me either. But just as I cannot interfere too deeply with your existence, I also cannot interfere deeply with the existence of the Starkeeper." Leaning down, Lord Arma places a gentle, reassuring kiss on Eileen's cheek, leaving her startled as he says, "As a god, it embarrasses me that I must leave this matter in your hands. I will help you as much as I can, even if it's from behind the scenes." With a final warning, Arma begins to fade away, saying, "First, I'll investigate the Starkeeper further, so Eileen, you must always stay on guard. Your surroundings may soon be filled entirely with enemies." Below, the frozen orange drink suddenly crashes onto the floor as time resumes. As the drink splashes onto the floor, the surrounding nobles murmur in surprise, with a lady nearby asking, "Oh my, what seems to be the matter?" Looking sweating and thoroughly confused, the nobleman holding the empty glass thinks, "I definitely splashed it on her face," before quickly covering with a smirk, My, it seems I made a mistake." Brushing off her hair with a confident smile, Eileen retorts sharply, "It appears Lord Youngsik lacks strength in his hands. Or perhaps you lack dignity." The nobleman huffs and walks away with his companion, while the surrounding crowd begins to whisper maliciously, accusing Eileen of pushing him to make him spill the drink and acting shamelessly using her family name. Looking down at her clenching hands, Eileen thinks in frustration, "I'm the one who got splashed, so why are they criticizing me instead?" She steels her resolve, telling herself, "I can't cower in a situation like this. This is exactly what the Starkeeper wants. Get it together, Eileen." Suddenly, a loud announcement echoes through the hall. Esteemed guests attending the banquet, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince and his fiancée, Lady Lillian, will now begin the banquet greeting. The gathered nobles bow deeply as they call out, "We pay our respects to the heir of the sun, the glory of the empire." Looking commanding and elegant, the Crown Prince addresses the crowd. "Thank you all for coming. Today's banquet is meant to build camaraderie among the faces who will become the future of the Oread Empire. So please, relax and enjoy yourselves without pressure." Eileen gazes up at him warmly, thinking, "Enoch, goodness, he truly carries the air of a crown prince now." Hearing her thoughts or sensing her gaze, the Crown Prince suddenly flinches and freezes. Seeing his reaction, Eileen tilts her head slightly and wonders, "Huh?" Looking back with a surprisingly cold, chilling expression, the Crown Prince flatly states, "Well then, I hope you all have a wonderful time." Eileen stands frozen in disbelief as the Crown Prince and Lady Lillian walk past her down the stairs without saying a word. Staring after him with wide, trembling eyes, Eileen whispers in shock, "Enosh," as dark, thorny silhouettes begin to cloud her vision. Under the bright chandelier lights of the Grand Palace, peaceful classical music continues to float through the air, contrasting sharply with the heavy tension. Sitting alone on a velvet sofa as the nobles whisper in the background, Eileen looks down sadly, thinking, "No way." She recalls the cold, unfriendly gaze of the Crown Prince, thinking in distress, "Even Enosh is looking at me with that kind of expression." Looking down as a dark purple haze swirls around her, Eileen reflects, as I thought, is Enosh also being influenced by the Starkeeper like the others? She remembers Arma's warning to stay on guard as she thinks, why did I expect otherwise if the Starkeeper is targeting me? Then of course he would have gotten to the people close to me too, she realizes, remembering the happy tea parties they used to share, now tainted by a dark, corrupting energy. Clenching her hand tightly over her chest, she thinks with a heavy heart, I just got back here and I haven't even had the chance to give a proper greeting. With tears welling up in her eyes, she laments, I was so excited to finally have a chance to meet my friends again. I'd been waiting just for today. Feeling completely overwhelmed, Eileen covers her face, thinking, oh no, I feel like I'm going to cry. Suddenly, she hears approaching footsteps and looks up in surprise. Gasps escape her lips as she recognizes the silver-haired young man walking toward her. Lucilian? Quickly turning her head away to hide her face, she thinks in panic, Lucilian must have been influenced by the Starkeeper too. Terrified of what she might see, she thinks, what if Lucilian also looks at me with that same expression? I wanted to thank him when we meet, but now I'm scared to even face him. Standing up abruptly from the sofa, Eileen thinks, no, I can't see him right now. I need to get away. Before she can take a step, Lucilian quickly reaches out and grabs her hand, calling out in concern, my lady. Looking down at her with gentle, deeply worried blue eyes, Lucilian notes, you look pale. Are you feeling sick? Staring up at his kind and familiar expression, a wave of relief washes over Eileen as she realizes this is the usual Lucilian. Lucilian kneels slightly and holds both of her hands tenderly in his, asking softly, my lady? Taking a deep breath, Eileen looks down and begins, actually, sitting together on the sofa, Lucilian listens intently to her explanation before nodding slowly and saying, I see. In a cute chibi style, Lucilian holds his hand to his chest and chuckles softly. So that's why you avoided me? It hurt me a little. Eileen waved her hands in embarrassment, apologizing. I'm sorry. When I thought even you would hate me, Lucy, I just couldn't. Smiling warmly, Lucilian reassures her, there's no need to apologize. I'm sure your heart is much more unsettled right now. Blushing slightly, she whispers, Lucy. Looking at him with deep gratitude, Eileen says, I'm so relieved that you're on my side, Lucien. Lucilian smiles gently and promises, no matter what happens, I'll always be on your side, my lady. Lucilian's gaze turns serious as he shifts the conversation. And about what you told me earlier? Showing a flashback of him mingling with the nobles, Lucilian explains, I talked with several people to get a better grasp of the situation, but no matter what topic I brought up, the conversation always ended up turning into bad rumors about you. Eileen looks down thoughtfully and says, yeah, Enosh seemed like he had changed, just like the others. Lucilian asks, even His Highness the Crown Prince? To which Eileen replies, our eyes met from a distance and he immediately frowned. Looking sideways at Lucilian, Eileen wonders, but why is Lucilian the only one who wasn't affected by the Starkeeper? Lucilian nods, that's true, as Eileen ponders, could it have something to do with the contract I had with Lord Arma? Before she can finish her thought, a shadow falls over them, and a sharp voice interrupts, you there, Lady Eileen Etom. Eileen and Lucilian look up in shock to see the Crown Prince standing before them. Enosh confronts Eileen, asking for a moment of her time. Terrified by his cold expression, Eileen wonders if he has also fallen under the Starkeeper's influence. Sensing something amiss, Lucilian watches Enosh closely with a questioning look. Leaning in close to Eileen, Lucilian prepares to offer her some advice while Enosh stands waiting in the background. Lucilian whispers to Eileen, encouraging her not to avoid the Crown Prince and to try speaking with him instead. Reassuring her with a gentle smile, Lucilian tells Eileen to trust him, prompting her to steel her resolve. Eileen hesitantly asks the Crown Prince if he needs something from her, but Enosh coldly replies that he is truly disappointed in her. Enosh demands to know why she didn't seek him out first, leaving Eileen sweating and dreading that the Starkeeper has indeed turned him against her. Enosh suddenly bursts into a childish tantrum, yelling that he has finally become the Crown Prince and demanding to know why she didn't greet him first. Lillian steps in to scold Enosh for his childish behavior, pointing out that Eileen has just woken up and is bound to be busy, while Enosh continues to huff and complain. Enosh passionately reminds Eileen of her promise that he would be Crown Prince by the time she woke up, leaving Eileen completely dumbfounded as she realizes his cold glare was just a sulky misunderstanding. Blushing slightly, Enosh crosses his arms and asks Eileen if she has anything to say to him now. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief, Eileen sweats nervously as a tiny chibi Enosh demands to know what is with her expression.
Overcome with immense relief and joy, Eileen laughs heartily, overjoyed that her friend has not changed after all. Enosh and Lillian watch in stunned silence, caught off guard by Eileen's sudden outburst of happy laughter. As Enosh and Lillian bicker in chibi form, Lucilian smiles and notes that his advice to talk things out was correct, and Eileen warmly thanks him. Eileen wonders how Lucilian knew Enosh was just acting like his usual self, and Lucilian reveals he noticed it the moment Enosh started walking toward her. Lucilian explains that Enosh was simply sulking and grinning from a distance, prompting Enosh to blush furiously and yell at him to be quiet. Enosh red-facedly yells at Lucilian to respect his status, while Lillian and Lucilian playfully tease him behind his back, much to Eileen's amusement. Watching her friends, Eileen smiles warmly, realizing that while they have grown and matured, they are still the same cherished companions she remembers. As Lillian and Lucilian laugh about Enosh's clumsy nature, Eileen feels all her anxiety melt away completely. Eileen warmly greets Enosh and Lillian, holding Enosh's hand as she explains how long she has waited for this moment. The peaceful moment is shattered by the sharp sound of glass shattering downstairs, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Hearing a loud scream from below, Enosh and the others rush to the balcony to investigate the source of the commotion. Down in the hall, a furious Richard channels powerful ice magic, threatening to freeze the tongues of those who dared to slander Eileen. The terrified nobles cower in fear, whispering in panic as they recognize Richard as the successor of the magic tower. Richard passionately defends Eileen, demanding to know why the crowd is bad-mouthing her when she was the one who was wronged. Eileen runs down to stop him, but Richard immediately pulls her into a tight, emotional hug, leaving her startled by his intense greeting. Richard explains that he was simply punishing those who insulted her, but Lucilian quickly steps in and pushes him away, telling him not to hug his lady without permission. Richard and Lucilian begin bickering loudly while an exasperated Eileen desperately tries to get both of them to stop fighting. In the background, the surrounding nobles watch the drama unfold and gossip maliciously, accusing Eileen of being an attention seeker. Sensing the growing unrest, Lillian warns Enosh that the situation is turning strange, and the Crown Prince nods in agreement. Enosh steps forward to demand silence, apologizing to the attendees as the host for failing to maintain order at the banquet. Enosh officially declares that the banquet will end early, leaving the grand hall empty and quiet. Left with his close circle, Enosh calls out to Lucilian, Eileen, and Richard to get their attention. Looking serious, Enosh commands the three of them to follow him, stating they have an important matter to discuss. The group gathers in a quiet, private drawing room under a grand chandelier, enveloped in a heavy, tense silence. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Eileen hesitantly asks Enosh what is so urgent that they had to meet like this. Enosh closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and sternly calls out Richard's name, leaving the young mage confused. Enosh furiously scolds Richard for acting so rashly and carelessly at a banquet he hosted, especially given his status as the tower's successor, but Richard angrily fires back. Refusing to back down, Richard yells that the nobles insulted Eileen first and that Enosh saw it too. Eileen desperately tries to calm Richard down, telling him that this isn't something the Crown Prince should be blamed for. Enosh sighs and concedes that because the nobles acted rudely first, he will not hold Richard responsible for his actions today. Enosh admits that Richard's actions were actually quite satisfying, though Lillian warns Richard not to take it as a compliment, before Enosh points out how bizarre the banquet's atmosphere was. Sitting on the sofa, Lillian firmly agrees with Enosh, noting that something was definitely wrong. Lillian explains that every single conversation she tried to start forcibly shifted into malicious gossip and slander against Eileen, as if everyone was desperate to compete. Lillian describes how even people who normally despise malicious gossip were desperately nitpicking and spreading false rumors about Eileen. Richard wonders if the nobles have gone mad or if a strange mind-altering drug similar to the Hatar incident is circulating the banquet. Eileen looks down in deep conflict, wondering if she should reveal the existence of the Starkeeper to her friends, or if doing so would violate a heavenly secret. Realizing that keeping them in the dark might make things even worse, Eileen despairs over what she should do. Seeing her distress, Lucilian smiles gently and reassures her that he will return shortly after consulting with Lord Arma. Entering the drawing room where the group is gathered, Lucilian apologizes, sorry to keep you waiting for so long, prompting a relieved Eileen to call out his name while Enosh crossly notes that he is late. Lucilian leans down toward Eileen, contemplating how much of what Lady Arma told him he is actually permitted to reveal to the others. With a gentle, knowing smile, Lucilian presses a gloved finger to his lips, whispering softly to Eileen to reassure her. Eileen blushes and sighs softly, surprised but comforted by Lucilian's close presence and comforting words. Lucilian addresses the room, saying, "First, let me explain the current situation." Lucilian explains that a powerful being has invaded their world, seeking to claim their master's dragon power. The group is shocked as Lucilian explains that this godlike entity is manipulating people's hearts and trying to destroy everything associated with their master. Lucilian reveals that the malicious slander Eileen faced from the nobles at the banquet was entirely due to this being's influence. Enosh questions what stealing the dragon's power has to do with everyone suddenly hating Eileen, noting that dragons are the beings closest to the gods. Lucilian explains that just as a god's strength is tied to people's faith, dragons also grow weak and lose their power if they are rejected and lose the people's trust. As Lucilian reveals that a dragon denied by the people gradually loses its strength, Eileen is stunned to realize she is hearing this crucial information for the very first time. Lucilian warns that while only the banquet attendees are currently affected, the influence will eventually spread until everyone in the world hates Eileen, leaving her completely powerless. Lucilian adds that the entity targeting her will wait until she is fully weakened before swooping in to steal her dragon power. Enosh asks why they weren't affected by the influence, pointing out that despite hearing all the slander, he doesn't feel any hatred toward Eileen at all. Lillian agrees, wondering if the people who are closest to Eileen are simply immune to the being's manipulation. Lucilian delivers a cold dose of reality, simply replying, "No." Lucilian reveals Lady Arma's chilling warning that eventually everyone, including Lucilian and all of Eileen's close friends, will fall under the being's influence and be turned against her. A furious Richard leaps to his feet, shouting that it can't be true and demanding to know if Lucilian heard it wrong. Lucilian calmly responds that he has spoken no lies and then asks them if they all like Eileen very much. Caught completely off guard by Lucilian's sudden and direct question, Eileen lets out a startled gasp of confusion. Fidgeting in embarrassment, Richard, Enosh, and Lillian all blush furiously as they reluctantly but warmly admit their deep affection for her. Eileen blushes red to her ears, wondering why everyone is acting so embarrassed, though she secretly finds their reactions both heartwarming and sweet. Lucilian explains that the less someone knows about Eileen, the easier it is for the slander and the being's influence to sway them against her. He notes that while love and close bonds are powerful emotions that offer protection, Enosh asks if the being will eventually dig into their feelings and force them to hate Eileen too, and Lucilian solemnly confirms that it will. Clenching his fist, Richard mutters in denial, "That's a lie." Richard passionately screams that it is a lie and vows that he will never hate Eileen, no matter what happens. Enosh tries to reassure and calm Richard down by saying they all feel the same, but Richard furiously insists that he is different. Glaring at Lucilian, Richard declares that he will prove Lucilian wrong once and for all. Ignoring their calls, Richard storms out of the drawing room and slams the door shut behind him. Sighing deeply, Enosh suggests that they all need some quiet time to process everything they've learned today. Lillian gently comforts Eileen, telling her not to worry too much because they aren't the kind of people who would easily turn on her. A quiet agreement fills the room as they resolve to stand strong together. As they walk together outside, Eileen tells Lucilian that she almost revealed everything about the Starkeeper because he took so long, admitting she was glad he returned in time. Eileen reflects on how conflicted everyone must be feeling, admitting she didn't expect Richard to react so passionately and storm off like that. She recalls Lady Arma's words about the Starkeeper wanting to sever her connection to this world, pondering how a dragon loses its power once it loses the trust of its people. Lucilian agrees with Lady Arma's assessment, noting that because Eileen cares so deeply for everyone in this world, making her lose her strength is the main goal. Lucilian explains that a dragon's weakening usually only happens when there is an issue with their dragon mark, so it is completely natural that she was unaware of this before. He adds that very little information about dragons is preserved in ancient records, and even those documents lack clear explanations. Lucilian mentions how much the Etam family struggled to find any records about dragons while she was asleep, which Eileen confirms she also heard about after waking up. Lucilian reveals that he spent the last few years studying dragons using the Etam family's collected data so he could serve her properly, deeply touching Eileen. Eileen sighs softly, realizing with a bit of melancholy that everyone around her seems to understand her far better than she understands herself. Lucilian reassures her with a warm smile, saying that very few people truly understand themselves, and promising that she will learn to understand herself in time. Feeling comforted by Lucilian's reassuring words, Eileen looks up and offers him a beautiful, genuine smile of gratitude. As they arrive back at the Etam mansion under the bright full moon, Eileen warmly thanks Lucilian, who replies that escorting her home is only natural.
Eileen explains that she actually wanted to thank him properly today for everything he has done, but almost forgot in the midst of all the chaos. She recalls how he consistently delivered holy stones to her when she was in Chamiseo's body and researched dragons for her sake, expressing that she feels she is always relying on him and can never thank him enough. She confesses how terrified she was at the thought of her friends hating her, but seeing them worry so intensely for her sake made her realize that they were all scared together. With newfound determination, Eileen vows to face her fears with courage so she can repay everyone's kindness and protect the bonds they share. Staring down at her, Lucilian's blue eyes soften with deep affection as a faint blush colors his cheeks, touched by her courageous spirit and beautiful resolve. Looking up at Eileen, Lucilian softly reflects on how every single moment since meeting her has felt like being saved. Holding Eileen's hands in a beautiful, glowing garden, Lucilian warmly assures her that his feelings of being saved extend to this very moment. Eileen stands quietly by the mansion gate, watching in silence as a carriage clatters away into the night. As she stands in the cool night air, Laurent gently wraps a shawl around Eileen's shoulders, reminding her that the night is still cold. Walking back toward the mansion, Laurent kindly inquires how Eileen enjoyed attending a banquet after such a long time. Eileen offers a small, wistful smile, replying that it was simply nice to be able to see her friends again after so long. Laurent smiles back warmly, glad that her lady had a good time, as they make their way back inside. Clutching her shawl, Eileen realizes with relief that Laurent hasn't been affected by the Starbearer yet, before hesitantly calling out her name. Walking down the dimly lit hallway, Eileen anxiously wonders where her father is, suspecting that his recent avoidance of her might also be due to the Starbearer's influence. She fondly recalls a warm memory of her father kneeling before her, smiling gently and welcoming her home. As she approaches his study, Eileen reflects on her initial assumption that he was merely avoiding her out of some misunderstanding. Standing before the grand double doors, she reassures herself that since Lucilian and her friends are still fine, her father will surely be fine as well. Taking a deep breath, Eileen tightly grips the door handle to steel her resolve. Opening the door to seek a moment of his time, Eileen is startled by a loud crash and gasps in shock as she sees her father kneeling on the floor in pain. Eileen rushes to his side, frantically asking if he is okay, but her father grunts in agony and fiercely repels her, shouting at her not to touch him. Stunned and heartbroken, Eileen can only utter a startled gasp as her father, clutching his head in torment under a dark aura, harshly orders her to get out immediately. Desperately trying to explain that she was only worried about him, Eileen is met with a terrifyingly dark flare of energy as her father furiously asks if she didn't hear his command to leave. Spotting a sinister yellow glint in her father's eyes, Eileen realizes the painful truth and tearfully apologizes, whispering that she will leave right away. Turning on her heel, Eileen runs out of the dark, oppressive study, leaving her father clutching his head alone in the shadows. Tears streaming down her face, Eileen sprints desperately through the long, empty corridors of the quiet mansion. Collapsing to her knees in the middle of the hallway, Eileen weeps in despair, realizing her father has never spoken to her so coldly, and that the dark energy she felt from him was undoubtedly the Starbearer's influence. Looking up through her tears, Eileen is filled with dread as she realizes the chilling presence of the Starbearer is already creeping into her home. The next morning, a heavy rain pours down over the grand Etam mansion, matching the gloomy atmosphere inside. Laurent enters Eileen's bedroom carrying a tray, politely wishing her a good morning and asking for a brief moment of her time. Setting a glass of water on the nightstand, Laurent gently asks Eileen what she would like to have for breakfast. Huddled deeply under her blankets, Eileen listlessly replies that she has no appetite and that going to the dining room sounds too tiring, though Laurent urges her to eat to keep her strength up. Seeing her lady's exhaustion, Lauren softly offers to prepare something light to coax her appetite and bring it directly to her room. Still buried under the covers, Eileen quietly thanks Laurent for her constant kindness. Outside the bedroom, Laurent closes the door and sighs to another maid, concernedly reporting that the young lady still doesn't seem well at all. Laurent notes with deep worry that Eileen hasn't stepped out of her bedroom for several days since returning from the banquet. Sitting curled up in her bed, Eileen acknowledges that Laurent is still treating her kindly, but her heart remains heavy with sorrow. Remembering her father's tormented face, Eileen sadly concludes that his quick vulnerability to the Starbearer must mean he never truly loved her, feeling foolish for getting used to people's kindness. She looks back on how special everyone made her feel, bitterly thinking it was only because she was a dragon and a source of immense power.
Standing by the window, Eileen blames herself for having foolish expectations and resolves that she must protect her heart from being hurt if she wants to defeat the Starbearer. Staring blankly at the rain sliding down the glass pane, Eileen sighs, feeling completely drained of her energy. Laurent gently knocks on the door, announcing that her meal is ready and revealing that she has a visitor, offering to turn them away if Eileen is not up for company. Startled out of her melancholy, Eileen looks up in surprise at the mention of a visitor. To her surprise, a slightly damp Lucilian enters the room with a towel around his shoulders, greeting her with a warm smile as Eileen gasps his name in astonishment. Lucilian explains that he rushed over because he was deeply worried that his warnings at the banquet might have upset or hurt her feelings. Touching her chest in quiet appreciation, Eileen feels deeply comforted, realizing that Lucilian already understood her distress before even arriving. Standing before him, Eileen sadly confesses that while his kindness touches her, it also makes her sad because she fears everyone will eventually drift away from her just like her father did. Looking at her with gentle understanding, Lucilian softly suggests going outside for a change of pace, though Eileen hesitates at the thought of facing strangers. Lucilian reassuringly promises to take her somewhere completely private, holding out his hand to her as Eileen notices a familiar object resting in his palm. As Eileen places her hand in his, Lucilian mutters a quiet incantation, causing the star-shaped locket in his hand to burst into a brilliant sparkling light. Eileen gasps in wonder as the blinding, magical light envelops them both, lifting them away from the bedroom. The light clears to reveal Lucilian, now adorned with magnificent white wings, flying gracefully through a beautiful skybound garden as he guides her into Lord Arma's domain. They descend into a breathtaking garden, where a winged Lord Arma warmly welcomes Eileen as she looks around in awe. Lord Arma explains that he invited them because he was quite worried about Eileen, noting with a playful smile how Lucilian's appearance has also changed to suit the divine realm. Lord Arma gently reminds Eileen of his promise to support her from behind the scenes, assuring her that listening to her and helping her regain her strength is his divine role. Sitting down together at a garden table, Eileen points curiously at the small, glowing dragon-like creatures soaring in the sky, to which Lord Arma simply replies that they are wyverns. Looking up in surprise at the small wyverns soaring in the sky, Eileen asks if they are also dragons and why they are there, to which Lord Arma explains that they are indeed a subspecies of dragon, though they lack her wish-granting ability. Lord Arma explains that ever since the Etam family formed a contract with the Black Dragon, dragons were destined by that vow to one day be born in Etam again, meaning they were never truly extinct and ultimately led to Eileen's birth. Lord Arma sadly notes that these smaller dragons were hunted down by humans covetous of their marks, making coexistence impossible, and prompting Lord Arma to gather their remaining souls to exist in the divine realm. Lord Arma reveals that these dragon souls now serve as messengers, delivering the voices of believers, leaving Eileen to reflect somberly on their history of being hunted. Clutching her dress tightly, Eileen anxiously wonders if the wish-granting power of a dragon is truly something that humans desire so desperately. Lord Arma points out that very few humans can resist a power that grants any wish, suggesting that Eileen's deepest worries extend far beyond just the threat of the Starbearer. Amidst a frame of beautiful golden roses, Lord Arma gently urges Eileen to speak openly as the god of this world. Lord Arma peers down with gentle eyes, asking Eileen what has trapped her courage inside her fear. Eileen fondly recalls a warm memory of her father making a pinky promise to her when she was a little girl, before her thoughts take a painful turn. She thinks about her loyal friends and the kind servants at the estate, realizing that they all remain completely unchanged and supportive. Hunched over in sorrow, Eileen admits that because only her father's attitude has changed, she can't help but wonder if he ever truly loved her. Lord Arma asks if she really believes Erno Etam doesn't love her, and Eileen confirms this, recalling Lucilian's explanation that those with true love are less vulnerable to the Starbearer's influence. Looking downcast, Eileen confesses her terrifying fear that even though everyone is kind to her now, they might eventually turn their backs on her just like her father did. As Eileen admits that this constant fear terrifies her, Lucilian looks down at her with deep sympathy and softly calls her name. Lord Arma explains that while human love is complex, Erno Etam was undoubtedly her strongest ally, making him the prime target for the Starbearer's corrupting influence. Lord Arma reassures Eileen that despite her father's immense strength, he is still human, making it nearly impossible for him to resist the Starbearer. Eileen bitterly tells herself that it makes sense for her father to only care for her because of her dragon power, thinking she was foolish to expect complete and unconditional love. Lord Arma gently tells Eileen that she doesn't need to pretend to be strong or deceive herself, expressing deep understanding of how fragile her heart is right now. Smiling warmly, Lord Arma suggests that in times like this, Eileen needs an unwavering ally who will absolutely never turn against her. Lord Arma calls Lucilian forward, and Lucilian respectfully steps up to the table to assist his lord. Lucilian gently places a beautiful star-shaped golden pendant onto the table. Eileen's eyes widen in recognition and wonder as she stares at the glowing star-shaped relic. Eileen recalls seeing this exact pendant before, realizing it is the very same relic Lucilian possessed when he was with her in Chamasio's world. Lord Arma confirms her suspicion, explaining that the pendant is a powerful holy relic created to serve as a medium. Lord Arma explains that this relic was used to send Lucilian to Chamaseo by embedding divine power directly inside it. Placing the glowing pendant around his neck, Lucilian smiles and explains that the holy relic will amplify his divine power, shielding him completely from the Starbearer's influence. Eileen looks up in relief, and Lucilian reassures her that no matter how strong the Starbearer becomes, he will remain entirely unchanged and by her side. Lord Arma jokingly complains that sharing this power will leave him feeling a bit weak, but notes that a god has little to do anyway besides listening to the stories of believers. Lord Arma admits that he cannot directly interfere with the Starbearer, making this relic the only help he can offer before leaving the rest of her protection to Lucilian. Watching them together, Eileen feels a profound sense of comfort and gratitude, realizing that Lord Arma is another precious ally who will always support her. Lord Arma warns Eileen not to let despair convince her that the people she loves will inevitably become her enemies. Lord Arma reminds Eileen of her promise to defeat the Starbearer, encouraging her not to let sorrow steal her courage and strength. With a warm smile, Lord Arma urges her to protect the people she loves, and Eileen confidently nods in agreement. Back in her quiet bedroom under a warm glow of light, Eileen turns back to look at Lucilian. Offering a bright, beautiful smile, Eileen apologizes in advance and asks Lucilian to stay by her side and help her at all times. Lucilian smiles back with deep affection and absolute devotion, silently committing to his promise. A dramatic panel illustrates Eileen channeling a brilliant light alongside the massive black dragon, noting that her power is so immense that even the godlike Starbearer desires to seize it. Determined to face her challenges, Eileen carries a heavy stack of books in her library, resolving that she must thoroughly research and understand her own dragon power. Lucilian arrives pushing a cart loaded with ancient records, happily reporting that he has gathered all the documents he could find from the temple. Eileen eyes him playfully, asking if he snuck them out of the temple again, to which Lucilian cheerfully replies that he would do anything for his lord's sake. Lucilian then presents another stack of books, explaining that Crown Prince Enosh personally sent them over to assist her research. Lucilian fondly recounts how Crown Prince Enosh was ready to turn the entire Imperial Library upside down to find materials about dragons, with Lady Lillian eagerly joining the search. Lucilian adds that they promise to send more books if they find anything else, leaving Eileen deeply touched and motivated to read everything they sent. An elegant illustration depicts Eileen and Lucilian spending several peaceful days shut inside the library, diligently studying every text and scroll they can find. Exhausted after hours of endless reading, Eileen rests her head on her desk, sighing that they haven't found much new information beyond basic mythological tales. To cheer her up, Lucilian presents a beautiful tower of delicious desserts and tea, kindly urging her to take a break and restore her energy. Happily eating her cake, Eileen asks Lucilian if he remembers explaining that a dragon's weakening power is usually connected to their engravings. Eileen recalls the night of the banquet when she tried to use her wish-granting power to relieve her father's pain, only for the power to completely fail to manifest. An abstract panel shows Eileen and her father separated by a massive, tangled knot of dark chains, symbolizing how her power felt completely blocked and tangled. Eileen thoughtfully concludes that the Starbearer's corrupting influence must have targeted and disrupted the magical engravings themselves, preventing her from helping her father. Eileen explains to Lucilian that Lady Arma advised her to actively use her power, prompting her to search through various materials, though she worries about her current state. Eileen laments that even if she discovers something, she won't be able to use her power properly, but quickly reassures a concerned Lucilian that she hasn't lost her strength and is just unsure of what to do next. Eileen reminds Lucilian that he has researched dragons for much longer than she has, hoping he might come up with some new ideas.
Lucillian thoughtfully asks Eileen if she has read a specific book, which she recognizes as a legend about the relics passed down through the Etam family, describing the origin of Etam and the Lord of Eternity. The book depicts Betard Atom, the legendary founding head of the Atom family. The legend explains that as a token of his contract with Betard Edom, the Black Dragon bestowed 3 sacred relics to be passed down through generations: the Scale of Balance, granting unshakable stability, and the Crown of Inferno, granting resilient strength. The 3rd relic was the Dragon's Orb, born from the Black Dragon's deep affection for Betard, designed to fulfill the family's wishes for all eternity, even after the dragon disappeared. Eileen notes that although Betard was the dragon's marked one, the relics can be used by anyone they choose, confirming that her father currently carries the Scale of Balance. Lucillian suggests that using the Dragon's Orb might allow her to wield dragon power regardless of the state of her engraving, a realization that leaves Eileen wide-eyed with hope. Eileen suddenly hesitates, prompting a puzzled Lucillian to ask what is wrong. Eileen confesses that she believes she absorbed the Dragon's Orb during her battle with the Star Watcher, leading Lucillian to ask if she can extract it, though she admits she has never tried. Determined to try anyway, Eileen gets into a ready stance as Lucillian enthusiastically cheers her on with pom-poms. Eileen holds her hands out and concentrates with all her might, trying to manifest the absorbed orb. Eileen squeezes her eyes shut and strains even harder, her face flushing red from the intense effort as Lucillian watches expectantly. Seeing her struggle, Lucillian asks if it isn't working, and Eileen sheepishly admits she has no idea how to actually extract it. Lucillian suggests that since it requires extracting and materializing absorbed power, she should try visualizing the process, comparing it to how a holy stone is created. Lucillian explains that he creates a holy stone by imagining himself carving delicate sentences onto it with an invisible blade, leaving Eileen highly impressed. Eileen reflects that the visualization process might be quite similar to how she channels the power of wishes. With a spark of determination in her golden eyes, Eileen prepares herself to concentrate. Eileen brainstorms various visual metaphors to extract the orb, from rolling power into a sphere to pulling it from her skin, though she quickly rejects the unpleasant idea of imagining she is throwing it up. As silence stretches, Lucillian leans in close to check if it is still not working. Eileen opens her eyes to address Lucillian, completely unaware of how close his face is to hers. A stunning close-up highlights Lucillian's brilliant blue eyes gazing directly into hers. Eileen's golden eyes widen as she suddenly registers their extreme proximity. The two find themselves in a heart-stoppingly close moment, their faces mere inches apart as a romantic tension fills the library. Flustered and blushing furiously, Eileen quickly backs away and apologizes, explaining that she was too focused to notice how close they had gotten. Lucillian gently reassures her, placing a hand on his chest and apologizing for approaching so quietly and startling her instead. Eileen is relieved to see him so calm, though she can't help but wonder if she was the only one who overreacted to the close encounter. As they tidy up the scattered documents, Eileen tries to convince herself that nothing significant happened, though she remains deeply flustered and awkward. Turning away from her, Lucillian tries to hide his own blushing face as his heart beats rapidly in silence. Eileen suddenly spots something unexpected among the books and gasps in surprise. Sitting right on top of the pile of books is the glowing, majestic Dragon's Orb itself. Wondering if the sudden shock of their close encounter caused the orb to pop out, Eileen holds it up while an excited Lucillian urges her to try using its power. Channeling her magic, Eileen holds the orb aloft and desperately wishes for the Starkeeper to be defeated and for the people of her world to return to their true selves. The library falls into a tense, anticlimactic silence as the brilliant light completely fades away without any visible effect. Eileen faceplants onto the floor in utter despair upon remembering that the Dragon's Orb has its own fickle will and only grants wishes it finds interesting or amusing. Refusing to accept defeat, a determined Eileen constructs a massive bonfire, placing the orb on top and yelling her wishes to defeat the Starkeeper directly into the flames. Looking at the smoking remains of the bonfire, Eileen somberly wonders if defeating the Starkeeper simply isn't entertaining enough for the fickle orb. Sitting dejectedly by a garden fountain, Eileen laments the lack of other dragons to consult and expresses her frustration over why the orb successfully granted Chamiso's wish in the past but refuses to cooperate now. Lucillian gently comforts her, advising her not to push herself too hard and suggesting they retire for the night to search for another way tomorrow. Under a beautiful evening sky, the two share a warm goodbye, wishing each other a restful night as they part ways.
Upon returning to the central temple of the Oread Empire, Lucilian is confronted by the high priest, who coldly asks if he has been visiting the Etam family again. Lucilian calmly confirms his visit, asking if there is a problem, which only draws a cold response from the shadow-faced high priest. The high priest reminds Lucilian that his current leadership is only temporary and that Lucilian is destined to be the next high priest. The high priest angrily demands to know how neglecting his duties and training to indulge in trivial master-servant games could possibly not be a problem. The high priest warns Lucilian that the head of Etam is treating a future high priest like a plaything and advises him to distance himself, prompting Lucilian to note to Lady Alma that the people around Eileen are rapidly changing. Lucilian reflects in his quiet room on the worrying changes surrounding High Priest Kruno. He realizes that even Crown Prince Enosh and Lady Lillian have been affected, noting with concern that communications with the Imperial Palace have been completely cut off since yesterday. Lucilian observes that even the servants of Etam, while not openly hostile, have grown distant and no longer approach Eileen with their usual warmth. Holding his protective holy pendant tightly, Lucilian grimly concludes that the Starkeeper's brainwashing has already spread to almost everyone in the world. Lucilian holds his protective star pendant tightly by a window at night, determined to ensure his master can endure the rapidly deteriorating situation. Looking up at the starry night sky, Lucilian silently prays to Lady Alma to watch over Eileen. While sleeping peacefully in her bed, Eileen hears a mysterious, echoing voice calling out to her to wake up. Eileen opens her golden eyes as the disembodied voice addresses her as the eternal master and current head of Etam, wondering if she is dreaming. Eileen suddenly sits up in surprise as the voice tells her it isn't a dream and urges her to wake up, while a brilliant purple light begins to glow near her bed. A cute, tiny black dragon appears sitting atop the glowing dragon's orb. Eileen asks in disbelief if it is the orb itself, and the dragon proudly confirms it, surprised she can see its true form. Excited to be able to communicate, Eileen grabs the small dragon, desperately pleading for it to grant her wish to defeat the Starkeeper. The struggling dragon wriggles free, telling Eileen to listen first and declaring it didn't come to hear her complaints. Eileen kneels on the bed looking down in surprise when the dragon mentions scolding her for not asking politely. The little dragon flies around, lecturing her that she should have asked nicely instead of yelling at it or throwing it into a campfire. Eileen looks highly annoyed as she recalls her desperate attempts to activate the orb through yelling and burning it. Scratching its head, the little dragon tells her that granting a wish depends on what she does, leaving Eileen wondering what she must do. Eileen patiently polishes the dragon's orb and massages the little dragon's stiff shoulders to appease it. Kneeling politely before the orb on a pillow, Eileen asks if it will grant her wish now, to which the dragon replies playfully. Losing her patience, Eileen grabs the dragon with a terrifying smile, threatening to throw it into the sea if it doesn't cooperate. Eileen is stunned when the terrified dragon confesses that it physically cannot grant her wish at the moment. The dragon explains that fulfilling Cha Miso's wish in the past consumed an immense amount of its energy, leaving it drained. Under an illustration of the black dragon, the little dragon explains that despite being born from the dragon's avatar, its power has physical limits and needs time to recover. Eileen asks how long the recovery will take, prompting the dragon to cross its arms and ponder. Eileen is horrified to learn that natural recovery will take about 100 years, which the dragon considers a mere blink of an eye. Dejected, Eileen reflects that after 100 years, everyone she knows and loves will be long gone. Squeezing her nightgown tightly, Eileen listens as the dragon suggests hiding away for 100 years until its strength returns. The dragon explains that it felt her true feelings inside her body, realizing she wants more than just eliminating the Star Watcher. The dragon hovers gently above its orb, asking Eileen if hiding away is truly what she wants. Under the shadow of a massive dragon, Eileen is warned that humans have fleeting lifespans, and loving them will only lead to pain when she is left alone. Eileen gazes warmly at memories of her beloved friends and family, declaring she wants to spend her precious time with the people she loves right now. Eileen politely tells the dragon that she will find another way if she can't use its power, thanking it and apologizing for the trouble. Surprised by her selflessness, the little dragon flies after Eileen and calls out to her to wait. The dragon reveals that there are many treasures in her family vault, brimming with dragon energy. Eileen walks down the corridor towards the vault, thinking that even if she is unsure about using the treasures, she must try everything to activate the orb. Eileen is startled when she suddenly runs into her father, Erno Etam, who is walking down the hallway holding a book. Seeing him up close for the first time in a while, Eileen notices how worn out her father looks, worrying if he is still unwell.
As her father abruptly turns and walks away, a concerned Eileen reaches out and begs him to wait. Eileen asks her father if he is sick, but he ignores her completely, remaining silent. Eileen watches her father walk away down the long, empty corridor, feeling deeply hurt but still calling out to him. Surrounded by a swirling, sinister purple mist, a dark voice whispers to Erno, asking why he doesn't hate the child who made him suffer. Erno Edom clutches his head in intense agony as the dark shadows remind him that his child is the one who killed them. Sinister, shadowy hands reach out to choke Erno, whispering that if he truly loves them, he must kill Eileen. A heavy, foreboding thud echoes near a wall carving of a skull wrapped in creeping vines. A black transition panel displays a promotional banner for Violet scans. The scene transitions to the brightly lit, magnificent treasure vault of the Atam family, glittering with gold and treasures. The cute little black dragon lies on its back, happily patting its bloated belly after consuming the energy of the treasures. Holding a glowing treasure, Eileen asks if his strength has returned and is shocked when the dragon complains it still isn't enough. Smiling confidently on its orb, the little dragon reassures her that it has recovered enough energy to grant exactly one wish. The dragon explains that the wish must be simple, clear, and easy to accomplish, leaving Eileen exasperated by the restrictions. The dragon asks what she will wish for, leaving Eileen deep in thought about how to make the most of this limited opportunity. Eileen decides to save the wish for a better, more effective opportunity, and the dragon thoughtfully agrees. Back in her room, Eileen slumps onto the couch in despair, lamenting that they are back to square one, while the little dragon happily eats cookies. Chewing on a cookie, the dragon points out that restoring its power was already a great achievement, noting that Eileen seemed down. As she clutches her pillow, Eileen is asked if her sadness is because of her father ignoring her, and she admits she is far more worried about his failing health. Eileen remembers the warning about the dragon's fickle nature, and that loving her engraving means preparing for the pain of losing him first, as he is destined to pass away long before her. Sitting alone on a dark couch under a shining chandelier, Eileen somberly reflects on the painful reality that still doesn't feel entirely real to her. Lucilian watches Eileen from a distance with deep concern in his eyes under a soft floral background. When they meet outside, Lucilian admits that he can only see the dragon's orb itself, which the little black dragon confirms is because only those who have absorbed its power or Batard Etam can see its true dragon form. Lucilian tries to cheer her up by saying that being able to use the orb's power makes all of her hard work worthwhile, but Eileen admits that she still can't use it immediately. Eileen hesitantly asks Lucilian if the people at the Central Temple dislike him visiting her at the Etam estate, which catches him completely off guard. Eileen shares her concern that because the servants at the estate have grown uncomfortable and distant around her, she worries that the temple might similarly dislike his association with her. Eileen reminds Lucilian that thanks to him, she has researched the dragon's power sufficiently and tells him that he no longer needs to visit her every day. Eileen reflects on the dragon's words that she will live far longer than other humans, holding the small black dragon sitting atop the glowing orb. Looking at Lucilian walking away, Eileen realizes how selfish it is to make others waste their short lives on her and decides it is best to gradually put some distance between them. Lucilian looks saddened by her words, asking if she would push him away even if he wants to be by her side, while Eileen silently acknowledges that he only wants to help her. Eileen explains that she would be deeply saddened if he were treated unfairly at the temple on her account, especially since he is destined to become the next high priest. Eileen turns back to him with a bright, encouraging smile, declaring that even if he doesn't visit every day, knowing that he is always on her side gives her all the strength she needs. Seeing his downcast expression, Eileen playfully teases him and reassures him that he is always welcome to drop by as long as it does not interfere with his training. Suddenly, Eileen's attention is caught by an unexpected sound nearby, causing her to turn in surprise. Eileen looks down the pathway, wondering aloud who could be arriving in the magnificent carriage pulling up to the estate. An elegant, highly decorated carriage adorned with gold leaf and royal crests comes to a halt in front of the main residence. The carriage door opens, and a lady in a beautiful white-trimmed dress steps down onto the red-cushioned steps. Grandma, an elderly noblewoman holding a cane with a cat charm, complains about the musty smell of the long-closed residence, while a happy Eileen calls out to her and Sister Sharn. Seeing them, Eileen suddenly freezes with worry, wondering if they too have been brainwashed by the stargazers and will treat her with hostility. Grandma smiles warmly at Eileen, commenting on how reckless it was for the young head of the family to come rushing out to greet them. Grandma affectionately pats Eileen on the head as Eileen looks up at her with tears of relief, softly calling out to her grandmother. Eileen happily welcomes Sharn and asks what brought them to the main residence, relieved that they seem unaffected, but Sharn coldly tells her to move out of the way. Sharn glares at Eileen with an expression full of dark resentment, telling her not to act close and declaring that she only came to the estate because of their grandmother's request. Sharnay walks away coldly, leaving a bewildered Eileen to watch her go while Grandma calls out to Eileen to comfort her. Inside the drawing room, Grandma apologizes for taking so long to visit after learning Eileen had awakened, explaining that staying far from the main residence made it difficult to travel. Grandma gently tells Eileen that she should have been the one to visit first, advising her not to force herself to be overly polite after waking up from a 7-year slumber. Grandma asks Eileen if she has run into some trouble recently, noting that the atmosphere has been highly unsettling lately, which surprises Eileen while Lucillian listens closely. Grandma sips her tea and points out that even the direct line children who were initially thrilled about Eileen's awakening have suddenly begun acting very strangely. Grandma explains that Sharnay came to visit them the previous night, looking incredibly worried and carrying a heavy burden. Grandma relates how baseless rumors and malicious slander about Eileen's family began spreading rapidly at the alchemy academy that Sharn attends. Grandma explains that at first, a determined Sharn tried to set the record straight by directly confronting the students who were spreading the malicious rumors. Grandma describes how Sharn eventually felt herself becoming tainted by the rumors, experiencing an uncontrollable forced malice burrowing deep into her mind. Grandma reveals that when Sharn realized something was wrong and sought out Callan and Cillian, she found them in the exact same brainwashed state as her classmates. Grandma says that Sharn was utterly shocked to learn that even Erno had begun distancing himself from Eileen, prompting her to seek advice from her grandparents. Grandma explains that during their conversation, Sharn suddenly collapsed and has remained unconscious, noting that this terrifying situation is clearly far from ordinary. Grandma confesses that she brought Sharn along because understanding the situation was critical, even though she knew seeing Sharn's cold behavior would hurt Eileen. Grandma apologizes for causing Eileen pain instead of helping, but Eileen gently reassures her that she is glad to finally understand the truth of what is happening. Grandma looks directly at Lucillian, asking if the person at the center of this has any idea what might be causing the widespread brainwashing. Lucillian nods calmly, offering to explain the situation as Eileen looks at him in anticipation. The grand ceiling of the drawing room looms overhead as they contemplate the shocking revelation that a transcendent being is targeting Eileen and the power of the dragon. Enraged, Grandma slams her cane onto the floor, declaring that anyone who survives by stealing the power of others is nothing more than a common thief, terrifying Eileen. Grandma's fiery aura flares as she vows to use every means necessary to wipe this thief off the face of the earth, prompting a terrified Eileen to try and calm her down. Eileen quickly changes the subject, asking why her grandfather didn't travel with her and wondering how he has been doing lately. Grandma scoffs and refers to her husband as an old coot, a term that Eileen repeats with a sweat drop. Grandma complains that her husband spends all his time weeding in front of Eileen's garden statue and muttering to himself, jokingly wondering if he has developed dementia. Grandma explains that because she and her husband are perfectly fine, they unfortunately noticed the severity of the stargazer's brainwashing far too late. Grandma admits that they would still be completely unaware of the situation if Sharn hadn't warned them, leaving Eileen to endure this terrifying burden all alone. Grandma mentions that her husband went off to scold the other direct line family members, while Eileen silently wonders how the grandparents managed to live together with such a love-hate dynamic. Eileen whispers to Lucillian, wondering why their grandparents are unaffected while everyone else is changed, prompting Lucillian to ponder if it has something to do with divine protection. Grandma Devan sits with Lucillian and Eileen in the drawing room, suggesting that to minimize the Star Watchers' influence and maximize their collective safety, there might be another way to remain completely unaffected by his brainwashing power. Seeking to optimize her grandmother's physical well-being after a stressful journey, Eileen gratefully encourages her to prioritize rest, to which her grandmother agrees, assuring her that conserving her energy is the most beneficial course of action. Recognizing that delayed action only increases the risk of prolonged suffering, Eileen and Lucillian stand ready, prepared to immediately initiate a plan to help Sister Sharn and resolve the family's division. Standing before the heavy wooden doors of Sharn's room, Eileen and Lucillian prepare to engage in dialogue, hoping to alleviate the emotional distress and hostility currently fracturing their family. Lucillian prudently questions if entering is safe given Sharn's previous hostility, but Eileen remains determined to proceed, knowing that confronting the discomfort is necessary to achieve a long-term peaceful resolution and maximize collective welfare.
Reflecting on how to maximize their chances of breaking the brainwashing, Eileen realizes she must analyze the difference between her grandparents, who remain unaffected, and Sharn, who has succumbed to the Star Watcher's influence. Eileen knocks politely on the door, proposing they share tea and talk in hopes of establishing a peaceful line of communication that could relieve Sharn's mental burden. Receiving no response, Eileen sadly acknowledges that being ignored has become a common obstacle, yet she remains focused on finding a way to breach the silence to restore her sister's well-being. Eileen looks down in deep reflection, weighing the emotional cost of her sister's avoidance and steeling her resolve to take more decisive measures for the greater good of their family. Recognizing that passive waiting is highly inefficient, Eileen exerts her authority as the head of the Etam family, summoning her guards to take immediate, direct action to gain entry. To minimize further delay, Eileen commands her guards to force the door open, executing a necessary intervention to ensure they can reach Sharn and prevent any self-destructive behavior. Finding satisfaction in the decisive execution of her authority, Eileen playfully notes how dramatic the moment feels, while Lucilian enthusiastically praises her cool leadership, which boosts their morale. Stepping through the shattered entrance, Eileen gently calls out to Sharn, aiming to minimize any potential alarm while expressing her desire to have a brief but vital conversation. Entering the room, Eileen stops in surprise as she finds the space empty, realizing that her sister is not there and that her plan must adapt to this new development to remain effective. Puzzled by the empty room, Eileen's chibi form wonders where Sharn could have gone, analyzing the situation to determine her next course of action. A guard informs Eileen that Sharn left shortly after returning to her room, prompting Eileen to point out that sharing this information sooner would have prevented unnecessary property damage and saved valuable time. The guard explains that Sharn was observed walking around the estate the entire time Eileen was talking with Grandma, prompting Eileen to dismiss them so she can search the grounds immediately to prevent any further harm. Eileen notices Lucilian standing politely outside and questions why he hesitated to enter, to which he explains he wanted to respect her family's privacy, a gesture of social harmony despite the urgency. Shifting his focus to a more pressing detail to ensure they don't lose valuable time, Lucilian points toward a clue inside the room, urging his master to look closer. Eileen gasps as she turns toward the direction Lucilian points, her eyes widening as she discovers something significant left behind by her sister. Under a golden sunset sky, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes along the estate's high stone balcony, signaling a tense moment of search. The Grand Edom estate stands quiet under the warm evening glow, serving as the setting for a crucial intervention to heal a fractured mind. Sharn stands on the balcony, her eyes vacant and a dark aura surrounding her, showing the severe psychological torment she is experiencing under the brainwashing. Spotting her sister on the high bridge, Eileen approaches gently alongside Lucilian, pleading with her to talk so they can begin to relieve the suffering caused by this forced malice. Eileen gently reassures Sharn that her current hatred is not her genuine feeling, aiming to reduce her sister's inner conflict and help her regain cognitive control. As Eileen speaks, the dark magic surrounding Sharn fluctuates, indicating a deep, painful struggle as her true consciousness fights against the forced brainwashing. A close-up shows hands holding a small pink plush toy, representing a vital emotional anchor designed to maximize comfort and evoke happy memories of their sisterly bond. Eileen remembers how kind and gentle Sharn used to be, recalling how much her sister cherished her in the past, which fuels her determination to restore that lost happiness. Eileen pleads with Sharn to speak, acknowledging that while simple words may not fully break the Star Watcher's powerful brainwashing, attempting to connect is their best chance at starting the healing process. Glancing at the closet filled with identical plush toys, Eileen realizes that if even a fraction of Sharn's affection remains, then Sharn must be suffering immensely from this internal division. Holding the plush doll, Eileen recognizes that saving Sharn from this torment is paramount. Meanwhile, Sharn clutches her head in absolute agony, desperately screaming that she wants to escape the forced hatred. Grabbing her head as the dark magic flares, Sharn cries out in deep distress, unable to comprehend why she is forced to feel resentment toward the sister she actually loves. Seeing Sharni retreat dangerously toward the edge of the high balcony, Eileen runs forward, warning her of the immediate danger and pleading with her to step away to prevent a fatal accident. Terrified that the malevolent influence might drive her to harm Eileen, Sharn begs her to stay back before losing her footing and falling backward off the balcony, threatening a catastrophic loss of life. Eileen screams her sister's name in sheer panic, her face contorted with fear as she witnesses the imminent threat to her sister's survival. Acting instantly to maximize the chances of survival, Eileen summons a powerful burst of wind magic to cushion Sharn's fall and decelerate her descent.
Eileen's wind magic successfully suspends Sharn in midair, allowing Lucilian to leap down and catch her safely in his arms, entirely avoiding a tragic high-impact landing. Floating gently back down to safety, Lucilian cradles the unconscious Sharn, while a relieved Eileen slumps to the floor, having successfully averted a disaster that would have caused immense grief. Lucilian reassures Eileen that Sharn is perfectly safe and has only fainted, instantly relieving her intense anxiety and restoring a sense of peace. Later, inside the peaceful room, Eileen reflects on the incident, noting that she sensed a profound irregularity when Sharn lost control and screamed earlier. As Sharn rests quietly in bed with her plush toy, Eileen explains to Lucilian that while the Star Watcher's presence was initially very strong, a sudden shift occurred during the confrontation. Eileen notes that the dark energy became chaotic and scattered, suggesting that Sharn's own mind was actively fighting back to protect her sister and regain control over her own actions. Sharn's eyes slowly flutter open under the soft light, her consciousness returning as she looks up and weakly calls out Eileen's name. Overjoyed to see her sister awake, Eileen rushes to her side while Lucilian politely apologizes for their presence, ensuring her environment remains calm and comfortable for recovery. Sitting up quickly, Sharn surprises Eileen by instantly lunging forward to embrace her tightly, seeking comfort and safety after her immense ordeal. Weeping bitterly in Eileen's embrace, Sharn pours out her heart, apologizing for the forced hatred she displayed and explaining the torment of being trapped behind words that came out against her true will. Embracing her sister tightly, Eileen gently reassures her that it is okay, prioritizing forgiveness and emotional healing to maximize their mutual happiness and rebuild their bond. To promote their physical and mental recovery, Lucilian serves a tray of soothing tea, which a tearful Sharn and Eileen receive with gratitude. When Eileen wonders how the overwhelming mental pressure managed to disappear so suddenly, Sharnay admits she doesn't fully understand, only that the crushing headache vanished upon waking. Lucilian asks if there was a specific reason she was wandering around the estate beforehand, prompting a surprised Sharn to realize that her actions under the brainwashing may have looked like a simple stroll. Sharn admits that from the moment they arrived at the estate, seeing Eileen's face gave her a constant headache and made her feel suffocated. She tried to rest in her room, but when she opened the wardrobe to change clothes, a strange discovery awaited her. All the Eileen dolls that Sharn had made when they were children came spilling out of the wardrobe, making Eileen realize with surprise that her sister had crafted every single one of them herself. The moment Sharnay saw the dolls, her vision began to spin as auditory hallucinations warned her of danger, urging her to escape from the room immediately. Sharnay explains that the distressing voices drove her to run out of her room and wander the estate, but when Eileen spoke to her, she finally began to regain her senses. Recalling her own similar experience while in Chamisio's body, Eileen suspects that the Star Watcher deliberately manipulated Sharn to drive her away from her room and the dolls. Eileen gently asks Sharn if she is feeling better now, noting that she is still holding the plush toy, to which Sharn happily replies that holding it brings her a sense of calm. Sharn recalls that she always kept a small Eileen doll attached to her bag back at the academy, but since it was recently damaged by someone, she had left it in her room to fix it. Looking back at the timeline of events, Sharn realizes that her forced hatred toward Eileen only began after the doll was damaged and left behind in her room. Eileen gasps as a sudden realization hits her, prompting Lucilian to confirm that Grandma Devan must have also experienced a similar form of protection. Lucilian recalls seeing a small pink doll resembling Eileen hanging from Grandma Devan's walking staff, serving as a protective charm. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, cluttered office, a weary nobleman sits slumped over his desk as a voice comments on the messy room and reprimands him for not offering a greeting. Grandma Devan stands gracefully holding her staff, proposing a private mother and son conversation to resolve their differences. The man groans in sheer exhaustion and distress, feeling the heavy burden of the conversation. Sharn describes how she used to feel incredibly uneasy and filled with an urge to discard the dolls whenever Aaron was around, a dark feeling that only grew stronger over time. Back in the drawing room, Lucilian summarizes the findings of their discussion, pointing to a clear pattern. Lucilian explains that physical separation from the protective doll eventually causes one to fall back under Sene's brainwashing influence, making Sharn realize she can no longer part with it. Eileen is puzzled as to why the simple plush toy possesses such a powerful anti-brainwashing effect, prompting Lucilian to ponder the mystery deeply. Sharn playfully suggests that the doll's healing factor might simply come from how cute it is, though Eileen doubts the explanation could be that simple. Lucilian looks thoughtful, suddenly struck by a possible explanation as a clue falls into place.
Lucillian holds up the star pendant, prompting Eileen and Sharn to wonder if the protective jewelry has something to do with the doll's power. Eileen questions if the doll has the same divine shielding effect as the pendant Arma gave her, while Lucillian explains that just as a god's power grows with faith, the same applies to dragons. Lucillian explains that while his holy relic from Arma shields him from the stargazer, the dolls modeled after Eileen act in the same manner as sacred relics due to the powerful feelings associated with them. Holding her beloved plush toy close, Sharn is amazed to learn that the simple doll is powerful enough to snap the brainwashing magic right off. Eileen is completely bewildered, wondering how the dolls could have such power when she never actually infused any of her own magic into them. Suddenly, the little black dragon orb pops up on the table, explaining that the protective power likely stems from Eileen's own deep wish, leaving Eileen shocked at its unexpected arrival. Eileen awkwardly explains to the confused Lucillian and Sharn that the invisible orb fairy she mentioned earlier is currently sitting right in front of them on the table. Eileen demands an explanation from the orb regarding her wish, while the orb reminds her of her desire to return home safely while also hoping for this world to survive. The orb explains that because Eileen wished for this world's continuation, her wish is now deeply intertwined with the very fate of this world, manifesting as a protective blessing. In the midst of the serious explanation, the cute little black orb distracts itself by cheekily reaching for a cookie on the table. Eileen stands in stunned silence as she realizes the sheer weight and impact of her wish flowing along with the world's destiny. Sharneen screams in panic as a piece of the cookie mysteriously vanishes into thin air, suspecting it to be a display of terrifying magic, while Eileen frantically tries to calm her down. Eileen resolves to explain everything the orb just told her to Sharn and Lucillian, while the invisible orb happily munches on its stolen treat. Lucillian marvels at how his lady's wish has spread across the entire world, while a sheepish Eileen feels incredibly embarrassed, joking that she feels like a cult leader. Inspired by the revelation, a spark of hope lights up in Sharn's eyes as she comes up with a brilliant plan. Sharnay jumps to her feet with excitement, proposing that if they mass-produce the Eileen dolls and distribute them, everyone in the kingdom can snap out of the brainwashing just like she did. Sharn enthusiastically points out that small dolls are highly portable as keychains, recalling how dolls modeled after Eileen were a massive trend in the past and predicting another huge success. Eileen is utterly confused to hear that her likeness was once a trend, prompting a blushing Sharn to explain that it happened back when Eileen went missing. A poignant flashback shows young Sharn tearfully sewing plush toys at her desk, driven by how deeply she missed her sister. Sharn recalls that the doll she made quickly caught on among the household maids, spreading throughout the estate like wildfire. Eileen is touched by the sweet story, admitting she had absolutely no idea, while Sharnay notes that it all happened over 10 years ago. Overflowing with creative energy, Sharnay eagerly suggests that they recreate the trend to save the people of the estate. Charlene passionately grabs Eileen's hands, pleading with her to join forces and make the dolls a massive success once again. Eileen chuckles softly, deeply moved and amused by her sister's sudden burst of enthusiasm. Lucillian smiles warmly, expressing his full support and pride in Sister Sharn's wonderful initiative. Gathering their sewing materials, patterns, and scissors, the group plans to start by making enough dolls for the Etam estate servants to test their effectiveness first. Sharn proudly displays her impeccably crafted pink doll, earning an A rating and high praise from Eileen and Lucillian for her expert craftsmanship. Lucillian presents his incredibly detailed and beautiful doll, leaving Eileen starstruck by his unexpected artistic talent and detailed embroidery. Eileen slumps in defeat as she holds up her own tiny, lopsided, and dorky-looking doll, feeling incredibly embarrassed by her lack of sewing skills. Comparing her poorly made doll to the masterpieces created by Sharn and Lucillian, Eileen decides she must undo her work and try again. Seeing her struggle, Lucillian eagerly offers to keep her dorky doll just the way it is, sparking a hilarious and competitive argument as Sharn demands to have it instead. Sharn and Lucillian bicker playfully over who should have the doll, while a bewildered Eileen looks on, wondering why they are so eager to possess her poorly made creation. Close up on Eileen as she stares in absolute disbelief at their fierce determination to claim her dorky little doll. Watching Lucillian and Sharn squabble over the plush toy, Eileen can't help but notice that they make an incredibly charming and compatible pair. Eileen recalls that in her original web novel, Lucillian was actually one of the characters who held romantic feelings for Sharn, prompting her to realize that they still suit each other perfectly even in this altered timeline.
Recalling how Lucillian saved Sharn in the past, Eileen feels as though she is watching a beautifully illustrated scene straight out of a romance web novel. High-angle view of the room where Eileen stands quietly, watching her sister and Lucillian continue to bicker by the sofa while sewing supplies lie scattered across the table. Feeling a sudden strange fluttering in her chest as she watches the two of them, Eileen places a hand over her heart in confusion. Overwhelmed with excitement, Eileen squeals happily at the thought of having a front-row seat to the blossoming romance between her main characters. Sharn and Lucillian both turn to Eileen with pleading eyes, begging her to decide who gets to keep the little plush toy she made. With a gentle smile, Eileen resolves the bickering by handing the doll to Sharn, pointing out that her sister needs to carry one for protection anyway. Seeing Lucillian look incredibly dejected with droopy puppy ears, a panicked Eileen quickly reassures him that she will sew another one just for him. The next morning, a bright sun shines over the magnificent estate grounds as birds chirp to welcome the new day. After a grueling, sleepless night of nonstop sewing, an exhausted Eileen collapses fast asleep on the sofa while Sharn and Lucillian admire their massive basket of handmade dolls. Ready to put their plan into action, the group prepares to head out and distribute the basket of cute, protective plush toys to the estate staff. Using a map of the estate, the trio splits up to maximize their reach. Sharn heads for the annex, Lucillian patrols the grounds, and Eileen takes charge of the main building. Sharn waves a cheerful goodbye as she runs off with her basket of dolls, while Eileen calls out to warn her to be careful. Carrying her heavy basket of protective charms through the grand hallways, Eileen hopes that giving one to her father will finally help him. Looking back at memories of her father's warm, gentle smile, Eileen wonders if he will finally be able to return to his true, caring self once he holds the doll. Filled with a mixture of hope and nervousness, Eileen steels her resolve to go visit her father in his office right away. Before they part ways, Lucillian gently calls out to Eileen in the corridor, stopping her in her tracks. With a tender and serious look in his eyes, Lucillian tells Eileen that there's something important he wants to say to her. Looking back at him, Eileen curiously asks what he wanted to say, prompting Lucillian to bring up their conversation from the previous day. Eileen gasps as a sudden realization hits her, recalling what she said and fearing she may have caused him unnecessary worry. Deeply apologetic, Eileen frantically bows to Lucillian, expressing her remorse for being so caught up in her own tasks that she kept him by her side all morning. Terrified that her selfishness might result in Lucillian facing severe punishment at the hands of the Great Temple, Eileen desperately offers to prepare a carriage for him immediately, while Lucillian gently reassures her. Reassuring her with a gentle touch, Lucillian takes her hands in his and tells her that things are not at all what she thinks. Looking at her with absolute devotion amidst a backdrop of blooming flowers, Lucillian softly asks if he can continue to stay by her side and help her. Lucillian expresses his earnest desire to stay and support her, but a hesitant Eileen points out that he is currently a highly respected candidate for High Priest. Eileen expresses her concern that if he keeps dedicating his valuable time to her, it will surely interfere with his holy training and final temple evaluations. Squeezing her hands tenderly, Lucillian warmly reassures her that he does not consider a single moment spent protecting and staying by her side to be a waste. With a dazzling, heartwarming smile, Lucillian declares that the temple's evaluations mean nothing to him, pleading with her to let him stay by her side without worry. Feeling lighter, Lucillian takes some of the dolls to begin his distribution, wishing Eileen a safe trip as they head out. Eileen stands in silent reflection, watching him walk down the hallway as his words echo deeply in her mind. Left alone with her thoughts, a puzzled Eileen tilts her head, wondering about the deeper meaning behind his intense devotion. Running excitedly through the corridors, Eileen's face lights up with sheer joy as she realizes that the protective dolls are actually working. Eileen offers a cute pink doll to one of the estate's maids, and the moment the maid holds it, the purple brainwashing mist melts away, restoring her clear mind and making her smile warmly. Heartened by the immediate success, a hopeful Eileen is convinced that if she can just get her father to touch the doll, he will surely snap out of Scene's dark magic. Arriving at the massive double doors of her father's office, Eileen pauses hesitantly, gathering her courage before entering. Taking a deep breath and swallowing her nervousness, Eileen quietly speaks up as she prepares to face her brainwashed father. Suddenly, the office doors swing wide open as Grandma Devan steps out, surprising Eileen, who did not expect to find her there. Sighing in deep exhaustion, Grandma Devan complains that she couldn't get through to Phileo at all, noting that he has been muttering to thin air all night. Urging her granddaughter to go on in and speak with him, Grandma Devan bids her a tired farewell, saying she needs to get some well-deserved rest.
Stepping into the office, Eileen gasps in shock at the sight of the room, which is in complete disarray and far messier than before, with broken belongings scattered everywhere. Looking around the dark and tense room, Eileen nervously calls out for her father. Slumped over his desk and looking incredibly worn out, Duke Faleo barely acknowledges his daughter, prompting a worried Eileen to apologize for disturbing him. Stepping forward, Eileen holds out a cute pink handmade doll, gently begging her father to keep it by his side. Turning to her with a cold, piercing glare, Duke Faleo harshly demands that she get out immediately, striking fear into Eileen's heart. Trembling under his cold gaze but refusing to abandon him, Eileen steels her resolve, determined to save her father from the brainwashing. Lunging forward with a desperate cry, Eileen reaches out to press the protective plush toy into her father's hand, praying that even a brief touch will break the spell. Eileen presses the small, cute pink doll into Duke Faleo's large hand, hoping that the powerful protective blessing within it will reach his heart. Since the doll successfully lifted the brainwashing of the household maids, Eileen believed that her father would also snap out of it the moment he held the protective plush toy. However, Duke Faleo just stares silently at the doll in his hand with a cold, unreadable expression. With a cold, chilling glare, Duke Faleo asks Eileen what exactly is supposed to change by keeping a silly thing like the doll nearby, leaving her completely stunned. Standing up coldly, Faleo bluntly tells Eileen that he wants to be left alone and warns her not to make him say it again. Heartbroken but realizing she cannot force him, Eileen quietly says, "Dad," before turning to take her leave. The heavy double doors click shut behind Eileen, leaving Duke Faleo standing in the silence of his dark, messy office, staring out of the window as a cold atmosphere lingers. Once alone, Duke Faleo groans in pain as a suffocating purple aura wraps around him. The dark spirit of Scene manifests behind him, whispering maliciously and asking why he let Eileen go when it was the perfect opportunity to get rid of her. Clinging to Faleo's back, Scene complains that she could have lived happily with him if it weren't for Eileen. She seductively whispers into his ear, urging him that next time, he must be the one to kill the child who reduced her to this state. Back in the bright estate hallways, a voice suddenly calls out for Erin. The footsteps echo as someone runs eagerly down the grand hallway, calling out to her. Sharn and Lucillian run up to Erin in pure excitement, holding their baskets and joyfully announcing that the protective dolls worked incredibly well, immediately lifting the brainwashing of everyone who received them. Sharn eagerly suggests that they make many more to distribute to the rest of the estate, but she and Lucillian suddenly freeze when they notice Erin standing there in complete silence. Noticing her distress, Sharn gently asks what's wrong and if something happened, prompting a tearful Erin to choke out that her father was the only one. Erin bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she asks why only her father didn't return to normal, wondering why the magical dolls failed to snap him out of his dark brainwashing. As she remembers the basket she dropped on the floor, Erin's thoughts wander back to how much her father's unconditional love meant to her, thinking that even if the whole world hated her, she still had him. Looking back at a fond memory of her and her father laughing together inside a carriage, she remembers how deeply she loved him and how incredibly happy she was to have him as her dad. Tears stream down Erin's face as she admits to herself that she didn't care about anything else as long as her beloved father could finally return to his normal, warm self. Seeing her sister's heartbreaking breakdown, Sharn rushes forward and pulls Erin into a tight, comforting embrace, reassuring her that everything is going to be okay. Holding her tightly, Sharn promises her that their father will surely return to normal too. She urges Erin not to lose hope, reminding her that this is only the first step and they will find another way together. Sharn squeezes Erin's hand firmly, pleading with her sister not to give up on saving their father. Sharn continues to hug Erin tightly, whispering to her not to fall for his malicious intentions. She promises to be Erin's strength even if their father isn't by her side right now. Lucillian watches the two sisters share a deeply emotional embrace, his expression filled with profound sympathy and quiet determination to support them. The sisters cling to each other in the quiet room as Lucillian stands by with a dropped basket nearby, silently waiting for Erin's tears to finally dry. Sometime later, a plate of fresh donuts sits on the table as a voice suggests that while Duke Etam's situation is highly unfortunate, they should focus on the positive fact that the dolls worked on everyone else for now. Lucillian explains that the crucial thing is for Erin not to give in to the enemy's intentions. He points out that if they lift the brainwashing on enough people, the overall power of the dark magic will naturally begin to weaken. Lucillian adds that weakening the magic overall might eventually help Duke Etam break free as well, while Sharn eagerly agrees and suggests they start by making even more dolls right away. Sharn optimistically suggests that testing different methods along the way might lead them to a cure for their father, prompting a quiet, hopeful, "Yeah," from Erin. Wiping her tears, Erin looks down apologetically, thanking both of them before softly saying that she is sorry. Erin apologizes for her earlier selfish words, explaining that she felt guilty for saying she only cared about her father returning to normal when they were both working so incredibly hard to support her. In a cute chibi panel, Sharn playfully cuts off her apologies, urging everyone to eat some food and cheer up, pointing out that Erin will need plenty of energy to make a massive mountain of dolls. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of purple light floods the room as a mysterious voice curiously repeats, making dolls? Startled mid-bite, Erin freezes with her donut as a tall figure suddenly manifests right before their eyes, prompting Lucilian to immediately step forward protectively. The sparkling, long-haired Lord Richard stands elegantly amidst blooming purple roses, confidently offering his assistance in sewing the dolls and asking if he can join their efforts. A flashback reveals a tense conversation where Lord Arma warned that everyone, including himself, would eventually be influenced by that being. Richard had asked in disbelief if this meant the entity would manipulate their emotions to make them hate Iron. Back then, Richard fiercely rejected the prophecy, declared that he would never hate Erin no matter what happens. Determined to prove Lord Arma wrong, Richard had stormed out of the Grand Estate, running through the corridors to find his own way to protect his beloved friend. He violently slammed open the doors of his room, his heart racing as he reminded himself that Erin is his most precious person. Richard entered his room, which was filled with giant pink plush dolls and beautiful floral decorations, walking quietly toward his private sanctuary. Gently picking up one of the cute pink dolls from his desk, Richard gazed at it softly, his heart filled with deep affection. Hugging the pink doll tightly to his chest, Richard recalled how Iron was the very first precious person he ever had in his life when he possessed absolutely nothing. Back in the present, Richard gracefully walks past Lucilian, his long purple hair flowing as he steps closer to Erin, who looks up in surprise at his sudden entrance. Looking closely at Richard, Erin is stunned to realize that she can no longer feel the oppressive aura of the Star Watcher radiating from him. Walking right up to Erin, Richard smiles warmly and reminds her of the promise he made before. Richard gently places a small pink doll into Erin's hand, looking into her eyes with absolute devotion as he repeats his vow that he will never hate her, no matter what happens. Breaking the tender moment, a thoroughly displeased Lucilian steps in between them, coldly noting that he heard Richard had been cooped up inside the duchy all this time. Stepping closer to Richard, Lucilian remarks that if he had known Richard was safe from that dark presence, they could have solved this entire crisis much sooner. Erin suddenly remembers the special room Richard had created in Duke Colin's estate, which she thought her father had completely destroyed, realizing that Richard must have painstakingly restored it in secret. Lucilian mockingly calls Richard a coward for only appearing now out of fear, while an irritated Richard snaps back, accusing Lucilian of lying about everyone being influenced just so he could keep Erin all to himself. A sweat-dropping Iron quickly steps in to break up the brewing fight, reminding Lucilian that it's a great thing Richard wasn't brainwashed, prompting a sheepish Lucilian to apologize. Lucilian mutters that he just found it pathetic how confident Richard is acting after hiding away for so long, which immediately makes Richard explode in anger, shouting, "You want to go?" as Erin desperately tries to keep them from throwing hands. Iron looks at the bickering duo, thinking to herself that there has always been a strangely competitive and tense atmosphere between Lucilian and Richard, dating back to their childhood. In a nostalgic winter flashback, the young Lucilian and Richard glare at each other while holding Erin, trading insults about how shameless, selfish, and obnoxious they both are, wishing each other would just disappear. Pointing her hands in both directions, a panicked Irene desperately screams at Lucilian and Richard to stop, sweating profusely as she wonders if their relationship is even more strained than she previously imagined. Stepping between them, Erin points out that anyone would be terrified of being brainwashed by an unknown dark force, prompting a sweating Richard to weakly mumble that he wasn't actually scared. Sweating nervously, Lucilian looks shocked as Richard admits that he was also terrified the entire time, confessing that there were many times his resolve broke and he simply sat there pathetically, before asking Lucilian if he also looked like a coward. Irene tells Richard to understand, while a flustered Richard insists that he doesn't just want to be understood, leaving Sharn to watch them in suspense and wonder if she is witnessing a love triangle. Wearing a completely deadpan expression, Lucilian flatly claims that he isn't bitter at all, while Erin happily assumes he finally understands Richard, prompting a worried Sharn to wonder if Erin completely misunderstood Lucilian's true feelings. To break the icy tension, Erin takes their hands and cheerfully forces them to join hands and make up, leaving both Lucilian and Richard glaring at each other in absolute silence. Hugging Aaron from behind, Sharn expresses her relief that she has regained her spirits, while Aaron sighs and thinks that children fight so easily, reminding herself that she must maintain the peace despite being physically the youngest person in the room. Using his purple magic, Richard begins to synthesize the dolls directly over the table, leaving Aaron and Sharn to watch the magical glowing plush toy with complete fascination. Richard snaps his fingers as a magical purple light shines, confidently suggesting that creating the dolls using magic is much faster than sewing them by hand. A flashback reveals Aaron and Richard walking through a heavily shadowed town, with Aaron recalling that while the people at the Collin estate remain unchanged, she realized too late that the rest of the capital has fallen into a dark state reminiscent of the night of the banquet. Confident and surrounded by purple roses, Richard offers to use his magic to create as many protective dolls as they need, though he privately notes that he must maintain deep focus to replicate the shape of each doll perfectly. Holding a small pink doll, Aaron beams with gratitude and thanks Richard for his help, happily noting that using magic is indeed much faster than sewing them by hand. While Richard wears a smug, self-satisfied grin, Lucilian and Sharn look thoroughly annoyed and irritated as they continue to cut fabric and sew their own dolls by hand. Lucilian tries to rain on Richard's parade by pointing out that objects created by magic are temporary and will eventually vanish, but a confident Richard simply replies that he can easily make more before they disappear. Glaring at Richard, Lucilian mockingly suggests that living solely for magic has ruined Richard's basic arithmetic, reminding him of how many citizens live in the Empire, to which Richard angrily replies that Lucilian is severely underestimating his vast mana pool. Aaron brightly intervenes with a clever compromise, suggesting they distribute Richard's magical dolls first and then follow up with the handmade ones before the magical ones fade away. Lucilian smiles warmly and praises Aaron's wonderful idea, while Richard smugly agrees, leaving the silent psychological warfare between the two rivals to rage on. Holding a pair of scissors, Aaron gets back to work with determination, telling herself that since everyone is pitching in, she should also get her hands moving. A single completed pink doll sits in a woven basket as Aaron reflects on Lucilian's warning that even if the four of us work non-stop all day, it will still be an uphill battle. From a bird's eye view, the four companions sit around the table working diligently, while Aaron worries about how difficult it will be to distribute the dolls to every single citizen brainwashed by the Star Watcher. Rubbing her tired eyes, Aaron realizes that for their plan to succeed, the dolls must become a widespread trend, requiring them to produce as many as humanly possible. Looking down in deep contemplation, Aaron gazes at a glowing blue bead, reminding herself that the barely restored bead has only one wish left and wondering if she should save it for a more critical moment. The scene shifts to Duke Fileo's dimly lit bedroom, where he lies wearily under heavy crimson curtains as a cold breeze blows outside. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Duke Filio holds the tiny pink plush toy in his hand with a deeply troubled and silent expression. A close-up shows Fileo gently squeezing the simple pink doll, the physical touch of the protective toy failing to lift the dark weight from his heart. Sitting across from Fileo, his mother asks him if he truly came to hate Aaron because an illusion of Dahlia appeared and blamed the child, questioning if the words of that dark hallucination felt like the truth to him. Slumped forward in a dark aura, Fileo admits he doesn't know, mentioning that Etam's will suggested it might be a matter of the magical imprint, which causes his furious mother to slam her hand down and call him a pathetic fool. Standing up and violently grabbing Fileo's collar, the Duchess angrily demands to know if it makes any sense for someone imprinted with a dragon to hallucinate about harming that dragon, shouting that even she knows better than that despite never being imprinted. Shouting with absolute fury, the Duchess accuses Fileo of not even trying to understand, demanding to know if he has ever said anything to Aaron other than warning her to stay away, or if he has ever even explained his state to his daughter. Looking away guiltily, Fileo weakly retorts that it is easy for her to judge since she doesn't see the illusions herself, arguing that suppressing and ignoring the terrifying hallucinations is the absolute best he can manage. Purple energy swirls around the Duchess as dark, whispering voices echo in her ears, urging her to eliminate Aaron, as Fileo confesses that he is constantly terrified of being swept away by the sudden impulse to kill his own child. A dark hallucination of Scene with flowing red hair wraps around Fileo like a specter, whispering for him to kill Aaron, while Fileo desperately realizes that if he ever loses control and harms his daughter, it will be far too late for regrets. Tears stream down Fileo's face as he cries out in desperation, explaining that he is doing everything he can just to keep Aaron safe by keeping her away, while his mother releases his collar and sighs that she never knew he was such a fragile man. Walking away from her weeping son, the Duchess bluntly tells Phileo that his half-hearted attitude is only causing Aaron immense pain, reminding him that as her father, he should understand this better than anyone. Staring down at Phileo, the Duchess asks if he intends to lose his daughter after already losing his wife, warning him that Aaron is currently fighting an invisible enemy all on her own while he only wounds her instead of helping. An image of a young Aaron standing before a shattered mirror with a giant, terrifying eye appears as the Duchess coldly asks Phileo if he can even call himself a father, urging him to stand on his own feet if he doesn't want to live with regret. Standing up with a renewed sense of resolve in his dark bedroom, Phileo calls out for Tarim, prompting his shadow guard to immediately appear and kneel before him. Wearing a cold, determined expression, Phileo commands Tarim to find Pavis Etam and bring the scoundrel directly to him, to which the shadow guard promptly complies. A somber flashback shows Dahlia lying peacefully on her deathbed, accompanied by the explanation that she passed away from an unknown illness after becoming pregnant with her last child. Looking out from his balcony as the purple mist begins to clear, Phileo resolves to face the head-on truth of Dahlia's death and Aaron's arrival, determined to shatter the dark hallucination wearing his late wife's face. The dark night breaks as a beautiful sunny morning sky filled with fluffy clouds and leafy branches appears, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Holding her cane with a small pink doll dangling from it, the Duchess smiles in amusement, realizing that the simple plush toy actually provides a powerful protective blessing. The Duchess chuckles and notes that the grandfather remained completely unaffected because he was carrying all sorts of dolls like a foolish old man, leaving Aaron to sweat drop and smile sheepishly at her grandfather's excessive setup. Returning to the room, Sharn announces that they have made real progress, while the Duchess commends their hard work, though a disheartened Irene softly notes that her father still didn't return to normal even after receiving his doll. Looking over the cluttered table, the Duchess asks if the children will be all right running this makeshift factory on their own, suggesting they call in more help, though Aaron hesitates, feeling guilty about dragging the already short-staffed mansion servants into their mess. The Duchess smiles and advises Aaron that instead of calling the servants, she should call the professional craftsmen who actually make dolls for a living. Aaron is suddenly struck by a wave of pure inspiration, jumping to her feet in excitement as she realizes there is a perfect solution to their production problems. Her face beautifully illuminated with hope, Aaron realizes that she won't even need to use the last wish of her magical bead, eagerly telling Sharn that they need to leave for a specific place immediately. Under a bright, clear blue sky, the grand facade of a massive, elegant building in the downtown district of the Oride Empire comes into view. The scene closes with a close-up of a pair of small feet in cute brown bow shoes taking determined steps forward onto the pavement. Whispering amongst themselves, the customers in the shop look over at the pink-haired young lady and mutter, "Hey, isn't that the lady from Edom? The one that's said to be so wicked. What's she doing here again?" Looking nervous, the shop assistant asks, "My lady, what brings you to our shop?" To which Aaron flatly replies, "Call the owner of this shop." Backed by stacks of gold, a confident Aaron declares, "Everything related to this shop, Etam wishes to buy it." As a shimmering background of beautiful yellow roses appears, Aaron commands, "Name your price." A panoramic view of the capital district highlights a tall stone tower rising above the tightly packed Tudor-style buildings. A young man happily presents a cute pink plush toy to a young woman, saying, "Look at this, it's the Aaron I made. I really wanted to give this to you as a gift. Please keep it with you always." The young girl gently cradles the adorable pink dragon plush doll in her hands, delighted by its round yellow eyes and neat red bow. To achieve her plan, Irene reflects on her next steps. "I immediately acquired the largest toy shop in the empire and was able to mass-produce Irene." Large quantities of the Aaron prototypes were immediately distributed for free throughout the empire, and among the people who escaped the Starkeeper's influence, stories quickly spread that carrying the doll clears one's head. The tiny, comforting doll named Irene began to rapidly gain popularity solely through word of mouth. As rumors circulated that the doll's motif was a dragon, expectations grew that holding an Irene grants wishes, making it a major trend to carry it as a lucky charm or gift it to loved ones. Little by little, the Starkeeper's dark power that once covered the entire empire was gradually fading away. Staring at a large box filled with the plush toys, a young green-eyed caretaker asks with deep gratitude, "Gifts for the children? Is it really all right for you to donate this much?" Aaron brightly replies, "Yes, this orphanage is under Etam, so it's only natural to give this much. It makes me happy if the children are happy." The caretaker smiles warmly and notes how much the children will love them, prompting Aaron to ask her to give her regards to the director and mention that Richard is doing well back at the Magic Tower.
Cheerful laughter fills the air as the orphanage children run around the sunny courtyard, excitedly clutching their brand new pink dragon dolls. Walking down a quiet path, Cillian looks at Aaron and asks, Aaron, there were rumors that you were a dragon before, but it's never been officially announced. Is it okay for this doll to go around with the name Aaron? Aaron's sweat drops slightly and smiles, explaining, it's being accepted as a mascot for now, so it should be fine. It's better than bad rumors. A red-haired boy then calls out to Cillian, letting him know that Sharn needs him at the shop. Turning back, Lucilian and Cillian urge Iron to rest, with Lucilian gently saying, Iron, you stay and rest. I heard you've been overworking lately. Although Iron claims she's fine, Cillian insists that she hasn't slept properly and should head back to the mansion. Waving with warm smiles, Cillian and his companion tell Aaron, you must get plenty of rest. Got it? See you later. Watching them walk away, Aaron looks back with a gentle, relieved expression, happily reflecting that everyone has finally returned to normal. Her relief quickly fades into concern as she notes that there is still one exception, except for one person, my dad. Lucilian steps up beside Iron and softly advises, Master, the sunlight has grown quite strong. It would be best to rest, as Master Cillian suggested. Aaron notes to herself that whenever she thinks about her father, Lucilian is always the first to notice and looks at her with deep worry. Smiling warmly at his concern, Aaron replies, yeah, I should, while wondering if her lack of gloom lately is because she doesn't want to make him worry. Feeling a surge of deep gratitude, Aaron holds Lucilian's hands under the tree and thinks, someday, I want to pay Lucy back for everything I've received. Thanks for worrying about me, Lucy. Looking down at their joined hands, a flustered Lucilian blushes slightly and softly murmurs, yes. A voice suddenly interrupts them, saying, a doll business? I wondered what sudden whim brought this on. Is it one of the projects to improve the Atom family's image? When a startled Iron asks who it is, the man replies that it is disappointing she doesn't recognize the person who was in charge of her education for a long time. Recognizing the mysterious visitor, Aaron gasps, Hill Rosemont? While the man raises a gloved finger to his lips and whispers, shh. Hill Rosemont looks out at the grounds and asks, you still haven't revealed your identity to Phil? 7 years have passed. Watching the children play with their dolls from a distance, Hill Rosemont observes, this distance is just right for both of us. Turning back to Aaron, his expression grows serious as he says, more importantly, I have something to tell you, my lady. A sudden, sharp breeze rustles the leaves of the tree as a heavy silence falls over the group. Iron asks, is it really okay for you to be giving me this information for free? You might regret not taking money for it later. Hill Rosemont crosses his arms and replies with a cool smile, who knows? Information depends on how you use it. Grateful for his help, Iron bids him farewell. Thanks for letting me know. Lucilian, let's go. To which Lucilian quickly follows, yes, master. Staring after them, Hill Rosemont recalls his childhood, remembering how learning about dragons made him believe that a contract with one was the only way to truly change his harsh reality. But because dragons were thought to be extinct and existed only in ancient books, meeting one felt like an impossible dream, or so he had always believed. He gazes down at photos of a tiny pink baby dragon, thinking to himself, you're here now. A fond flashback shows a young Hill Rosemont bowing down in deepest gratitude before a small, adorable pink dragon girl. Holding up the pink dragon mascot keychain, Hill Rosemont stares at it with immense fondness. The memory of the children's joyful smiles at the orphanage cements his belief that a real dragon has brought true warmth to their world. Turning to leave, Hill Rosemont softly tells himself, no payment for the information is necessary. I'm merely repaying a debt. Inside her carriage, Iron recalls Hill Rosemont's warning, 3 weeks ago, Duke Edom moved Tarim to secure Pavis Edom, your former guardian. She contemplates his words further, and along with him, it seems he's continuously investigating those related to the death of Dahlia Atom. He's being careful so that the information doesn't reach you, the current head of the family. Iron realizes that 3 weeks ago was exactly when they started making the protective dolls. Iron thinks back to the conversation she had with her grandmother, recalling when she asked, Dahlia? The hallucination of my mother telling you to kill me? And her grandmother confirmed, yes, she said so herself. Her grandmother's serious expression comes to mind as she remembers her saying, Sharn and the others mindlessly hated you, but he said he's suppressing those hallucinations himself. Irene recalls her grandmother admitting she wasn't sure if the hallucinations were caused by the Starkeeper's power, adding that the Duke had even tried consulting Etham's primary physician. Irene remembers holding her father's hand during his torment, remembering her own certainty that she had felt that dark, corrupt aura radiating directly from him.
Gazing out the carriage window, Erin's golden eyes fill with determination as she ponders why the doll had no effect on her father and why the Starkeeper's power acts so differently on him. As images of her parents surround her thoughts, Erin resolves to uncover the mystery, telling her companion, "Lucilian, I need to know what Dad's doing." "I'm going to secretly tail Dad tonight," Erin tells Lucilian as they ride in the carriage together. "Will you come with me?" she asks as the scene shifts to a quiet cemetery under a bright full moon. "Yak!" Pavis Etam screams as he is shoved to the ground by a dark-haired man in black who demands, "Are you going to say you don't remember again?" Pavis protests, "How many times do I have to say it? I told you I don't remember." "Pavis Etam," Erin thinks in surprise, watching the scene from inside a magical shield with Lucilian, realizing it is just as Hill said. Pavis Edom desperately argues, "I've never even been to this cemetery in my life. The place where I received the child was somewhere else." The Duke replies coldly, "Traces were clearly found that someone dug up the dirt of the grave and covered it again. If it wasn't you, then who dug up this grave?" Pavis yells back, "How should I know?" While Iron wonders, "Dug up the grave?" The Duke questions, "If it wasn't you who dug it up, shouldn't you at least remember the person who handed over the child?" Pavis mutters bitterly on the ground, "Damn it. I even lost my daughter to you, and I'm living miserably after losing everything. Just because you have power, you treat people—" Before Pavis can finish his sentence, a blast of blue fire wraps around his mouth, silencing him with a muffled "oomph." The Duke holds a ball of blue magic in his gloved hand and says icily, "It seems you still have the strength to spout such nonsense. Don't claim she's your daughter when you've never even raised that child." Pavis can only make muffled noises in response. "Harem, lock this fellow up and torture him," the Duke commands. "If he doesn't remember, squeeze it out of him until he does." A guard replies, "Yes, acting head," as the muffled man is dragged away. A tranquil, silent frame of leaves against the starry night sky marks a transition in the tense atmosphere. Under the quiet moonlight, the Duke stands alone by the graves, sighing softly to himself. Hearing her father murmur something, Erin whispers, "Lucilian, can we get closer?" Lucilian replies, "Yes, I'll try. Please stay close to me and don't let go." And she nods, "Okay." As they step closer inside their magical barrier, the Duke suddenly stops and freezes, sensing their presence. "Iron," the Duke whispers longingly as a tear falls, staring down at a pocket watch in his hand and thinking, "I don't want to hate my daughter." Staring at the pocket watch in his hand, Erin is filled with deep emotion as she recognizes it as the birthday present she gave him 7 years ago. Overwhelmed by her feelings, Erin suddenly dashes out of the barrier as Lucilian gasps in surprise, "Master!" With a sudden rush of emotion, Irene throws her arms tightly around her father's back in a desperate hug. The Duke's eyes fly wide in absolute shock as he stands completely frozen by the unexpected touch. Clinging to his back with tears streaming down her face, Irene remains silent, prompting her father to call out softly in disbelief, "Irene?" As Irene runs forward and wraps her arms tightly around her father's back in a desperate hug, he stands frozen in complete surprise. With his heart racing, the Duke whips around quickly to look at her, his golden eyes filled with deep shock and bewilderment. But as the scene settles under the starry night sky, the Duke finds himself standing completely alone in the silent graveyard. "Just now I could have sworn," the Duke mutters, tightly clenching his fist as if he could still feel her warm embrace. A subordinate approaches him and reports, "Deputy Director Gaju, we have a witness who can testify about Dahlia Etom's condition at the time of her illness." The Duke quietly responds, "Go ahead." The Duke and his guard walk away, their footsteps echoing quietly along the dark, empty path of the cemetery. Inside their protective barrier, Irene sits weeping as Lucilian kneels beside her and comforts her. Irene whispers, "I'm sorry, Lucilian, I wasn't thinking." And Lucilian gently reassures her, "It's okay. I'm just glad no one noticed." "I feel uneasy," Erin thinks as she cries, remembering her childhood joy. "What if Dad never loved me from the beginning? What if I was the only one who believed I truly became his daughter?" Leaning against Lucilian's chest for comfort, she tearfully reflects, "But it turns out Dad had been suffering all along too, forced by the Starkeeper to hate me." Under the quiet starlight, the grave of Dahlia Etom lies still and silent. Erin and Lucilian stand before the grave as Erin ponders, "Even after the paternity test, it still doesn't feel real. But if I really am Dad's biological daughter, then that would mean Dahlia Etom truly was my biological mother, right? The Duke did say that the third child was buried together with his wife." Looking down at the tombstone, Erin wonders, then who would go as far as to dig up a dead mother's grave just to take me out? Why? For what purpose? Erin asks herself as her hand gently touches the stone.
Suddenly, a magical command activates. Remember. A vibrant, pink magical energy suddenly erupts from the gravestone, enveloping Erin in a blinding light. Through the magic, a memory from her infancy washes over her, showing a gentle, smiling young man with glasses holding a newborn pink-haired baby. Yes, the night of that banquet, when the paternity test took place, a memory brushed past my mind, Erin realizes. At the time, I was too focused on what was happening right in front of me to think about it carefully. But within that memory, there was a mysterious figure who handed me over to that brute. She recalls the image of a hooded figure with a black lace veil over her face, smiling gently as she handed the baby to Pavis. Snapping back to reality, Erin turns to her companion with a look of sudden realization. Lucilian, I think I know where that brute received me, she states determinedly as a sharp wind blows through the cemetery. Arriving in the city district under a dark sky, Erin walks forward and whispers, "It's definitely here." So much time has passed. I don't know whether any traces of that person still remain, Erin thinks as she and Lucilian walk through the stone arches. But earlier, when I touched the gravestone, I clearly felt it, as if I were being led here, magic imbued with someone's will. Lucilian warns her, if that person harbors malicious intent, this could be dangerous. Erin replies, I don't sense any malice within the magic power, but it could still be a trap. Lucilian nods, saying, I'll cast a protection spell, but just in case, stay close to me. Suddenly, sparks fly in the air as Lucilian gasps in shock. With a heavy thud, Lucilian collapses to the ground, prompting a terrified Erin to scream, Lucilian? Erin rushes to his side, shaking him frantically and crying out, Lucilian, are you okay? Lucilian! From the shadows, a calm voice speaks. There's no need to worry. I merely put you to sleep for a moment. After all, you're not an invited guest. Gasps of surprise escape Erin's lips as she looks up and asks, Are you the one who handed me over to Phoebus Etum? Yes, a tall, hooded woman with purple hair replies as she steps forward. When Erin asks, Then who are you exactly? She answers, My name is Riaruga. Declaring her true identity, the woman smiles warmly and says, The one who brought into the world a child who was nearly erased, a child buried in the dirt, forgotten by all records? I'm a dragon. Erin's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she mutters, A dragon? Weren't all dragons extinct, except for me? Then were you the one who saved me? Riorga laughs softly and responds, Haha, saved is a generous word. If anything, I was the one drawn to you. Your powerful will to live, your fierce desire for life, it was that force which finally awakened this dragon of insight, who had been sleeping for a very long time. Dragon of insight? Erin asks in surprise, as the mysterious purple-haired woman smiles and confirms, Yes, I'm the dragon of insight. Ask me and you may reach any truth. Two hands reach out toward each other over an intricate magic circle, with the dragon of insight encouraging her. Don't you have something you wish to know as well? Any truth at all? Erin's mind is filled with thoughts of her late mother, Dahlia, as she ponders, I want to know why Dad is investigating Mom's death, but if Mom died because of me, and that's what he's investigating to uncover, then no matter what the truth is, will Dad still continue to love me? Trembling with fear and uncertainty, Erin looks down anxiously and whispers to herself, Should I really learn this truth? I'm scared. The dragon of insight smiles knowingly and murmurs gently, I see. You're not ready to learn the truth yet. Turning away, the mysterious dragon states, Drawing close to the original truth is no easy task. After all, I learned countless truths that even I could not bear myself, and so I fled into the unconsciousness of sleep. Looking back with an enigmatic smile, she tells Erin, When you have resolved yourself to approach the truth, come find me. If you truly wish to know the truth, that is. The dragon steps forward, touching Erin's chin as vibrant pink magic wraps around them, saying, But before we part, to my one and only kin in this world, I should at least leave a hint, a parting gift for our reunion to aid you in your search for the star. Bending down, the purple-haired woman whispers her mysterious parting words directly into Erin's ear. Light bursts forth under the soft twilight sky as Erin ponders the departing words, wondering, the star? A hint to find it? Erin gasps in sudden alarm, kneeling beside Lucilian as he struggles to get up, crying, Lucilian, are you okay? Shock fills Erin's eyes as she spots blood dripping from his nose, exclaiming, Lucilian, you're bleeding, while Lucilian wipes the blood away with his white-gloved hand. Under a beautiful blue sky adorned with white clouds and golden floral patterns, a gentle voice asks, Are you sure you're okay?
The scene shifts to the grand and elegant estate under the bright morning sun as a voice reassures, "Yes, there's nothing seriously wrong with my body, so please don't worry." Sitting comfortably on a sofa in a luxurious lounge, Lucilian explains to a worried Aaron, "It seems that Dragon's power conflicts with the divine power I possess. If I rest for a bit, I should recover." Aaron asks hesitantly, "Really?" And he smiles back, "Yes, truly." Irene expresses her deep regret, saying, "I'm sorry. If I'd known this would happen, I would have gone alone. I dragged you along for weeks, pushed you too hard, and then—" But Lucilian gently reassures her, "I only followed you because I wanted to, my lady. It's never a burden for me." Looking down at their feet, Lucilian continues warmly, "And you pushed yourself plenty too, my lady." Still, Aaron remains quiet and hesitant. In a light-hearted chibi scene, Chibi Lucilian smiles brightly next to a pink fox and says playfully, "Then please pat me. I think I'll feel better instantly." Flustered by his cute request, Chibi Iron stammers, "What? Is that not allowed?" To which he asks, while she nervously retorts, "It's not that it's not allowed, but there's no way that would actually help." Smiling with closed eyes and surrounded by warm flowers, Lucilian replies softly, "No, that's enough for me." Still feeling quite shy and embarrassed, Erin stands nervously with a blushing face, wondering what to do. Making up her mind, Irene reaches out and gently strokes Lucilian's soft, silver-white hair with her gloved hand. Stroking his head with a warm, bright smile, Erin giggles, "Lucy, you're like a puppy." In a playful chibi moment, Lucilian happily wags his puppy ears and says, "Yes, I am your puppy, my lady," prompting a red-faced Erin to yell, I mean, if someone heard that while passing by, they'll get the wrong idea." Looking at her with deep affection, Lucilian says, "When I see my lady smiling, I feel energized. So if you're worried about me, then please smile." Watching his gentle face amidst a beautiful background of blooming flowers, Erin thinks happily, "When I look at Lucilian's face, my heart feels at ease too." Staring at his peaceful expression, she reflects on how he is always looking straight at me. Lucilian's brilliant blue eye opens, reflecting absolute clarity and warmth. Irene's heart skips a beat as she gazes back, completely captivated by his striking eyes. In her mind, the parting hint of the dragon echoes clearly, "Look into the eyes, the star lies there." Stepping closer, Irene holds Lucilian's face in her hand and gazes intently into his eyes, whispering, "What do those words really mean?" Stunned by her sudden closeness and touch, Lucilian looks up at her in surprise and whispers, "My lady." Time seems to freeze as the two stand close together under a glowing, magical atmosphere, their hearts beating in unison. A stylized graphic panel featuring a purple-themed character illustration acts as a brief visual transition. Standing extremely close to Lucilian, Erin gazes at his blushing face and asks in confusion, "Are you perhaps not feeling well? Your face is all red." Stepping back slightly, Irene quickly tries to cover her embarrassment by saying, "Really? I'm fine. Maybe I'm just tired." Blushing deeply and looking away, Erin thinks to herself, "Yeah, I'll be careful. If I overdo it, Lucy might end up overdoing it too." Lucilian's eyes were so beautiful that I found myself staring into them without realizing it. Peeking out from behind a heavy curtain in chibi form, Irene changes the subject and whispers, "So Lucilian, what do you think he meant by telling me to look closely at the eyes?" Lucilian asks, "Are you referring to the hint given by that dragon? If we're talking about eyes." Lucilian stands up and gently holds both of Irene's hands in his, asking, "Master, could you hold my hand for a moment and look into my eyes?" To which she responds in surprise, "Huh?" As their gloved hands clasp tightly, Lucilian explains that they're the windows to the heart. Channels of bright blue light flare up as a brilliant magic crest appears in Lucilian's eyes, and he notes, "Lord Arma's strength dwells within me," and just like that, a change appears in my eyes. Amazed by the sight, Erin gasps, "Now that you mention it, I can definitely see the change." As she starts connecting the dots, "Lord Arma said the Starkeeper is hiding somewhere in this world. And that hint?" Remembering the dragon's message, Erin recalls, "Those words Rearge said to me. She clearly said it was a hint to find the star. Look into the eyes, for there lies the star," which means, wide-eyed with realization as purple magical energy flows around them, she asks, "In other words, is the Starkeeper hiding inside someone's body?" Erin remembers Lord Arma's explanation. "When you returned here, the Starkeeper must have hidden somewhere in this world and watched you all along." She then thinks, "And not long after I opened my eyes, Father began avoiding me more and more."
Irene clenches her fist close to her mouth, thinking, I never imagined the Starkeeper could be hiding inside a person. If that's really true, the most likely person would be my father. Lucioyan supports her deduction, saying, yes, he would be able to watch over you from the closest position, and he's someone who could deal you the greatest shock. Irene adds, if the Starkeeper is hiding inside Father's body, that might explain why the Starkeeper's power manifested differently only in him. Irene recalls her grandmother telling her that her father had consulted a specialist from Etam, concluding, Father probably didn't know anything about the Starkeeper. If only we could find out what was discussed during that consultation. Gazing up at a towering stone fortress under the dark evening sky, Aaron says resolutely, Lucy, there's somewhere we need to go. Lucilian replies, you mean to consult Etam's medical records? A sharp-looking man with wavy light brown hair and piercing green eyes examines a sheet of paper, asking, why are you looking for them here? It would be faster to obtain them directly from Etam. Eileen explains that they had to come here in secret to find the medical records of the direct Etam bloodline, which are considered top secret. Wavy-haired man proudly displays the medical records, stating that there is no information that can't be obtained by Myungwol's intelligence network, leaving Eileen completely shocked. Eileen thinks to herself that while this makes things easier for them now, she will definitely need to overhaul Etam's information management system later. The wavy-haired man explains that due to his personal interest in dragons, he has been pulling as much information from Etam as possible. He notes that the medical record is related as well, causing Eileen to look up in surprise and ask, excuse me? Eileen reads the Etam consultation record detailing frequent headaches of unknown cause, suggesting it could be a side effect from the growth of the imprinted dragon, and she remembers the berserk side effect in the Etam family dragon lineage. Eileen recalls that people stopped talking about the berserk side effect because she eliminated it with the power of her wish, prompting the wavy-haired man to marvel at the incredible power of dragons. The man explains that the attending physician investigated Etam's history and dragon records after treating the Duke, suspecting his symptoms were a dragon imprint side effect similar to berserk. Eileen holds the papers close, wondering if her father avoided her and told her nothing because of the imprint side effect. The wavy-haired man asks if she truly believes it was because of the imprint, while Eileen remembers that when she returned to this world, she felt their imprint had stabilized. She reflects that her father eventually began distancing himself and the imprint grew far more unstable, to the point where she could no longer use her dragon's wish, but then she realizes that something else is wrong. Looking determined, Eileen states firmly, this isn't some imprint side effect. Eileen walks down the grand corridor under a heavy rain, thinking to herself, I can't afford to hesitate anymore. Opening the heavy double doors of her father's study, she resolutely tells herself, the only one who can save father is me. Entering the room, Eileen calls out, Father, there's something I want to ask you, while her father stands with his back to her, silently staring out the window. Eileen bows her head and pleads, please answer me, Father. Looking up, she asks with trembling resolve, do you think of me as your real daughter? Causing her father to flinch in shock. Eileen recalls his past words that their relationship started as a game to pass the time playing father and daughter, and that he could cast it aside whenever he grew tired of it. She looks down sadly and murmurs, but after you accepted me. Eileen remembers the warmth of their hands clasped together, thinking, I felt that I had gained a family I could always return to, a family who truly loved me. Standing before her silent father, she explains, that's why I didn't want to ask you whether you still truly see me as your daughter, or if perhaps your feelings have changed since then. Eileen reflects on her inner fears that he only kept her by his side because she was a dragon and he needed her imprint, thoughts she could never bring herself to say out loud. Looking away, Eileen confesses, because I was afraid that the moment I said it, it would become reality. I was afraid that I was the only one who believed we were a real family. I was afraid you might actually say that. Her father turns back slightly as Eileen musters all her courage, declaring, but now I finally have the courage to ask you. Please tell me, Father. A sudden look of pure shock and terror overcomes her father's face as his eyes glow a bright, warning yellow. He cries out, Eileen, as she begins to collapse, while Eileen thinks to herself that everything she told him was her true feelings. As her father catches her on the floor, Eileen reflects that even though she already knew his true feelings, she still wanted to hear them confirmed. Resting in his arms, she realizes she was just afraid of being hurt again, like during her days as Chamisio, as her father asks in deep concern, Eileen, are you all right? Watching his frantic, caring expression, she wonders how she could have ever doubted his love for her. Summoning the last of her strength, Eileen raises her hand and unleashes the bright glow of a mystical object. Her father gasps in shock. The dragon's orb? as his eyes suddenly become completely possessed by a dark, starry power.
Realizing the Star Keeper is hiding inside his body, Eileen cries out that she will save him, but her father desperately yells back, "Eileen, get away from me."
Surrounded by dark purple energy, her father commands her to get back quickly as the entity's strength flares up. Seeing him consumed by the Star Keeper's energy, Eileen holds the orb tight, knowing she must use its power to make a wish immediately. The Star Keeper mockingly asks if she thought he would fall to a mere trinket and grabs her arm as Eileen panics, fearing the orb will be taken. In a sudden, explosive burst of power, the dragon's orb is shattered into countless glowing fragments. Eileen watches in absolute horror, crying out, "The dragon's orb!" as the shattered pieces fly through the air. The Star Keeper laughs, taunting her for believing a pathetic doll could nullify his power, and wraps dark purple energy tentacles around her, saying, "Now it's your turn." Eileen is pulled into a dark, swirling cosmic vortex as the Star Keeper declares that her power will belong to him. Eileen finds herself falling through a dark, starry void in her unconscious mind, her body feeling incredibly sluggish as she wonders what she was doing. As she drifts deeper, she decides it might be better to close her eyes forever and find sleep, but soft voices call out to her, urging her to open her eyes. An ethereal transition frame shifts the focus as Eileen floats deep in her subconscious thoughts, momentarily suspended in the dark. In the depths of her unconsciousness, Eileen continues to fall as her thoughts drift, questioning where she is as a heavy drowsiness begins to take over. Hoping to close her eyes forever and find peace, a brilliant golden light suddenly breaks through the darkness as the majestic silhouette of a dragon appears, calling out to her to open her eyes. Eileen asks the miniature black dragon in front of her who it is, and the creature introduces itself as the black dragon's last will in incarnation. The dragon points out that she hasn't made a wish yet and asks if she is indeed the true owner of the relic. As the dragon asks what she desires, Eileen can only wonder what her true desire really is. Floating in the quiet depths of her mind, Eileen questions why she was even trying to manufacture a desire in the first place. Believing she has no desires left, a sudden bright flash reveals her father's pendant glowing brilliantly in front of her. Eileen recognizes her dad's pendant and wonders why it is there, while the dragon explains they are inside the Star Keeper's body, warning her that they will all become food if they don't act quickly. As the glowing aura surrounding Eileen begins to intensify, a celestial voice offers to grant her wish, asking what she truly desires. Floating in the light of her subconscious, the silhouette of a tiny dragon guides her hand toward her father's glowing pendant. Standing by the window in the pouring rain, the entity possessing Duke Etam anticipates finally recovering its full power. As the entity gloats about reclaiming the energy of this world, it is suddenly racked by a violent rejection reaction. In extreme agony, the possessed Duke clutches his chest as bright magical light violently bursts from within him. A massive shockwave of purple magical energy erupts around Eileen as she struggles on the floor. The dark shadow of the Star Keeper stands in absolute shock, realizing that Eileen is somehow reclaiming the orb's power. Watching the Star Keeper transform into a terrifying new form, Eileen panics and cries out desperately for her father. The entity watches in horror as the shattered fragments of the dragon's orb begin to gather around Eileen. A brilliant crystal sword manifests in Eileen's hands as she declares her ultimate desire to save her father. With unwavering resolve, Eileen plunges the magical sword directly into the dark shadow of the Star Keeper. The Star Keeper mockingly asks if she thought a single orb could neutralize him, only to be cut short by a sudden shock. As the dark energy begins to break apart, Eileen commands the evil entity to return her father to her. Feeling the dragon's power growing exponentially stronger, the entity panics, unable to comprehend how the seal was broken. In a brilliant flash of light, the Star Keeper's energy is completely shattered and blown away, leaving only his desperate cries. Outside, the heavy rain continues to tap against the grand window as a peaceful quiet slowly returns to the room. Eileen slowly opens her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she awakens from the intense magical battle. Looking up, she sees her father crying tears of relief, and she asks him in a soft voice why he is weeping. Holding her close in a warm embrace, her father confesses that despite his struggles to protect her, she is always the one who saves him. Looking at her with deep affection, her father gently tells her that there is something important he must say to her. He warmly declares that she has always been his beloved daughter, whom he would never trade for anything for all of eternity. Embracing him tightly, Eileen happily replies that she feels exactly the same way about him. Safely tucked into her bed, Eileen rests peacefully while her father lovingly brushes her hair as she sleeps. As the bedroom door softly opens, her father stands up to greet their late-night visitor. Lucilian steps into the room with a polite smile, formally greeting Duke Idam after their long separation. When the Duke questions his late-night arrival, Lucilian explains he was maintaining a barrier to prevent leaks of the entity's existence. The Duke retorts that he doesn't recall giving permission, but Lucilian playfully offers to explain everything at another time if he is tired. The two men stand together in the elegant room, quietly discussing the events that have unfolded in secret. Turning to the sleeping Eileen, Lucilian wishes her a comfortable rest, promising a peaceful world when she awakens. Sometime later, a young girl named Sharn squeals with absolute delight and excitement. Eileen, now in her adorable pink baby dragon form, giggles and explains that she just woke up after sleeping for a few days. The red-haired Kale eagerly suggests creating a new plush doll based on Eileen's cute dragon form, which her father enthusiastically approves. Sharn prepares to visit the shop to pitch the new product, having successfully taken charge of managing the toy store. Her friends wave goodbye, warmly telling Eileen to rest well and not overexert herself since she has only recently woken up. Eileen gazes at the dragon's orb, reflecting that although it was pieced back together, it no longer responds to her voice. Wondering if the orb exhausted all its power, Eileen looks at the cracked relic with sadness, hoping she hasn't lost her dragon companion. Gently nudging the silent orb with her nose, Eileen softly whispers her hope that they will be able to meet again someday. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, causing the little pink dragon to turn around in surprise. Her father scoops her up into his arms and she happily chirps a good morning to him, which he returns with a warm smile. As they walk down the corridor, her father asks with concern if her body is still not back to normal or if she is feeling unwell. Transforming back into her beautiful human form, Eileen proudly shows her father that she can now control her magic much more freely. Strolling hand in hand, her father smiles warmly, expressing his immense relief that she is no longer in any pain. Under a clear blue sky, her father suggests having a nice outdoor meal in the garden with all her favorite dishes. Looking upon the grand, peaceful Duke's estate, everything seems to have finally returned to its happy, normal state. Despite the peace, Eileen remembers that the mystery of her mother's death remains unsolved, recalling the chilling invitation of a mysterious individual. Under the beautiful starlit night sky on the balcony, Lucilian calls out gently to Eileen. Reaching his hand out to her, Lucilian asks if she is ready, and Eileen replies with quiet resolve as they hold hands. A magical aura fills the air as they hold hands tightly, standing close together on the balcony under the vast starry night sky. Arriving at their destination, Eileen recognizes the rooftops beneath a bright full moon, noting that it is the exact spot they visited before. Lucilian begins to reveal the secrets of the past, explaining how Pavis Atom first received him from Leorga many years ago. Gazing back at Lucilian, Eileen reflects on her intuition, thinking that she had a strong feeling she would get to meet that dragon again if she came to this spot. With a sudden graceful snap of fingers, a brilliant wave of golden magical light washes over the stone floor of the pathway where they stand. Watching the sparkling light gather around their feet, the miniature white-haired companion chimes in with awe, asking if this beautiful power is what she desires. Eileen turns to Lucilian with a worried look, asking if he is absolutely sure he wants to tag along, especially if he risks collapsing again, but Lucilian warmly reassures her that he will be fine. Recalling Lucilian's previous encounter, the small companion mentions bringing a bribe this time since the dragon had only put the uninvited guest to sleep before, leaving Eileen to wonder in surprise what kind of bribe he could have possibly brought. Smiling with gentle affection, Lucilian softly tells Eileen that she shouldn't worry about him. Looking at him with deep appreciation, Eileen reflects that although Lucilian always reassures her, she still can't help but feel concerned for him. Arriving at the end of the stone corridor, Eileen looks around in confusion, realizing they have reached a complete dead end. Driven by curiosity, Eileen steps forward and reaches her hand out toward the solid stone wall. As her hand makes contact, a shimmering, golden-white magical barrier manifests over the wall, reacting to her touch. The barrier transitions into a window, revealing the mysterious hooded figure of Leorga on the other side, who welcomes Eileen as her last kinsman. Looking down with a knowing, beautiful smile, Leorga whispers that she knew Eileen would eventually come to find her. Invitingly, Leorga bids them to come inside, and Lucilian nods politely as he holds Eileen's hand to guide her forward. Hand in hand, the two of them take their first steps together through the glowing magical threshold. An ethereal transition reveals a stunning, dreamlike purple sky adorned with glowing stars and delicate white roses. They find themselves standing before a magnificent, elegant Victorian-style mansion situated in a peaceful, misty garden, prompting Eileen to wonder where they are.
Looking around the breathtaking landscape, Eileen is amazed that a dead end could lead to such a place, wondering if this is another one of Leorga's dragon abilities. Standing near the entrance, Leorga notes with amusement that while she had a suspicion, Eileen has indeed brought along an uninvited guest. Leorga leans in closely to inspect Lucilian, asking if he isn't the same person who followed her last time, to which Lucilian politely confirms. Stepping protectively in front of Lucilian, Eileen pleads with Leorga to stop if she plans on using her power on him again, explaining that she was the one who brought him and will send him back if it is a problem. Resting her chin in her hand, Leorga looks slightly displeased as she admits she doesn't care for her kinsman mingling with a human child, demanding to know what their relationship is. Lucilian proudly and playfully declares in his cute chibi form that he is his master's pet, causing an embarrassed Eileen to frantically yell at him to stop using such misleading words. Reaching into his coat, Lucilian politely apologizes if his presence is an inconvenience, adding that he brought a small gift for the great dragon in hopes it might satisfy her. Lucilian opens a small velvet box to reveal a glowing, ancient holy stone from the Great Temple, leaving Eileen in utter shock as she asks if he is even allowed to take such a relic. Leorga stares in absolute fascination at the glittering holy stone, completely captivated by the brilliant aura of the gift. Feeling much more receptive, Leorga warmly invites them inside to share some tea and chat comfortably, while Eileen inwardly sighs in relief that the dragon seems to like the bribe. Sitting together in the elegant parlor, Leorga expresses her hope that the tea is to their liking, mentioning that it has been a very long time since she last shared tea with anyone. Eileen asks if Leorga lives in the grand mansion all by herself, but the dragon explains that her actual hideout is elsewhere and that the space was created solely to invite Eileen. With a wistful smile, Leorga shares that until Eileen finally woke her, she had been sleeping alone in a dark, quiet place for hundreds, even thousands of years. Startled, Eileen questions if dragons truly live that long, and Leorga explains that a dragon's lifespan depends entirely on their own will, as they can live eternally if they so desire. Leorga explains that for an immortal being like a dragon, living out a short, limited lifespan like a human is simply not permitted. Looking down with a quiet, knowing expression, Leorga notes that just as she expected, Eileen doesn't seem to fully grasp this reality yet. Feeling a wave of confusion, Eileen tilts her head and wonders what Leorga could possibly mean by those words. Eileen seeks clarification, asking if Leorga knew she would come because of her power of foresight, and Leorga confirms that she did. Leorga explains that from the very moment she pulled Eileen from the earth, she knew they would be sitting together talking, but adds that one can know such things even without foresight. Remembering their past encounter, Leorga recalls how Eileen's eyes were wavering that night, yet she still possessed the strong will to seek out the truth. Leorga points out that Eileen only came back to find her because she finally gathered the courage to face the truth, which Eileen quietly and resolutely confirms. Clasping her hands over her heart, Eileen declares that since there are still so many mysteries about this world and her own existence that she doesn't understand, she wants to know everything if possible. Reflecting on her memories of walking alongside her father, Eileen thinks to herself that if she simply turns a blind eye to these secrets, she will never truly understand who she is. Looking directly at Leorga, Eileen states with unwavering determination that she wants to know everything there is to know about dragons. Delighted by her answer, Leorga smiles warmly and laughs softly, noting that those are the exact same eyes filled with curiosity that she saw on that fateful night. Leorga generously promises to tell Eileen everything she wishes to know, prompting a bright and joyful thank you from the young girl. Suddenly, Leorga unleashes a brilliant, surging magical power that causes Eileen's body to transform back into her adorable pink baby dragon form on its own. Enveloped in a protective floating bubble, the tiny pink dragon is lifted high into the air as Lucilian springs to his feet in shock, calling out to her. In a grand display of power, Leorga reveals her majestic giant white dragon form, whispering how incredibly lonely she had been and how happy she was when Eileen woke her. The massive white dragon promises to share all the truths of the world, but in exchange, she demands that Eileen stay with her for the rest of her days. Startled, the tiny pink dragon repeats the demand in shock, while Leorga calmly explains that a few hundred years is merely a brief moment to a newborn dragon. Eileen panics and cries out in protest, stating that she cannot possibly spend hundreds of years there because she has cherished friends and family waiting for her outside. Leorga looks down coldly, pointing out that those humans will perish in a fleeting instant compared to Eileen's vast lifetime, warning her that she must understand this and can never truly be a dragon if she stays by their side.
When Leorga asks if she didn't want the truth, Eileen fiercely replies from her bubble that if knowing the truth means she can never see the people she cherishes again, then she has absolutely no use for it. Looking down coldly, the dragon Leorga tells Eileen that if she has people she cherishes, then she has all the more reason to know the truth. Lucilian is suddenly struck by powerful magical lightning, prompting a panicked Eileen to cry out to him in her small dragon form. Leorga explains that the first thing Eileen must learn is the stark difference between a human's life and a dragon's, asking if she is ready to see it with her own eyes. Eileen desperately begs Leorga to let Lucilian go since he has nothing to do with this, but Lucilian weakly reassures his master that he is fine. Leorga mockingly retorts that since Lucilian followed a dragon without knowing his place, he must forfeit his life, leaving Eileen horrified by how easily the dragon treats a human life like a toy. Eileen realizes with growing dread that if this continues, Lucilian might actually die. Desperate to save him, Eileen asks Leorga if he will let Lucilian go if she does exactly as he wishes. Trapped in her magic bubble, Eileen gazes at the majestic dragon and asks once more if she will release Lucilian if she complies. Eileen repeats her offer with quiet resolve, promising to do whatever the dragon says as long as Lucilian is spared. Looking at Lucilian's painful state, Eileen pleads with Leorga to let him go in exchange for her obedience. Leorga is intrigued, asking if she is truly willing to follow her lead against her own will just to protect a human child, to which Eileen firmly replies yes. Seeing Lucilian continue to suffer under the magic, Eileen calls out to him, while Leorga wonders if a human life is truly that precious to her. Satisfied by her resolve, Leorga transitions back into her elegant human form and proposes a different arrangement instead. Leorga announces that she will grant Eileen a trial fit for a dragon, which leaves Eileen wondering in surprise what this trial could be. Reaching her hand out to the tiny pink dragon, Leorga promises that if she passes the trial, she won't have to stay by her side, Lucilian's life will be spared, and she will learn all the truth she desires. Eileen hesitates, wondering if Leorga is suddenly trying to bait her into choosing this trial, while Leorga urges her to choose one of the two paths now that she has come this far. Leorga smiles invitingly, asking Eileen to choose whether she will spend the rest of her life with her or take on the dragon's trial. Back in her human form, a deeply worried Eileen looks ahead, her baby dragon spirit hovering protectively in front of her. A gentle pink aura of magic sweeps through the quiet mansion room under a glittering crystal chandelier. Returning to the parlor, Eileen runs to Lucilian's side as he falls to his knees coughing, but he quickly apologizes to her, feeling responsible for her situation. Eileen gently shakes her head, reassuring Lucilian that it's because of her that he was put in danger in the first place. Leorga instructs Eileen to hold out her hand so she can draw the trial mark on her, and Eileen reluctantly agrees. As Leorga holds her hand, a burning magic seal manifests on Eileen's wrist, causing her to wince in intense pain. Leorga explains that the trial is to retrieve 3 specific artifacts, a sword, a necklace, and a book, but warns her of a critical condition. Leorga warns Eileen that she must not use her power of wishes directly to retrieve them, or her power will be permanently bound to the mark and lost forever, before waving a cheerful goodbye. Sitting alone in a beautifully decorated bedroom, Eileen quietly contemplates the glowing mark on her wrist. Eileen is relieved that Lucilian made it back safely, but she remains deeply troubled and confused by the sudden trial Leorga imposed on her. Looking at the intricate mark on her arm, Eileen wonders how this trial is connected to the truth about dragons, unable to decipher Leorga's true intentions. Lucilian approaches Eileen, asking if her mark is still painful, but Eileen reassures him that it doesn't hurt and asks if he is okay, noting he looked in even more pain. Lucilian quietly looks down and assures her that he is fine. Lucilian suddenly drops to one knee before her, stating that while things turned out this way because of him, he still has one request. Looking up with a vulnerable expression, Lucilian begs Eileen to let him accompany her on her trial. Eileen tells him to stand up, protesting that it's her trial and not his fault, but Lucilian insists he went to Leorga because he wanted something from him as well. Eileen looks at him with tearful, worried eyes, explaining that she is terrified of him getting hurt and never wants to see him in danger again. Gently taking her hands in his, Lucilian admits that he is deeply frustrated too. Blushing slightly, Lucilian confesses that it frustrates him to feel like he has only been a burden to her. Squeezing her hands, Lucilian pleads to come along so he can finally be of help, leaving Eileen surprised by the rare, vulnerable expression on his face. Lucilian holds her hands tightly, waiting for her answer with quiet anticipation. Outside, the golden sunlight filters through the green leaves of a garden as the day gently fades. Sitting at a tea table in the garden, Eileen tells her father about her encounter with the living dragon and the trial she must undertake, explaining she must go on a journey. Her father immediately offers to handle the silly trial of that old dragon for her so she can just relax, but Eileen quickly declines, insisting it is her trial to face. Eileen cheerfully points out that her father is already busy managing guild affairs in her place, and she wants to take on this challenge herself. Smiling warmly, her father respects her decision, while Eileen decides to keep the truth about her mother's death a secret from him for now. When her father asks where the trial begins, Eileen explains they need to go to the magic tower first to retrieve one of the specified artifacts, a legendary sword. Observing a purple-haired youth walking away, Eileen mentions that Richard seems to come and go pretty easily, though a humorous note reminds us of his multiple unauthorized entries. Her father warmly promises to prepare a ship and guides for her journey, and Eileen happily thanks him. Looking adorable in chibi form, her father sighs that it will be hard not seeing her face for a while, and Eileen promises to complete the trial as fast as she can. Back in his dark study, the Duke looks down at a sealed letter and calls out to his loyal agent Taram. The Duke orders Taram to begin their preparations immediately, and the hooded agent bows respectfully in agreement. With a sharp, plotting smile, the Duke commands Taram to ensure no information leaks out, thinking to himself that the time has finally come once Eileen returns from her trial. Eileen is amazed by the giant ship she is about to board, exclaiming in wonder that she has never seen such a massive vessel before. Colin uses a map to explain their sea route to the Magic Tower, pointing out that because of strict entry controls, they must detour along a long sea route. Eileen understands, realizing her father was not exaggerating about the difficulty of getting in. Eileen mentions she never expected Callan to be their guide, and Callan proudly explains that because he is doing joint research near the Magic Tower, identity checks go much faster for him, promising to help his little sister as her big brother. Callan is surprised to see Lucilian holding a suitcase and asks if he is tagging along as well. Eileen confirms it, and Lucilian politely greets him. Chibi Colin glares suspiciously at Chibi Lucilian, remembering his father's warning to keep a close eye on him so he does not get too close to Iron. Colin commands Lucilian to stay back, but Lucilian sparkles and refuses to leave his master's side. Colin jokingly insists on a 5-meter boundary as Eileen protests that Lucilian needs to board the ship too. A high-angle view reveals the ship sailing across the wide, glittering blue sea, while Eileen thinks to herself that she hopes she could relax and enjoy the long trip. Eileen lies slumped face down on a table inside her cabin, completely bored and realizing they still have a long way to go before arriving. Inside the cabin, Lucilian is forced to sit far away from the table due to Callan's ban. Eileen sighs that there is nothing to do and she has already read all her books, which Callan expected. Eileen asks Callan if he is reading a magic book, and when he confirms it, she admires how talented he has always been with magic. Eileen reflects on her siblings' incredible talents, noting that Cillian is excellent with a sword and Sharn is skilled in alchemy and crafts, leaving her feeling like the only one without any special skills. Callan reassures her that as a dragon she is far more amazing than any of them, pointing out her role in completing the legendary herb Draconia, though Eileen sheepishly notes that being a dragon is different from having talent. Colin asks if she wants to learn magic too, leaving Eileen surprised and wondering if she can actually do it since she has never studied magic and only knows the power of eternity. Callan enthusiastically encourages her, pointing out that they have plenty of time on their hands and she has a perfect magic teacher right in front of her. Eileen eagerly agrees to give it a try since having her brother teach her makes her feel confident. In the background, Lucilian pumps his fists, confidently promising he can pick it up in no time. Callan slams a massive stack of books onto the table, announcing they will start with beginner material, which leaves a startled Eileen wondering why there are so many beginner books. Eileen recalls her father easily mastering piles of books in the past and sweat drops, thinking that Callan is exactly like his father. Callan smiles warmly in chibi form, confidently declaring that Aerin will surely become a great mage because she is a dragon and their guildmaster. Callan slams down a massive, ornate book, telling her she can easily understand it and to ask him any questions she has, leaving Eileen sweating nervously. Close-up of Eileen crying in despair, screaming internally about Callan's completely baseless confidence in her. As the ship sails through the open sea under the bright sun, Eileen weakly resolves to do her absolute best. Colin instructs Eileen on how to cast her first spell, telling her to visualize the magic circle in her mind, circulate the mana through her body, and concentrate it at her fingertips. A close-up of Eileen's golden eye shows her concentrating with intense focus and determination.
Eileen releases her mana, but instead of a grand spell, a tiny puff of smoke and a small key-shaped light appear at her fingertips, leaving Callan and Lucilian staring blankly. The ship continues its journey across the ocean as another magical failure is dramatically announced. Eileen collapses on the table in defeat, wondering if she truly has no talent for magic despite memorizing the theory. Callan sweat drops, realizing cramming was not enough, while Lucilian gently tries to cheer her up. Lucilian reassures her that she understood the theory well, but explains that as a dragon, her way of using mana is fundamentally different from humans. Eileen looks downcast, wishing she could use cool magic like her father. Callan comforts her, explaining that a dragon's mana is on an entirely different level, and she will easily use it once she learns to control it. Resting her chin on her hand, Eileen looks out the window sadly, reflecting that she wanted to learn magic since she is forbidden from using her power of eternity for the trial. Callan opens the cabin door with a bright smile, teasingly asking if some good news will help cheer her up. Eileen's face lights up with sheer joy and excitement as she hears the news. A beautiful panoramic view of the harbor city surrounding the Grand Magic Tower. A white-gloved official uses a magical stamp on Callan's wrist, confirming that his identity verification is complete. The official asks if the companions behind Callan are part of his group, and Callan proudly introduces Aaron Etam and Lucilian of the High Temple. A scenic view of the grand white tower and buildings of the port town reaching toward the blue sky. As they walk down the stone street, Callan asks if the test artifact is the legendary magic swordsman's blade, leaving Eileen surprised that he knew. Callan smiles and explains that he assumed it would be the most prominent ancient artifact kept at the Magic Tower, dating back to the ancient days when magic users were rare. A golden flashback depicts the legendary magic swordsman. Callan explains that this hero popularized magic theory and founded the Magic Tower, while Lucilian adds that although his name remains a mystery, the story of his preserved sword is highly famous. Eileen bites her lip nervously, worrying whether the Magic Tower will actually lend them such a highly important artifact just because they asked. Inside the archives, a strict glasses-wearing receptionist firmly pushes up her spectacles and states that regulations strictly forbid taking artifacts off-site. Eileen desperately pleads for another way since they really need the sword, but the receptionist flatly refuses, pointing out that the blade is under the direct management of the Tower Master anyway. Eileen asks if she can meet the Tower Master personally, and the receptionist hands her an application form, instructing her to fill out her information. The receptionist checks her records and calmly states that if they apply now, a slot will open up in about half a year, leaving Eileen crying out in utter shock. A purple-haired youth walking away carrying a bag of bread stops and looks back in surprise, recognizing the voice. Eileen sighs, thinking they will have to look for a different artifact instead, when she is suddenly startled by a voice calling her name. Richard runs up to Eileen with a bright smile, holding his bag of bread, thrilled to see her and asking why she didn't tell him she was coming. Lucilian steps in front of Eileen with a cheerful smile and waves his hand, politely but firmly shutting Richard down by telling him there is not a chance she came to see him. An enraged chibi Richard is enveloped in blue flames, yelling at Lucilian and threatening to kick him out immediately. Richard asks if they came all this way just for that rusty old sword, which makes Eileen sweat, though she explains that they have been told they must wait half a year to see the Tower Master. Richard scoffs at the idea of waiting half a year just to see that old geezer, which shocks the receptionist in the background. Eileen sheepishly replies that it is her fault for not researching first, but adds that she is still glad to have run into him. Richard asks if Eileen is leaving already, pointing out that she wanted to meet the old man. With a confident smile, he tells her to follow him, promising that the successor of the Magic Tower will personally give her a tour. The gray-haired Tower Master touches his chin in contemplation, noting that while he has heard the rumors, seeing her in person is a different story. The Tower Master confirms that seeing Eileen with his own eyes makes the difference between human and dragon mana undeniable, declaring her a dragon without a doubt. Eileen can only respond with a surprised, "Is that so?" The Tower Master notes that Eileen needs the artifact to take the dragon's test. As Eileen politely makes her request, an irritated Richard yells at his father to give it up since it isn't expensive anyway. The Tower Master angrily argues that the value of an artifact cannot be measured in gold, while a furious cheapy Richard threatens to never return to the tower if his father refuses to give it to them. The Tower Master explains with a sigh that although he would like to freely give the artifact since a dragon requires it, he simply cannot hand it over right now. Eileen desperately asks if there is any other way, offering to prepare whatever compensation is necessary. Richard complains that his father is being stingy, but the Tower Master insists that stinginess is not the reason for his refusal. Deciding it is faster to show them than to explain, the Tower Master leads the group to a grand chamber where a legendary sword, wrapped in chains, floats within a glowing sphere of light. The Tower Master identifies the weapon as the ancient magic swordsman's blade, explaining that despite their best efforts to preserve it, the corrosion suddenly accelerated a few months ago, forcing them to seal it to stop the decay. The Tower Master warns that if the sealing barrier is broken, the sword will turn to dust instantly. Hearing this, Eileen gasps in despair, realizing she won't be able to take the sword to Leorga. Eileen asks if there is any way to fix the sword. The Tower Master explains that they immediately tried to use restoration magic, but they have been unable to obtain the specific materials required for the restoration. Lucilian asks if repairing it would be possible if they brought the materials, and the Tower Master confirms it is just a matter of time once they have them. When Richard easily suggests they just go get them, the Tower Master warns that it is not that simple. The Tower Master explains that the required mineral is extremely rare, originating from only one specific country that refuses to distribute it outside its borders. He notes that the Magic Tower has requested it multiple times, only to receive rejections. The Tower Master notes that no noble family could easily acquire it, leaving Eileen looking worried. Callan places a comforting hand on her shoulder as she suddenly notices something. The Tower Master suddenly asks if her surname is Edom. When Eileen confirms it, he smiles and comments that they're actually very lucky. The Tower Master explains that the Etam family is one of the few in the Empire currently interacting with that nation, meaning they might actually give the materials to her. Eileen's eyes widen with hope as she guesses which country it is. The Tower Master reveals the country is the Beastman Kingdom, where the mineral, a great treasure with the power to change the seasons, is kept. Eileen realizes with surprise that the required material is none other than a season stone. When Eileen asks if the sword can truly be fixed with the stone, the Tower Master confirms it, explaining that the mineral's power to preserve or change local ecology, combined with the tower's magic formula, makes a complete repair perfectly possible. As Eileen realizes they must head to the Beastman Kingdom, Richard enthusiastically suggests they go together. However, his father furiously demands to know what will happen to his lessons as the tower's successor. Richard easily dismisses his lessons, saying he can finish them when he returns. Realizing his stubborn son will go anyway, the Tower Master gives in, warning Richard that he had better be diligent once he returns. Grabbing Eileen's hand with excitement, Richard happily announces that they are ready to go, leaving a startled Eileen calling out his name. Richard activates his teleportation magic and sweeps Eileen up into the air, while she frantically protests that she is not ready yet. High above a magnificent desert city, Eileen looks down in amazement, realizing they have already arrived in the Beastmen Kingdom. Richard proudly notes that they got there in no time because they are traveling together. A comical caption box points out that while they arrived in the Beastman Kingdom instantly, it had previously taken them nearly a month just to reach the Magic Tower. Outside the city border, Lucilian points out that they should go through immigration first. Eileen realizes with a start that they are no longer in the Empire. Lucilian proudly mentions that he is also capable of teleportation at that level, which Richard dismisses with a deadpan response. Back at the Magic Tower, Colin and the Tower Master are left behind, completely frozen in shock. Eileen cheerfully stops any potential bickering, urging everyone to move along so they can request an audience with the King of the Beastman Kingdom. Lucilian readily agrees, while Richard mutters that they weren't really fighting. As they make their way, Eileen reflects on meeting the King of the Beastman Kingdom, thinking to herself that she never expected to meet him again under these circumstances. Eileen recalls that even while she was asleep, her family maintained a friendly and continuous exchange with the Beastmen Kingdom. Because of this close bond, she hopes the king will easily grant them the materials. The grand double doors of the audience chamber creak open as an official announces the entrance of His Majesty the King. Eileen bows gracefully to the king, greeting him warmly after so long, while the king addresses her with great respect as Lady Erin. A sudden, dramatic close-up shows Eileen looking completely stunned, her eyes wide with shock at an unexpected turn of events. Eileen gasps in shock as the king suddenly bows deeply before her, declaring that committing such a discourtesy against the sacred dragon, the savior of their nation, makes him too ashamed to even lift my head. Bowing with utter sincerity, the King of the Beastman Kingdom offers his deepest apologies for the situation, desperately begging Eileen to appease her anger. The king continues his humble apology, repeating how deeply mortified he is for showing any discourtesy to the sacred dragon who saved his nation. Seated together in the reception room, the king asks if they came because the production of the specialty goods supported by the Edams has been suspended, explaining that a sudden issue arose with the supply of raw materials. Eileen clarifies if those specialty goods are the processed gemstones made from rare minerals found only in the Beastman Kingdom, and the king confirms that is correct. The king explains that they have been deeply indebted to the Etam family since the early stages of production and intended to maintain steady output. However, despite their best efforts to limit output for quality control, an unexpected problem suddenly arose. Believing the news of the production halt forced her to visit in person, the king bows his head in deep shame. Eileen frantically asks him to please lift his head. Realizing the king assumes she visited because of the production halt, Eileen realizes why he was apologizing so abruptly. She smiles gently and clarifies that it is actually not the reason for her visit today. When the king asks for the true purpose of her visit, Eileen explains that she has come to ask for the minerals that the Magic Tower requested from the Beastman Kingdom a few months ago. Eileen explains that they need season stones to repair the ancient artifact at the Magic Tower, offering a generous price in exchange. However, the king looks deeply troubled, noting that her request puts them in quite a predicament. The king explains that both the season stones and the minerals used for their specialty goods actually originate from the exact same mine, but reveals there is a major obstacle. The king reveals that access to the mine has been completely impossible for some time now, leaving Eileen, Lucilian, and Richard staring in absolute shock as they demand to know why. The king explains that access is blocked due to a spirit beast snow leopard. Eileen looks bewildered by the mention of the creature, as a vision of the majestic, glowing-eyed beast appears above them. The king explains that in their kingdom, animals that accumulate special mana and gain long lifespans are known as spirit beasts. These creatures naturally protect their own territories and lead the other animals within them. The king explains that the spirit beast snow leopard recently abandoned its territory and appeared at the mine, where it indiscriminately attacked the miners and drove everyone out. Puzzled by the creature's strange behavior, Lucilian thoughtfully asks why a being of such high status would suddenly do something like that. Shaking his head in dismay, the king admits that they don't know the reason themselves. He explains that all attempts to communicate have failed, leading to rumors that the spirit beast may have gone mad. The king apologetically explains that they would have removed the beast by force if they could, but its immense power is not something ordinary beastmen can overcome, bowing his head in deep regret. Eileen listens carefully as the king promises to provide the season stones once the issue is resolved, but she secretly worries to herself that she cannot afford to wait forever. With a sudden look of determination, Eileen addresses the king directly, calling out, "Your Majesty." Determined to take matters into her own hands, Eileen politely asks, "May I investigate that mine myself?" The king warns her that the mine has frozen over due to the snow leopard's presence, advising them to remain extremely vigilant even though the creature's activity thins out at dawn. As they prepare to set out, the king tells Eileen that the temperature will drop significantly as they approach the snow leopard, and she promises to keep his warning in mind. In a comical chibi moment, the king admits with embarrassment that he would love to accompany her but is terribly weak to the cold, to which Eileen warmly replies that it is perfectly fine. Proudly standing with Richard and Lucilian, Eileen cheerfully assures the king that she has reliable companions and does not need any other escorts. Lighting the path ahead in the dark, icy mine, Lucilian advises Eileen to follow closely and watch her step on the slippery ground, and she thanks him. As they walk deeper into the frozen mine, Eileen reflects on how complicated things have suddenly become, feeling as though they are following a path prearranged by someone else. A dark chill washes over Eileen as she suddenly recalls the mysterious antagonist Leorga, wondering if she could somehow be behind this situation. Richard suddenly calls out to Eileen and asks with clear irritation why she bothered to bring Lucilian along with them. Eileen looks back and explains that she simply couldn't leave Lucilian behind, but a disgruntled Richard demands to know why. Richard argues that the two of them were more than enough for the investigation and insults Lucilian, prompting Lucilian to mockingly ask if he is just jealous. An annoyed Lucilian calls Richard petty and childish, accusing him of throwing a tantrum just because he wanted to be alone with Eileen instead of focusing on her safety. Looking incredibly flustered and panicked, Eileen stands between them and frantically begs both of them to stop fighting in such a dangerous place. Eileen firmly demands that they stop talking to each other so aggressively and start getting along, leaving both of them muttering in reluctant agreement. Eileen turns her stern gaze directly onto Richard, calling his name to make sure he understands, but he only responds with a silent, brooding glare. Extremely annoyed by their childish behavior, Eileen pouts and puffs her cheeks in silent frustration. Fed up with the bickering, Eileen storms ahead on her own, leaving a startled Richard and Lucilian calling out for her to wait.
Stopping Richard in his tracks, Lucilian coldly addresses him, stating that he wants to make one thing clear. Lucilian reveals that when he allowed Richard to say his final goodbyes to Eileen 7 years ago, it was solely for her sake and comfort, not Richard's. Lucilian glares at Richard and accuses him of being selfishly greedy to stay by Eileen's side without actually showing her real consideration. Grabbing his lantern tightly, an offended Richard shoots back, claiming he has always tried to help Eileen in ways Lucilian could never understand. Lucilian coldly demands that Richard know his place, warning that his petty behavior does nothing to help Eileen, which pushes Richard to the brink of fury. A sudden, powerful blast of freezing magic erupts behind Eileen, causing her to halt and gasp in panic as she calls out Lucilian's name. Eileen turns in horror to find Lucilian completely sealed inside a massive block of ice, desperately reaching out to her as she screams for him and Richard. Richard suddenly grabs Eileen's arm and runs, pulling her away as she frantically protests that they cannot just abandon Lucilian. As they sprint away from the ice wall, Richard dismisses her worries, reassuring her that Lucilian will be perfectly fine. Eileen desperately asks how he can be so sure, and Richard reveals that the ice was actually a protection spell he cast himself. Richard explains that the spell will keep Lucilian completely safe from any attacks by the snow leopard, but sadly asks if she is still that worried about him. Grabbing his sleeve with trembling hands, Richard asks with a voice full of hurt why she is always only worried about Lucilian when he has known her for much longer. Seeing his deep distress, Eileen gently places her hands on Richard's arms and asks what is wrong and if something happened. With eyes full of sorrow and longing, Richard asks Eileen how long he's supposed to just wait for her. Recalling his years of lonely waiting, Richard confesses that even when she suddenly disappeared, he could only pray for her safety, only to be made to wait again after their reunion. Clutching her hands tightly, Richard sorrowfully explains that he wanted to be by her side too, but she never allows him to do anything except wait. Tears well up in Richard's eyes as he pours out his heart, confessing his deep love for her and his desperate desire to always remain by her side. Squeezing her hands with intense emotion, Richard tearfully begs Eileen if she can't find it in her heart to think of him just a little bit more. Before Eileen can respond, she gasps as the temperature suddenly plummets, turning the air around them ice cold. Realizing the extreme drop in temperature matches the king's warning, Eileen's eyes widen with sudden dread. Sensing imminent danger, Eileen quickly grabs Richard and frantically tells them that they must leave the area immediately. A violent gust of freezing wind sweeps through the tunnel, and Richard shields Eileen, warning her to stay close as an overwhelming presence of bloodlust fills the air. Heavy, echoing thuds reverberate through the darkness, prompting a terrified Eileen to realize that something massive is heading straight toward them. Out of the freezing mist, a majestic and terrifying snow leopard with glowing blue eyes emerges, and Eileen whispers in awe and fear, "The spirit beast, snow leopard." Heavy, tense thuds continue to echo through the dark cavern as the creature draws closer. Eileen gasps in pure terror as she looks back, confirming that the ferocious beast is rapidly closing in on them. The monstrous snow leopard bares its sharp fangs and lets out a deafening, terrifying roar that shakes the very cavern. Eileen frantically grabs Richard's arm to pull him away, shouting that they need to escape immediately. As Richard tries to cast his magic, the agile leopard easily evades it. Richard suggests they stand and fight, but Eileen insists their goal isn't to defeat the beast. Eileen urgently explains that they must find Lucilian first because he might be in danger, suggesting they hide and wait until the creature calms down. Richard looks back in frustration, gritting his teeth as he worries about what will happen if they simply continue to be relentlessly chased. Seeing the giant snow leopard leaping down, Richard frantically screams, "Aaron, watch out!" Richard pushes Iron out of the way just in time, prompting her to look back in sheer horror as she screams his name, "Richard!" A sudden, sharp sound of slicing flesh echoes through the cavern as blood splatters across the freezing air. Iron rushes to Richard's side as he falls, crying out his name in panic and desperately asking, "Richard, are you okay?" Looking down at Richard as he groans in pain, Aaron tearfully whispers that he got hurt because he shielded her. Richard grits his teeth, holding his bleeding shoulder as he claims it is nothing, but he secretly notes that the snow leopard's bloodlust has felt strange since they first faced it. Looking up at the majestic beast, Richard realizes with dread that it is specifically targeting Aaron. Suddenly, a glowing magical light envelops Aaron as she gasps in disbelief, a teleportation spell. Iron frantically looks at Richard, pleading with him and asking if he is planning to stay behind alone, warning him that it is far too dangerous.
Richard gives her a reassuring smile, explaining that he is more than enough for this investigation as the successor of the Magic Tower, telling her to stay safe as she is teleported away. Richard is left kneeling completely alone in the dark, icy cavern, surrounded by a heavy, silent chill. Standing before the intimidating spirit beast, Richard firmly declares that while he doesn't know why it is after Aaron, he will not let it have its way. Determined to prove his strength, Richard mockingly recalls Lucilien's insults and prepares his magic, vowing to make sure no one calls him weak again. Richard unleashes a massive wave of ice magic, sending countless sharp frozen spears flying toward the giant snow leopard. The agile snow leopard easily leaps through the magical ice spears, baring its sharp fangs as it lets out a ferocious roar. Richard narrowly dodges the beast's quick strike, gritting his teeth at its surprising agility before preparing a magic circle for his next attack. Leaping high into the air, Richard activates a powerful magic circle directly above the snow leopard, launching a heavy beam of energy down upon it. To his utter shock, their magic spells collide and cancel each other out, leaving Richard completely off balance. A strange glowing blue mist flows into Richard's body, draining his mana and causing him to lose consciousness as a giant spectral leopard looms over him. In his unconscious state, Richard dreams of a young Aaron walking away from him into the darkness, frantically calling out to her to wait. Reverting to his childhood self in the dream, Richard tearfully runs after her, begging Aaron to take him with her and not leave him behind. Irene is teleported safely to another part of the mine, collapsing onto the snow as she cries out in confusion. "Richard, why?" Irene quickly pushes herself up, realizing she needs to find her way back to the others immediately. Holding her lantern, Irene sprints through the dark, icy tunnels, desperately calling out for Richard and Lucilian. As she runs, Aaron's mind races with worry, wondering if Lucilian is hurt and if Richard can truly handle the terrifying spirit beast all on his own. Aaron suddenly freezes in her tracks as she senses the intense, icy energy from before rapidly closing in on her. Looking back into the darkness, she anxiously wonders if the snow leopard has caught up to her and what could have happened to Richard. Her eyes widen in relief and joy as she spots a familiar silhouette emerging from the dark mist. Spotting him, Irene happily gasps, "Richard, you're safe," as he slowly walks toward her with a heavy, silent stride. Irene rushes over, telling him how worried she was and urging him to escape quickly since the leopard is still nearby, but she stops when he doesn't respond. Looking closely at Richard's glazed eyes and empty expression, Aaron realizes with deep concern that he seems completely out of it. Suddenly, the snow leopard lunges from the shadows as Lucilian's voice desperately warns her, "My lady, get away from him this instant." The snow leopard pounces between them, shattering the lantern on the icy ground and separating Aaron from Richard. Lucilian catches Irene in his arms, and she looks up in relief, calling his name as he anxiously asks if she is hurt anywhere. Aaron assures him she is fine, but points back in panic, insisting that they must bring Richard over to safety because he is in grave danger. Lucilian looks ahead with a serious expression and asks her if she noticed anything strange when she approached Richard. Looking over, they see Richard standing calmly beside the snow leopard, surrounded by a swirling blue aura of shared energy. Lucilian explains that Richard's mana has completely changed and that he seems to be resonating with the snow leopard's mana. Under the control of the beast's mana, Richard raises his hand and fires a deadly volley of ice magic straight at them. Lucilian holds up a protective barrier against the barrage, telling Aaron to stay behind him while secretly worrying that he cannot hold out for long after wasting so much strength. As the barrier begins to crack, Lucilian urgently tells Irene that she must escape first, but she hesitates, unwilling to leave them behind. Lucilian promises to bring Richard back safely, but Aaron is determined not to run away and leave everything to others ever again. Sensing Richard's overwhelming magical power, Irene wonders what she can possibly do to help. Lucilian pleads with her to hurry as the heavy magical bombardment threatens to shatter his defense. Aaron begins to recite a magic spell, mentally visualizing the magic circle and circulating her mana as a shocked Lucilian begs her to stop. Generating a brilliant golden light, Aaron declares with fierce determination that she is tired of hiding and will not run away anymore. Irene mentally prepares herself, visualizing the exact magic circle and circulating the mana throughout her body while Lucilian watches in sheer disbelief. Igniting her inner power, Aaron resolutely vows that she is tired of being protected and will stand and fight. Irene decides that if she must, she will force her eternal power to manifest, fueled entirely by the strength of her desires. With her eyes glowing, Aaron prepares to unleash her magic, declaring that it will be driven by her pure instinct and intuition. A burst of bright golden magic erupts, illuminating the dark caverns with an intense warmth. A wall of blazing flames suddenly surrounds the giant snow leopard and Richard, forcing them to halt. Lucilian looks on in utter surprise, asking, "Is this?" as a fierce wall of fire flares up to protect them. In sheer disbelief, he realizes she has created a massive wall of fire. Lucilian happily exclaims that she succeeded in using magic, while a stunned Iron looks at her hands, realizing how different this felt from using her power of eternity. Iron worries that although she successfully blocked the attack, they cannot remain trapped behind the wall of fire forever. Lucilian warns that once the magic fades, they will be attacked again, advising a retreat to regroup and return later. He gently asks if her true wish is to save Richard right this moment, and Iron resolutely nods yes. Lucilian looks at his hand in concern, noting that the fire spell is the only one he has learned, and he isn't sure if he can suppress them without causing injuries. Squeezing her hands, Lucilian assures Irene that while her safety is his priority, he wants to help her achieve her desires, encouraging her that she can do this. The flames crackle and roar as the magical energy prepares to shift. The giant snow leopard growls menacingly as Richard stands ready to strike again with shared mana. With a sudden leap, the snow leopard bounds forward through the cold air. Lucilian calls to his lady as Erin prepares her magical power, confirming she is ready. Lucilian begins chanting, holding a small glowing magic circle as he explains he will construct a formula to restrain them both. Lucilian instructs her to activate her magic by following the circle he draws, and Erin's eyes glow with intense determination. Bright, golden chains of light shoot forth from Erin's hand, flying directly toward the giant snow leopard. The magical golden chains wrap tightly around the roaring snow leopard, restraining its movements as Richard stands by silently. As the blue mist begins to fade, Richard closes his eyes and goes limp, prompting Erin to gasp in surprise. The glowing golden chains securely hold both Richard and the snow leopard in place, neutralizing the threat. With her energy spent, Erin collapses to the snow as a worried Lucilian rushes to her side to check if she is all right. Tears of relief stream down Iron's face as she confesses how terrified she was that her stubbornness would put Lucilian in danger. Lucilian looks down at her with gentle warmth, whispering, "My lady." He kneels beside her and reassures her with a gentle smile, telling her that she did a wonderful job. Lucilian then suggests they hurry and check on Richard and the snow leopard's condition before the restraining spell wears off. Irene looks at the restrained Richard and anxiously asks if he will be able to return to normal. Lucilian analyzes that Richard was indeed resonating with the snow leopard's madness, likely due to their similar mana profiles. He adds that because they stopped the snow leopard, Richard's energy has nearly returned to normal, asking Erin if she would like to speak to him. Erin walks over and stands directly in front of a quiet, downcast Richard. Gently calling out his name, Erin reaches toward Richard with a sorrowful expression. Erin looks at him with deep sincerity, apologizing for failing to understand his feelings for all this time. She acknowledges the lonely hours he spent, noting that there were many days like that for the self she once was, too. Looking down with tear-filled eyes, Erin regrets that she kept making him wait and only caused him pain. She confesses that even if she apologizes now for the time she hurt him, it doesn't change the fact that she did. She sorrowfully admits that her heart is always full of regret over how she treated him. Richard listens silently, overwhelmed by her words as a heavy silence hangs between them. Erin gently but firmly explains that she still cannot accept his romantic feelings, knowing that doing so would only end up hurting him again. Tears spill from Richard's eyes as she reassures him that it doesn't mean she dislikes him. Rather, he is a precious friend and one of the reasons she lives. Erin warmly pulls Richard into a comforting hug, whispering how glad she is that he is safe. Lucilian stands quietly in the background, watching their emotional embrace with a calm expression. Lucilian remains silent, his blue eyes filled with a complex, unreadable emotion as he observes them. Once he recovers, Richard explains that the snow leopard's bloodlust was definitely aimed at Erin, which is why he tried to send her away to handle it himself. He describes how his ice magic failed as their spells canceled each other out and turned into a mist that swallowed him whole. Richard recalls dreaming of a young Iron walking away, explaining that a deep sense of loneliness and sadness flowed into him within the mist. Iron's eyes widen as she wonders aloud if the snow leopard's own emotions were what flowed into Richard. Richard trembles in horror as he realizes he was attacking Erin without knowing, devastated that he almost hurt her with his own hands. Lucilian interrupts gently, suggesting Richard needs a moment to calm down and that they should inspect the snow leopard next, which Erin agrees to. They look over to see the majestic snow leopard sitting peacefully inside the glowing golden circle, its aggression entirely gone. Aaron wonders if those lonely feelings belong to the snow leopard itself, questioning why the creature suddenly succumbed to madness. Suddenly, Lucilian spots something unusual on the ground and calls out, "My lady, look at this." Iron looks at the snow leopard's body, shocked to discover a mysterious glowing emblem on its fur. Lucilian explains that these are indeed the traces of a curse. Lucilian explains with a serious expression that this curse appears to be the root cause of the snow leopard's madness, adding that Richard was affected by it as well. Aaron reaches out a hand to touch the spirit beast, wondering with deep sorrow who could have done such a terrible thing to a sacred creature. As Iron's hand touches the curse mark, it suddenly begins to glow with a brilliant, purging light, causing Lucilian to realize that the traces of the curse are starting to vanish. Engulfed in a brilliant explosion of magical light, the giant snow leopard's form begins to shift and morph, reverting back into its true human form. Irene watches in sheer awe and shock as the massive creature transforms right before her eyes. The bright light fades, revealing a young beast man with leopard ears and a tail lying unconscious on the cold ground. Aaron looks at the unconscious youth in amazement, wondering if this beautiful young man is indeed the spirit beast snow leopard's true human form. The unconscious young beast man lies peacefully as Aaron looks on in wonder, realizing that the formidable creature they fought is actually a human-like spirit beast. Lucilian kneels beside the youth, gently placing his hand on his chest to check his physical condition. Lucilian observes that the traces of the curse have completely vanished from the youth's neck, analyzing that he is merely in a deep sleep because he has exhausted all of his energy. Aaron tilts her head in confusion, wondering why the curse suddenly disappeared since it didn't seem to fade away naturally. Lucilian looks thoughtful, realizing that the curse vanished the exact moment his lady came into contact with the mark. Lucilian stares at Aaron in quiet amazement, wondering if she unknowingly purified the curse with her eternal power. Lucilian decides to look into the matter further, suggesting that they ask the snow leopard about the source of the curse once he wakes up, and advises that they return to the palace first. Back at the palace, the orange-haired Beastman King is shocked to hear that the spirit beast snow leopard has returned to human form, asking if the madness has truly been resolved. The king praises Lucilian, commenting that he never expected the matter to be settled so quickly. However, Lucilian remains cautious, pointing out that since the snow leopard hasn't woken up yet, they cannot say it is fully resolved. Aaron asks the king for permission to personally investigate the cause of the madness further once the snow leopard wakes up. The Beastman King nods in agreement as the unconscious snow leopard is carried away on a stretcher, noting that the trouble at the mine has been solved thanks to them and that they indeed need to find out what caused the madness. The king gratefully thanks Iron for her help, promising to inform her the moment the snow leopard wakes and encouraging her to rest comfortably in his kingdom in the meantime. Later that evening, Aaron bids goodnight to Richard and Lucilian, wishing them well and telling them she will see them tomorrow. Richard silently turns around and walks away down the corridor, leaving Lucilian standing alone. Lucilian calls out Richard's name, causing him to stop in his tracks and look back with a cold, defensive expression. Lucilian tells Richard that there is something he would like to discuss with him, suggesting they speak privately, just the two of them. The two of them move to a quiet room where a tense silence hangs in the air as Richard sits on the sofa while Lucilian stands near the window. Richard asks Lucilian what he wants to talk about, coldly stating that if Lucilian has nothing to say, he will be leaving. Lucilian turns to look at Richard, asking if the magic Richard used on him back at the mine was truly of his own free will. Richard asks what Lucilian is trying to say, but Lucilian firmly repeats his question, asking if Richard used that magic purely of his own volition. Richard looks down and scratches his head, confessing that ever since he stepped foot into the mine, he felt a strange sensation that grated on his nerves, as if someone was manipulating his emotions at will. Lucilian asks if that means Richard acted more emotional than usual, and Richard reluctantly admits it, expressing guilt that Iron got caught up in the danger because of him. Richard huffs and tells Lucilian not to expect an apology, childishly crossing his legs and declaring that he still doesn't like him. Lucilian gives a light-hearted smile, saying he doesn't care what Richard thinks of him, which only irritates Richard further. Lucilian walks over to Richard, explaining that an apology isn't what he wants to hear anyway. Lucilian stands directly in front of Richard, stating that what he actually wants to discuss is what happened after that incident. Under the glowing chandelier of the quiet room, Lucilian prepares to tease Richard about his love life. Lucilian bluntly points out that Richard confessed his feelings to Aaron and got rejected spectacularly, sending Richard into an absolute red-faced panic as he yells back in embarrassment. Lucilian shrugs, teasingly pointing out that even if Richard was in an emotionally sensitive state, it was quite pitiful how he let his heart get ahead of him and confessed without reading the room. Richard crosses his arms and acknowledges that while he was responsible for half of the mess, he recognizes that Lucilian did his best to protect Aaron during the battle. Lucilian decides to be mature, taking back his previous comment about Richard doing nothing but whining to Aaron, and admitting that he was also just provoking Richard for no reason. Richard blushes and grumbles, asking if Lucilian expects them to become friends just because of that statement. Lucilian smiles warmly and clarifies that he didn't apologize, but simply took back his statement, adding that he doesn't care whether Richard hates him or not. Furious at Lucilian's calm and teasing attitude, Richard jumps up and rages, calling him a total sociopath and threatening to tell Aaron everything. A peaceful silence returns to the palace as night falls, and Aaron changes into comfortable clothes in her bedroom. Aaron sits at her desk to write a letter to her father, updating him that she is currently in the Beastman Kingdom and might soon head back to the Magic Tower, while her shadow guardian Tarim watches over her from afar. Aaron taps her foot against her chair, holding her quill as she wonders where to start writing since so many things have happened. Remembering how her protective father reacted when Colin threatened her, Erin shivers in worry, having no idea what her dad might do if he finds out about the recent events. Irene smiles softly to herself, realizing that she cannot possibly fit everything that happened into a single letter. Irene writes that there are so many things she wants to tell him, so she is just sending a short update for now, apologizing if he is disappointed. Erin's letter notes that rather than explaining everything through writing, it will be much more fun to tell him everything in person when they reunite. Erin smiles warmly as she finishes her letter, looking forward to seeing her father again once she resolves the remaining mysteries. Sending a heartfelt message to her father, Irene writes in her letter that she will tell him the full story once she returns home, asking him to please stay healthy in the meantime. Standing out on the balcony under the bright full moon, Erin gazes at the night sky and wonders if she will end up staying in the Beastmen Kingdom a little longer, hoping that the snow leopard will wake up soon. Erin's thoughts wander back to the events at the mine. She recalls that the mysterious curse mark she saw on the snow leopard before it vanished looked incredibly similar to the mark of the promise Leorga engraved on her own arm. Irene is left with burning questions as she wonders if Leorga was the one who cursed the snow leopard, and what her hidden motives could be if it wasn't just to interfere with the trial. Realizing that Leorga was the one who pushed her to take this test in the first place, Irene realizes she must uncover everything related to the trial to see if Leorga has a separate hidden objective. Irene remains determined, knowing that if Leorga is indeed plotting some dangerous scheme, she cannot allow herself to be manipulated like a puppet on strings. Grasping the balcony railing tightly, Irene prepares herself to take control of her own destiny. She resolves that her very first step must be to investigate exactly what happened to the snow leopard. The next morning, a bright sun rises over the grand palace of the Beastman Kingdom. Erin walks down the palace hallway dressed in a gorgeous red, black, and white gown, calling out with a cheerful smile, "Lucilian, Richard, good morning." "Good morning," Richard groans weakly, while Lucilian warmly asks her if she slept well, prompting Erin to ask if they both managed to rest last night. Noticing their exhausted expressions, Erin tilts her head in curiosity and wonders if the two of them perhaps did something during the night. With both of them sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes, they try to play it cool. But the truth is, they spent the entire night arguing and throwing childish insults at each other until dawn. Gently nudging them along, Erin suggests that they probably overexerted themselves at the mine the day before, warmly encouraging them to eat a hearty breakfast so they can recover their energy. As they walk through the palace corridors, Erin senses a strange, tense atmosphere in the air and notices the guards and servants running around in a panic, wondering if something happened. Erin stops a Beastman servant with gases to ask if something has occurred within the castle, and he nervously apologizes for showing her such a state of confusion. Sweating profusely and looking incredibly anxious, the servant hesitates before whispering, "The thing is, actually..." Erin gasps in absolute shock at the sudden news. In a sudden turn of events, it is revealed that the unconscious snow leopard has mysteriously vanished from the palace, leaving no trace behind. Deep within a dark and dense forest, the young beast man struggles through the thick underbrush, his eyes burning with intense fury as he mutters, "I can't forgive you. That bastard. I'll never forgive you." Back in the palace throne room, an attendant rushes in to report to the king, stating that the search party has returned.
The Beastman King listens with a grim, serious expression, nodding silently before dismissing the guard.
Aaron quickly asks the king what happened to the snow leopard, but the king can only reply that his whereabouts remain an absolute mystery.
The king explains that they only discovered his disappearance this morning, noting that the guards assigned to watch over him were all found fast asleep, suggesting he escaped in the early hours of dawn. While Lucilian wonders if the Beastman returned to the mine, the king states that the search parties found no trace of him there or in his territory, leaving Aaron deeply worried as to where he could have gone if the curse was already purified. Feeling responsible, the Beastman King apologizes that things turned out this way after they went to so much trouble to suppress the creature, but Aaron quickly reassures him that there is no need to apologize. To show his gratitude, the king has an attendant bring forth a beautifully decorated chest containing a giant glowing blue gemstone, a legendary season stone. Irene is shocked and asks if she can really accept such a precious treasure, but the king insists, thanking her for fully resolving the crisis at the mine. The king adds that she is a savior to his kingdom, promising to send word if they find any trace of the snow leopard, and advises her to take the artifact back to the magic tower. Aaron smiles brightly and accepts the generous gift, promising that she will make sure the precious season stone is not used in vain. With their business in the Beastman Kingdom concluded, the king bids them farewell, wishing her the absolute best in all of her future endeavors. Back at the magic tower, the resident master craftsman looks at the giant season stone in utter astonishment, exclaiming that he has never seen one this massive in his entire life. Aaron holds up the glowing gem and eagerly asks if this will be enough to repair the broken sword, and the craftsman enthusiastically assures her it is more than enough to start repairs immediately. When the craftsman warns her that the process might take a few weeks, Aaron happily agrees, stating that she doesn't mind as long as it can be repaired safely. Meanwhile, at a hotel near the magic tower, a handsome red-haired young man yells out in absolute shock and panic upon hearing about their recent adventure. Sitting at a beautiful outdoor terrace, the red-haired man sighs and lectures Irene, telling her that going to such a dangerous place was incredibly reckless, leaving a sheepish Irene to murmur that she didn't have a choice. He then turns his anger toward Lucilian and Richard, scolding them severely for happily tagging along instead of stopping her, though Lucilian calmly points out that Aaron was never in any danger while they were there to protect her. Trying to smoothly change the subject, Aaron points out the delicious pastries and mentions that the sword will take quite a while to repair, prompting the red-haired man to ask if she plans on returning home to Etam while they wait. Taking a bite of cake, Irene firmly replies that she cannot go home yet because she still needs to find the remaining 2 artifacts requested by Leorga and plans to start searching for information on them immediately. A legendary tale unfolds detailing the 3 artifacts requested by Leorga: the Blade of Mana, which proved the magic swordsman's skill, the Necklace of Protection, which shielded him from danger, and finally, the magic swordsman's journal. The red-haired man notes that everything needed for the test is a relic of the magic swordsman, questioning why a test meant for a dragon would require these specific items, which Lucilian confirms to be true. Aaron looks down thoughtfully, admitting that while she isn't sure why it has to be his artifact specifically, she suspects it is closely related to the true reason the trial was given. The red-haired man strokes his chin, pondering aloud that while he has searched many documents regarding dragons, he has never once found a single story linking them to the magic tower or the magic swordsman. Lucilian chimes in to explain the main issue. The remaining 2 artifacts are only briefly mentioned in historical records, with absolutely no trace of their whereabouts after the swordsman's passing. Listening to their dilemma, Richard taps his chin thoughtfully and reveals that while he isn't entirely certain, he might actually have an idea of where the other relics are hidden. Pointing out toward the landscape, Richard explains that because the magic swordsman was essentially the founder of the magic tower, there are many ruins related to him nearby, including one highly restricted area. Aaron's eyes light up as Richard mentions a mysterious place, an abandoned sanctuary hidden deep within the forest. Richard explains that the sanctuary was sealed right after the magic swordsman's death, and although the magic tower tried desperately to break the seal to find out what was inside, all of their efforts ended in complete failure. He reasons that because the seal remains completely unbroken, there is a very high possibility that the missing artifacts are safely preserved inside the sanctuary. Aaron looks forward with a renewed sense of hope and excitement, whispering the name of their next destination, the abandoned sanctuary. Looking determined, Irene suggests they head to their next destination and asks Richard to lead the way. However, her red-haired brother is strongly opposed, warning her that even the skilled members of the Magic Tower failed to break the seal, making it far too dangerous. Placing her hands firmly on the table, Erin insists that she must go despite the danger. She explains that passing the test is crucial, but there is also something she absolutely must uncover regarding the nature of the trial itself. Looking at her with deep worry, her brother scolds her for always being so reckless, reminding her of the countless dangerous situations she has put herself in so far. Dressed in her beautiful gown, Erin reassures him with a bright, confident smile, reminding him that she has overcome every obstacle so far. She asks him to trust her, promising that she will return safely. Observing her unwavering determination, Lucilian smiles gently, noting that he cannot help but admire her when she speaks with such confidence, realizing she is fully prepared to face any challenge to move forward. Sighing in defeat, her brother finally gives in, admitting he can never win against her. In exchange, he demands that she rest well for the remainder of the day, since she has only just returned. He holds out his hand, insisting that she make a solemn pinky promise to return safely without overexerting herself during her quest. Smiling warmly, Erin happily locks pinkies with him to seal her promise. Later that evening, a knock sounds at Erin's door as Richard asks if she has a minute, and Erin warmly invites him inside. Entering the room, Richard hands her a beautiful bracelet engraved with protection magic, hoping it will keep her safe during her journey. Erin accepts the thoughtful gift with gratitude. Richard admits his guilt, expressing that he fears his presence might bring her danger again, asking her to wear the bracelet as a symbol of his support. Erin gently reassures him that attacking her previously was not his choice. Richard smiles softly and mentions that he will stay behind at the Magic Tower to assist with the sword repairs, joking that as the talented successor, he should offer his extra hands when they are needed most. Wishing her the best of luck, Richard bids Irene farewell, expressing his sincere hope that she finds exactly what she is looking for at the sanctuary. The following day, Erin holds a map marked with their destination, noting that the coordinates Richard provided should lead them right to the location. Dressed in a practical travel outfit, Erin is guided gently by Lucilian as they make their way through the dense forest underbrush. Pushing through the foliage, they finally stand before the grand, moss-covered stone ruins of the sealed, abandoned sanctuary. Approaching the entrance, Lucilian senses a powerful magical barrier surrounding the sanctuary, while Erin marvels at how the Magic Tower was truly unable to break such a strong seal. Examining the barrier closely, Lucilian notes that this is no ordinary sealing magic, prompting Erin to wonder if it is ancient magic that differs significantly from modern techniques. Staring at the ruins, Erin feels a strange, unexplainable sense of familiarity wash over her, leaving her deep in thought. Seeing her contemplate, Lucilian suggests they investigate the area to find any weakened spots in the seal that might allow them to break through, and Erin eagerly agrees to search. Walking through the ancient stone columns, Erin reflects on the heavy passage of time, wondering if the flow of time within the ruins had stood completely still while it remained sealed. A mysterious narration notes that the sanctuary was sealed immediately after the magic swordsman's death, leaving its true purpose shrouded in mystery. Erin gently runs her hand along the ancient stone wall. Suddenly, Erin stops in her tracks as her eyes widen in surprise, noticing something unusual on the stone. Erin calls out to Lucilian, pointing toward a mossy slab of stone where a mysterious text has been carved. Looking down at the glowing green letters, Erin notes that it appears to be written in an ancient script that she unfortunately cannot decipher. Peering closely at the text, Lucilian softly reads aloud, "With you." Delighted and highly impressed, Erin asks him if he can actually read the ancient script, and Lucilian nods, explaining that interpreting ancient texts is a common task at the temple. Continuing his translation, Lucilian reads, "The time spent with you shall be buried here forever along with my name." As he speaks the words, the ancient runes on the stone begin to glow with a brilliant pulsing blue light. The energy surges violently around them, causing a strong wind to whip through their hair as the magic begins to react. The brilliant blue light continues to illuminate the ancient stone slab as the translation continues. Erin and Lucilian brace themselves as the intense magical energy swirls around them, seemingly on the verge of activating. However, just as suddenly as it began, the glowing light fades away completely, leaving them sitting in silence, bewildered that nothing else is happening. Just as Erin wonders if she truly felt a sudden surge of mana, Lucilian confirms he felt it too, but their thoughts are cut short as the entire ruin begins to shake violently. Remembering safety protocols, Erin urges Lucilian to cover his head as they attempt to move away from the collapsing ground, but they are suddenly caught off guard as the floor breaks apart.
Clinging to each other in absolute shock, they scream as they plummet into a dark, bottomless abyss beneath the shattered floor. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit stone corridor elsewhere, a mysterious figure's boots are seen walking calmly across the floor. The white-haired man wearing a black fur cloak gasps in surprise as he senses the shift in magic, while the ancient letters on the stone glow with power. As they fall through the darkness, Erin desperately reaches out and manages to grab hold of a piece of fabric to stop their fall. She looks up in relief to see that she was caught by her cute pink pet dragon, who is desperately flapping its wings to support them, as Lucilian calls out to her in concern. The small pink creature nervously apologizes to Lucilian as it struggles to hold the heavy weight. Unfortunately, the pink creature's paws slip from the cape, sending them falling the rest of the way. With a loud crash, they land on the ground, and Irene groans in pain as she tries to recover from the impact. Looking down, Irene realizes she is sitting directly on top of Lucilian. She quickly asks if he is all right, relieved that they didn't fall from too high up. Blushing furiously, Erin scrambles off him, apologizing profusely for sitting on top of him and admitting she was incredibly startled. Blushing slightly himself, Lucilian reassures her that he is perfectly fine, while Erin internally panics over how incredibly handsome his face looked from so close. Standing up, Lucilian asks if she was hurt anywhere, and a flustered Irene quickly brushes it off, insisting she is completely fine. Erin suddenly remembers that Lucilian has the ability to fly, realizing she made things incredibly awkward by jumping in to save him unnecessarily. Smiling warmly, Lucilian expresses how happy he was that she tried to save him anyway, saying he owes her his life once again. Erin sheepishly dismisses his dramatic words before pointing out a bright light that looks like an exit. Walking side by side toward the bright light at the end of the ancient stone hallway, Erin murmurs in awe as they prepare to discover what lies ahead. Looking around in absolute astonishment, Erin wonders how such a vast, sunlit forest space could possibly exist deep underground beneath the ancient sanctuary. Looking around the magnificent subterranean forest, Erin points out that because they fell straight through the basement of the sanctuary, this lush environment shouldn't actually be the interior. Gently placing his gloved hand against the ancient stone wall, Lucilian suggests that judging by the layout and mana, this hidden underground space is actually the sanctuary's true interior, prompting Erin to wonder what the building on the surface was. Lucilian reasons that the moss-covered building on the surface was likely just a clever decoy designed to conceal the true sanctuary, noting that because it remained sealed, its inner structure was never revealed to the world. Irene taps her chin thoughtfully, realizing that the mysterious ancient words they read on the stone slab earlier might have actually been the secret password required to break the seal. Eager to find the hidden relics, Erin looks forward with determination and suggests they begin exploring the vast forest-like ruins. Side by side, their boots click against the moss-covered stone floor as they carefully venture deeper into the silent underground maze. As they continue to wander through the massive columns and dense greenery, Erin begins to feel uneasy, noting that they have been walking for over an hour and seem to be wandering in circles, wondering if they have fallen into a trap. Stealing a quick glance at the silent white-haired priest beside her, Erin notes that Lucilian has been unusually quiet and reserved during their walk. Erin internally admits that after their awkward fall earlier, the current atmosphere between them feels incredibly tense. Her thoughts are cut short when Lucilian suddenly turns and addresses her, catching her completely off guard. Flustered and blushing, Chibi Erin waves her hands frantically and laughs, sheepishly explaining that she was just thinking about how it has been quite some time since they had a moment completely to themselves. Irene explains that since they have been constantly surrounded by others lately, the sudden quietness of their journey just occurred to her, and Lucilian softly agrees with her observation. Close up on Lucilian's handsome face as his brilliant blue eyes gaze at her with a gentle yet slightly melancholic expression. Gently holding her flushed cheek, Erin internally chides herself, wondering why on earth she is making such embarrassing excuses to him. Noticing a delicate accessory on her arm, Lucilian comments on the beautiful new bracelet gracing her wrist, prompting a startled Irene to look down. Irene smiles warmly and explains that Richard gave her the magical protective bracelet the previous evening as his thoughtful way of apologizing to her, even though she didn't think he needed to. Lucilian's expression grows serious and deeply intent as he asks her if he may be so bold as to inquire about a personal matter. Turning to face her directly, Lucilian asks Irene why she rejected Richard's romantic confession, leaving her completely stunned as she realizes he had overheard their entire conversation.
Bowing his head politely, Lucilian gently explains that he had a strong intuition that the reason she gave Richard wasn't the complete truth, before softly apologizing in case his question was too personal. Smiling softly, Erin looks down and admits that she doesn't mind sharing the truth with him, reminding him of his unique circumstances and awareness of her true origins. Erin reveals that this entire world is actually based on a fantasy web novel she wrote in her past life, and that the original story's protagonist was never her, but rather a girl named Sharn Atum. Erin explains that in the novel she cherished, her own character was merely an insignificant extra destined to be cast aside in a single paragraph, firmly believing that the world revolved solely around Sharn until her memories of her past life fully returned. A flashback shows young Erin and Sharn holding hands as children, a brief moment of warmth in a world governed by a pre-written story. A silhouette reveals a noble knight kneeling down to pledge his eternal loyalty and love to his lady, a classic romantic scene straight out of Erin's novel. Looking down at the beautiful bracelet on her gloved wrist, Erin confesses that because she knew Richard was meant to be one of Sharn's main romantic partners, she never once considered him in a romantic light, viewing him strictly as a dear friend. Irene laughs sheepishly, admitting that she obviously couldn't explain all of this complex transmigration and novel lore to Richard when she turned him down. Placing his hand gently over his heart, Lucilian looks deeply into her eyes and asks in a soft, vulnerable tone if he also appears the same as Richard to her. Erin's eyes widen in absolute shock, her cheeks flushing bright pink as her heart begins to thud wildly at his unexpected and emotionally charged question. A sudden memory flashes through Erin's mind of Sharn as a child, tightly clinging to Lucilian's arm in front of an elegant noblewoman. Staring blankly ahead, Erin remembers how Lucilian was also a major love interest destined to be with Sharn, causing her heart to ache slightly at the reminder of the original plot. Erin gasps sharply as she is suddenly pulled out of her thoughts by a sudden powerful shift in the surrounding mana. Alert and focused, Lucilian points toward a specific direction, sensing a strange presence nearby, and Erin eagerly agrees to investigate. As they run through the ruins, the illusory wall disappears, revealing a secret pathway that finally opens up the maze before them. Erin stops in her tracks and looks out in awe at a breathtaking hidden sanctuary garden filled with towering columns and lush greenery. Staying close behind a stone pillar, Lucilian whispers that someone is standing in the pavilion ahead, while Erin strains her eyes to see through the foliage. Peering over, Chibi, Erin, and Lucilian whisper to each other in confusion, wondering how someone could possibly be living inside a sanctuary that has been tightly sealed for decades. Staring at the distant figure, Erin feels a strange, unexplainable wave of familiarity wash over her, wondering if she has seen him somewhere before. Close-up of Erin's eye widening in pure shock as she finally recognizes the mysterious figure standing in the pavilion. A brilliant, glowing crest appears in the air, confirming Erin's realization that they have found exactly what they were looking for. Erin is left completely speechless as she gazes at the incredibly handsome, silver-haired man with leopard ears and a magnificent leopard print fur cloak, recognizing him as the legendary spirit beast, the snow leopard. A beautiful transition screen with a soft purple backdrop features a charming illustration of a lavender-haired girl, signaling a shift in the unfolding encounter. Looking closer, the beautiful and ancient green gemstone necklace held in the stranger's hand glows with a brilliant mystical light. Gasping in surprise, Erin and Lucilian watch closely as the silver-haired beast man inspects the glowing relic in his hand. A close-up reveals the stunning craftsmanship of the gold necklace, which is adorned with intricate patterns and a massive glowing green gemstone. Lucilian calls out in concern as a determined Erin suddenly dashes out from their hiding spot and rushes straight toward the spirit beast. Confronting him directly, Erin calls out to the snow leopard, admitting she didn't expect to find him here, and politely but firmly asks him to hand over the magical necklace. Narrowing his sharp yellow eyes, the spirit beast looks down at her with a cool, dangerous smirk, murmuring that he now understands why he kept catching a strangely familiar scent. Glaring at her with intense hostility, the snow leopard asks her directly if she is a dragon, as a terrifying, dark, magical aura wrapped in chains erupts violently around him. Erin freezes as a chilling wave of pure bloodlust washes over her, realizing just how incredibly dangerous the spirit beast truly is. As Lucilian rushes forward to protect her, Erin holds out her hand to stop him, courageously standing her ground as she prepares to face the formidable snow leopard. Confirming his suspicion, Erin boldly admits that she is indeed a dragon, which immediately triggers the snow leopard's intense and deeply rooted hostility toward dragons. Glimpsing the snow leopard surrounded by dark, locked chains, Iron internally realizes that this powerful spirit beast is undoubtedly connected to Leorga as well. Stepping forward, Lucilian explains to the snow leopard that they have actually met before when he was in a state of madness, prompting Aaron to eagerly remind him that they were the ones who carried him back to the Beastman Kingdom's castle after his curse was broken. Stunned by this sudden revelation, the snow leopard looks at them in disbelief, questioning if they were truly the ones who rescued him and broke his curse. Relieved that he seems to have lowered his guard, Aaron cheerfully confirms his words and prepares to ask him some important questions. Suddenly, before Iron can finish her sentence, the snow leopard clenches his fist and violently crushes the golden chain, leaving her to gasp in absolute horror as she watches the protective necklace break. Snarling fiercely, the snow leopard warns them not to come any closer as a massive freezing blast of icy blue magical aura erupts violently around him. Shielding her face, Aaron struggles to stand her ground as the powerful icy wind and snow from the spirit beast's aura threaten to blow her away. A brilliant purple magic circle suddenly flares to life around her wrist, and Iron realizes in awe that the protective bracelet Richard gave her has shielded her from the blast. Rushing to her side, Lucilian asks in deep concern if she is all right, and a determined Aaron quickly reassures him that she is completely unharmed. Holding the shattered golden chain, the snow leopard demands to know who ordered them to bring the necklace to him, bitterly asking if it was that old hag. Clenching his jaw, the snow leopard mutters in pure disgust, confirming that it must have indeed been the old hag's doing. Standing tall, Aaron warns him that he is currently being manipulated and played by her, asking him if he is truly aware of that. Looking down at the stone floor, the snow leopard quietly admits that he knows he is being manipulated according to Leorga's wishes. When Aaron asks why he doesn't just stop, he remains deeply conflicted. A flashback reveals Leorga promising to save a young pink dragon and reveal all the hidden truths of the world if the snow leopard successfully passes her test. Looking back at the glowing necklace, Aaron resolutely explains that because there are truths she must find out and loved ones she must protect, she absolutely needs that necklace. Suddenly, Lucilian steps closer and softly calls out to Aaron, catching her off guard as she turns to look at him. Leaning in, Lucilian whispers with a sly smile that he thinks he has figured out the snow leopard's ultimate weakness, leaving Aaron wondering what on earth it could be. Stepping forward, Lucilian politely asks the snow leopard for his forgiveness before taking action. Extending his gloved hand, Lucilian summons a swirling ribbon of magical blue energy, calmly stating that he needs to restrain the spirit beast for just a moment. Recoiling in alarm, the snow leopard braces himself for a powerful attack, stuttering in confusion as the magical light approaches. To Aaron's absolute bewilderment, Lucilian suddenly pulls out a cute cat toy with a mouse and feathers, presenting it with a cheerful smile. Sweating profusely, Chibi Iron waves her hands frantically and yells that there is absolutely no way a simple cat toy would ever work on a legendary spirit beast, while Lucilian tilts his head in innocent confusion. Waving the toy back and forth, a delighted Chibi Lucilian happily notes that the snow leopard seems to absolutely love it, as the mighty spirit beast instantly regresses into a cute leopard and leaps around chasing the feathers. A short while later, the tranquil garden falls quiet as a gloved hand carefully holds the retrieved golden chain of the broken necklace. Wearing cute chibi dog ears and a wagging tail, a cheerful Lucilian proudly presents the retrieved necklace to a flustered Iron, who sheepishly thanks him while admitting she had no idea he possessed such a hilarious talent. Smiling brightly, Lucilian explains that during his training at the sanctuary, they were thoroughly taught how to handle cats, and since a snow leopard is a feline, he decided to try it out. Iron sweat drops, realizing Uncle Kruno must have been behind those bizarre lessons. Gnawing happily on the cat toy, the snow leopard suddenly snaps back into his human form, his eyes widening in pure horror and embarrassment as he realizes what he was just doing. Flushed with embarrassment, the snow leopard scrambles up a stone pillar to escape, furiously accusing them of playing with him, while Iron points out that he was clearly enjoying himself just a second ago. Looking up at the blushing spirit beast, Aaron asks him to answer just one thing. Was the person who cursed him really Leorga? Looking down solemnly, the snow leopard confirms that giving him mana and turning him into a spirit beast long ago was indeed the old hag's doing. Gritting his teeth, the snow leopard bitterly explains that he thought the wicked old hag would at least apologize after being gone for so long, but instead, she cursed him again just to toy with him. Warning Iron, the snow leopard, states that she will also be played with for Leorga's amusement and then ruthlessly thrown away. Iron is left in shock, realizing they weren't just simple acquaintances and wondering what he means. Wondering what exactly happened in the past, Aaron gasps as the snow leopard suddenly dives down from the pillar in a swift blur of motion.
In a sudden, clean strike, the snow leopard snatches the green gemstone centerpiece right out of Erin's hand, leaving her holding only the broken gold chain. Leaping high into the sky, the snow leopard lands gracefully back on top of a towering stone pillar as Erin calls out after him in frustration. Standing tall against the bright blue sky, the snow leopard looks down at them, offering a final piece of serious advice. Tossing the empty gold chain links back down to them while keeping the green gemstone, the snow leopard warns them that it is in their best interest to stay as far away from that old hag as possible. With a brilliant flash of light, the snow leopard vanishes into the clear blue sky, leaving no trace behind. Staring up at the empty sky, Erin murmurs that he is gone, while an apologetic Lucilian bows his head, expressing his regrets for not being able to hold him back. Kneeling down on the stone pathway, a quiet Erin carefully gathers the fallen pieces of the golden chain. Consoling her, Chibi Lucilian suggests they head back to the magic tower to see if the necklace can be repaired. Iron agrees, proposing they explore a bit more first to see if anything else was left behind. Arriving back at the sanctuary's entrance before sunset, Chibi Iron sighs that they spent so much time only to end up with a broken necklace, but Lucilian points out that they made it back safely as they prepare to leave. Walking side by side along the quiet path, Irene suddenly finds herself lost in her own thoughts. Remembering their awkward, close embrace from their fall earlier, a flustered Adrian frantically shakes her head, internally begging her brain to stop thinking about such embarrassing things. Lucilian suddenly turns to her and softly calls her name, causing a startled, blushing Erin to jump and squeak in response. Close up on Erin's wide, blushing face as she looks up at him in absolute panic, wondering what on earth he is about to say. Lucilian thoughtfully points out that the long climb back up might strain her wings, proposing that since he has plenty of strength left, he can carry her. Erin is stunned, realizing he simply wanted her to transform into her tiny dragon form, and eagerly agrees to the plan. Cradling the adorable, chubby pink baby dragon in his arms with a gentle, warm smile, Lucilian excuses his intrusion, while a sweating baby dragon Erin internally chides herself for expecting something far more romantic. Close up on the cute pink baby dragon's eye as she sheepishly glances sideways, blushing as she is carried away in his arms. Floating down through magic, Lucilian carries pink baby dragon Erin in his arms, while Erin internally notes that she keeps remembering what happened earlier. Looking sideways, Lucilian alerts his lady that something seems strange on the outside as they observe the snowy environment. Kneeling on the snowy ground with baby dragon Erin floating nearby, Lucilian wonders in confusion what on earth is happening. A scenic overview of a grand, snow-covered Gothic palace standing under the winter sky. Inside the castle, a startled red-haired Callan turns around while several scholars examine maps and documents on a desk. Surrounded by magical blue flowers and a brilliant flash of light, Lucilian and Iron suddenly reappear in their human forms, prompting a surprised Kalan to call out her name. Running toward her in relief, Kalan expresses his joy at her return and asks if she found what she was looking for, to which Iron hesitantly replies that she did. Grasping her chest, Erin urgently asks Cullen how much time has passed since she left for the sanctuary. A warm memory panel depicts the peaceful sunlit ruins. The narration notes that the time spent in the maze beneath the sanctuary did not feel long to Erin and Lucilian. In contrast, a flashback reveals the cold reality of the snow-covered sanctuary outside, indicating that months had passed and the seasons had changed. Back in the present, Richard puts a hand on Kalen's shoulder, while the narration reveals that despite Erin being missing for months, nobody outside found her absence strange. Erin and Lucilian exchange deeply worried and confused glances upon learning about the strange phenomenon. An older, silver-haired mage ponders the situation, guessing that a powerful time manipulation spell was cast on the sanctuary's maze. The silver-haired mage explains to the gathered group that a cognitive interference spell must also have been active, leading Erin to question if such advanced magic is even possible. Pondering deeply, the silver-haired mage explains that while theoretically possible, executing both spells simultaneously would require a near impossible amount of mana. Looking directly at Erin, the silver-haired mage suggests that such a feat would only be possible for a dragon like her, leaving Erin stunned. Richard thoughtfully notes that he never saw any ancient script inscriptions during his previous investigations of the sanctuary. Iron and Lucilian look at each other, noting that the ancient script didn't seem deliberately hidden, making its discovery even more unusual. Lucilian wonders if only Erin could find the inscription because of her dragon bloodline, while a cute chibi Erin contemplates the idea. Erin recalls examining the sanctuary's seal and feeling a familiar energy that resembled Leorga's power or a dragon's pearl.
Looking up at a grand chandelier, Erin wonders if the sanctuary itself, which defies common magical knowledge, might have a deeper secret. A brief flashback illustrates the magnificent silhouette of a white dragon flying against a bright sky. A mystical vision of the sanctuary entrance under golden swirling magic reveals Iren's realization that the structure was built by a dragon. Outside the magic tower, the sky is painted in soft pastel colors of a winter sunset. Sitting in her room, Iren contemplates the historical fact that the legendary magic swordsman lived at the sanctuary for a short time. An illustration shows the silhouette of the magic swordsman holding his sword, highlighting his historical connection to the dragon sanctuary. Erin realizes Leorga's test might not be a simple trial, but rather one specifically designed for her as a dragon. A sudden knock at the door interrupts her thoughts as Richard asks to enter and she welcomes him in. Richard assures Erin that he and Lucilian will work together to repair her broken golden necklace as quickly as possible, earning her gratitude. Erin also thanks Richard for his protective bracelet, which shielded her from the snow leopard's icy blast and allowed her to return safely. Blushing and scratching his head, Richard offers to make her as many protective bracelets as she wants, before asking about her encounter with the snow leopard. Irene confirms the encounter and explains she discovered that the one who cursed the snow leopard is the same person who gave her the test. A solemn close-up of Richard reveals his deep concern and dark expression upon hearing about the curse. Richard hesitantly shares that while she was away, memories of his dream during his cursed state in the Beastman Kingdom's mind began returning to him. As they stand side by side, Irene asks if he's referring to the time the curse took hold of him, and Richard confirms it. A dramatic flashback depicts a young Richard crying out in despair as he is swallowed by a dark abyss, overwhelmed by feelings of abandonment and loneliness. Clearing his throat to ease the tension, Richard quickly clarifies that he isn't sharing this to place blame, as he has already moved past it. Richard explains that he brought it up because those emotions of abandonment didn't feel entirely like his own, reminding Erin of the snow leopard's warning about Leorga. Close up on Erin's wide, understanding eyes as she quietly processes Richard's words. Richard feels that sharing this might give them a helpful clue, and Irene warmly thanks him for his honesty. Noticing the letter on her desk, Richard asks if she is writing to someone, and Erin explains she wanted to reassure her family after being away for months. Suggesting they go out to mail the letter together, Richard invites her for a walk and offers to show her a great nearby restaurant. Walking side by side through the snowy streets, Erin wonders why her familiar Tarim isn't responding, speculating he might be with Kalan. Richard spots two familiar figures in the distance and points them out, catching Irene's attention. Peering down an alley, they observe Kalan having a hushed, intense conversation with a mysterious hooded figure. Seeing Kalan's worried expression, Richard wonders what serious topic they could possibly be discussing. Irene and Richard step closer to investigate, and Irene softly calls out Kalan's name. Overhearing the conversation, they hear Kalan discussing the role of acting head of house, making Irene freeze as she realizes her father currently holds that position. Horrified by the implication, Erin worries if something has happened to her father, while Kalan turns around in absolute shock upon hearing her voice. Demanding answers, a tense Irene looks at Callan and the hooded figure as they discuss the critical state of the head of house. Callan looks down with a solemn expression as he explains that everything began a few weeks ago. Erin is shocked when she hears that her father's health suddenly took a turn for the worse. Grabbing Callan's coat, a frantic Irene demands to know why he didn't tell her sooner, but Callan defends his decision, explaining he didn't want to confuse her immediately after her return from the sanctuary. Erin desperately asks if her father is safe and okay now, while Callan tries to calm her down and get her to listen. Unable to wait any longer, Erin declares she must return to Edom immediately, urging Richard to let her go. Yielding to her urgency, Richard prepares to transport Irene back home using magic. Under the glowing light of the full moon, the grand estate of House Atam stands tall in the quiet night. Footsteps echo rapidly down the grand, silent corridors of the mansion. Racing through the halls, Erin frantically worries about her father's condition during her long absence. Irene throws the double doors open, breathing heavily as she desperately calls out for her father. Peering into the master bedroom, Erin sees her father sitting up in his canopy bed under the soft glow of the room's lights. Her father looks up in surprise, softly calling out Irene's name upon seeing his daughter at the door. A beautiful promotional illustration of a purple-haired warrior wielding a glowing sword serves as a brief transition. Rushing to his bedside, a worried Irene asks her father if he is all right. Looking at him with deep concern, Erin mentions that she heard his health had taken a sudden turn for the worse. Her father smiles warmly and teasingly asks if she came all this way just because she was worried about him, showing he is perfectly fine. Surprised and completely dumbfounded, Chibi Erin stares blankly as she realizes her father is in perfect health.
A warm fire crackles cozy in the fireplace as her father laughs in amusement at the misunderstanding. Sitting together on the sofa, her father explains that he was only feeling slightly under the weather for a brief moment, but has since made a full recovery. Her father notes that the messenger likely delayed the news, but as he pats her head to reassure her, Irene silently wonders if his condition was actually far worse given the talk of finding an acting head. Irene urges her father to promise that he will always tell her if his health declines again instead of hiding it from her. Smiling gently, her father holds her hand and promises to keep his word. Her father asks if she was in the middle of her test, admitting he thought he was dreaming when she suddenly walked in, while Chibi Irene replies that she couldn't just stand by after hearing he was sick. Holding her warm cup of tea, Irene sadly agrees when her father assumes she must leave again soon to resume her test. Clasping the teacup tightly, Erin internally worries about what she would do if her father fell ill again while she was away, especially if she only found out months later. Feeling solemn, Erin looks down, wishing she could be a stronger source of support for her father. Her father suggests that since she does not have to leave immediately, they should attend the upcoming New Year's banquet together. Smiling warmly, her father presents a beautiful golden invitation, noting that it is about time she showed her face in society again. Out on the balcony under the starry night sky, Richard expresses his relief that her father is well and asks if she plans to return to the Magic Tower immediately. Irene explains that she is still worried about her father and has decided to stay and attend the New Year's banquet with him before heading back. Richard shrugs and suggests that he and Lucilian will stay behind at the Magic Tower to focus on repairing the artifact, prompting Irene to apologize for being the only one backing out of the task. Richard smiles warmly and tells her to go enjoy herself, assuring her that they are only helping because they want to. As Richard notes that it has been a long time since she last enjoyed a banquet, Irene looks up at the peaceful night sky. Back in her bedchamber, a knock sounds at the door as the maid, Lauren, arrives to bring Irene her pajamas. Lauren enters with the clothes, expressing her joy at Irene's return and asking if everything was well, to which Irene warmly replies. Laurent mentions how incredibly empty the mansion feels whenever Irene is away for months or years at a time. Irene apologizes for losing track of time, realizing how long it must have felt for Laurent, who smiles and offers to prepare her bath. Laurent giggles and teases that at this rate, she might become an old grandmother by the time Irene finishes all her tests. Close up on Irene's face as she looks out with a silent, heavy expression, deeply touched by Laurent's words. Later that night, Irene tosses and turns in her large, quiet bed, unable to sleep. Staring at her glowing crystal ball, Irene sadly contemplates how quickly everyone around her is aging, noting that it has already been over 10 years since she first met Laurent. Irene is reminded of her nature as a dragon, remembering the painful truth that her immense lifespan means she will outlive those she loves, ultimately leaving her alone. She recalls Leorga's similar warning about a dragon's lonely fate, realizing how deeply those words hit home now. Pulling the blankets close, Irene wonders what she should do if that lonely future is approaching faster than she is emotionally prepared for. The scene shifts to a bright, clear blue sky decorated with golden leaves, signaling the passage of time. A few days later, the day of the grand New Year's banquet finally arrives at the spectacular Imperial Palace. Inside the bustling, magnificent banquet hall, Irene looks down at the sea of noble guests from the staircase. Looking stunning in her formal gown, Irene pensively thinks about how fast yet slow the passage of human lives can feel. Suddenly, a gloved hand gently taps Irene on the shoulder. Her father stands beside her in an elegant black suit, gently asking if she is feeling unwell or has something on her mind, prompting Irene to look up in surprise. Flustered by her father's concern, Irene quickly tries to wave off her worries, explaining that she was only thinking about what kind of celebratory reward she should give her friends for helping her with the dragon's test. Her father gently probes if that is truly her only worry, but a sweating Irene nervously insists that is indeed the case, admitting that the test is taking much longer and proving more difficult than she originally expected. Looking to the side with a quiet sigh, Irene softly confesses that she simply hopes the difficult test will come to an end as quickly as possible. Looking at his daughter with a gentle, supportive smile, her father warmly agrees, sharing her hope that the trials will soon be over. As they stand beneath the spectacular, glowing crystal chandelier in the grand corridor of the Imperial Palace, her father calls out Irene's name to catch her attention. Turning to her under the bright lights, her father reveals that once her test is officially over, he is planning to announce her as the official head of House Atom, asking for her thoughts on the matter. Smiling warmly, her father assures her that she has no need to worry, as their daily lives won't change drastically and they will continue to serve as her faithful aides and guide her through any difficult decisions. Close up on Irene's shocked face as she stands frozen with a drop of sweat on her cheek, completely stunned by her father's unexpected proposal. Seeing her dumbfounded reaction, her father asks if the news caught her by surprise, prompting a flustered Irene to apologize and admit that the sudden announcement was entirely unexpected. Her father gently reassures her that he has no intention of rushing her and tells her not to feel pressured, leaving a pensive Erin clutching her gloved hands as she quietens down. Walking down the steps into the bustling banquet hall, Erin is lost in deep thought, reflecting on how she never realized her father was planning such things for her future. Letting out a tired sigh, Erin pensively realizes that with her coming-of-age ceremony approaching, she should have anticipated this, knowing her father cannot pretend to be the head of house forever. Suddenly, Irene's golden-orange eyes widen in surprise as she spots someone familiar in the distance. Walking through the opulent halls, the blonde crown prince Enosh and a beautiful red-haired lady converse side by side. Enosh smiles brightly and teasingly remarks on her sudden appearance, but is instantly cut off when a frantic Erin grabs his shoulder and calls out his title. Looking determined yet flustered, Irene grips the startled crown prince's hands and eagerly declares that she urgently needs to ask them for some advice. Sitting down together in a private parlor, chibi Erin asks them what they think would happen if she were officially announced as the head of House Etam, prompting an excited Enosh to ask if the time has finally come, while the red-haired lady smiles warmly and plans a celebratory gift. Erin clarifies that nothing has been officially decided yet, explaining that her father only suggested the announcement once his current affairs are resolved, while Enosh points out that she has held the authority for a long time anyway, so the process should be simple. Erin bashfully admits that she has only ever enjoyed the privileges of the title, such as jokingly exploiting Taram or taking artifacts from the family vault for personal matters, while staying completely detached from any actual responsibilities. Enosh and the red-haired lady nod knowingly, with Enosh teasingly asserting that Duke Etam surely bestowed the position on her for exactly that reason, causing a frantic Erin to wave her hands in protest. Irene passionately argues that even after she officially takes over, she doesn't want to live her life avoiding her duties, worrying about how such behavior would reflect on the reputation of House Etam. Looking solemn, Erin explains her belief that the head of house should be someone truly fitting for the role, confessing that she currently feels far too overwhelmed by her own complex problems to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Irene gazes downward with a look of hesitation, swallowing hard as she contemplates a different path. Looking up at her friends, Irene hesitantly asks if it wouldn't be much better for everyone if she simply handed the position over to someone else. A lovely illustration of a young girl with purple hair tied in neat buns serves as a brief, beautiful transition. An overhead view of the quiet parlor shows Irene, Enosh, and the red-haired lady sitting on elegant sofas, absorbing the heavy silence of Irene's unexpected proposal. Looking at them nervously with a drop of sweat, Erin quietly asks what they think about her idea. Looking completely unimpressed, Achivi Enosh sighs deeply and bluntly asks her if she is stupid. Aghast by his blunt remark, a furious Irene stands up and demands to know why he is calling her an idiot when she is being completely serious, while Enosh retorts that agonizing over this is the ultimate proof of her foolishness. Enosh passionately explains that if only the most qualified people ruled, concepts like tyrants or wise rulers wouldn't exist, noting that while power brings responsibility, anyone who truly understands its weight will eventually grow into the right person for the job. Looking directly at her with a serious expression, Enosh gently adds that no one is perfect from the very beginning, and that truth applies to him just as much as anyone else. Enosh warmly encourages her, pointing out that the Erin he knows isn't someone who gets easily frightened, and questions why she is hesitating so much. Clenching her hands tightly on her lap, Erin softly explains that she has realized how much her choices can change things, making her cautious and insecure about handling everything on her own. The red-haired lady gently reminds her that being the head of house doesn't mean facing every choice alone, emphasizing that listening to opinions and accepting help is a crucial part of leadership. A beautiful illustration shows Irene floating in a starry, floral-filled sky, holding a golden key, as the red-haired lady points out that while Irene is always quick to help others, she constantly tries to solve her own issues alone. Enosh smiles warmly and holds his hand out, assuring her that she has every right to receive as much support from those around her as she has selflessly given to them. Looking down at the floor, Erin solemnly reminds them that as a dragon, she is fundamentally different from everyone else and bound to face a different path. She fondly recalls a warm, beautiful memory of dancing happily with her loving father. Close up on Iron's wide, golden eyes filled with sadness as she wonders what she is supposed to do when she is eventually left completely alone. Enosh and the red-haired lady look at her with deep sorrow and concern, unable to find the perfect words to comfort her heavy heart. The red-haired lady confesses that while she might not fully grasp the changes in Iron's heart lately, she has a clear perspective on the matter. Holding Iron's gaze under a beautifully decorated background, the red-haired lady warmly advises her that to prepare for the future, she must live the present moments to their absolute fullest. An emotional flashback depicts the red-haired lady visiting a critically ill Enosh and later weeping in deep grief beside his coffin, remembering how she would have been left with nothing but regret if she had given up and not spoken her true feelings. Smiling radiantly amidst a flurry of golden flowers, she explains that Iron's own words of encouragement helped her endure those dark times, urging Iron to shed her fears and embrace the present. Enosh crosses his arms and smiles gently, reminding her that while she might fail or get hurt along the way, it is simply a natural part of life. Holding Irene's hands warmly, the red-haired lady reassures her that failure is perfectly fine as long as she shares all of those precious moments with the people she cherishes. Under a glowing full moon and snowy night sky, a grand imperial carriage speeds along the snowy roads. Riding inside the cozy carriage, Aeryn looks at her father and asks if he was planning to hand over the leadership even before he discovered she was a dragon, wondering why he wanted to give it to her. Looking at her with unmatched warmth and affection, her father gently explains that it is simply because she is his precious daughter, and he wanted to give her everything he possibly could. Staring blankly in her chibi form, Aeryn surprised asks if it wasn't because he believed she'd be good at it, prompting her father to burst out laughing and teasingly remark that even a dotard of an old man held the position before, so she will do perfectly fine. Looking at her family's dynamic, Aeryn's sweat drops and thinks to herself that her grandfather seems to be treated terribly everywhere he goes. She looks on as a chaotic chibi scene depicts the former head of the house experiencing his own personal hell amidst raging flames. Her father, Duke Etam, gives a playful, handsome smirk as he rests his chin on his gloved hand. Looking at Aeryn with immense affection, her father gently reassures her that she is already doing a great job. Under the quiet, snowy night sky, Aeryn looks up at the majestic palace and asks her father if they should take a walk for a bit. Walking side by side along the snowy stone terrace, her father turns to her and asks if she is feeling cold, but Aeryn warmly replies that the temperature is just right. Aeryn looks out over the terrace with a bright, peaceful smile, her long pink hair fluttering in the gentle breeze as she confesses that coming up to a high place always makes her feel like she can breathe. Looking down at the sprawling, snow-covered palace gardens, Aeryn thoughtfully reflects on her father's earlier proposal, admitting that officially becoming the head of House Etam still feels a bit overwhelming. Turning back to face her father with a serious and sincere expression, Aeryn explains that leaving all the responsibilities to the acting head while staying hidden just doesn't feel very honorable to her. Smiling brightly with determination, Aeryn proudly declares that, just as her father suggested, she wants to show everyone that she is indeed the true head of House Etam. Clutching her gloved hand to her heart with a beautiful, radiant smile, Aeryn happily adds that she wants to prove how much she loves this family more than anything else in the world. Giggling bashfully in her chibi form, Aeryn admits that she will still need a lot of help along the way, but her father warmly smiles and reassures her that she is already a wonderful head of house. Reaching out and holding his hands tightly, Aeryn looks at her father with a sparkling smile, telling him that since she is going to become even more wonderful, he should definitely look forward to it. Her father gives a mischievous chibi smile and informs her that the preparations for her official announcement are actually almost complete, leaving a stunned chibi Aeryn to gasp in surprise. Sitting together on the edge of the fountain as her father uses his magic to pour them tea from a levitating teapot, Aeryn asks him when he managed to prepare all of that, prompting him to explain that he wanted to announce it the moment her test was over. Looking down at her feet with a look of hesitation, Aeryn quietly confesses that there is something important about her dragon test that she hasn't told him yet. An emotional flashback shows a young, desperate Aeryn reaching out in a dark graveyard as she explains that back when her father was consumed by the Stargazer's power, she discovered he was investigating her mother's death, which led her to visit the grave. Her father flinches in surprise as Aeryn reveals that it was at her mother's grave where she met the one who brought her into this world. Irene explains that she met the mysterious purple-haired dragon of Han, who promised to give her the absolute truth. Looking directly at her father, Irene confesses that she is taking this difficult test because she wants to know the truth behind her mother's death. Seeing her father look down in deep shock and guilt, thinking his actions caused her this burden, Chibi Irene frantically waves her hands to reassure him that there were various other circumstances too. Gaze softening as she remembers her father's lonely figure standing before her mother's grave, Irene asks him what he was planning to do once he uncovered the true cause of her mother's death. Irene hesitantly asks her father if he would have resented her if her mother's death had truly been because of her, but her father's absolute, unwavering response is that he could never do such a thing. Holding her hand with unmatched warmth, her father gently reassures her that her mother's death is in the past, and no matter what the truth is, he has absolutely no intention of ever resenting his beloved daughter. Her father painfully recalls how he was plagued every single day by dark, tearful illusions of his late wife, Dahlia, resenting Aaron, which grew so strong that they nearly drove him to the brink of insanity. Closing his eyes solemnly, her father explains that he was driven to investigate Dahlia's death solely to shatter those illusions and prove to himself that Aaron had nothing to do with it, knowing now that the stargazer is gone that those dark visions were completely false. A warm golden reflection of Aaron is shown in the teacup as her father gently notes that more than anything, Dahlia eagerly awaited Aaron's birth into this world. Sitting peacefully beside her on the fountain, her father warmly assures her that even if she discovers the answers through her test, absolutely nothing will change between them. A beautiful memory of Aaron's late mother, Dahlia, smiling gently with long red hair, appears like a warm blessing behind her father. Looking at Aaron with a soft, affectionate smile, her father asks if she agrees with him. Smiling back with tears of relief and love in her eyes, Aaron softly thanks her father and agrees with him completely. A peaceful, wide view of the grand palace covered in snow under the starry night sky highlights the passage of time, which remains as an unchangeable truth. Looking out a frost-rimmed window at the quiet snow, the quiet realization dawns that depending on how one chooses to recall past memories, they can become a source of either sorrow or joy. Tucked snugly under a big white blanket in her grand bed, Chibi Irene pensively reflects on the brief time she has to spend with the people who are precious to her. Irene closes her eyes peacefully as she drifts off to sleep, feeling comforted by the thought that she now has a much better idea of how she should spend her precious days from now on. Suddenly, a funny rumbling sound startles Irene, causing her bright golden-orange eyes to pop open in surprise. Sitting up quickly in her nightgown, Irene looks around her bedroom in confusion, realizing that the strange noise didn't come from her own stomach. Gasps of surprise escape her lips as Irene spots a mysterious, colorful crystal orb glowing on her bedside table. A cute, round, black chibi dragon with tiny wings sits happily on top of the glowing crystal orb, waving its arm and cheerfully greeting Irene as if no time had passed at all. A beautiful illustration of a cheerful girl with long, wavy brown hair wearing a barista uniform. She smiles brightly and points upward while holding a small chalkboard. The grand winter mansion is shown basking in the bright morning sunlight, surrounded by snow and lovely blue floral decorations. The adorable little black dragon happily nibbles on a giant, delicious Madeleine pastry with a joyful expression. Sitting at the dining table, Irene watches the little dragon eat in astonishment, prompting the dragon to ask why she is staring so intently, while Irene admits she is just incredibly surprised to see him. The little dragon proudly declares that as a clone of the powerful black dragon, he wasn't about to enter an eternal slumber just because of a few cracks, while Irene expresses how relieved she is, having feared he would never wake up. Waving its paws proudly, the little black dragon boasts that he is easily the finest relic in all of House Etem, while Irene watches him with an amused and tender look. Giggling and winking playfully, Irene lovingly agrees that he is indeed the finest and most precious relic of the Etem family. Looking at the empty plate with only a few crumbs left, the little black dragon thoughtfully reflects on the dragon's test and the three ancient relics. The dragon turns to Irene and curiously asks what she thinks the true intention of the dragon's test is and what she felt while she was taking it. Sitting quietly in her chair, Irene thoughtfully admits that while she might not understand all of the complex details yet, she has a clear feeling about it. A beautiful flashback shows a majestic, white-scaled dragon floating before a young Irene in a sacred, glowing light, as she explains that the test was meant to teach her something crucial that she needs to know to live as a true dragon. As the little black dragon flies over her outstretched hand, he explains that every single thing she experienced during the test must have been a valuable hint pointing toward the correct answer.
Landing gently on Erin's wrist right beside her glowing magical crest, the little black dragon looks up at her and begins to share a sudden realization. Walking forward in her elegant winter gown, Iron is reminded by a gentle inner voice that she already knows the correct path to finding the answer for her test. Erin looks on with bright, happy eyes as she beholds the ancient magic sword, now completely repaired and wrapped in a beautiful purple sash. Irene politely thanks the Tower Master for providing the artifacts, but the gray-haired elder waves it off, explaining that since they received the remaining season stones, there's no need for thanks, even if the restoration took some struggle. The Tower Master looks slightly concerned as he stops to mention that while the sword is restored, there is unfortunately a problem regarding the necklace of protection. Richard opens a small wooden box to show the restored gold and gem necklace, explaining with a solemn look that while he managed to piece the shattered fragments back together, the magical protection imbued inside has been completely drained by the snow leopard's extreme cold. As Richard and Lucilian hang their heads with depressed purple energy swirling around them, Chibi Iron frantically waves her hands to reassure them, telling them she was only able to recover the necklace in the first place because of their help. Chibi Iron warmly thanks her companions, causing Chibi Richard to blush with pride while Lucilian winks playfully and promises to help her with absolutely anything she needs in the future. When Richard asks where she is heading next and if she still needs to find the third and final relic, Adrian gently shakes her head with a soft smile and tells him no. Enwrapped in a vibrant swirl of blue magical energy under the snowy archway, Iron and Lucilian activate their teleportation spell. Holding the wooden box tightly to her chest, Erin stops as Lucilian looks at her with deep seriousness and asks her one last question before they depart. Lucilian gazes at Erin with concern, gently asking if she is still okay with her decision even if her conclusion is wrong and he ends up unable to protect her. Flanked by beautiful white flowers, Lucilian looks down at Erin with a gentle blush and a soft smile, asking for her final confirmation. Reaching out, Irene tightly clasps Lucilian's gloved hand with her own, warmly confirming that she feels exactly the same way. With a beautiful, determined smile and sparkling orange eyes, Erin looks up at Lucilian and tells him that it is time for them to go and finally finish this test. As they walk forward, the scene transitions beautifully to the grand winter mansion where the purple-haired dragon Leorga resides. Sensing their presence, Leorga slowly turns her head with a playful, handsome smirk on her face. Leorga welcomes her young kin, noting that Iron's arrival must mean she has finally brought the answers to the test she set up. Clutching the wooden box tightly in her gloved hand, Iron looks up with absolute resolve and simply answers yes. Amused by the young dragon's confidence, Leorga smirks and remarks that she is looking forward to seeing if Iron has truly brought the correct answer. Turning around to lead the way, Leorga opens a heavy wooden door and instructs them to follow her. Following Leorga down a flight of wooden stairs, Erin looks around in surprise, noticing that the mansion's internal structure feels completely different from her last visit. High-angle view of the three sitting together in a spacious parlor as Leorga explains that this illusory mansion is merely a temporary space created to invite them in. Close-up of Erin swallowing nervously as a tense realization dawns on her, wondering if she is not actually being received as a friendly guest. Walking across the wooden floor, Erin thoughtfully reflects that everything in this illusory mansion was likely constructed by Leorga using the formidable power of her desires. Watching Leorga walk toward a massive, glowing stained glass window that radiates brilliant magic, Iron wonders in awe just how far one can truly go with the power of a dragon. Against a soft backdrop of delicate pink blossoms, Erin resolves that she will find all of her answers once this difficult test is finally over. Looking resolute as a majestic white dragon swirls protectively behind her, Erin prepares herself to learn the absolute truth regarding everything about dragons. Leorga reaches out and turns a gleaming brass door handle, announcing that they have finally arrived at their destination. Stepping through the threshold, Erin gasps and stops in her tracks as her golden orange eyes widen in shock. Iron realizes that she is standing in the exact vine-covered stone garden where the necklace of protection was originally kept, as Leorga turns and demands that she present her answer. Lucilian steps up beside Iron, calling out to his lady with a reassuring nod as he holds out the restored ancient magic sword wrapped in purple cloth. Iron places the magic sword and the gold necklace onto the stone table, but Leorga smirks with mock confusion, pointing out that she was certain she requested 3 relics. Standing opposite Leorga, Erin calmly admits she couldn't find the 3rd relic, but confidently declares that the correct answer to the test is actually with Leorga herself.
Chuckling with amusement, Leorga conjures a glowing magical circle above her hand, revealing a small journal bound in pink magical chains as she admits that the correct answer is indeed with her. Levitating the chained book in the air, Leorga explains that the final relic is the Magic Swordsman's Journal, which is under a powerful curse that even she was unable to break. Leorga holds up her hand, revealing a chilling curse that slowly drains the holder's time and turns their flesh translucent whenever the pages of the journal are turned. Looking calm but melancholic, Leorga explains that she unfortunately does not have enough time left in her life to safely break the curse on the journal. Extending her hand toward Aaron, Leorga suggests that the young dragon should be the one to break the curse since she has plenty of time left. Iron flatly refuses, causing Leorga's expression to twitch with a dangerous smirk as she asks if that means Iron is giving up on the dragon's test. Leorga delivers a chilling threat, pointing out that if Aaron gives up, she will take Lucilian's life, causing Aaron to flinch in shock. Leaning in close, Lucilian whispers softly and reassuringly to his worried lady. With a radiant smile and eyes full of absolute devotion, Lucilian reassures Aaron that he fully believes in whatever answer she has chosen. Beneath his sleeve, Lucilian firmly clasps Iron's hand in a tight, comforting squeeze, wordlessly promising his unwavering support. Iron looks back at him and nods gently, a soft, grateful smile gracing her lips as her eyes shimmer with relief. Turning back to Leorga, Aaron firmly declares that the test was never about bringing all 3 relics, which is why she will not break the curse on the journal, prompting a curious look from Leorga. Looking directly at Leorga with absolute confidence, Aaron asserts that the test was simply meant to teach her an important lesson. Aaron explains that all 3 requested relics belonged to the Magic Swordsman and asks Leorga if that human wasn't actually Leorga's own precious partner, just as Lucilian is to her now. Aaron recalls the White Dragon's warning from the beginning of her test, which claimed that she could never truly become a dragon as long as she remained by the side of humans. The dramatic standoff highlights Irene and Lucilian standing united together as they face Leorga, who listens with her back turned. The chained journal falls slowly through the air as Leorga sighs with disappointment, claiming that Aaron has completely failed the test by coming up with such ridiculous guesses. Walking slowly toward the stone table where the closed leather journal lies, Leorga calmly remarks that sometimes those hard-to-believe things actually happen to be true. Looking down with a melancholic but steady gaze, Leorga softly tells Aaron that she is about to share a story with her. With a gentle touch of her purple-painted fingernails, Leorga carefully opens the heavy cover of the Magic Swordsman's Journal, letting its pages glow with ancient, warm light. In the ancient era of long ago, there was a time when humans deeply revered dragons, placing them in high esteem even above the gods. In her youth, a hooded Leorga stood quietly atop a pine-covered cliff, looking out over the expansive forest as the wind gently blew around her. Stepping softly onto the grassy earth of her forest sanctuary, a lone traveler's boot rustles the leaves as he wanders into her domain. Startled by the sound, young Leorga turns her head in surprise, wondering why a human would be wandering in a sacred place like this. A handsome young magic swordsman approaches her, sheepishly scratching his head as he politely asks if she is perhaps lost in the woods. Blushing slightly, the young swordsman smiles warmly and asks if she too has come to this dense forest to find a dragon. The two stand in silence amidst the forest clearing, facing each other beneath the high, sunlit sky. Leorga indifferently explains that she has absolutely no reason to search for a dragon, leading the magic swordsman to assume she is simply lost, prompting him to kindly offer an escort to the nearest village. Looking at his cheerful smile with bored, unamused eyes, Leorga indifferently thinks to herself that this human wanderer is nothing more than an idiot, though she decides to play along since she was bored anyway. Walking side by side through the misty forest, Leorga asks if he really came all this way just to find a dragon, to which he eagerly replies that he heard rumors of a dragon sanctuary in this region. Leorga curiously asks if there is a specific reason he wants to meet a dragon, and he replies that rumors say a dragon's formidable desire can grant any wish imaginable. Supposing he is just like every other greedy human, Leorga's expression darkens as she mockingly thinks about how predictable humans are, believing they are a foolish species only concerned with satisfying their own selfish desires. Looking down with a heavy heart, the magic swordsman explains that due to the devastating war that has dragged on for several years, countless innocent people are living wretched lives. He continues, explaining his hope that perhaps the legendary and almighty power of a dragon could bring a change to their world. He dreamed that such divine power could finally bring an end to the war and ease the endless suffering of the people, which is why he risked everything to follow a simple rumor.
Laughing awkwardly as he scratches his neck, the swordsman admits that since he hasn't been able to find the sanctuary after all his searching, it seems the dragon has no intention of granting his wish. Smiling with gentle resignation, the magic swordsman notes that human affairs should ultimately be resolved by humans and resolves to find other ways to help his people once he returns home. Watching him from beneath her hood, Leorga is struck with silent awe, wondering if any human before him had ever sought her out to ask for a wish that was so grand, yet so completely selfless and humble. Overwhelmed by his noble spirit, Leorga suddenly raises her hand, conjuring a brilliant flare of magical light that illuminates the ancient stone ruins before them. As the magic swordsman recoils in utter shock, Leorga steps forward with a proud smile and confidently declares that she will grant his wish. Pressing her finger to his chest as a massive golden draconic eye glows behind them, Leorga marks him as her brand, admitting that she grew incredibly fond of him and wanted to see how a human like him would act when given true power. After sharing her draconic power, the magic swordsman discovered a natural energy similar to that of dragons, which he meticulously researched and documented so that even ordinary humans could easily harness it. This newly discovered force soon came to be known as magic, and he selflessly shared all of his hard work and research with the rest of the world. Looking through his endless piles of magic scrolls inside the study, Leorga skeptically asks if he isn't being just a bit too selfless, which only makes him laugh warmly in response. The magic swordsman gently explains that if everyone can use magic, then even the weakest among them will possess the power to protect themselves without needing to rely on the almighty power of gods or dragons. When Leorga points out the dark possibility that the strong might simply misuse this power, the magic swordsman softly agrees that humans are indeed greedy, conceding that it is a very real danger. Pointing to the magic formulas on the table, he looks at Leorga and tells her that she must be the one to prevent that from happening, leaving her stunned. He reminds her that since she is an immortal dragon, she will live in this world far longer than he ever could. Standing together in his study, the magic swordsman holds out his final research scroll, entrusting his legacy to the woman he loves. With a gentle plea, he asks Leorga to watch over his legacy, which was his only request during his entire life as her brand. But as he warned, a human's lifespan is fleetingly short, and she was soon left cradling his lifeless body in absolute despair. Shedding bitter tears of profound grief, Leorga laments that although she eventually awakened her power of insight, she realized too late that there was no magic in this world that could ever bring him back to life, realizing that dragons are not as almighty as humans believed. Standing completely alone in the middle of a bustling, shadowy crowd of fleeting human lives, Leorga wonders if finding a new brand would finally help her forget the painful emptiness in her heart. Deciding that she should choose a partner with a much longer lifespan, she shared her magical power with a beautiful wild snow leopard, which soon evolved into a majestic spirit beast. The handsome, humanized snow leopard spirit beast was playful and followed her loyally, but despite his devotion, Leorga realized he could never replace the one she lost. Flanked by her new companion and the glowing silhouette of her past lover, Leorga realized that no matter how many replacements she found, her first love would never return, proving that a dragon truly only imprints once in a lifetime. Crushed by her eternal grief, Leorga gave up on the world entirely, using the power of her yearning to slip into a deep, endless slumber and erase her existence from history. Looking at Iron and Lucilian, Leorga explains that one day a powerful will awakened her from her sleep, and when she opened her eyes, she was guided straight to a lonely grave. A beautiful flashback shows Aaron's mother, a radiant red-haired woman, smiling tenderly as she cradles her pregnant stomach, which glows with the magical pink light of a tiny dragon child. Looking back on that day, Leorga admits she felt her young kin stirring beneath the cold earth, but initially chose not to exhume her, fearing that if the child grew up among humans, she would eventually face the same devastating heartbreak. Listening intently with sad eyes, Chibi Iron looks up at Leorga and asks why, despite wanting to protect her from sorrow, Leorga ultimately decided to dig her up from the ground. Leorga gazes at Aaron and reveals that the young child's intense, desperate will to live cried out from beneath the dirt, pleading to be saved. Leorga stares down at her open, empty hands, remembering the profound weight of that fateful moment. Unable to ignore her kin's desperate plea, Leorga ended up pulling the glowing egg from the earth and cradling the newborn, pink-haired baby Iron lovingly in her arms. Leorga then handed the baby over to the Tower Master, using her power of insight to choose a future for Aaron where she would be a little less lonely, even if that path might eventually bring an even deeper sorrow.
Irene and Lucilian stand united in the stone garden, quietly processing Leorga's solemn revelation. Looking at Irene with deep sadness, Leorga gently warns her that although she may be happy among humans now, a tragic moment will inevitably come when everyone she loves is gone, and these precious days will not last forever. In a touching and resolute display of devotion, Lucilian tightly squeezes Irene's hand as Leorga warns that she will ultimately spend the rest of her long life wandering alone, forever longing for this fleeting time. Leorga explains that she set up this trial to teach Irene that dragons are not almighty, revealing that she carved a restricting mark on Irene's wrist to seal her power. In a dramatic flashback, Leorga recalls how she pulled various strings behind the scenes to ensure Irene and her companions were bound to this difficult trial. While Irene was busy undergoing the trial, time in the human world flowed quickly, and she gasps in shock as she realizes her surroundings have suddenly transformed into a winter forest. Finding herself alone with Leorga in the snowy woods, Erin looks around in confusion, wondering where Lucilian has gone, while Leorga asks how she enjoyed her brief experience. Leorga reaches her hand out and catches a falling snowflake, warning Erin that no matter how hard she struggles, the humans by her side will inevitably melt away like snow in her hand. Emphasizing the harsh reality of their lifespan difference, Leorga urges Erin to leave the humans behind before she ends up getting deeply hurt. Irene listens quietly before looking up with a steady, resolute gaze, stating that she has thought long and hard about the problem and has already reached her own conclusion. Erin notes that Leorga seems to be searching for a different answer than the one she has chosen for herself. Leorga smiles with gentle melancholy, admitting that she already knows the conclusion Erin has arrived at. Leorga gently tells Erin that there is another option available to her. In a gentle, reassuring motion, Erin reaches out and takes Leorga's hand. Leorga holds Irene's hand warmly, suggesting that even though her own remaining lifespan is short, it is still longer than any human's, and invites Irene to live with her as a dragon instead. Startled by the sudden proposal, Erin's golden eyes widen in shock as Leorga promises to grant her every desire and answer any question she might have. Leorga offers to give Irene all of her remaining strength, a single tear spilling down her cheek as her voice wavers with emotion. Crying tears of deep sorrow, Leorga clutches Irene's hand tightly and begs her not to end up experiencing the same devastating heartbreak that she did. A quiet pause falls over the snowy forest as the weight of Leorga's emotional plea lingers in the air. Standing hand in hand beneath the falling snow, Leorga continues to plead with Irene to avoid the tragic fate of losing those she loves. Feeling the profound sadness behind Leorga's desperate wish, Irene stands quietly, deeply understanding the immense helplessness Leorga felt after her lover's passing. Erin reflects on the lingering warmth of the bond she shares, remembering how it felt to hold hands with Lucilian. In her memory, a blushing Lucilian smiles warmly at her, expressing his absolute trust and belief in whatever decision she makes. Embracing her path, Erin closes her eyes peacefully, deciding that she is perfectly fine with her choice, even if she ends up getting hurt in the end. Chibi Irene floats peacefully amidst a sea of starry skies and white flowers, feeling comforted by her memories. A heartwarming vision shows Chibi Irene and all her precious friends holding hands, laughing, and playing happily under a bright sunny sky. Breaking the solemn silence, Irene gently clutches Leorga's sleeve and softly asks her to stop crying. Irene points out that staying together won't bring back the one Leorga lost, causing Leorga to sob in denial, protesting that she was only worried about Irene, to which Irene firmly replies that she doesn't need her worry. Standing tall with Leorga's silhouette behind her, Irene explains that the real reason Leorga worries so much is because she sees her own grieving self reflected in Irene. Irene holds Leorga's hand in a warm, comforting grasp, acknowledging that she knows there is genuine love and care behind Leorga's concern. Looking down with a melancholic but steady gaze, Erin acknowledges that just as Leorga warned, she may eventually find herself left all alone. Irene explains that she has already experienced that cold, desolate feeling of isolation once before, back when she felt completely abandoned. In a painful memory, a young, lonely Erin is shown crying and hiding her face, admitting she used to run away from her fears of being alone by focusing only on immediate problems. Irene gently releases her hold on Leorga's hand, prompting Leorga to look at her in quiet surprise. Irene smiles brightly and beautifully, declaring that she is no longer that lonely, desolate child from her past. Leorga watches in stunned silence, her eyes wide with awe as she listens to Erin's remarkably mature perspective. With a bright smile, Irene declares that the most important thing is that she is not alone right now, as she tightly squeezes the hand of her loyal companion, Lucilian.
Feeling a sense of profound relief, Leorga smiles softly and admits that Aaron is absolutely right. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of magical light erupts, instantly transporting everyone back to the stone chamber. Irene happily turns to Lucilian, noting that he was right by his side through the entire trial, just as she expected. Lucilian blushes slightly and smiles warmly as Aaron thanks him for holding her hand the whole time. Lucilian tightly squeezes Iron's hand in return, quietly thinking to himself that holding her hand was the only thing he could do to support her. Leorga walks forward slowly, her long robes brushing the floor as she calls out Iron's name. Taking Aaron's hands once more, Leorga warmly admits that Aaron never needed her worried to begin with, declaring her to be stronger than any dragon she has ever known. As a soft purple light begins to glow around their hands, Leorga promises that Aaron will grow to be even stronger in the future. Leorga gently apologizes for forcing her into such a harsh test, but Aaron reassures her with a smile, saying she learned a valuable lesson from the experience. Switching to a playful tone, Chibi Iron pouts and complains that Leorga should have just told her from the start instead of dragging her friends into danger, while Chibi Leorga chuckles and teasingly accepts her complaints. Leorga taps her chin thoughtfully, offering a reward to make up for the trouble, which instantly piques Chibi Iron's curiosity. Chibi Iron excitedly imagines receiving heaps of golden treasures and powerful artifacts, while Lucilian stands by with a blank, amused expression. Leorga steps forward with a mysterious smile and asks if Iron is ready, to which Iron eagerly agrees. Lucilian watches closely, his bright blue eyes widening in sudden surprise as he wonders what Leorga is about to do. Leorga gently cradles Aaron's face and places a warm, affectionate kiss on her forehead, in a beautiful display of draconic affection. As Chibi Leorga playfully declares the reward finished, Chibi Iron touches her forehead in confusion, wondering if a simple kiss was really the prize, while Chibi Lucilian stands frozen in absolute shock. Leorga explains to Aaron that she has given her all of her remaining dragon power, reassuring her that as it is absorbed, Aaron will naturally come to understand everything about dragons. Close-up of Leorga as Chibi Iron looks up and anxiously asks if she is certain about transferring her power. Leorga, Iron, and Lucilian stand together inside the room as Leorga explains that she no longer has any need for the power to fulfill wishes. Outside the mansion in the falling snow, Leorga gently bids Aaron goodbye, telling her it is time to say farewell. Standing in the snow, Aaron waves and bids Leorga a warm farewell, expressing her gratitude. Leorga waves goodbye as she stands alone in front of her mansion in the falling snow. Aaron suddenly spins around to head back, telling Lucilian to wait a moment while he looks on in confusion. Irene calls out Leorga's name, prompting Leorga to turn around in surprise. Aaron runs back and takes Leorga's hand in a warm, affectionate grasp. Smiling brightly amidst beautiful pink flowers, Irene promises Leorga that she will see her again next time. Aaron runs back to Lucilian and apologizes for keeping him waiting, while he asks what she and Leorga talked about. As Aaron and Lucilian walk away in the snow, Leorga watches them, reflecting that the snow leopard left alone after she herself left must have been just as lonely as she was. Leorga smiles warmly and begs Aaron not to leave that snow leopard lonely either, realizing where Aaron's inner strength truly comes from. Standing beneath bright sunlight and vibrant orange lilies, Leorga wonders if they should set off as the wise dragon advised. Looking up at the sky over the mansion, Leorga decides that spending her remaining time listening to complaints will at least ensure her life won't be boring. A transition frame showing a beautiful, clear blue sky decorated with soft yellow flowers. A serene stone cemetery filled with lush greenery and blooming yellow and pink flowers under a clear sky. Irene holds a beautiful bouquet of white lilies and pink roses, softly saying that this is the first time she is greeting her mother this way. Irene kneels beside her mother's grave and lays down the bouquet, introducing herself as Irene and apologizing for being so late. Smiling tenderly, Irene promises her mother that she will visit her often from now on, asking her to look after her. A pink butterfly flutters near the bouquet as Irene asks if her mother would still be alive if she hadn't been born a dragon, while her father replies that he has never considered such a thing. Reaching his hand out with a warm smile, Aaron's father explains that from the moment they met, she already existed as Aaron. Iron's father holds her hand warmly as they walk, explaining that he accepted her as his daughter from the start and has no reason to think of any other possibilities. A close-up shows Iron's father squeezing her hand tightly as Iron declares that she has a new goal as the lord of the house. Walking through the cemetery under cherry blossoms, Iron explains that as the guardian of Etam, she wants to protect her place and lead everyone to live happily.
With a bright, happy smile, Erin adds that she wants to make sure no one in Etam will ever be lonely. Erin's father looks at her with deep affection, smiling warmly at her resolve. Chibi Iron playfully tells her father that he will need to help her a lot to achieve this, noting that she can only share happiness when she is happy herself. Chibi father laughs and agrees that he must become an excellent aide, while narration notes that spring was already passing by as time flowed quickly. A grand white mansion stands elegantly under a clear sky, with flower petals drifting through the air. Green leaves and delicate white blossoms sway gently against a bright blue sky. The grand mansion is busy as numerous silhouettes of servants and workers carry out preparations for an upcoming banquet. Looking out a window, Erin comments on how lively the mansion is, and her father agrees. Irene is shocked to learn that her father had previously dismissed most of their servants, sweat-dropping as she labels him a merciless employer. A crying gray-haired maid clings to Senior Laurent, relieved she survived the grueling workload. As narration notes, a massive workforce was brought in for the banquet. Irene looks out the window, amazed at how quickly time is passing as the day of the banquet rapidly approaches. A close-up of a beautifully sealed pink envelope adorned with white roses and a dragon crest. Narration boxes explain that banquets hosted by the Etam family are incredibly rare due to the previous family head's lack of interest in socializing. A humorous panel displays the previous family heads looking disinterested, while Chibi Iron recalls almost getting kicked out of a past New Year's gathering. A massive lock and heavy chains secure the mansion's gates, as narration explains that no parties had been held since her father became head, with the doors shut during Erin's 7-year sleep. High society members whisper excitedly, realizing that a grand banquet hosted by Etam means the family plans to make an incredibly important announcement. Social circles try to gauge whether the announcement will be about a dragon or a new family head, while Chibi Iron rests her chin on her hands, thinking about how much has happened. Holding documents, Erin's father admits he wanted to hold her inauguration ceremony sooner, but they had been too busy. A flashback shows her father from behind, advising Irene to wait and announce her succession during the upcoming Royal Palace banquet instead. Back in the present, Erin explains to her father that she prefers to have her succession announced now, prompting him to ask why. Sitting on the windowsill, Erin explains that nothing is holding her back now, unlike in the past when her mind was tangled with worries. Images of Irene climbing stairs and sharing joyful moments with her parents appear as she declares she has reached the age to officially succeed and was born from their genuine love. Winking playfully, Erin asks if anyone could possibly complain about her becoming the head of the family now. Her father chuckles warmly, reassuring her that there was never anyone who could have objected to her becoming the head in the first place. Pointing to a desk with papers, Chibi Iron wonders if it is truly okay to hold a coming-of-age ceremony since she is still a juvenile dragon, but her father reassures her that under Imperial law, she is already an adult. Erin looks extremely panicked and nervous as her father asks if she is still writing the declaration speech for the upcoming banquet, leaving her sweat dropping in silence. Irene sits deflatedly in her chair as her father holds up a stack of completely blank papers, gently telling her that there is no need to overthink it and she should just say whatever she truly wants to say. Her father smiles mischievously and jokingly suggests that if she has nothing to say, she could always badmouth her grandfather or write a love letter to her father, prompting Chibi Iron to scream in embarrassment at the thought of doing that in front of everyone. Iron and Lucilian walk together through a beautiful, blooming garden as they discuss the declaration speech for her head of family inauguration ceremony, wondering if it should just be about her future aspirations. Chibi Iron looks worriedly down at her empty paper, admitting that because she wants to do so well and is full of resolve, she has no idea where to even begin writing. Erin turns back to Lucilian with a hopeful expression, asking him what he would personally say if he were in her shoes. Lucilian is caught completely off guard, his bright blue eyes widening in surprise as Erin calls out his name. Lucilian looks down apologetically, explaining that because it is a position he has never even dared to think about, he cannot offer any useful advice, while Iron reassures him that there is no need to apologize. Erin glances sideways at Lucilian, observing his quiet demeanor with a look of subtle concern as she notices him acting distant once again. As Erin reflects on their journey, she notes that even after the trial of the Rear family ended, Lucilian did not return to the temple but stayed in Etam to help her manage the family affairs. A close-up of Lucilian shows him looking deeply melancholic and lost in thought, presenting an unreadable expression that Erin cannot decipher. Iron looks back at him over her shoulder, realizing with a heavy heart that even when she asks if he is dealing with any worries, he never gives her an answer. Erin clutches the paper tightly, reflecting on how much she has relied on Lucilian and how he has always been by her side to support her.
While walking back toward the mansion, Aaron suddenly spots familiar faces arriving and calls out in surprise. High Priest Chrono and their uncle stand near the stairs, greeting Aaron and explaining that they have arrived early for the gathering of direct family members before the banquet. Lucilian bows politely to the High Priest, while their uncle looks on with clenched fists and a furious expression, irritated by Lucilian's continued presence. Chrono rubs his temples with a weary sigh, muttering to himself that there is no point in letting anger get the best of him now. Chrono and the uncle wave goodbye as they head inside first, leaving Aaron and Lucilian standing on the mansion steps. Chibi Iron panics as she suddenly realizes her uncle is angry because Lucilian has been staying in Etam all this time, realizing she had gotten too used to his presence to notice how strange it looked to others. Determined to fix the situation so it doesn't affect Chrono's succession, Chibi Iron turns to Lucilian and gently asks him if it isn't about time for him to return to the temple. Chibi Iron explains that since the banquet is strictly an Etam family matter, he shouldn't have to worry about it, and suggests that it would be best for him to head back. A close-up of their feet shows Lucilian standing quietly before softly agreeing to her request, accepting her decision without any protest. Lucilian bows politely and bids her take care, promising to see her later at the banquet. Iron watches Lucilian walk away, feeling deeply puzzled because he would normally have insisted on staying by her side. A close-up of Aaron shows her staring worriedly after Lucilian's departing figure, her heart filled with growing unease. Inside the quiet room, Arlen in his small black beast form sleeps soundly, curled up on top of a glowing magical orb resting on a soft blue cushion. Iron tosses and turns in her bed under the moonlight, unable to sleep as she worries about whether Lucilian is harboring some unspoken trouble. Iron recalls a beautiful memory of holding hands with Lucilian, remembering him as someone who never hesitated and always wisely guided her. Aaron makes a firm decision that the next time they meet, she will properly ask him what is troubling him so she can support him in return. Iron finally drifts off to sleep, and the view transitions to the magnificent gates of the Etam mansion, shining elegantly under the starry night sky. The grand banquet hall is alive with murmurs and excitement as noble guests gather under magnificent glowing chandeliers. Callan and Sharn stand in their formal attire, pouting and complaining loudly about being stuck greeting guests instead of spending time with Iron. An older relative scolds them, sweat dropping as he reminds them that Aaron is the star of today's banquet and they are far too busy to play around. The older relative tells them to maintain proper conduct as the family representatives before Aaron makes her grand appearance as the head of the house. Callan and Sharn immediately go back to bickering over who gets to greet the important guests, leaving the older relative sighing in defeat. Their aunt steps in and calmly informs them that it is time to wrap up the guest reception and take their seats with the rest of the direct family members. As they walk away, Sharni suddenly stops and looks down at the guest registry with a puzzled expression. Sharn checks the guest list and notes with confusion that it is highly unusual for Lucilian to still have not arrived on such an important day. Inside the dim hallway, her father's voice calls out to Aaron, letting her know that it is finally time for her grand entrance. Iron's father takes her hand to lead her into the banquet hall, but Iron looks absolutely terrified as she realizes she has made a terrible mistake. Iron stands at the entrance of the grand hall, panicking because she left her carefully written declaration speech back in Arlen's room, where Chibi Arlen is currently examining the paper with curiosity. Aaron frantically wonders if she should use the power of the wish to summon the speech, but her father notices her distress and calls out her name. Her father leans in close and gently whispers reassuring words into her ear to calm her racing heart. Aaron looks up at her father, her eyes wide with surprise as his warm words instantly wash away her panic. Her father smiles down at her with deep affection and unwavering trust, silently encouraging her to face the crowd. Feeling her confidence return, Aaron smiles back warmly, completely reassured and ready to step forward. Standing proudly at the balcony overlooking the grand hall, Aaron welcomes the distinguished guests and expresses her deep gratitude for their presence. Irene officially announces that from this day forward, Etam will embark on a new journey under her leadership, causing a stir of shock and whispering among the noble guests. Irene addresses the crowd with poise, acknowledging their natural anxieties regarding her youth and inexperience, but declares with absolute resolve that she will no longer hesitate. Against the shining golden crest of the Etam family dragon, Aaron solemnly swears upon the family name that she will press forward in search of the light. May everyone in Etam move toward a bright future, Aaron's voice echoes warmly, and may we share that light with all of you who will walk alongside Etam. Raising her hand high toward the magical fireworks, Aaron proclaims, "As the head of Etam and as a dragon, this is my earnest wish." The spectacular magical light takes the shape of a magnificent dragon soaring through the hall, leaving the noble guests gasping in wonder at its breathtaking beauty.
One of the guests asks in amazement if this is magic, as the glowing dragon light bathes the entire room in a soft, brilliant glow. "No, it's nothing like magic," the young boy whispers in awe. "This is undoubtedly the power of will, said to be wielded only by dragons." Inside the beautifully decorated banquet hall, Iron's father praises her, saying, "Iron, that was a splendid declaration," prompting her to ask if she truly looked like a proper head of the household. Her father twirls her across the dance floor, reassuring her of course she did, and reminding her to just say what is in her heart. Iron beams, thanking him for his warm guidance. With a playful wink and a bright smile, Erin explains that instead of delivering a stiff, formal greeting, she simply wanted to speak from the heart. Her father admits he didn't expect her to openly reveal her dragon identity, but Chibi Iron sheepishly laughs, saying she hadn't planned on it either, but it just came out naturally. Her father chuckles warmly, noting that her speech sends a powerful message that anyone opposing Edom from now on will have to contend with a dragon. Suddenly, a hand clad in a white glove reaches out and intercepts a gray-gloved hand with a light slap, surprising those nearby. Colin complains that it is about time Erin gave them some attention, while Sharon eagerly hugs her from behind, causing Erin to call out their names in surprise. Callan pouts to their father that he can't keep hogging Erin, reminding him that she is everyone's head of the household now, while Chibi Erin notices Cillian watching quietly. Erin shares beautiful dances with her beloved family members, laughing and spinning joyfully across the glittering ballroom floor. A hand clad in a black glove is suddenly extended toward Irene as a polite voice asks, "May I have this dance?" Looking up to see Richard, Irene smiles warmly and gladly accepts, placing her hand in his as they prepare to dance. Irene enjoys the wonderful company at the banquet, exchanging pleasantries and laughter with the distinguished guests in attendance. Erin smiles with genuine happiness, her eyes sparkling with joy as she basks in the warmth of the celebration. The grand hall is adorned with elegant decorations, including tables stacked with exquisite tiers of colorful desserts and refreshments. Exhausted, Chibi Iron slumps over the balcony railing to catch her breath, realizing that this gathering to introduce her to the world ended up far larger than any imperial banquet. Erin gazes down wistfully into the quiet garden, feeling a pang of loneliness as she reflects that Lucilian still hasn't arrived despite promising he would come. With a heavy heart, Iwin quietly whispers Lucilian's name into the cool night breeze, missing his presence deeply. Iron flinches in absolute shock when a soft, familiar voice suddenly asks from nearby, "Did you call for me?" Spinning around on the balcony, Erin gasps in astonishment, "Lucy?" as she sees him standing elegantly in the garden below. When Iron asks when he arrived, Lucilian smiles warmly and explains that he just got here after sorting out some urgent matters. Under the moonlight, Lucilian extends his hand up toward the balcony, asking softly, "The music may be over, but may I ask you for a dance?" A sweet smile spreads across Erin's face, her cheeks flushing pink as she looks down at his offered hand. Without hesitation, Iron gently places her hand into Lucilian's, sealing their quiet agreement. The two begin to dance together in the quiet garden, moving gracefully in perfect harmony under the gentle light of the moon. As they sway to their silent melody, Iron notes that Lucilian's expression seems much lighter than before, wondering if the worries he harbored have already been resolved. Gazing deeply into her eyes, Lucilian asks with a soft, knowing smile, "Were you thinking about me?" "Huh? How did you—" a flustered Chibi Iron stammers, to which Chibi Lucilian replies with a smile, "It's because you called my name." Blushing furiously, Erin frantically makes excuses, claiming she was only resentful because he was late and kept his master waiting, before internally berating herself for being so embarrassed. Lucilian laughs softly at her adorable reaction, prompting a flustered Iwin to complain and tell him not to think he can get away with it just because of his handsome laugh. As he spins her in his arms, Lucilian says softly, "You finally acknowledge that I belong to you," leaving Erin completely startled. Warm memory from their childhood flashes by, reminding them of the fateful day young Iron reached out to offer her warmth to a lonely Lucilian. Iron sputters that she only said it because she got used to him calling her that, but Lucilian replies softly, "It makes me happy to hear that you've grown used to me." Feeling a strange, fluttering warmth in her chest, Erin wonders why Lucilian is acting so uniquely affectionate today of all days. Lucilian slows his steps, holding her close as he murmurs, "Actually, there's something I've been wanting to tell you today, my lord." Wondering if he is finally going to share the burden he's been carrying, Iron smiles brightly and encourages him. "What is it? Whatever it is, I'll listen. Just say it." Stopping completely on the dew-kissed grass, Lucilian quietly calls her name, Erin. Under the starry sky and surrounded by blooming wildflowers, Lucilian looks directly into her eyes and confesses, "I love you, Aaron." As Aaron stands completely frozen in shock, Lucilian places his hand over his heart and declares, "From the very first moment I met you, I decided I would give you my everything, my body, my heart, and even my future." Gazing at her with profound devotion, Lucilian pleads, "Please permit me, as presumptuous as it may be, to love Aaron Atam." Aaron can only whisper his name, Lucilian, as the weight of his confession sinks deep into her heart. Overwhelmed, Aaron stammers that it is just too sudden, prompting Lucilian to ask with a gentle, slightly anxious tone, "Are you not going to give me your permission?" Aaron's mind races. She realized she never saw Richard as a romantic interest, only as a friend. Furthermore, she had always assumed Lucilian was destined to be Sharn's partner. A pivotal question echoes in her mind, but what about now? Looking at him in this very moment, Aaron questions her own heart, wondering if she can truly say she only thinks of Lucilian as a friend. Holding his hand tightly, she realizes she no longer views him as just a character in a story, though she still struggles to find the right words to reply. Lucilian smiles gently as he softly replies, "I understand." Under the glowing moon, Lucilian offers his warmest congratulations to Aaron on officially becoming the head of the Etam family, leaving her whispering his name in surprise. Aaron walks alone through the quiet garden under the night sky, her shoulders slumped with a heavy heart. Gazing sadly at the beautiful blue flowers in her hands, Aaron recalls Lucilian's sweet words when he gave them to her as a special gift. She remembers how warmly Lucilian smiled under the starlight as he offered her the flowers and congratulated her on becoming the head of Etam. Walking away, Aaron anxiously questions her own heart, wondering if she made the right choice by turning down Lucilian's confession, even though he seemed to take it well. As Aaron enters the dim corridor, she is startled by her Uncle Chrono, who asks where she is coming from. When Aaron mentions she was outside saying goodbye to Lucilian, Uncle Chrono flinches in absolute shock and disbelief. Chrono lets out a heavy sigh of frustration, grumbling that Lucilian was not at the Etam estate and wondering how he managed to show up at the banquet after all. Aaron asks in confusion what her uncle means, but her heart drops when he claims Lucilian should have been at the temple over the past few days. Aaron stands frozen in utter disbelief as her uncle reveals that Lucilian voluntarily withdrew from the high priest candidacy months ago and left the temple shortly after. Squeezing the blue flowers tightly in her trembling hand, Aaron desperately wonders what on earth happened and where Lucilian has been all this time if he never returned to the temple. A terrifying sense of dread washes over her as she gets a foreboding feeling that if she doesn't find Lucilian immediately, she might never see him again. Without a second thought, Aaron turns and bolts down the hallway, leaving her startled uncle calling out her name in vain. As she races through the dark woods, Aaron tells herself that Lucilian can't have gone far and decides to use her dragon's power of will to locate him. Grasping the flowers close to her chest, she channels her magical willpower, pleading to know where Lucilian is. Her eyes widen in panic as the magical light disperses into the night sky, leaving her completely unable to sense Lucilian's presence even with her dragon's power of will. Devastated and out of breath, Aaron collapses onto the soft grass, whispering Lucilian's name into the empty night. With a heavy heart, she realizes that this fateful night would be the very last time she would ever see Lucilian. The dark night eventually gives way to a bright, clear morning as a bird takes flight into the sunny blue sky. 3 years pass, and the scene shifts to the bustling streets of the city of Oriad. Inside a luxurious parlor, noblewomen sip tea while gossiping about Atom's remarkable new business venture with the Magic Tower, a revolutionary communication device. One of the ladies giggles, admitting she once thought the succession happened too early, but now she praises Aaron as a brilliant strategist. The ladies whisper about the juicy rumor that the young head of Etam is romantically involved with the handsome Magic Tower Master. They discuss the formidable power of the dragon's blessing, agreeing that her rapid success is far beyond anything ordinary. Meanwhile, back at the Etam estate, a cold and imposing atmosphere fills the room as Aaron sits at her desk, looking down sternly at a nervous man kneeling before her. Aaron demands to know why Mulin Etam attempted to secretly embezzle the family's assets, leaving him stammering and trembling in fear. Mulin frantically makes excuses, claiming he only took the money to invest in a highly profitable mine near the Beastman Kingdom before all the spots were taken. As Mulin promises he planned to return the money immediately, a sudden and terrifying bolt of magic crashes down right in front of him. Falling backward in sheer terror, Mulin stares as Aaron calmly steps forward, crackling pink magical energy swirling around her fingertips.
With a sharp smirk, Aaron holds up an official document, revealing that the mine he mentioned has already been developed for quite some time. Noting that he hasn't changed a bit since the late Grand Duke's days, Aaron snaps her fingers and coldly declares that the family will gladly expel him. As guards grab Mulan to drag him away, he begs hysterically for another chance, while Aaron reassures him that his family will still be well taken care of. Aaron scoffs in disgust, calling him out for lying through his teeth without a single drop of shame as his dramatic cries echo down the hall. Colin comments that Aaron has become just like her grandfather and father, causing Chibi Aaron to flinch and nervously ask if that was supposed to be a compliment. Reflecting on her 3 years as the head of ETAM, Aaron internally admits she finally understands why her grandfather was such a cold-headed leader. Trembling with anger, she vows to cast out every single greedy parasite to protect her precious family from ruin. The door's dramatic broken hole is suddenly framed by a grown-up Sharn, who casually remarks on the broken office door before announcing that Aaron has a guest. The magic tower master, Richard, bursts into the room with sparkling charm, wrapping Aaron in a warm hug and teasingly asking if she missed him terribly. While Colin mutters about telling Iron's father, a deadpan Iron points out that they are definitely not alone, despite Richard's request for her to use his first name. With a bright smile, Richard takes her hand and suggests they escape somewhere where they can finally be completely alone. In the blink of an eye, Richard teleports them to a gorgeous sunny meadow, proudly presenting a fully prepared picnic basket stuffed with delicious sandwiches and fruits. Relaxing on the picnic blanket under the gentle forest breeze, Richard leans in and asks Aaron if she knows about a certain rumor. Aaron turns bright red and gasps in shock when Richard mentions the widespread rumor in social circles that the two of them are lovers. When Aaron nervously tries to categorize them as just friends and business partners, a pouting Richard insists they are special friends, which she jokingly translates to besties. Leaning in closer with a soft, intense gaze, Richard gently asks if she would ever want to make that romantic rumor come true. Chibi Aaron instantly shuts him down with a polite no thanks, leading Richard to brag about his status and marriage proposals, which prompts Aaron to remind him that he has already confessed to her over 20 times. Richard pouts and corrects her that it has been over 30 times, but Aaron calmly suggests that it is finally time for him to give up. Iron turns serious, stating that there will never be a romantic partner in her life. When Richard asks if it's because she is a dragon, she quietly confirms that it is. Richard gently asks if she is still bothered by Lucilian, to which Aaron looks down with a sorrowful expression, whispering back, "How could I not be?" Looking back to 3 years ago, after Lucilian suddenly disappeared, Aaron spent countless sleepless nights exhausting every resource at her disposal to find him, but in the end, her search yielded absolutely nothing. Even now, the memory of Lucilian's blue eyes remains clear in her mind as she recalls his heartfelt plea, asking her to permit someone as unworthy as himself to love Aaron Etam. Aaron reflects that, in that crucial moment, what truly held her back from accepting his feelings was not the original plot of the story's adoption arc, but rather the heavy trial of the Leorga. As she stood amidst the shadows of her past and future, Aaron admitted to herself that the moment she questioned whether she could truly hold someone so deep in her heart as a romantic partner, rather than just a friend or family, she hesitated. In truth, her hesitation stemmed from a profound realization of just how incredibly precious and heavy the feelings Lucilian had offered her really were. Aaron wondered if she, bearing the nature and longevity of a dragon, could ever truly treasure such deep feelings, and whether she was capable of giving her own everything back to the one who had offered his entire body, heart, and future to her. Because she was frozen in hesitation and unable to give him an answer, Lucilian ultimately vanished from her life, leaving her to sit dejectedly in the garden with Sharn, bitterly wondering why she always hesitates at the most critical moments of her life. Stepping closer, Sharn gently comforts her, explaining that hesitation isn't a sign of weakness, but rather proof of her caution, and that she was seriously and deeply considering the weight of the matter. Looking down at Aaron with a warm, reassuring smile under the clear blue sky, Sharn sweetly asks, "Isn't that right?" Suggesting it is time to move on, Sharn asks if they should head off now, casually mentioning that she also has a specific request she was asked to fulfill. As they walk hand in hand down the steps of the grand estate, Aaron looks up in curiosity and asks, "What request?" Aaron's golden eyes widen in sudden surprise as Sharn softly reveals that she was requested to bring Aaron to this very place once the proper time had finally come.